begun after a long-term hiatus to the concern of millions of Americans. How these borrowers are reacting to the return.
Give me liberty or give me the aces. With the semifinals done, the stage is now set for the ultimate showdown in women's basketball. We preview the upcoming WNBA Finals matchup.
And graveyard smash as Hollywood rises from the dead. Some studio workers are getting a head start using their film set expertise to create the scariest haunted maze in LA. It is Monday, October 2nd. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you could be with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Breaking overnight, LaFonza Butler will be the next senator from the state of California. Governor Gavin Newsom announced late Sunday that he will be appointing Butler to fill the Senate seat vacated last week by the death of Dianne Feinstein. Butler is the president of Emily's List, a group that works to elect female Democratic candidates. She will be the third black woman to ever serve in the U.S. Senate, as well as the first openly LGBTQ person to represent the state in the chamber.
Butler shared a tribute to the late Feinstein on Friday, calling her a titan of the Senate and legendary figure for women. On Saturday, Feinstein's body was returned by military jet to her hometown of San Francisco. Mourners will be able to pay their respects this Wednesday as Feinstein lies in state at City Hall before she is laid to rest at a private funeral on Thursday.
This morning, the federal government remains open thanks to the 11th hour deal passed by Congress Saturday. But the short-term funding extension only pushes the spending fight until next month, while the fallout from the deal threatens to take down a Republican leader. For more on this, we go to NBC's Drew Petrimo in Washington. Drew, what are lawmakers saying after this last-minute deal became a reality?
Yeah, good morning, Francis. With just hours to spare on Saturday evening, President Biden signed the short-term spending bill passed by Congress earlier that day. While the final deal cut out priorities of both sides of the aisle, including Ukraine aid and border security, it averted a shutdown and keeps the federal government open until November 17th. President Biden acknowledged the issues posed by this condensed time frame in remarks on Sunday. Biden warned of the hardline Republicans who nearly thwarted this deal over their calls for deep spending cuts, doing the same when the funding battle resumes next month. The president also pressured Republican leadership on its commitment to secure more funding for aid to Ukraine. That Republican leadership is now under a cloud of doubt. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has come under fire from those hardline members of his party following the passage of the bill. As part of the agreement McCarthy struck with his party for the Speaker's gavel in January, any Republican can call for a vote to remove the Speaker, known as a motion to vacate. Here's what Congressman and Chief McCarthy foe Matt Gaetz said about potentially invoking this motion on Sunday.
I do intend to file a motion to vacate against Speaker McCarthy this week. I think we need to rip off the Band-Aid. I think we need to move on with new leadership that can be trustworthy.
In order to oust McCarthy, Gaetz would need at least 5 Republican lawmakers to vote in favor of removal, along with House Democrats. In response to Gaetz's potential actions, McCarthy on Sunday said this is nothing new for the Florida congressman and predicted he would survive whatever challenge he faces. Back to you.
Okay, Drew, thank you.
Former President Donald Trump is back in Manhattan this morning. Overnight, he confirmed he will be in court later today to fight allegations that he lied about how much his businesses and properties are worth. Mr. Trump posted to social media that the case brought against him by New York's Attorney General is a sham, and he called it election interference. NBC's George Solis is following the story.
On the campaign trail and on the offensive.
My financial statements are much lower than the actual net worth. This judge and your fake Attorney General of New York, she ought to be ashamed. Did you not overvalue your... Hello, Iowa.
Former President Donald Trump not directly addressing the start of his civil fraud trial. Sources telling NBC News Mr. Trump is expected to be in the courtroom for the first 2 days. A judge last week ruling that Mr. Trump and his associates committed real estate fraud for years. The judge writing that Trump's legal arguments defending his financial statements are, quote, a fantasy world, not the real world, adding that over and undervaluing assets to his benefit, quote, can only be considered fraud. The trial is expected to determine the future of the Trump Organization, including his real estate empire, as well as any fines for the alleged fraud. What are the implications of this civil fraud trial for Mr. Trump?
Well, if he loses, and the reason why he's apparently coming here tomorrow is because he doesn't want to lose, and this is how important it is. If he has to pay $250 million, if he and his sons can no longer conduct business in New York. That's a fatal blow.
Mr. Trump has denied all wrongdoing and has called the judge in the case deranged. Trump faces 4 criminal trials, including 2 at the federal level, 1 in Georgia and another in New York State. The witness list in the case includes some of Trump's children and former business associates, including his former attorney, Michael Cohen.
This is the first time in his entire life that he is going to be held accountable and have to deal with the repercussions of his own personal actions.
Mr. Trump is on the witness list, but whether he'll testify is unknown. Keep in mind, this trial could take weeks, if not months. There's also no jury in this case. It'll be up to the judge to make the final ruling. Mr. Trump's legal team has already indicated they plan to appeal. Back to you.
All right, George, thank you.
An Amber Alert has been issued in New York for a 9-year-old girl who police say was abducted while camping with her family. Our Jesse Kirsch has the latest on the search.
A desperate search in upstate New York for Charlotte Senna, the 9-year-old last seen late Saturday on a family camping trip, who authorities believe is in imminent danger.
They shared with me how joyful their little girl is. A 4th grader just recently elected to be a class officer for student council.
New York's governor says around 6:15, about 200 miles north of New York City, Charlotte was riding her bike with friends in Moreau Lake State Park.
She just wanted to go around one more time by herself. Be that big girl, do it by herself. Literally 15 minutes later, she hadn't come back yet. And that's really when the nightmare begins. Her parents knew immediately something was up.
State police say the 4th grader's bike was found, but not Charlotte.
The scene was chaotic. People leaving their food, leaving their tables, just everyone in search, calling the name Charlotte. Charlotte.
State police activating an Amber Alert.
She was last seen wearing an orange tie-dye Pokemon shirt, dark blue pants, black Crocs, and a gray bike helmet.
Authorities already searching the park by air with sonar in the water and with canines.
Hopefully there'll be a family that has been traumatized but is reunited.
In a statement, Charlotte's family saying, "We just want her returned safely like any parent would. No tip is too small. Please for help to bring Charlotte home." Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
We're now just days away from possibly the largest healthcare strike in U.S. history. A contract for 75,000 Kaiser Permanente workers expired over the weekend before reaching a deal over pay and benefits. Kaiser said it will continue negotiations until Wednesday's planned strike. The biggest impact to patients would be outpatient services like slowdowns in pharmacy services and lab work.
The Powerball jackpot has hit the billion-dollar mark after Saturday's drawing claimed no winner. The estimated jackpot is now worth just over $1 billion with a cash value of $478 million. So that makes it the 4th largest jackpot in history. The next drawing will take place tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern Time.
And you can't buy a better forecast right now. October is bringing the heat this year. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the warm temperatures. Michelle, good morning. I'm okay with this.
I'm totally okay with this, right? It's like the last hurrah. We know that cool air is on the horizon. We were so rainy and cool and raw in the Northeast for so many of us for a long time. We had a beautiful day yesterday. We're looking at another really nice day today, but it is warm in a lot of spots from the northern plains, central plains, southern plains back to the east. We're looking at 87 degrees today in Minneapolis. That's 22 degrees above average. 90s also in Kansas City. We're into near 90-degree territory in Oklahoma City. Notice back to the west, though, we have a big temperature difference. We're looking really cool, kind of wet in some spots. Salt Lake City, 55 degrees. Today, that's 17 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. Same story tomorrow. We're going to keep this pattern in place. We have a cold front that's kind of from New Mexico all the way to North Dakota, and that's creating that temperature divide. So once again, 80s and 90s on Tuesday, 82 degrees in Green Bay, nearly 20 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 80s in St. Louis, 86 degrees in Wichita, 92 in Little Rock. We're warm in the east, too. Boston, 80 degrees tomorrow. Still cool in the west. Temperatures into the 60s, also the low 50s in some spots. We're looking at 57 in Salt Lake City. We'll keep that pattern in place on Wednesday. But look what's happening here. There's that cold front I was talking about. Back behind it, it is cool. It is wet in a lot of spots. Ahead of it, we're looking at high pressure in a lot of parts of the east with lots of sunshine, really warm temperatures. But along this cold front, we're looking at the chance for some heavy rain, also the chance for some mountain snow showers. It's that time of year. Also the chance for some strong to severe storms in West Texas, also New Mexico, into parts of Colorado as well. With that threat, we're looking at the chance for really large hail, also some heavy rainfall and some really damaging winds, especially where you see that yellow from Amarillo down to Roswell. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, you need the short sleeves, the shorts as you head out today in parts of the Central Plains into the Southern Plains. Temperatures into the 80s and 90s, well above normal for this time of year, too. We're into warm in the south as well, even to the southeast. Temperatures 96 in Houston. And that's a look at your warm Monday forecast.
Yeah, we will take it. Okay, thank you, Michelle. Sure. The GOAT is back at it. Gold medal gymnast Simone Biles making history again. She's now the first woman to ever land this move in competition. It's a round off onto the springboard, a back handspring onto the vault, 2 flips, and then sticking that landing. It was called the Yurchenko double pike, and now it will fittingly be known as the Biles 2.
Amazing. Well, the student loan pause is officially over. Early Today is back in 1 minute with some advice from experts about how you can handle those payments.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just fit too.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back with news that the budgets of millions of Americans just got tighter. The student loan pause is over now and payments are due again, prompting worries about how many people will make ends meet. Here's NBC's Priscilla Thompson.
Jennifer Hernandez doesn't know where she'll find an additional $650 a month to pay her student loans.
It's frustrating. I do intend to pay my student loans. It's just that the amount was so high. I can't afford that.
The 35-year-old middle school counselor in the Bronx is on an income-driven repayment plan with $91,000 in loans.
Everything that's coming in is either going towards bills.
Hernandez is one of the more than 43 million student loan holders whose payments are now due after President Biden's student debt cancellation plan was struck down by the Supreme Court in June. 25-year-old Kari Karanikos has taken to TikTok to stay motivated with a 6-figure student debt and an $1,100 monthly payment.
I'm lucky in the sense that I can live with my parents and I don't have to consider if I'm going to pay for groceries this month or pay for the student loans.
If you're worried about making payments, experts say check with your loan servicer to see how much you owe and when it's due. Consider an income-driven repayment plan and beware of scams promising immediate loan forgiveness in exchange for a fee. 30-year-old Bradley Alagna in Connecticut owes $147,000. He's having second thoughts about getting a loan in the first place.
Being so young and in so much debt for doing something that I thought was going to better my life. It has absolutely been the biggest regret of my life.
A reality that he and millions of others will once again face. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
Still to come, we'll break down the last day of the MLB season and the last game of Miguel Cabrera's career.
But first, the Jets look to soar to a Sunday night upset over the Chiefs.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Third and short. Pacheco almost caught in the backfield. Instead, into the open field and accelerating. Pacheco in for the touchdown.
We're back to break down the biggest stories in sports, starting with Sunday Night Football in the Meadowlands with Taylor Swift in attendance. The Chiefs had a lot of blank space on the scoreboard. After taking an early lead, the Jets came back to tie it up, only for Kansas City to hold them off and win 23-20. Now, earlier in the day, Josh Allen and the Bills ran all over the undefeated Dolphins. Allen connected with Stephon Diggs for 3 scores as Buffalo stampedes to the 48-20 win. And in Philadelphia, the Commanders tied the game on a last-second touchdown, but they couldn't command anything in overtime. The Eagles get the ball back and walk off with the win, 34-31. Back to the game at the Meadowlands. I love that Mike Tirico, play-by-play, said, "Hey, Swifties, we'll be with you all night," addressing the fans at the start of the game.
Tell you what, NFL's got to love it because they're hitting a whole new demo who are not interested in NFL who are watching this game. And it also doesn't hurt that she's got her own special teams, right? Blake Lively, Sophia Turner, one of her dancers was there. And then you got the whole side of it, Blake Lively's husband.
Right, Ryan Reynolds brought his buddies.
Hugh Jackman, come on now. That's major A-list there at the NFL, too. So another show to watch on the stand, behind the scenes, I should say.
Right.
Sidelines. Over to the WNBA playoffs now, where the Liberty needed one more win to punch their ticket to the finals. The Sun made it a competitive game down the stretch, but Brianna Stewart's 27-point performance put the game out of reach. So for the first time in 21 years, the Liberty are headed back to the WNBA finals. They win 87-84. So it is 2-seeded Liberty heading to Las Vegas to rekindle their rivalry with the 1-seeded Aces. Game 1 of the WNBA finals is next Sunday. So the Liberty, one of the original WNBA teams who's never won a title. The Aces, you know, back-to-back titles here. Let's see if they can make it.
I got to watch Breanna Stewart when she was playing at UConn a few times, and I am so happy to see her having so much success. Well, swinging over to the final day of the MLB regular season now. This time last week, the Astros were fighting for their playoff lives, but after a win over Arizona, Houston won the AL West for the 6th time in 7 years, earning the 2nd bye in the American League. So the wild card round hits off tomorrow with the Rays and the Rangers in Tampa Bay. And it was an emotional day in Detroit, where Tigers legend Miguel Cabrera played the final game of his 21-season career. In his last play, Cabrera fielded a grounder and got the runner out at first base. So what a way to say goodbye.
Goodbye also to Terry Francona. You got the Guardians fans saying goodbye. Red Sox fans, I'm sure, also paying their tribute. So to come on early today, we've got the details on the former FTX founder's upcoming trial.
And more Toys R Us stores are coming back with plans to expand to air, land, and sea. Stay with us.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Paw Patrol sequel was the top dog at the box office, and the Toys R Us comeback is in the works. Here's what you need to know early today. Tomorrow, jury selection begins in the trial of former FTX head Sam Bankman-Fried. The trial is expected to last 6 weeks. Bankman-Fried will face federal charges of wire fraud, securities fraud, and money laundering.
Toys R Us is planning a major revival. The iconic retailer set to open stores in airports and cruise ships ahead of the holiday season. And as many as 24 flagship stores are expected as early as next year.
Paw Patrol, the mighty movie, dominated the weekend box office, raking in $23 million in ticket sales. It beat out Saw X and The Creator.
Well wishes poured in from around the globe. President Jimmy Carter quietly celebrated his 99th birthday at his Georgia home with family. Meanwhile, at the Carter Center, 99 new American citizens took 45 countries, took the oath of allegiance in a ceremony timed to honor the former president's special day.
All right, the silver screen turning blood red will take you inside Hollywood's newest haunted attraction.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Actors in Hollywood studios are returning to the bargaining table today, just days after the writers struck a deal of their own. But with the TV and film industry mostly at a standstill, studio workers are getting back to being creative this spooky season. From NBC Los Angeles, Darsha Phillips has the details.
The hum of machinery and the excited chatter of set designers.
We're ready to go. We're going to start dressing this stuff. We're going to make this creepy. It's going to be fun.
Is exactly what these studio workers need after nearly 5 months of silence.
We are all out of work and we're all itching to be creative again and do something fun.
And with Halloween around the corner,
we have the brightest minds in the film industry.
Scott Niner with Dangling Carrot Creative knew just who to call.
I did Halloween, Devil's Rejects, Piranha 3D, just tons of horror films.
To create the creepiest.
Just that haunted noise you hear that gives you shivers all throughout.
Scariest.
I would definitely say look out for some rabbit people, as well as some ghouls and, grotesque makeups as well.
Most hair-raising maze made by the best in movie magic.
If we can't do it, I don't know who else can.
The maze opens on October 16th, and there's still a lot to get done.
We're going through a section of the maze right now that's not completely assembled yet.
But these studio workers have nothing but time on their hands.
This is not your backyard haunt. We have the best special effects people, the best lighting people, the best sound people, the best construction people, the best makeup people.
They're pulling out all the stops. 3 printers and access robots are building large props. Most of the materials have been donated or purchased at a discount, and everyone here is volunteering their time.
This is the only time in the industry you could ever get all these professionals together that aren't working.
The strike hasn't been easy.
The last 6 months, I haven't been sleeping much.
I was barely able to get my health insurance qualifications.
I know of people who are moving back in with their parents. Moving in with friends.
But these workers say being able to pour themselves into something creative again has kept them going.
It's what I needed. It's the shot in the arm. If I can't work on films, this is my next step.
And with the finest on board.
There'll be individual scares, so each scare will have its own individual noise to it.
They promise this maze will not disappoint. Enter if you dare, and watch your back.
I love scaring people. That's what I'm going to do.
Thanks to Darsha Phillips for that story, flexing their creativity muscles right there. And hopefully there are some members of the public who'll be able to enjoy it.
Well, they said enter if you dare. Do you dare?
You know what? If I had that chance just to support them for their cause, right?
100%. Thanks for kicking off your week with Early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Monday. See you back here tomorrow.
Breaking overnight, the governor of California announces his pick to fill the Senate seat of the late Dianne Feinstein, why he chooses LaFonza Butler, and what it could mean for the 2024 Senate race.
The case that strikes at the heart of Donald Trump's very image. The former president expected to be front and center at the civil fraud trial that threatens his business empire.
A big break in one of the country's most high-profile cold cases, the evidence that finally led to an arrest in the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur nearly 30 years later.
Will it finally be a Hollywood ending? Actors and studios get ready to restart talks just days after writers struck a deal of their own.
And everybody start your engines. The women racing to give car culture a tune-up. It is Monday, October 2nd. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Jessica Layton.
Hi there, I'm Frances Rivera. Breaking overnight, LaFonza Butler will be the next senator from the state of California. Governor Gavin Newsom announced late Sunday that he will be appointing Butler to fill the Senate seat vacated last week by the death of Dianne Feinstein. Butler is the president of Emily's List, a group that works to elect female Democratic candidates. She will be the third black woman to ever serve in the U.S. Senate, as well as the first openly LGBTQ person to represent the state in the chamber.
Butler shared a tribute to the late Feinstein on Friday, calling her a titan of the Senate and a legendary figure for women. On Saturday, Feinstein's body was returned by military jet to her hometown of San Francisco. Mourners will be able to pay their respects on Wednesday as Feinstein lies in state at City Hall before she is then laid to rest during a private funeral on Thursday.
Former President Donald Trump is back in Manhattan this morning. Overnight, he confirmed he will be in court today to fight allegations that he lied about how much his businesses and properties are worth. Mr. Trump posted to social media that the case brought against him by New York's Attorney General is a sham, and again called it election interference. NBC's George Solis is following the story.
On the campaign trail and on the offensive.
My financial statements are much lower than the actual net worth. This judge and your fake Attorney General of New York, she ought to be ashamed. Did you not overvalue your... Hello, Iowa.
Former President Donald Trump not directly addressing the start of his civil fraud trial. Sources telling NBC News Mr. Trump is expected to be in the courtroom for the first 2 days. A judge last week ruling that Mr. Trump and his associates committed real estate fraud for years. The judge writing that Trump's legal arguments defending his financial statements are, quote, a fantasy world, not the real world, adding that over and undervaluing assets to his benefit, quote, can only be considered fraud. The trial is expected to determine the future of the Trump organization, including his real estate empire, as well as any fines for the alleged fraud. What are the implications of this civil fraud trial for Mr. Trump?
Well, if he loses, and the reason why he's apparently coming here tomorrow is because he doesn't want to lose, and this is how important it is. If he has to pay $250 million, if he and his sons can no longer conduct business in New York, that's a fatal blow.
Mr. Trump has denied all wrongdoing and has called the judge in the case deranged. Trump faces 4 criminal trials, including 2 at the federal level, 1 in Georgia and another in New York State. The witness list in the case includes some of Trump's children and former business associates, including his former attorney, Michael Cohen.
This is the first time in his entire life that he is going to be held accountable and have to deal with the repercussions of his own personal actions.
Mr. Trump is on the witness list, but whether he'll testify is unknown. Keep in mind, this trial could take weeks, if not months. There's also no jury in this case. It'll be up to the judge to make the final ruling. Mr. Trump's legal team has already indicated they plan to appeal. Back to you.
George, thank you.
This morning, the federal government is still open thanks to that 11th hour deal passed by Congress on Saturday. But the short-term funding extension only pushes the spending fight until next month, while the fallout from the deal is now threatening to take down a Republican leader. For more on this, we go to NBC's Drew Petrimo in Washington. Drew, good morning. So what are lawmakers saying this morning after this last-minute deal became reality?
Well, good morning, Jessica. With just hours to spare on Saturday evening, President Biden signed the short-term spending bill passed by Congress earlier that day. While the final deal cut out priorities of both sides of the aisle, including Ukraine aid and border security, it averted a shutdown and keeps the federal government open until November 17th. President Biden acknowledged the issues posed by this condensed time frame in remarks on Sunday. Biden warned of the hardline Republicans who nearly thwarted this deal over their calls for deep spending cuts, doing the same when the funding battle resumes next month. The president also pressured Republican leadership on its commitment to secure more funding for aid to Ukraine. That Republican leadership is now under a cloud of doubt. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has come under fire from those hardline members of his party following the passage of this bill. As part of the agreement McCarthy struck with his party for the Speaker's gavel in January, any Republican can call for a vote to remove the Speaker, known as a motion to vacate. Here's what Congressman and Chief McCarthy foe Matt Gaetz said about potentially invoking this motion on Sunday.
I do intend to file a motion to vacate against Speaker McCarthy this week. I think we need to rip off the Band-Aid. I think we need to move on with new leadership that can be trustworthy.
In order to oust McCarthy, Gaetz would need at least 5 Republican lawmakers to vote in favor of removal, along with House Democrats. In response to Gaetz's potential actions, McCarthy on Sunday said this is nothing new for the Florida congressman and predicted he would survive whatever challenges he faces. Back to you.
All right, Drew, thank you.
Large groups of migrant families are continuing to arrive at the U.S.-Mexico border seeking asylum. The massive influx of migrant crossings, mostly from Venezuela, marks an upward trend after plummeting in recent months. This comes amid increasing pressure for the Biden administration to curb the flow ahead of the 2024 presidential election.
27 years later, a man has finally been arrested in the killing of Tupac Shakur. 60-year-old Dwayne Davis, a self-described gang member, has been indicted by a grand jury for that 1996 drive-by shooting. Davis has publicly said he was in the car that opened fire on Shakur. Police do not accuse him of pulling the trigger, but they do accuse him of orchestrating the plan. They believe all the other men who were in the car that night are dead now. Tupac was only 25 years old when he was murdered in Las Vegas. The DA in this case says the hip-hop legend's family welcomed news of the indictment.
A night of celebration turned into chaos and tragedy in Spain. Authorities say at least 13 people were killed when a fire swept through 3 nightclubs. And there are fears that the death toll could still rise. Our Raf Sanchez has the latest.
Fire crews battling their way through the remains of this popular Spanish nightclub. Half-finished drinks still on the table as firefighters take on the flames. The enormous blaze ripping through the roof, gutting neighboring buildings, and filling the street with terrified onlookers. At least 13 people, most of them young, were killed in the fire, according to the mayor. And emergency crews searching the wreckage for those still missing. We don't know anything. We're waiting for news to see whether some of our family members have come out alive, he says. The tragedy unfolding in the city of Murcia in southeastern Spain. The fire broke out at around 6 a.m. at the Teatro nightclub, where Spanish media says several birthday parties were taking place. The alarms went off and all the lights went out and people were screaming fire, this man says. I could get out, but 5 family members and 2 friends are missing. The cause of the blaze still unclear. The city has declared 3 days of mourning, lowering flags to half staff. And Spain's prime minister saying, my love and solidarity with the victims and families of the tragic fire. Another night of celebration turning into a day of tragedy. Raf Sanchez, NBC News.
Now to another tragedy, this one unfolding in northern Mexico. Authorities say at least 9 people are dead and 40 more are hurt after the roof of a church collapsed in the middle of Sunday Mass. A bishop there said the roof started to cave in while the parishioners were receiving communion. A spokesman for the security ministry told local media that 30 worshipers are still unaccounted for. Rescue teams have been working through the night to try and find some survivors in that rubble.
Hey, here we are. It's October, though it might might not feel like it in much of the country. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the warm start to the month. Of course, just as we flip out our summer, fall wardrobes, right? It starts to warm up.
Always. I know. We want the boots, we want the sweaters, we want the pants, but no, we're going to be very summer-like over the next several days. Shorts and short-sleeve shirts, that's going to be the key as we head towards the rest of the afternoon into Tuesday, also Wednesday. Temperatures into the 80s and 90s, well above normal for this time of year, even 25 degrees above what is average for this time of year. Look at Minneapolis, 87 degrees today. That's near 90 degrees, 90 in Kansas City, upper 80s in Oklahoma City. We're warm off to the east as well. The northeast, we're looking at temperatures into the 80s. Pittsburgh today, 80 degrees. But notice back to the west, we have a cold front that's kind of draped from New Mexico into North Dakota. So behind this front, we're looking at cool weather, even wet in some spots. Salt Lake City, 17 degrees above average, 55 degrees. And this pattern is going to stay in place over the next several days because this cold front is going to be slow to move. So we're looking at Tuesday, Cheyenne, 63 degrees, Salt Lake City, 15 degrees below average, 57, but still so warm in parts of the plains, northern plains, central plains, into the southern plains, 90s into Dallas, Little Rock, also Houston, and we're warm once again into parts of the Midwest. Now, along this front, we're looking at the chance for some heavy rain. We could see 2 inches or more in some spots. Also some mountain snow and the risk for severe weather in Texas and also New Mexico. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, feeling very summer-like in parts of the plains. On east, we're looking at temperatures in the 90s in a lot of spots, 10 to 25 degrees above normal for this time of year. It's warm, too, in the southern plains into the southeast. We're looking at 87 degrees today in New Orleans. All right, that's a look at your Monday forecast.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Talks are expected to resume today between the Screen Actors Guild and Hollywood studios.
And later, she's in her football era. We've got the details on the Chiefs game that had Taylor Swift in the stands a second time.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
As Hollywood writers return to work and some shows get back on the air, the Screen Actors Guild is set to resume talks with studio executives today.
That union has similar demands to the Writers Guild, including better pay. Liz Kreutz has the details.
Great to be back. I missed you too.
As Hollywood writers return to work and some shows get back on the air.
It's been a long time. Let's not ever be apart this long forever. Right?
The spotlight now turning to actors.
So optimistic. I feel like it's time.
SAG-AFTRA, the actors union, says they are set to resume talks on Monday with executives from the major studios, part of an alliance including NBC Universal, the parent company of NBC News.
It does seem to be that there's some momentum, which we haven't had in so long.
Actors who have been on strike since mid-July have many of the same sticking points as writers who reached a deal with the studios last week. Their contract could partially serve as a framework for actors who are also demanding higher wages, better royalties for streaming shows, and protections around the use of artificial intelligence. We've seen a deal with the writers. Are the stakes for the actors higher?
In many ways, the stakes for the actors in these contract negotiations this coming week are much higher. The actors union are 160,000 strong. So when you look at what their economic impact is, say in LA County, it's massive.
The dual strikes have had a major economic ripple effect here in LA. Small businesses across the city, from restaurants to dry cleaners, saying they're getting less business with less people at work. But hope is on the horizon.
There is so many incredible people I cannot wait to share the stage with.
Back on TV Monday, some daytime talk shows and late-night comedy shows like NBC's The Tonight Show.
Wait, Monday like this Monday? Monday? Oh man, I gotta shave.
Still, it could be months before many scripted series get back into production. Those shows can't go on without actors. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Still to come, we'll show you the moment that Liberty fans have been waiting 2 decades for.
Plus, the Astros buy themselves a bye week after winning another division title.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses. Private man delivers.
All right, it just made too.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Third and short. Pacheco almost caught in the backfield. Instead, into the open field and accelerating. Pacheco in for the touchdown.
We're breaking down the biggest stories in sports, starting with Sunday Night Football in the Meadowlands. A lot of cheering from the VIP box with Taylor Swift there as the Chiefs took the early lead. The Jets came back to tie it up, only for Kansas City to hold them off and win 23-20. Earlier in the day, Josh Allen and the Bills ran all over the undefeated Dolphins. Allen connected with Stephon Diggs for 3 scores as Buffalo Stampedes to win 48-20 in that win. And in Philly, the Commanders tied the game on a second last touchdown, but it couldn't command anything in overtime. The Eagles get the ball back and walk off with a win, 34-31. So you got on this week of the NFL, the Eagles, 49ers only undefeated. Back to the Taylor thing.
Oh, that.
Who I think is officially like moving towards WAG status when it comes there. You see her in the VIP stands with her whole girl crew, Sophia Turner, Blake Lively, but also she's getting chummy with Patrick Mahomes' wife, Brittany. I mean, they were out to dinner the night before they were spotted with paparazzi, you know, in the city.
She's also getting chummy with Travis Kelce's mom for the second week in a row.
WAG status right there in the making.
Over to the WNBA now, playoffs, where the Liberty needed one more win to punch their ticket to the finals. The Sun made it a competitive game down the stretch, but Breanna Stewart's 27-point performance put the game out of reach. And for the first time in 21 years, the Liberty headed back to the WNBA finals. They win 87-84. So it's the 2-seeded Liberty heading to Las Vegas to rekindle their rivalry with the 1-seeded Aces. Game 1 of the WNBA finals is next Sunday. Aces trying to make it back-to-back championships. Liberty trying to win for the first time ever.
Yeah, when it comes to the original WNBA teams, storied teams there. Swinging over to the final day of the MLB regular season. This time last week, the Astros were fighting for their playoff lives, but after a win over Arizona, Houston won the AL West for the 6th time in 7 years. They earned the 2nd bye in the American League. The wild card round tees off tomorrow with the Rays and the Rangers in Tampa Bay. And it was an emotional day in Detroit where Tigers legend Miguel Cabrera played the final game of his 21-season career. In his last play, Cabrera fielded a grounder and got the runner out at first base. With all his stats and everything that he has to be proud of in his career, we're looking at Hall of Famer status right there.
Oh, for sure, yeah. An amazing run. Well, coming up on Early Today, President Jimmy Carter celebrates 99 years around the sun on Sunday.
And Paw Patrol barked its way to the top of the box office. We got more on that next.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand. And officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Here's what you need to know early today. Tomorrow, jury selection begins in the trial of former FTX head Sam Bankman-Fried. The trial is expected to last 6 weeks. Bankman-Fried will face federal charges of wire fraud, securities fraud, and money laundering.
Toys R Us is planning a major revival. The iconic retailer is set to open stores in airports and on cruise ships ahead of the holiday season. And as many as 24 flagship stores are expected as early as next year.
Paw Patrol the Mighty movie dominated the weekend box office, raking in $23 million in ticket sales. It beat out Saw X and The Creator.
And as well wishes poured in from around the globe, President Jimmy Carter quietly celebrated his 99th birthday at his Georgia home with family. Meanwhile, at the Carter Center, 99 new American citizens from 45 countries took the oath of allegiance in a ceremony that was timed to honor the former president's special day.
Still to come, the girls taking over boys club, changing car culture.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Now to a group of women driving change. And as we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, our Jose Diaz-Balart introduces us to the Latinas putting a new twist on a decades-old tradition.
In Northern California, a group of women is leading a new generation, cruising together in style. Fueled by a passion for their beloved lowriders and their Latino culture.
It's a fun culture. We enjoy it.
Classic cars with candy-colored paint, tricked out to defy gravity.
That's what I'm talking about. We working out here.
But this car club culture also carries a much deeper meaning.
It was born out west more than 70 years ago as a way for Mexican Americans to connect with their community.
And now, a major shift in this mostly male tradition. Latinas like Debbie Martin and Ana Abad from the Lady Lowriders United are part of a growing group of women using their own cars to drive change.
Something that was all guys is now totally different.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Now it's grandmothers, grandkids, nieces, nephews, cousins.
It's really nice to see because you can see it's generational. It's a family thing.
Now behind the wheel, the group is uniting to empower other women, showing off their rides and raising tens of thousands of dollars for various causes close to their hearts.
How do you give back to the community?
I think that's the most important thing that we do. I think most of us have come from families that needed help when we were young, and we were on the receiving end. So now it's our time to give back.
Rosie Navarro brings daughter Lisette to each event in her 61 and pouting.
I believe that the culture behind it comes with a passion, with unity, with family, with bringing people together.
Setting a new example for a new era of lady lowriders.
We're very proud to be Mexican American because I'm proud of who I am, what we represent. I'm proud of our culture.
And our thanks to Jose for that report. You got to love it. The Latina low-riding ladies right there, all behind the wheel. And they get to show their pride of being Latina and also the pride of the vehicles and the work that they put into that.
And paying it forward, like they said. They got help as they were young, and now they're giving that back to the community. I'm all revved up after that story.
Thanks for kicking off your week with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Monday. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Right now on Morning News Now, New York state of mind. A high-profile trip to the Big Apple for former President Trump today, announcing he'll appear in court in person as that civil trial over alleged business fraud kicks off. We've got a preview of the proceedings. Also this morning, crisis averted. There are new calls to oust House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in the wake of that too close to call government shutdown that was thankfully headed off over the weekend. How Congress was able to pull it off in the 11th hour. Plus, stinging reaction from the White House. And who is LaFonza Butler, the woman chosen to replace late California Senator Dianne Feinstein? Plus, coming attraction, a return to some sort of normalcy in Hollywood could be coming soon as SAG-AFTRA leaders prepare to return to the bargaining table with the big studios today. Could the writers' resolution spell future success for the actors? And move over Aaron Rodgers. There was a new headliner at yesterday's Jets game against the Chiefs, and her name is Taylor Swift. You know, I was gone for a week.
I was going to say, while you were gone, the NFL was taken over.
It was. And I love it. And I love how much the conversation is about Queen Taylor and not just the plays.
I think that's going to fade. After this weekend, people are going to start talking about football again, but we'll see.
I'm here, so
all right. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm happy to be back. I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started here in New York this morning with former President Trump expected to appear in a Manhattan court for the start of his civil fraud trial.
The case is the result of a years-long investigation by New York's Attorney General Letitia James. She filed the $250 million civil lawsuit last year against Trump, his oldest sons, Don Jr. and Eric, their companies, and several executives. The lawsuit alleges that former President Trump and his sons exaggerated their business assets for years in order to secure favorable loan terms from lenders. The Trumps and their company deny any wrongdoing. NBC's Lindsay Reiser is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. NBC News legal analyst Annie Savalos is here to help us take a closer look at the case. So, Lindsay, let's start with you. This is a bench trial. That means no jury. The judge overseeing the case already ruled last week that Trump lied on his financial statements, that he overvalued his properties. So what's left to be determined in this trial?
Right. Good morning, Joe and Savannah. So the judge did rule those. And in addition, the judge ruled that he was able to get favorable loan terms and lower insurance premiums. So what's at stake now? Well, potential penalties and really the future of Trump's business empire. So Attorney General James is asking for $250 million in penalties and a 5-year ban on former President Trump and his adult sons being able to acquire any new commercial real estate in the next 5 years in the state. So what are a couple of examples that are cited in his case? Trump Tower, of course, the former president's triplex in that penthouse. Well, he valued it at 30,000 square feet, when in reality, it's only 11,000 square feet. So that was an overvaluation of between $114 and $207 million. And then Mar-a-Lago, another example, from 2011 to 2021, an appraiser valued Mar-a-Lago between $18 and $27 million. But Trump's financial statement said they were almost $427 to $612 million. The judge saying in his ruling last week that some of Trump's legal arguments and some of his statements do not exist. They're rather based in a fantasy world, not the real world. Joe and Savannah.
Let's bring in Danny, who's here on set with us. So, Danny, this case is years in the making, and of course, now at this particular moment, among many other cases that are going on. Tell us what you are going to be watching out for today.
One thing that's so interesting, you say it's years in the making. It's actually a year in the making. Letitia James, investigated this case for a long time. That part you're absolutely right about. But a year ago is when this case was filed. Just to give you some perspective, here in New York County, I have cases that I filed back in 2017 that are still waiting for trial. This case has moved with lightning speed to a bench trial. And that's part of it. This is a bench trial. And when you ask what I'm looking for today, this is a very rare creature in really any courthouse, which is a bench trial on a civil case like this with such interesting issues. And this is a bench trial in front of a judge that already gave us kind of a preview of what he thinks of the Trump defendants in this case in his, I think you could call it, a scathing decision on a motion for summary judgment. So you're looking for a lot of evidence that to some degree we've already seen in this case, but the state, Letitia James, is going to be pushing to demonstrate to the judge that significant penalties are warranted because Judge Engoron already really sliced out much of the heart of this case by deciding the fraud issue before it ever went to trial.
So, Lindsay, we know Trump is in town, expected to be there for a couple days. Could he testify at any point?
All right, that's the question. He's expected to be here Monday and Tuesday, and I can just tell you out here, there is just a gaggle of press lining the courthouse. We've got barricades, more were just put up, police, more police just showing up as well. So security is high today. Now, as far as the witness list, we do have an idea of who we could see. The former president is on that witness list, as are his adult sons and his daughter, Ivanka Trump, Alan Weisselberg, former CEO, who pleaded guilty as part of a wide tax fraud scheme involving the Trump organization, Michael Cohen, the former president's former fixer and attorney. So these are a few names we could hear from. The trial's supposed to last potentially as many as 3 months, but it is possible that that witness list will be shortened, so the trial won't go on for that long. We know the judge is going to hold trial 5 days a week. And we also know what we're hearing from the former president, which is he has called Letitia James a racist. He's called her deranged. He's called this judge overseeing the case a Trump hater beyond even A.G. James. But we also have heard throughout this process from Trump attorneys saying, as we will prove at trial, the attorney general's case is severely flawed and her calculations are entirely inaccurate. Joe and Savannah.
And Danny, before we let you go, just tell us implications here for Trump's businesses with this civil trial.
So many of these issues, in a sense, we already know what direction this is going, because when Judge Engoron granted summary judgment, he really decided some of the core issues in this case, which is fraud and also that these business certificates apparently will be canceled. So I think we can fairly predict high likelihood that some of these Trump organizations or entities are going to have some problems with their business certificates. Now, what that means in a system, the Trump ecosystem that has so many interwoven companies, what that means in the long term remains to be seen. But much of this case is already over.
All right, Lindsay, Danny, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And also new this morning, California Governor Gavin Newsom has appointed LaFonza Butler to fill the seat and finish the term of longtime Senator Dianne Feinstein, who died last week at the age of 90.
Butler is the president of Emily's List, an organization that works to elect Democratic women to office. The 44-year-old is only the third black woman to serve in the Senate and the first openly LGBTQ person to represent California in the chamber. The appointment comes after Congress worked over the weekend to pass a short-term funding bill averting a government shutdown until at least mid-November. President Biden signed that bill Saturday night.
For more on all this, we are joined by NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, good morning to you both. This will be a last name segment as well, so we make sure you know who we're talking to. Ali Vitale, I'll get started with you and ask you about this selection specifically of LaFonza Butler to the Senate. Explain to us the decision by Governor Gavin Newsom to appoint her to office. We just heard a little bit about her background. What can we expect from her over the next year?
Look, this is a really fascinating pick, not least of all because she's currently registered to vote in Maryland. Of course, she'll be able to change that voter registration and be appointed in California. Nevertheless, this is Gavin Newsom being able to make good on a promise that he made, that he would appoint a black woman to the seat and that it wouldn't be someone who's currently running in this sprawling field of candidates. We already knew that Feinstein was going to step down at the end of her term, so there was a raucous race on for the Democratic primary there. People like Congressman Adam Schiff, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Congresswoman Katie Porter, a lot of members of the California delegation already serving in the House, trying to make the jump over to the Senate right now. But what's interesting in this appointment is that Newsom is making clear, an advisor to him said that the person who he appoints, in this case Butler, is not preempted from running for this seat, which means that Butler could join that very crowded primary field if that's ultimately what she decides to do. But look, there's a lot of other interesting threads to this. This is someone who was a former advisor to then presidential candidate Kamala Harris back in 2020. Of course, now Butler leads Emily's List, which is one of the preemptive organizations that helps elect women to office, with the caveat that they are pro-abortion choice women, pro-choice women who want to be on the ballot in that capacity. This is not just a nod to someone who elects women to office, but also someone who's protected reproductive freedom.
Let's bring in Rafa here, talk about the bill that Congress passed to keep the government funded through November 17th. So what was included in that, and what are we hearing from the president after he signed off on it?
Yeah, Joe. Well, this funding bill included disaster relief funds, but notably it did not include any money to bolster security at the border. Remember, that's something that Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans had wanted included in this. And it also didn't include any additional aid for Ukraine. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell actually had to withdraw his own Senate bill that included that aid to Ukraine to be able to boost Speaker McCarthy's chances of getting this passed in the House. And we saw the president speak publicly about this for the first time yesterday. He delivered remarks at the White House, and he said essentially that it didn't even need to come to this in the first place. He talked about this, quote, terrible bargain that he says that Speaker McCarthy had to make with those in the far right of his party to be able to keep his job, but at the risk of taking domestic priorities off the table. And he stressed how important it is for Speaker McCarthy to honor this commitment, this handshake deal that these two made a couple months ago during that debt ceiling crisis to, in part, include additional aid to Ukraine. Take a listen to some of his remarks yesterday.
My experience once again has brought us to the brink, this time to a government shutdown, and going back on the deal they made months ago, not keeping their word. Enough is enough is enough. I hope this experience for the Speaker has been one of a personal revelation. I'm not being facetious.
And that aid to Ukraine is still expected to be a big sticking point, as this funding bill only lasts for about 6 weeks. It's still unclear whether that's going to be brought up as a standalone bill or whether some border security funds will be tacked onto it to be able to get Republicans on board. So we're still pretty much in a wait and see mode as to how that will be presented.
And Ali Vitale, as we saw this drama unfold over this near shutdown, we've also seen this growing rift among House Republicans, as we've been sort of alluding to. Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz threatening to remove Speaker Kevin McCarthy from his job. Where do things stand on that front?
And promising that he's going to do it as soon as this week. Gaetz is someone who has long said, quite literally, that if McCarthy looked to his left and passed a continuing resolution in bipartisan fashion, he would push on a motion to vacate. That's exactly what happened here, and now Gaetz seems to say that he's going to make good on his promise. This then begs a few questions here. McCarthy basically said, bring it on. Let's do this. You've been threatening this for the entire tenure of my speakership. I'm finally ready to go for it. He thinks that he's going to be fine, but I've spoken to other members who are close to Gaetz who feel like not only is he going to file this motion, but he could be able to potentially drag this out. Now, from the moment that Gaetz introduces this motion, leadership can push the vote for about 2 days. So you can add whatever day he introduces this on, +2 for us to actually get to the vote. But a lot of questions here. Will Democrats save him? Will he get the Republicans he needs? It's going to be pretty chaotic.
Absolutely. Ali Vitale, Ali Rafa, thank you both very much. Good to see you.
So as we mentioned, at the heart of the back and forth over keeping the government open is the war in Ukraine. The deal struck over the weekend included no new money to help that country in its fight against Russia. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba explains.
Stop playing games. Get this done.
President Biden challenging conservative hardliners in Congress who are trying to block funding for Ukraine.
I can't believe those who voted
for supporting Ukraine. Overwhelming majority in the House and Senate, Democrat and Republican, will, for pure political reasons, let more people die needlessly in Ukraine.
The president pushing lawmakers to pass a supplemental bill to keep those funds flowing. The U.S. has already sent more than $113 billion in aid to Ukraine as it defends itself against a Russian invasion, much of it used for security and humanitarian assistance. Broad majorities in both parties on Capitol Hill back funding for Ukraine.
To the Republicans who say Ukraine doesn't matter to us, you're wrong. Respectfully, you're wrong. The war gets bigger, not smaller.
But voters are more divided, with 41% in a recent poll saying the U.S. is doing too much to help the country. Now it's up to Congress, and Speaker McCarthy today linked the money for Ukraine to additional border security as a way to get both sides on board.
There is a need for Ukraine. I support being able to provide the weapons to Ukraine, but America comes first.
Now, the White House can draw from an existing stockpile of weapons for at least the next several weeks to sustain Ukraine's battlefield needs. But a U.S. official tells me there's real concern about what happens after that if there isn't an agreement soon. Back to you.
Monica, thank you so much.
Well, police in upstate New York are desperately searching for a 9-year-old girl who went missing while camping with her family over the weekend. Authorities are now warning that they believe she is in imminent danger. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the details.
A desperate search in upstate New York for Charlotte Senna, the 9-year-old last seen late Saturday on a family camping trip, who authorities believe is in imminent danger.
They shared with me how joyful their little girl is. A 4th grader just recently elected to be a class officer for student council.
New York's governor says around 6:15 last night, about 200 miles north of New York City, Charlotte was riding her bike with friends in Moreau Lake State Park.
She just wanted to go around one more time by herself. Be that big girl, do it by herself. Literally 15 minutes later, she hadn't come back yet. And that's really when the nightmare begins. Her parents knew immediately something was up.
State police say the 4th grader's bike was found, but not Charlotte.
The scene was chaotic. People leaving their food, leaving their tables, just everyone in search, calling the name Charlotte. Charlotte.
State police activating an Amber Alert.
She was last seen wearing an orange tie-dye Pokemon shirt, dark blue pants, black Crocs, and a gray bike helmet.
Authorities already searching the park by air, with sonar in the water and with canines.
Hopefully there'll be a family that has been traumatized but is reunited.
In a statement, Charlotte's family saying, "We just want her returned safely like any parent would. No tip is too small. Please for help to bring Charlotte home." Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
All right, for many, unseasonably warm weather is kicking off this October.
That's right. Michelle Grossman is with us this morning to tell us more about that and give us our forecast. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we're going to be really warm. We're looking at temperatures anywhere from 10 up to 25 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. So a really warm start to October. Take a look at some of these numbers. Even Minneapolis near 90 degrees. That's 24 degrees above average as I get to 88 degrees later on this afternoon. 90s in Kansas City and Memphis, 87 degrees in Chicago. Really warm into the Northeast as well. We're looking at Pittsburgh, 81 degrees. That's 13 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. But look at this temperature divide. We have a cold front that's straight from New Mexico all the way to North Dakota. Back behind this front, we're looking at cool conditions, wet in some spots. Salt Lake City, almost 20 degrees below average today at 55. In the mid-70s in Las Vegas. That sounds warm, but still 13 degrees below what they're used to for this time of year. Then tomorrow, we're looking at another set of 80s and 90s as we go throughout Tuesday. 90 degrees in St. Louis, 84 in Green Bay, 21 degrees above average, 91 in Little Rock. That heat extends down to Houston, also Dallas, and to Birmingham into the mid-80s. 81 degrees in Lynchburg. And we're looking at a really warm Boston tomorrow, too. 80 degrees, 14 degrees above average. Still cool back behind this cold front as well. We're looking at Cheyenne, 62, a little bit below average, and into the 50s in Salt Lake City, 15 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. This pattern is going to stay in place as we go throughout Wednesday as well. We're still really warm on Wednesday into the 80s in Chicago, but notice that trail off as we get towards Thursday, also Friday. That's that cold front that's making its way towards the east. It's going to eventually make it into the Northeast by this weekend. So fall-like weather does return, but we're still really warm in Cincinnati on Wednesday, on Thursday. Same story in New York City, still in the 80s as we head towards Wednesday. Here's that cold front that I was talking about. Back behind it, we're really cool. Ahead of it, we're summer-like. But along this front, we're looking at some heavy rain that will maybe 2 inches per hour at times. We're looking at heavy mountain snow, too, in portions of mountains in the Utah area. We're looking at 8 inches in some spots. And then on the tail end of this, we're looking at a severe weather risk. Strong to severe storms as we head throughout the later part of today, especially once that daytime heating gets going. So parts of southern Colorado into western Texas, also New Mexico. That's the story today. That cold front's going to make its way towards the east tomorrow. So then we're talking about the central plains, looking at some really heavy rain. Could see some storms, too. Storms capable of strong winds, some large hail. Tornadoes are possible as well. This is Tuesday around 8 o'clock into the later evening hours and nighttime hours. Also looking at that heavy rain falling as well. In terms of that rainfall, we're looking at anywhere from 1 up to 2 inches. But some of that rainfall in some spots could be 2 inches per hour. So we could see some really heavy rain as we go throughout today, also tomorrow. The severe weather threat, mentioning portions of New Mexico, especially western Texas. We're looking at winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Some large hail. The tornado risk is low today, but not zero. And then tomorrow, that tornado risk gets a little bit higher as we look towards the central plains. But look at all that sunshine in most of the eastern part of the nation. So after that really long stretch of raw weather for us in the Northeast, we're looking at some nice conditions.
It's our reward week.
Yeah, we deserve it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. I was watching that from afar, like, wow, I can't believe what you guys dealt with last week.
We watched you from afar, too. We were jealous. Let's be honest.
See you in a little bit. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Coming up on Morning News Now, the trending full-body MRI scan that's catching the eyes of some top celebrities. But is it right for you? We'll take a closer look later in the hour.
But first, devastation in Spain over the weekend after a deadly fire ripped through a popular nightclub there, killing more than a dozen people. We have the latest after this.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There to some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner delivering.
All right, it just me too.
We're back with a closer look at the devastating scene of this weekend's nightclub fire in Spain. It killed more than a dozen people as friends and family were celebrating birthdays. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez reports.
Fire crews battling their way through the remains of this popular Spanish nightclub. Half-finished drinks still on the table as firefighters take on the flames. The enormous blaze ripping through the roof, gutting neighboring buildings, and filling the street with terrified onlookers. At least 13 people, most of them young, were killed in the fire, according to the mayor. And emergency crews searching the wreckage for those still missing. We don't know anything. We're waiting for news to see whether some of our family members have come out alive, he says. The tragedy unfolding in the city of Murcia in southeastern Spain. The fire broke out at around 6 a.m. at the Teatro nightclub, where Spanish media says several birthday parties were taking place. The alarms went off and all the lights went out and people were screaming fire, this man says. I could get out, but 5 family members and 2 friends are missing. The cause of the blaze still unclear. The city has declared 3 days of mourning, lowering flags to half staff. And Spain's prime minister saying, my love and solidarity with the victims and families of the tragic fire. Another night of celebration turning into a day of tragedy. Raf Sanchez, NBC News.
Let's stay on more international news now, and rescuers are on the hunt for survivors after a church roof collapsed during a mass in northern Mexico.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us with that and other news from around the world. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Authorities in Mexico say that at least 10 people have now died and 60 others were injured after a church roof collapsed on worshippers during Sunday Mass. Now, another 30 people were still believed to be trapped under the rubble, and rescuers worked throughout the night in a race against time to pull them out alive. A local bishop, Jose Armando Alvarez, said the church collapsed on worshippers while they were receiving communion. Let's go to Iraq now, where on Sunday authorities said that gross negligence and a lack of safety measures are to blame for the death of more than 100 people in a fire that swept through a crowded wedding hall last week. Iraq's interior minister said the owner of the wedding hall allowed 900 people in a venue designed for a maximum of 400, and that while the fire was accidental and unintentional, it spread quickly due to the flammable natures of the decorations used in the celebration. Well, let's end this short tour of the world in Indonesia, where a high-speed railway that will dramatically cut travel between the capital and another major city will be inaugurated today. The Chinese-made bullet train will allow passengers to travel between the capital, Jakarta, and the city of Bandung in just 40 minutes, down from a previous 3 hours. Now, the $7 billion project was largely funded by China and is a key project in China's Belt and Road Infrastructure Initiative. Back to you guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, full-body MRIs. It's a pricey procedure that has been trending lately among some top celebrities like Kim Kardashian.
But what exactly is it, and why are some medical professionals now sounding the alarm? Our doctor is in up next.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Another massive strike is set to begin this week, impacting health care for millions across the country. Kaiser Permanente workers are preparing to walk off the job starting Wednesday. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has the story.
In this season of labor strikes,
we are the future.
With the United Auto Workers taking on GM, Ford, and Stellantis,
Union power! Union power!
And the Actors Guild continuing to picket Hollywood studios.
Kaiser tricks will not divide. Workers standing side by side.
Preparations are underway now for what could be the biggest healthcare workers strike in U.S. history.
Our coalition is 1/3 of Kaiser's workforce, so it will have a huge impact.
75,000 healthcare workers at Kaiser Permanente are poised for a 3-day strike beginning Wednesday, targeting hundreds of facilities across California, Colorado, Oregon, Washington, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. Workers protesting what they say is Kaiser's short staffing crisis that puts patients at risk from long wait times for care. At the union office here in Los Angeles, members preparing for this strike tell us they have been pushed to the brink from the COVID pandemic and that their pay has not kept up with inflation or their workload.
I see workers that are doing the jobs of 2 to 3 people. So we're running around, we're stressed, we're busy, we're exhausted.
Kaiser Permanente, which has 39 hospitals and more than 620 medical facilities nationwide, says it's hired more than 50,000 frontline workers in the last 2 years despite labor shortages, and that it's, quote, optimistic that we'll reach an agreement and avoid this unnecessary strike. But the workers set to walk the picket line, which includes some nurses, lab technicians, pharmacists, and therapists, say Kaiser executives have been refusing to bargain in good faith.
Our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report. Well, in terms of the impact this could have on patients, in California, Kaiser Permanente has 9.4 million customers. The nonprofit healthcare provider is also the largest private employer in the state, so even a limited 3-day strike could have massive implications.
More and more celebrities like Kim Kardashian are taking to social media to tout the benefits of full-body MRIs as a form of preventative medical care. TV host Maria Menounos even credited the procedure with alerting her to a mass that turned out to be pancreatic cancer.
But for regular people, the procedure's not cheap, and now some medical experts are also concerned the new trend could potentially harm more than it helps.
For more, we're joined by NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Doctor, good to have you with us. So help us set the record straight. What are the concerns here, and can it really, a full-body MRI, help prevent diseases like cancer or catch things earlier?
Yeah, good morning, Joe and Savannah. So the most important thing with any screening test is that you want to make sure that if it's positive, it's a real positive. If it's negative, meaning you don't find anything, that it's a real negative. And I think that's the issue with full-body MRI scans. We hear about, and I think it's very important to kind of validate that someone who has had a finding, that's a real finding. But we have no idea, because these tests are not broadly used, how many people could have had something but that was missed? Because in a full body MRI scan, you don't necessarily use as many images or as much precise detail as a more targeted MRI or a targeted CT scan, which is a different technology.
So many of these full-body MRIs, as we're talking about, they're really expensive and they're often not covered by insurance. Right. You know, that's usually something that your doctor's just one scan kind of piecemeal type of thing that you're getting done as maybe symptoms come up or something. So if you are concerned about something going on with you, say a potential cancer risk, are there some inexpensive options?
Yeah, I think the key here is kind of understanding the risks and talking that over. Savannah, I have many patients, and I'm going to put myself in that category. If you have a family history of something, you're just trying to explore any possible options to make sure that you don't have cancer anywhere. And cancer, by the way, is the most common concern people come in with. So what I usually start with is recommending, is this somebody, because of their family history, they need blood testing that looks for genetic risks, and then that can inform some further testing. We look for specific things like heart disease with other more specific targeted tests towards the heart. That can involve blood tests, things like EKGs. So my recommendation is always to probe a little deeper. If it's a general concern about everything, which is I think what you're hearing a lot of celebrities talk about, they just want to see if they're healthy or they just want to live longer. I think that deserves a lot more attention into what is it you're really trying to eliminate? Is it the anxiety of dying? Is it the fear that you might get something? And then probe into that a little further. Doing one test that gives you potentially false reassurance is not the answer.
So when does a full body MRI make sense?
Yeah, we do order full body MRI scans in specific cases. We use them in those people that do have certain genetic risks. We also use them in prostate cancer and to look for things like metastatic breast cancer and ovarian cancer. They do get used and they get used appropriately. I look forward to a day when we have a cheap and easy body screening tool. Today is not that day.
Dr. Kavita Patel, useful information. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Well, there are new developments in the ongoing legal battle between former NFL player Michael Oher and the Tuohy family, whose story was the basis for the movie The Blind Side. A judge ruled to end the conservatorship between the two parties, even calling the agreement disturbing. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the latest.
Do you have any place to stay tonight?
Another off-screen twist in the Blind Side story. A judge giving a harsh rebuke before ending the decades-long conservatorship between former NFL player Michael Oher and the Tuohy family.
I would like to become a legal guardian.
The Tennessee judge saying she was disturbed that this kind of agreement was ever reached, saying in her 43-year career she had never seen a conservatorship like this one with someone who was not disabled, adding, "I cannot believe it got done."
A conservatee is normally somebody who can't take care of their own financial and other affairs by themselves. So they need a conservator to handle those things for them.
The headline-grabbing case will continue. Oher requested the Tuohy family provide an accounting of the money they may have gotten from the agreement.
We thank you for bringing us a new friend.
The Memphis family took Oher in when he was in high school, becoming his guardians as he became a football star.
You take a child like that and you bring him in and you love him and you clothe him and you feed him. It's just amazing the transformation that takes place.
Their story then lighting up the big screen in the Oscar-winning film The Blind Side, starring Sandra Bullock.
Those are my kids. Those are my kids.
In August, Oher filed a bombshell petition saying the couple misled him into thinking they were adopting him and instead placed him in a conservatorship, describing his side of the story in his 2011 book, I Beat the Odds.
They explained to me that it means pretty much the exact same thing as adoptive parents, but that the laws were just written in a way that took my age into account. Honestly, I didn't care what it was called. I was just happy that no one could argue that we weren't legally what we already knew was real. We were a family.
The petition going on to say that Oher never received any payment from The Blind Side, which grossed over $300 million.
If the judge sees that the Tuohys took advantage of the conservatorship and of Oher, then she could disgorge those benefits, claw them back, and give them to Oher.
The Tuohy family denying these allegations, calling the move a shakedown.
These people are truly devastated. I mean, this was their son. This was somebody they treated as a son who has made public these allegations that are just ludicrous.
Oher now legally separated from the Tuohys, but their legal battle over millions still remains. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Coming up, it is back to the bargaining table for SAG-AFTRA leaders and the big studios today.
Could a potential deal be coming soon as Hollywood's writers head back to work? We've got more on that next.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're back with financial headlines. Microsoft CEO expected to head to court today testifying in a major antitrust trial against Google.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has the details on that and some other financial headlines for us. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Yeah, so Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella is expected to testify today as a witness in the Justice Department's antitrust case against Google. The government argues Google, which controls 90% of the search market, illegally paid billions of dollars a year to smartphone makers like Apple and wireless carriers like AT&T to be the default search engine on their devices. Nadella will likely be asked about Microsoft's efforts to expand the reach of its Edge browser and Bing search engine and the hurdles posed by Google's dominance. Several Amazon customers taking to social media this weekend saying they received a series of false emails from the company about gift cards they never bought. Amazon's customer service reps getting a number of calls from people concerned their accounts may have been hacked. In a statement to CNBC, Amazon says an error in its system led to the emails being sent to customers. It says their accounts are safe and they can ignore those messages. And nearly 60% of adults say their wallets have been impacted by extreme weather over the past decade. This includes hurricanes, tornadoes, wildfires, earthquakes, flooding, and heavy snow. A new report from Bankrate finds higher energy costs are the most common expense, followed by spoiled food due to a power outage and home and property damage. About 3/4 of people say they experienced higher than usual electric bills this summer, with more than half saying these bills strained their finances, guys.
Yeah, those AC bills were rather high this summer. All right.
They
Thanks.
really are.
Still, actually,
Yes,
here in the Northeast.
Yes, agreed. Yep.
Thanks, Savannah. Appreciate it.
Well, for the first time in more than 3.5 years, federal student loan payments have resumed after pausing in March 2020 due to the COVID pandemic. It's another reminder of how the price of a college degree just keeps getting more expensive year after year, and it's leading some to question whether a traditional degree is really the only way to go. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz takes a closer look.
We know college tuition has gone up over the past few decades, but this episode of Jeopardy paints a very clear picture.
1985 tuition was a bit over $7,000 at this Durham, North Carolina university. In 2024, the cost will be north of $63,000. David?
What is Duke?
Correct.
The cost of going to a public university is 3 times higher now than it was back in 1980. In the early 80s, the average tuition for a 4-year college plus room and board was about $10,000, adjusted for inflation. Today, that number is closer to $30,000. The amount an average student takes out in loans, about $28,000, and the amount of Americans who have student loan debt, 45 million.
I was hearing people, I paid my loans off in my 30s, and I was still, and my 30s came and went, and the payments were still coming and not stopping.
When the pandemic hit, federal loan payments were put on pause, but that could only last for so long. Then came the fight over student loan forgiveness. Biden saying he was going to cancel up to $20,000 for those with student loans, and the Supreme Court saying, nope, you don't have the authority, and stressed out borrowers were now back to square one.
Oh, I wasn't going to pay. My thoughts were, I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe that you guys went back on your word, the inconsistency, I was so hopeful, and I was honestly grateful. I was actually grateful to the government for a couple seconds. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, and that's kind of scary.
The whole debate has many rethinking whether a college degree is worth the cost these days. According to a 2017 Harvard business study, 61% of employees say they rejected candidates who had the right skills and experience for the job only because they didn't have a 4-year degree. But critics question if it's really always necessary.
I wouldn't say a college degree is necessarily worth it. Doing what I do now, I definitely didn't need my college degree. I think my college degree helped me get a job outside of college, but it doesn't have much utility beyond that.
And some companies are taking pride in bucking the traditional recruiting mold.
There's no need even to have a college degree at all, or even high school. I mean, if somebody graduated from a great university, that may be an indication that they will be capable of great things, but it's not necessarily the case.
Within the next decade, 60% of all new jobs will be in occupations that don't require an associate or bachelor's degree, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. IBM even coined the term new collar and is encouraging applicants without degrees to apply, designing programs for non-college grads to hone skills rather than degrees. Bank of America and Dell are also dropping some of their degree requirements, even for entry-level positions that are double the minimum wage. So as the debt standoff plays out in Washington, a lot of prospective students are rethinking higher ed.
Our thanks to Gaudi Schwartz for that report. Well, the government is giving borrowers a year to get fully back on track. Missed payments over the next 12 months won't be reported to credit bureaus.
That is some good news there. All right. Today, Hollywood could take a big step toward returning to normal, with popular late-night shows making their return tonight. And actors will be sitting down at the bargaining table with studio executives. The SAG-AFTRA union officially went on strike 80 days ago, citing many of the same issues that were at the center of the recently resolved writers' strike. For more, we're joined by TV host and pop culture expert Andrew Freud. Good to have you with us. So who do we think is going to be at the meeting today, and where do things stand now between the actors and the studios?
Well, of course, the president of the Screen Actors Guild, Fran Drescher, will be there. The chief negotiator, Duncan Crabtree Ireland, will be there. And then we are expecting the top 4 media CEOs will be there. Donna Langley, of course, from NBC Universal, Ted Sarandos from Netflix, Bob Iger from Disney, and David Zaslav from Warner Brothers Discovery. And we are expecting, I'm fingers crossed, that they are going to really go down the line and make this deal, because the writers just obviously made their deal. And, you know, AI, everyone's talking about AI. That's, you know, one of the biggest sticking points is we need to have some kind of control over it. I mean, even can affect us. There could be AI newscasters, there could be AI actors. So they really want to, you know, basically get transparency on how the studios are going to control that.
Right, absolutely. Which would be sort of interesting because it's so out of control in so many industries. If this is one that really takes a first step. Walk us through the differences between the writer's strike that was just resolved and this one. And does the fact that the writer's strike was resolved kind of put pressure on this one to get on track?
It definitely puts a lot of pressure, but one of the big things that I think people don't think about is the Writers Guild has 11,500 members. Okay. The Screen Actors Guild has 160,000. So it's a much bigger organization. They have a lot of power, but there's going to be a lot of, you know, similar things. One of the things is viewership transparency. Right now, the streamers, they don't give out numbers. So when you're making sort of deals, you could kind of, you know, not get the best deal because you don't know how many people are. But now the Writers Guild, they are getting transparency in numbers. They're going to be confidential. They're not going to be released to the public. But the people making the deals are going to know how many people are watching these shows, for how long, and if it's a lot of people, they'll be compensated appropriately.
Which is going to be key to getting the money that they want to get. And
Yes.
so, I mean, speaking of the writers' agreement, could that be a little bit of a blueprint here? I mean, the two biggest sticking issues for both of these strikes are things we really didn't have to deal with before. Streaming residuals and AI, so they're kind of starting from scratch. The writers are settled. Could that help with the actors?
It's definitely going to help. And the other thing that's going to help is how they're going to handle residual income and royalties. For example, I'm on a TV show. I rely on my royalty income and residual income. And now, because of the transparency and viewership numbers, you're going to be compensated appropriately. So what the WGA did was they X'd out, you know, specific amounts of money per, you know, how big the budget is on a show. Same thing is probably going to apply to the Screen Actors Guild as well.
Lots of details to sort out. We'll see if they can. The fact that the big four are supposed to be in the room suggests.
Yes, we need them in the room, and they want to get it done, and we want to get Hollywood back to work, and I want to be able to interview actors again.
About things that aren't like, tell me more about your music career.
Tell me about your book club.
And don't mention that movie we're really
Don't talk about the movie.
Andrew Freud, thank you so much. Good to have you with us.
Thank you. Good to see you. Well, coming up, Olympic superstar Simone Biles stunning the crowd in her triumphant return to international competition.
We have got the history-making highlights and what we know about her mindset heading into 2024, the Paris Olympics. That's next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
I've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
I've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As expected, Taylor Swift made her second appearance in a row at a Kansas City Chiefs game, cheering on tight end Travis Kelce as his team beat the New York Jets 23-20. This is amid these romance rumors, and Swift was spotted with her arm around Kelce's mom, Donna. A ton of her famous friends, too, were also at MetLife Stadium right across the river in New Jersey, including Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, and Sophie Turner. Once it was confirmed that she would be attending, ticket sales doubled as football continues to experience the Taylor Swift effect. The NFL writing in their Twitter bio, we had the best day with you today. Pictures of Taylor taking over. I mean, it's amazing. And by the way, she looks like the cheer captain and she's in the bleachers. You know what I'm saying, Joe?
Exactly. There you go. There's the sign. I mean, it's good for the NFL right now, I'll tell you that. And Hugh Jackman was there too, right? It's
it's crazy, the number of people in that box. And she's been hanging out with Patrick Mahomes' wife, Brittany. I mean, it's just like, she's in there.
It's a thing. All right. We'll see what happens. Stay tuned for next week.
Yeah,
all right. Thanks, Savannah. For the first time since withdrawing from multiple events at the Tokyo Olympics, gymnastics superstar Simone Biles is set to return to international competition this week. The 26-year-old plans to take part in the 2023 World Gymnastics Championships in Belgium, which is the same place where she won her first world title a decade ago. For more, we are joined by senior writer at The Athletic, Kaylin Kaler. Good to have you with us. So, as we all know, it was a case of the twisties that derailed Biles at the Tokyo Olympics, but it also sparked that much-needed conversation around mental health and sports. So, what do we know about her mindset right now as she heads into these World Championships?
Yeah, so Simone has not officially told us that she is going for the Paris Olympics, but it's obvious that she is still at the very top of her game. And already at this World Championships, they've only gone through qualifying for the team competition so far. So nothing official, just to qualify to get into that women's team final on Wednesday. And already she has her fifth skill that will be named after her officially now. She landed the Yurchenko double pike vault, which is the hardest vault that women are doing. She is the only woman to do it. And she landed it in international competition, which means it is now officially named after her. So she is really doing her best gymnastics right now. So we can all infer she will be at Paris in 2024.
Yeah, she seemed to suggest to Hoda it was more likely than not. Maybe this upcoming week will give us some more final clues. So, I mean, she's already the most successful gymnast of all time, but she is constantly looking for ways to build on her legacy. Talk more about maybe new things we could maybe see from her this week.
Yeah, so as I said, she's going to keep debuting that vault, which is now named after her. She has the top all-around score right now, which is no surprise. Shilese Jones, another American, is in second in the all-around score. That competition won't officially happen until later this week, but this is based off of their qualifying scores. The Team USA, Simone is leading Team USA to a huge score in qualifying. They scored 177 points, which as of right now, there are more teams qualifying today, but that puts them 15 points ahead of the second place team. So that just kind of shows you how good and how far above this American team is, and they are led by Simone Biles.
And let's talk more about Team USA, because it really underwent this sort of massive overhaul with new leadership. I mean, what more should we know about those changes for Team USA?
Yeah, so previously Team USA was led by one director, and now instead of a one-person leadership structure, it is now three people, as you're seeing, Chelsea Memel, Dan Baker, and Alicia Sacramone-Quinn. They are together creating the national team, running the national team camps, and deciding who is representing the USA in a national competition. The biggest difference that the gymnasts have said is that they are creating a culture that's much more relaxed than the Karolyi culture, which preceded this, and even the Tom Forster culture, which was right before this. So USAG is really trying its best to clean up its image and to support its gymnasts' mental health and physical health, which is something they hadn't been doing in the past, and something that Simone, it's part of her legacy, as you mentioned. She had the twisties in the last Olympics, and she's been very vocal about needing mental health support.
All right. Kaylin Kaler, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And finally, at this hour, a major shift in a male-dominated tradition. A group of women in Northern California are reclaiming lowrider culture for a new generation. NBC News' Jose Diaz-Balart has more.
In Northern California, a group of women is leading a new generation, cruising together in style. Fueled by a passion for their beloved lowriders and their Latino culture.
It's a fun culture. We enjoy it.
Classic cars with candy-colored paint, tricked out to defy gravity.
That's what I'm talking about. We working out here.
But this car club culture also carries a much deeper meaning.
It was born out west more than 70 years ago as a way for Mexican Americans to connect with their community.
And now, a major shift in this mostly male tradition. Latinas like Debbie Martin and Ana Abad from the Lady Lowriders United are part of a growing group of women using their own cars to drive change.
Something that was all guys is now totally different.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Now it's grandmothers, grandkids, nieces, nephews, cousins.
It's really nice to see because you can see it's generational. It's a family thing.
Now behind the wheel, the group is uniting to empower other women, showing off their rides and raising tens of thousands of dollars for various causes close to their hearts.
How do you give back to the community?
I think that's the most important thing that we do. I think most of us have come from families that needed help when we were young, and we were on the receiving end. So now it's our time to give back.
Rosie Navarro brings daughter Lisette to each event in her 61 Impala.
I believe that the culture behind it comes with a passion, with unity, with family, with bringing people together.
Setting a new example for a new era of lady lowriders.
We're very proud to be Mexican American.
Because I'm proud of who I am, what we represent. I'm proud of our culture.
Oh, amazing. Our thanks to Jose for that story. And the Lady Lowriders are gearing up for their next big adventure, their annual Thanksgiving event to help feed families in need.
Helping so many people. All right, that's cool. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. It's good to be with you this Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now. Open for now. Congress passes an 11th hour short-term funding bill to keep the government open for 45 days. But President Biden warns the so-called MAGA Republicans will be back to try and thwart the next deal.
MAGA extremists once again have brought us to the brink. Enough is enough is enough. This is not that complicated. The brinkmanship has to end.
More on that, plus the mounting pressure on House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in the wake of Saturday's last-ditch deal. Also this morning, see you in court. Former President Donald Trump set to appear in a New York courtroom for the start of a $250 million civil suit over allegations of fraud. The trial comes a day after a bullish Trump predicted a major win in the Iowa caucus while on the campaign trail. Hitting the brakes, a Michigan auto supplier is laying off hundreds of workers days after the UAW decided to expand its strike action against the big three car companies. We've got the latest on that walkout, which is now in its third week. Plus, horror fans rejoice. Saw 10 kicks off Scream Fest season with a solid box office showing. We'll take a closer look at the newest installment in the franchise, plus all the other spooky offerings hitting screens this month. You a big horror movie person?
Yes, and I love to get into, just it's like spooky content starts tonight. What about you?
No, I hate them.
Oh. So does my husband, but in this month he'll allow it. Yeah.
But I like the Halloween aura all overall.
Yeah, there you go. Spooky season. All right, we get started this morning, though, in Washington, where the federal government remains open and will continue to be so for at least the next 6 weeks or so.
Yeah, Congress narrowly avoided a shutdown after agreeing to a short-term funding bill, keeping the government open through November 17th. But House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's job could be in jeopardy, with far-right members upset about how he handled the bipartisan deal. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
It was a wild weekend on Capitol Hill, with a shutdown looking all but certain on Saturday morning. But then a bipartisan breakthrough, mounting drama, and at the 11th hour, a presidential signature, avoiding what would have been a self-made crisis. But now that drama continues, with the House Speaker forced to defend his decisions and his gavel.
This morning, a government shutdown sidestepped for now. Congress passing an extension of federal funding for 45 days. President Biden signing the bipartisan bill late Saturday night, just before the midnight deadline. On Sunday, pushing lawmakers to seek a long-term deal quickly.
I strongly urge my Republican friends in Congress not to wait.
But even the short-term bill's path to passage was a rocky one, a bipartisan plan only emerging after Republicans failed on Friday to pass a party line bill. Speaker McCarthy on Saturday shifting course and courting Democratic votes.
There has to be an adult in the room. I am going to govern what is best for this country.
Then, as Republicans rushed the bill to the floor, New York Democrat Jamal Bowman pulled a fire alarm on Capitol Hill, later calling it an accident. Republicans accusing him of attempting to delay the vote and calling for punishment.
It's very dangerous. I don't know what happened.
And the drama doesn't end with final passage. Florida Republican Matt Gaetz now planning to force a vote to remove McCarthy this week for what he says is a long list of broken promises.
I think we need to rip off the Band-Aid. The one thing everybody has in common is that nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy.
The speaker firing back.
Yes, I'll survive. He's more interested in securing TV interviews than doing something.
Congressman Gaetz says he'll start the process to remove the speaker this week, with a 2-day window to hold a vote after he does. And while there are certainly other conservatives who are upset at the speaker, most House Republicans do still support him. So it really comes down to what Democrats want to do. Do they vote to get rid of a Republican speaker that they don't trust in exchange for a different Republican speaker who they don't know? Or do they vote to keep the speaker they did just work with to fund the government? It's the big question on Capitol Hill this week.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
Well, Congress may have been able to avoid a government shutdown at the last minute, but several questions remain unanswered this morning, including the future of funding for the war in Ukraine.
Congress did not include any aid in its continuing resolution as support for the war declines among Americans. Now, Ukraine's leaders await their future as the U.S. debates government spending over the next 45 days.
NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now for more on this. Hi, Richard. Thanks very much for being here. It's good to see you. So President Biden addressed Congress on Sunday, calling on Republican leaders to honor their deal to draft separate legislation addressing aid to Ukraine. Let's listen to a little bit of that talk on the other side.
I hope my friends on the other side keep their word about support for Ukraine. They said they're going to support Ukraine in a separate vote. We cannot, under any circumstance, allow American support for Ukraine to be interrupted. I fully expect the Speaker to keep his commitment to secure the passage and support needed to help Ukraine as they defend themselves against aggression and brutality.
So, Richard, what is the main argument here for this not being included in that continuing resolution, and then what needs to happen to get the aid secured for Ukraine?
So this is really a question of domestic politics in the United States. For Ukraine, the issue is very simple. They say that they need funding, and they do need funding, and they do need weapons in order to continue to defend the country against Russian aggression and Russia's ongoing invasion and attacks on the country. But they do realize now that support globally for an open-ended conflict is drying up. They're watching it happen in the United States. They're watching it happen in Eastern Europe. There are elections in Poland coming up, and Polish officials have also started vocally questioning how much money is spent to continue to allow Ukraine and help Ukraine defend itself against the Russian invasion. So they're feeling very nervous. I think you said it perfectly when you said they feel like they are on borrowed time. They are operating on other countries' political schedules and because of their own domestic politics outside the borders. I haven't seen Ukrainians as nervous as they are right now. They know that this war at this moment doesn't depend on them, that they're fighting, they're sending their sons and daughters to the front lines, and then they are watching somewhat helplessly the debates going on in the United States, in Europe, in Eastern Europe about their future. And President Zelensky and others are talking about appeasement, and they say, don't go down this road. Don't appease Vladimir Putin. Don't allow him to have 15 to 20% of Ukraine and hope that the situation will get better in a few years. But it is not up to them because they are dependent on foreign funding and foreign weapons.
Richard,
right now, the Ukrainians aren't saying very much. They are not, President Zelensky, because he recognizes that he's in a weak position, isn't weighing into this debate with the full use of his authority and his voice. He's not lashing out at Speaker McCarthy. He's not lashing out at the Republicans because they know that could only make things worse.
Richard, help us understand just the actual, no worries, the actual consequences of a lack of funding from America or potentially from other Western allies. How would that actually impact the ongoing war?
In many different ways. It impacts it on the immediate term, that right now Russian forces occupy close to 20% of the country. And they have defensive positions. They hold large parts of the east and the south, a band of territory that connects the Crimean Peninsula to mainland Russia. And that is areas that they hold. So without ongoing support for Ukraine, they would not be able, the Ukrainians wouldn't be able to try and take that territory back, and that territory would effectively be lost. Now, some might say that area is effectively lost already. So what's the point of spending more to allow Ukrainians to try and take back territory that they so far been unable to take back? Well, the Russian front lines are not fixed. They are also advancing in some places. So if you stop funding the war in Ukraine or the Ukrainians' ability to defend themselves, not only will they lose the territory potentially permanently or for a very long time that they have already lost to Russia, but Russian troops could make further advances and do another type of offensive heading toward Kyiv or other Ukrainian cities.
Richard Engel, as always, we appreciate you providing context in your reporting here. Thank you so much.
Former President Trump is expected to appear in court later today for the start of his civil fraud trial. The case was brought by New York's Attorney General. It accuses Mr. Trump, his adult sons, and his company of fraud by overinflating the values of their properties over the years. The Trumps and their company deny any wrongdoing. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has more on this.
Hey there, Mr. Trump is no stranger to legal jeopardy, but this one, guys, is different, with the future of his business empire on the line. Now, it's a civil case. There is no jury, but the stakes are sky high, with the judge already imposing a major legal blow.
Overnight, Donald Trump arriving at Trump Tower, ahead of the trial in the city he once called home.
It's a disgrace.
The former president, his sons, and his namesake company facing a $250 million civil fraud suit brought by the state's attorney general, accusing the Trump Organization and its executives of overstating his properties and assets by billions, lying on their annual financial statements to get more favorable loan terms. It's a case 4 years in the making, kicked off after Michael Cohen, Mr. Trump's former fixer, said this in front of Congress.
It was my experience that Mr. Trump inflated his total assets when it served his purposes.
assets like his apartment at Trump Tower, accused of falsely claiming on financial statements it was 30,000 square feet, when in fact it's a little under 11,000. Mr. Trump has denied all wrongdoing, often accusing the Attorney General Tish James, a Democrat, of weaponizing her office against him, including when he sat for depositions in this case.
This whole thing is very unfair.
While his lawyers have argued his lenders never lost any money, the judge overseeing the case didn't buy it, concluding Ms. James's office had proven fraud. Writing in a decision last week, Mr. Trump's financial statements clearly contain fraudulent valuations, dismissing his lawyers' claims as, quote, a fantasy world, not the real world. Judge Engeron even canceling the business certificates that allow Mr. Trump's companies to operate in the state. What now remains for trial? Allegations of falsifying business records, insurance fraud, and the size of any ultimate penalty. The state signaling it may call the former president to the witness stand.
If Mr. Trump should take the stand, the Attorney General cannot force him to answer any questions. But if he pleads the fifth, she can ask the judge to make a negative inference about that. Meanwhile, Mr. Trump already taking to social media to attack that same judge overnight. Back to you.
All right, Laura Jarrett, thank you so much. Well, it's now week 3 of the United Auto Workers strike, but both sides are still no closer to reaching a deal as thousands more joined the picket lines this morning.
The union has authorized a third walkout against both Ford and General Motors, prompting a heated exchange of words between the union's president and representatives from the two companies. Stellantis was not included in the strike expansion. UAW says that it made significant progress with the company.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Ohio with the latest on all this. Hey, Jesse, good morning. So we know the UAW president called for 7,000 more employees, in fact, to go on strike on Friday. Where do things stand now?
Yes, so Savannah and Joe, good morning to you. At this point, the stalemate continues between the big three automakers and the UAW. Worth keeping in mind, though, that the union can make a deal with any one of these companies at any time, so there could potentially be a breakthrough with one automaker with strikes ongoing for the other two. As you mentioned, the UAW just expanded its strike again on Friday. This is starting to become a pattern, a playbook they keep going to, where they expand at specific sites at specific companies and withhold some of the automakers, or at least one of the automakers, from being hit. And that's what happened on Friday. We saw that Stellantis averted getting hit with further strike in the union, saying that there was progress made at the last minute. GM and Ford were both hit, though, and for Ford, this is notable because just a week earlier, Ford had gotten a pass from the union on getting the strike to expand. UAW's president tells me that he believes that Ford went backwards in negotiations, but Ford says it believes at this point the union is just holding up a deal specifically and largely over electric vehicle battery plants. Remember, EVs are something that has been a concern for the union, some in the union, because potentially EVs will not have as many union jobs because EVs could take fewer jobs to make those vehicles, guys.
So, Jesse, in the meantime, we're seeing several layoffs go into effect as we are amid these strikes. What more can you tell us about those layoffs?
Yes, so there have been layoffs from the automakers. There have also been outside companies that have announced layoffs or the potential for layoffs, and it just speaks to the ripple effect of this strike. It stretches beyond these companies directly. We know that the union has vowed to give the equivalent of strike pay to its members who are laid off temporarily as a result of the strike. So that could wind up eating to the UAW strike fund a little bit more. But remember, guys, we're only talking about around a fifth, less than a fifth of the UAW's total big three workforce that is on strike right now. And that means that the money that the union has to fund its striking could continue to stretch for quite some time.
Jesse, the UAW did record a small victory. This was late last night, reaching a deal with Volvo Group-owned Mack Trucks, avoiding a strike for that company. Is this a sign of hope that the union can reach an agreement with the big three? Can anything that got done there kind of transfer over?
Well, so what we're looking at right now, Savannah, is the agreement potential between three different companies, right? We're talking about Stellantis, the Jeep maker. We're talking about General Motors. We're talking about Ford. And these are national agreements. And it's hard to know exactly where things are in negotiations because although the union has said that it has moved from its initial demands in bargaining, I continue to press for an answer on where they've made moves, and the union balks at sharing any details on that. So we don't know how close the two sides are on a deal. But again, a deal can be made between the union and any one of these automakers at any time. So we don't need, it's not all or nothing. So there's the potential that there could be one deal and then potentially a domino effect after that.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much for staying on this for us.
Our first Monday in October is off to a welcome quiet start when it comes to the weather.
That's right. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is with us again. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we are quiet, which is a nice relief. We're starting out October, but we're starting out warm in many spots, feeling very summer-like. Temperatures anywhere from 5 up to 25 degrees above normal for this time of year. That starts in the plains and then it heads on east. Now, we have a cold front that's straight from New Mexico all the way to North Dakota. Back behind this, we're looking at below average temperatures. We're looking at heavy snow in the northern Rockies, even up to 8 inches of snow. Also looking at some heavy rain as well. Could see some thunderstorms. We'll go all through that later. But the Pacific Northwest also looking at some wet weather. Ahead of this front, we are above average temperatures in the 80s, the 90s for this first week in October. Seasonable and sunny in the southeast. We have lots of sunshine. Big area of high pressure in portions of the Tennessee Valley, the Ohio Valley, the northeast will be really sunny today and warm. New England looking really good as well. Could see some sea breeze storms later in Florida. That would be later on today into the afternoon and evening hours. Now, as we near Wednesday, we watch that cold front move a little bit to the east. So now we're looking at rain stretching from the Great Lakes through portions of the Mississippi Valley into the southern plains. Could see a storm threat as well. That includes a chance for tornadoes, certainly heavy rain, some hail, also some really gusty winds. Snow continuing once again in the northern Rockies. And then we're going to dry down the Pacific Northwest by Wednesday. Rain also in the upper Midwest. Sunny conditions linger into portions of the east. We're looking at sunny skies also in the southeast. But then by Friday, that front makes it to the northeast, and then we're talking showers to end the work week, and we're going to return to fall-like weather by the weekend in portions of New England, the northeast, into parts of the mid-Atlantic as well. We're going to see temperatures in the 60s. Feeling like fall back behind that front. Also, plenty of sunshine lingering for the end of the week into parts of the west, and we're looking at sunny and warm in the southwest. So talking about the heat today, we're cool in the west, and we're really warm, summer-like in portions of the plains all the way to the east. So 80s and 90s. Look at Minneapolis today, near 90 degrees, 88. That's 24 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 80s in Chicago, 80s in Oklahoma City. We're looking at 90s in Kansas City, also in Memphis, mid-90s in Houston. That's 9 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. And this heat dome, it's a big area of high pressure bringing in this warm air. So we're looking at Pittsburgh, 81 degrees, 13 degrees above normal. And then there's that cool weather back to the west. Salt Lake City just in the mid-50s, 17 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. That pattern stays in place tomorrow, also Wednesday, and then eventually that cold front's going to slide to the east, kind of dropping those temperatures. So we're looking by tomorrow, Cheyenne, 62 degrees, 57 in Salt Lake City, and still tons of 80s and 90s. Record-breaking temperatures. We broke some records yesterday. Some of the warmest October days on record in some spots yesterday. Could see that once again today, 90 in St. Louis, 84 in Greenberg, 80 degrees in Cleveland. So that's a big story. We're going to keep hold on to these warm temperatures in portions of the Northeast on Wednesday. 80 still, 81 degrees in New York City. But notice that trail off. And then by the weekends, we're looking at temperatures even in the low 60s. So really fall-like by the weekend. Now, there's that cold front. Back behind it, we have the cool temperatures. Ahead of it, really warm. But in between, there's that transition zone, that clash zone. So we're looking at the chance for heavy rain along this cold front, even those mountain snow, up to 8 inches in some spots in the northern Rockies. A severe risk in the West Texas, southern Colorado, into portions of New Mexico. Could see some pretty gusty storms with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, and also the chance for some large hail. This cold front moves a little bit slow, but it moves to the east. So by tomorrow, we're looking at a chance of rain from the southern to the northern plains. Also, still seeing some snow in portions of the Rockies. We're looking at storms capable of strong winds up to 60 miles per hour, just like today. Large hail is possible. The chance of a few tornadoes. It's not the greatest threat, but it's not zero either. Also looking at the chance for some heavy rain that could prompt some flash flooding, because we could see 2 inches per hour. We have a lot of moisture with this cold front. Now, talking about that rainfall again, up to 2 inches per hour. There's that front. Really easy to see from the northern plains into portions of the southern plains. This is over the next couple of days. These darker spots, the reds, the yellows, the oranges, indicating where we expect the highest amounts of rain. Now, in terms of the storm threat, that we're talking mainly this afternoon into the evening hours. We sort of need that daytime heating to kind of spark these storms. So again, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, the hail there, and also the chance for a few tornadoes. That's mainly in portions of New Mexico, also western Texas, where you see the yellow. That includes Roswell. Could see some strong storms. But again, today, abundant sunshine for a lot of us. The big story will be that temperature difference across country.
Yeah, really. Oof, I know. And still feeling so warm here, as we were saying before.
And that's really for the entire week. We're going to keep these warm temperatures in place.
Looking ahead, I like this week.
I do too. I'm not complaining.
Oh,
Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Michelle.
It's a gift.
Coming up, a desperate search in open waters.
Authorities in California are looking for the victim of an apparent shark attack. Details on that incident up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We are back with a look at that urgent search for a missing girl in upstate New York. Officials say the fourth grader disappeared over the weekend while on a camping trip with her family.
NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest on all this. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Charlotte Senna was last seen Saturday evening on her bike. She was with her family and close friends on a weekend camping trip in Saratoga County, not far from her home. Now teams are searching by ground, air, and water, looking for any trace of this little girl.
This morning, a desperate search is underway for 9-year-old Charlotte Senna, who police say may have been abducted while out biking in upstate New York. Over 100 law enforcement and volunteers searching for the little girl on the ground and from the air.
We are leaving no stone, no branch, no table, no cabin unturned.
Police issued an Amber Alert Sunday morning after her parents reported Charlotte missing during a family camping trip.
When we couldn't find her here, it was quite possible that an abduction had taken place.
Authorities say Charlotte was last seen around 6:15 Saturday evening in Moreau Lake State Park, riding her bike in the campground's Loop A with her close friends. That's when the fourth grader decided to go around one last time by herself before the sun went down. But 15 minutes later, she still had not returned to the campsite.
Her parents knew immediately something was up. They called her name. People started searching. People from other campgrounds joined.
Police say Charlotte's bike was recovered along Loop A at 6:45 p.m. Her mother called 911.
Our Bureau of Criminal Investigation has been conducting interviews with those in the park.
Her family telling NBC News, "We just want her returned safely, like any parent would. No tip is too small." They say their little girl always looked out for others with a kindness that attracted so many friends.
Hopefully there'll be a reunion. Hopefully there'll be a family that has been traumatized but is reunited.
Moreau Lake State Park posted on Facebook the park is closed until further notice, writing in part, "For everyone asking what they can do to help, please stay off the trails and away from Moreau. Leave all searching to the professionals."
All right. Let's hope for the best here.
Yeah, heartbreak makes you sick. Yeah, it
Yep.
really does. Thank you so much.
A search of another kind is underway off the coast of California, where officials say a man went missing after reportedly being attacked by a shark. The incident prompted an emergency response from 4 different agencies, which are now racing to find the victim in open water. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
Today, multiple agencies in California are searching for a swimmer who apparently was attacked by a shark.
There's a text to 911 for a possible shark bite.
This morning, an urgent search for a missing swimmer after authorities believe he was attacked by a shark in the waters off the coast of California.
The subject was still in the water.
Emergency teams were dispatched to Wildcat Beach, a remote area in the Point Reyes National Seashore, 30 miles north of San Francisco, after the man's friend sent a text to 911 saying they were swimming in the Pacific Ocean and had been attacked by a shark.
2 of those persons made it back to shore safely. The victim did not.
We did not see a subject in the water, so we began a search, both from the air, water, and land. We searched for 2 hours and yielded no results.
The incident comes after a busy summer of shark encounters along the shores of the East Coast.
Shark attack at the lifeguard station isn't easy.
Attacks in New York leaving swimmers on alert for months, and dramatic sightings in Florida. In June, paddleboarders off the shore getting a surprise visit from a hammerhead lurking in the water, and a recent shock on a Pensacola beach. Rescuers helping a massive shark stranded in the water. Back in California, the search continues for a swimmer as his friends wait for answers.
With the water frigid off California's coast, hypothermia is a major concern as time becomes a big factor in the search. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you. Well, coming up, going around in circles?
Yeah, they might be the norm in other countries, but roundabouts, could they be catching on in the U.S., making roads safer and saving drivers a little time? We'll take a closer look at the rising trend next.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with a possible solution to traffic gridlock, but it's one that a lot of Americans don't like. We're talking about roundabouts. More cities are looking to replace their stoplight intersections with traffic circles. But do they really make commutes faster and safer? NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra visits the roundabout capital of the South to find out.
Some call this a traffic circle. Maybe you know it as a rotary.
Oh my God, you really do love roundabouts.
I love a roundabout. No matter what you call them, in Oxford, Mississippi, you can't miss them.
You're never too far away You're from the just next never roundabout. too far from the next roundabout.
And that's just the way she likes it. Mayor Robin Tannehill took us driving in circles in what she calls the roundabout capital of the South.
I hear you have a nickname.
I do have a nickname, Roundabout Robin.
In Europe, roundabouts are everywhere. Here in the U.S., they're not that common, but they are on the rise. This college town in Mississippi has built 21 new traffic circles in 6 years.
This is one of 34 roundabouts in the area, but the city of Oxford is not the only city going all in on roundabouts.
Bend, Oregon has almost 50, Lincoln, Nebraska has more than 75, and Carmel, Indiana has around 140. Studies show roundabouts drive down serious injury and fatal crash rates by 90%. Drivers are forced to slow down. And there are fewer conflict points for vehicles, saving lives and maybe saving time. Marvin King has a front row seat.
How much of a difference has it made in your daily life?
Oh, right here, this would have taken forever because it would have been a slow stop. Bye, Franny. Have a great day.
Dropping off his kids at school, the Oxford father lives what studies also show. Those circles are cutting his commute.
Throughout the course of a week, you know, I'm probably saving 30 or 40 minutes.
But with growth comes growing pains. A new roundabout near Orlando, Florida opened a second lane last summer and saw 131 crashes since. Officials there say as more drivers have gotten used to it, the numbers have gone down. And even in the so-called roundabout capital of the South,
usually I yell at them in my car thinking that they can hear me.
Not everyone is along for the ride.
Do not like them one bit. I hate them.
Like them or not, they're here to stay, with more on the way.
I have gotten calls from other mayors, you know, saying, okay, we're thinking about a roundabout.
And this mayor hopes her corner of the South,
a roundabout is a great solution in Oxford, Mississippi,
can be a roadmap to the future. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Oxford, Mississippi.
Huh, interesting. Yeah. I don't mind them.
It depends. The ones that are well labeled,
yeah.
I like. The ones that aren't, I feel like are a little more dangerous.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
There you go. Well, Sunday Night Football is feeling the Taylor Swift effect. The star made her second appearance in a row at the Kansas City Chiefs games last night against the Jets, cheering on tight end Travis Kelce, and it seemed to work. The Chiefs beat the Jets 23-20.
That could have been bad, though. NBC News correspondent Emily Cash.
It was a nail biter.
Yeah, stunningly a nail biter. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Savannah, you know, this was a night tailor-made for us.
Yeah.
For Swifties and football fans alike, amid a fierce face-off between the New York Jets and the Kansas City Chiefs. Some fans were just Team Taylor, with the pop star making back-to-back appearances at Chiefs games and driving a whole new population to tune in to Sunday Night Football.
She's here. Taylor is in the house.
It wasn't just any Sunday night. After a week of hype that transformed an early season football game into a blockbuster TV event.
Hi, Swifties. We'll be with you all night.
The Taylor Swift NFL takeover was complete.
Touchdown!
Her many, many fans welcomed to the game by our own Carson Daly with some help from the voice coaches.
We really hope something enchanting makes you feel like this tonight.
Chiefs, Jets, welcome to New York, everybody.
The singer cheering on Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. The excitement started hours earlier with some fans not tailgating, but rather Taylor-gating.
I'm super excited, much more excited to see her than I am to see any of the football players.
Inside the star-studded stadium, Swift spent time with Kelce's mom, Donna Kelce. The two arm in arm, with Donna wearing her son's number 87 jersey. Swift was flanked by famous friends, including Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively, Sophie Turner, and Hugh Jackman.
Is it surreal to be able to see Taylor Swift in the same stadium as you guys?
It's surreal.
Yes.
We're bringing the same ad. Swift's rumored romance with the Chiefs star appearing to heat up after she stunned fans by showing up to Kansas City's Arrowhead Stadium the week before.
Shout out to Taylor for pulling up. That was pretty ballsy.
And once word got out that Swift would be attending, ticket sales for the Chiefs-Jets game quickly doubled, and prices jumped from $80 to more than $170 in the days that followed, according to online marketplace TickPick. And the football world has been leaning into Swift mania. The Chiefs even exchanging friendship bracelets ahead of the game.
I know what these are all about.
Which they won 23-20 with their famous fan in the stands. At MetLife, some couples bonding as their worlds collide.
He's a Swiftie and I like football now, so our two loves are merging.
And there are no signs of the Swift effect slowing down. The Eras Tour movie and 1989 Taylor's Version album are still to come later this month. And if you need further proof of her dominance, believe it or not, more Americans are aware of Taylor Swift than they are the NFL, according to a Morning Consult study. Yeah, that will make your head turn. I'll also point out, I was at the game last night. I was in the sea of like diehard Jets fans. And even they, who were obviously there to see the game, were talking about like I could overhear them. Oh, is that Taylor Swift? Like, I think that's her in her long black sleeves, like the long blonde hair. Like these are Jets fans, like all these men like trying to find her in the crowd. So it was definitely, she was the talk of the game.
I like the one fan said, and I like football now.
Yeah.
Oh, so many people. I'm calling it the Taylor Swift game.
Yes, or it's like, I'm more excited to see Taylor than the players, for sure. Like that's a lot of the message I was getting. It was funny.
So funny. Oh my God, I love it. Emily, thank you so much.
You.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up, writing for your mental well-being.
We're going to speak with actor Brittany Snow and entrepreneur Jesper Guest about their September Letters initiative. That's next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand. And officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
I've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, September might just barely be over, but the mental health platform, the September Letters, is going from strength to strength, celebrating its 3-year anniversary as well as a new book. It's co-founded by actress Brittany Snow and entrepreneur Jasper Guest. The September Letters focuses on mental health and wellness through the platform of shared letters and therapeutic writing and really sharing your story with others. For more, we are lucky enough to be joined by Brittany Snow and by Jasper Guest. Thank you so much for being here. I've got Jasper here on set with me, Brittany on Zoom, so we're going to kind of work this out because I know that I love your story, which is actually where I want to start with the two of you and how this kind of came to be. Jasper, I'll ask you just since you're right here on set. Tell me a little bit about you and Brittany beginning this together and how this came to be this actual book.
You know, we never meant to write a book. We meant to write a journal, and then all of a sudden it transformed into a book. Brittany and I have been friends for a really long time, and I knew of her story, and one day she was like, I really want to do this thing, and I was like, I help people do things. Let me help you. And so we started working on it in 2018, and then it launched in September 2020, and when we flipped our website live, we were just praying for like 1 or 2 letters, and we've gotten quite a few letters since then, and it's been, you know, kind of an incredible experience. And then on the website, you can read a letter, write a letter, or request a letter.
I love that feature, and I'm going to get to that in just a minute. Brittany, I want to bring you in here and talk through. I know some of this was inspired by you sharing your own story and what kind of the power of writing a letter or writing down or expressing your story is to other people. What has that meant for you, and what have you seen it mean to other people?
Yes, this all started because I read an article in a magazine when I was a kid, and I didn't understand what mental health even was. And I found my own story in someone else's words. I realized that I had something that didn't make me crazy. It made me actually quite normal. And so I ripped that article out of the magazine and carried around in my back pocket as a symbol to signify hope and that there was other people going through the same thing. And then I came out with my story when I was 21, and I went to, I shared it in a magazine article as well. I went to a coffee shop after the article had come out, and there was a girl in the coffee shop who was crying, and she turned around and she had my article that I had written in her back pocket. And it was this sort of full circle moment where I realized that as small or as big as our stories are, or how different we may seem, they really do connect us and could be that missing ticket to make us feel more united and connected. So that's where it sort of started.
I mean, how cool, the full circle of you having had that experience with somebody else and then somebody sharing that with you. Jasper, let's now talk about the website, because this book that I'm physically holding,
there's a back pocket in there.
There is a back, okay, so tell me the back pocket, because I love this.
I don't know, you know, Brittany's story is so like symbol around this back pocket. For us, we wanted to give people that opportunity to have a back pocket, and you know, it's all about sharing your story and feeling less alone, and that was something that's really important to us.
Yeah, I love it. It's where you can kind of keep your own.
You can store anything. You can store like notes. You can rip pages out. You know, this book is supposed to. We really like to say it's a tool.
Yeah.
It's more of a guidebook. It's not a book. You can open it to any page. That's the letter of the day that's meant for you. You don't have to read it in a traditional sense. And so we want it. That's why there's doodles. She and I are big on doodling. Like we want you to kind of make it a livable, breathable tool in your everyday life.
Absolutely. And it really is true that you can open it up and anything's there. So there's this physical book, which is fabulous. And like you said, it's more kind of, it's a collection, I'd say, right? Not doesn't need to be experienced like a book. But then there's also the website. So talk through what this exactly means, what September Letters as a whole, what this does on the website where you can request a letter, you can write a letter. What does that mean?
You know, there's a lot of science-backed data on letter writing initiatives, and for us, it was about the power of putting a pen or a keyboard or whatever to paper and telling your story. And like what Brittany has shared, her story about when she shared and someone saw their story in themselves. Very much when I read your Team Vogue op-ed, which was really remarkable and amazing, I'm sure a lot of people, and even myself, was like, oh my God, that is me. And you know, there's a part in life where you feel very isolated when you're going through these traumatic moments and you feel like I could be the only person on the planet going through this, and you're not. And that's really what the September Letters, you know, website platform is all about, is someone seeing their story in someone else's. And also with you writing your story, and I'm sure you had this experience, it's very therapeutic. You know, you actually see how far you've come and where you're going. And so it kind of has not only the help for yourself, but help for others.
Absolutely, yeah. It actually was kind of incredible through that experience, and thank you for bringing that up. Hearing actually from parents, because I was writing about my experience when I was younger, being like, my child is experiencing these very specific things that they think, oh my God, there's shame around it, or who can I talk to? Do I tell a doctor? So it's so true. Brittany, I was really struck by just even going on the website where there's an area where you can be requesting letters, or people have even just kind of used like this comment feature to just start writing openly. I'm dealing with this, I'm this old, and this doesn't feel good at school. Tell me about some of the things that you've heard from people that have really stuck with you.
I think really that's the backbone and the seminal part of the website, to be honest, is the connection piece of the website, being able to just reach out and say, is there anyone out there that has this experience as well? And forming that community and creating that shared connection, I think, is the key to sometimes feeling and beginning your mental health journey and recovery. And so I think it's my favorite part of the website, to be honest, is sort of a pay it forward effect. You can ask someone to, like, please write a letter for me. And the giving and the sharing that I've seen on the website really reignites hope in humanity, because people do. They take the time to write things for strangers just to share their experience.
Absolutely. Well, Brittany Snow, it looks early still and dark where you are, so I appreciate you being able to join us on this. Jasper Guest, thank you for being here. I love your friendship and what you're doing. Miss you, Britt. I know, we wish you were here with us. You'll have to do it next time. September Letters, this is fantastic. Thank you both so much for joining and sharing, especially as we're headed towards Mental Health Awareness Day. We appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, today, negotiators for the Screen Actors Guild are set to meet with studios for the very first time since going on strike. Meanwhile, writers are back at work, and late-night talk shows are making their return tonight. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has the details.
Hey there. For the first time since May, late-night talk shows will be brand new as hosts like The Tonight Show's Jimmy Fallon make their return to TV. But with the actors still on strike, the spotlight is shifting to some of Hollywood's biggest stars.
For the first time since May, late night is making its return to TV. HBO becoming the first network to get talk shows up and running again.
We've been off air for the last 5 months due to the writer's strike, which I'm very happy to say is over, and even happy to say was successful. So
Last Week Tonight with John Oliver premiering last night. And over the weekend, Real Time with Bill Maher making its on-air return for the first time since the 148-day writer's strike came to an end.
It's been a long time. Let's not ever be apart this long forever.
Tonight, 4 more hosts will bring their shows back.
I missed you guys so much. We are back.
Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Kimmel, and Stephen Colbert all back on set for their long-awaited return.
Live in the Ed Sullivan Theater for the first time in 5 months.
But the comeback comes as Hollywood is still missing some of its biggest stars. While writers are able to return to work, actors are in the midst of an 80-day strike of their own. Sources familiar with the talks say the Actors Union will meet with the AMPTP today for the first time since the strike began. The group represents studios, including NBC Universal's parent company Comcast. Several studio executives are also expected to attend. While WGA's latest contract will act as a framework outlining protections against AI and an increase in residuals from streaming, actors are also asking for other key issues, including changes to the audition process, which the union says has become unregulated and out of control.
It's not how much longer can we go without work, it's how much longer can we go to get what we need.
Without a deal, actors won't be able to film or even promote any new movies or TV shows, meaning it could still be months before new scripted content is released.
Great to be back. I missed you too.
Still, with the revival of late night, Tinseltown is one step closer to shining again.
With actors still on strike, it will certainly be interesting to watch. Late Night with Seth Meyers is making its return without guests, while others have actors on to promote their side projects. But of course, these are nightly shows, so we're going to see how they handle this in the coming days as they hold out for SAG-AFTRA to strike a deal. Back to you.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much. Let's get to some money news. Apple is coming out with some answers after complaints about the new iPhone 15 overheating.
CNBC's Silvana Henao is back with that and other financial news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Yep, so Apple says a bug in iOS 17 is what's causing the new iPhone 15 Pro to overheat while being used or charged. The company will issue a fix in an upcoming software update. After getting complaints, Apple says the devices may feel warmer after they're set up or restored because of increased background activity from third-party apps. Those include Instagram, Uber, and the video game Asphalt 9. Apple says the issue is not due to the design of the iPhone 15, and it's not a safety risk. The UAW striking a tentative contract deal with Mack Trucks, narrowly averting a strike at the company. The union has about 3,500 members working at 5 factories in Pennsylvania, Florida, and Maryland. The contract with Mack, which is owned by Sweden's Volvo Group, was set to expire just before midnight on Sunday, and the deal comes as the UAW continues its strike against Ford, GM, and Chrysler parent Stellantis. And India's elderly population is forecast to double in the next 25 years, overtaking the number of children in the country. A report by the UN Population Fund predicts there will be a decline in people aged 15 to 59. India is the world's most populous country and currently has the largest youth population, with 2/3 of citizens under 35. The rise in the aging population will bring a number of economic challenges, including income insecurity and lack of proper health care, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Savannah. Appreciate it. Coming up, Feel the Fear.
Get ready to jump as we take a closer look at what's hitting our screens this spooky season and find out how more women are getting involved in horror movies. That's next.
hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Taylor Swift's Eras Tour is, of course, coming to movie theaters in a couple of weeks. And now we know Beyonce is not far behind. A movie based on the music icon's blockbuster Renaissance World Tour will hit U.S. theaters on December 1st. A trailer dropped last night showing the singer rehearsing with her oldest daughter, Blue Ivy. She can be heard saying, "When I am performing, I am nothing but free. My goal for this tour was to create a place where everyone is free and no one is judged." A great message there. Ticket pre-sales are open at theater chains, including AMC, Regal, and Cinemark. So plenty of music and movie theaters coming up in the next few
I
months.
love those where it just feels like you're there.
Exactly.
You know, very exciting.
It's cheaper,
and we
too.
needed it. Yeah, that's for sure. All right, finally this hour, we are also going to talk about other things in the theaters. Spooky season, that's got many of us searching for this year's perfect scary movies.
And if you've been too frightened to watch in the past few years, well, you're in for a treat. Horror films have changed a lot recently, becoming more complex and actually getting good reviews.
Wow, there you go. Nikki Novak is a correspondent for Fandango. She joins us now on set with more. Hi, it's great to have you with us.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome to the show.
Thank
Happy
you.
spooky season.
Yes, but excited for Beyonce and Taylor Swift's movie, too.
I know. I mean,
yes,
yeah,
can't
talk
wait for
about
those.
Maybe there's spooky elements. We don't know yet.
We'll find out.
Also, I did love how many commercials there were for the Taylor Swift one in the Chiefs game last night.
I wonder why.
The Chiefs-Jets game, I should say. Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, talk to us about what's been in theaters already that I think is doing pretty well in terms of spooky season and what we can expect coming up.
So Saw X just came out over the weekend, and here's the thing that's happening with horror movies in 2023 and in the last couple of years is that they're doing incredibly well at the box office. This one pulled in $18 million domestically, almost 30 worldwide. But the important thing to remember about these things is horror movies are fairly cheap to make by Hollywood standards. It was a $13 million budget, so they've already made their money back the first weekend.
Oh, wow, interesting.
And then as far as what's coming out, what we're seeing a lot is these legacy sequels. We saw a couple of years ago, the Halloween trilogy came back with Jamie Lee Curtis, and The Exorcist, 50 years after the original film was the first horror movie nominated for an Academy Award for Best Picture at the Academy Awards. Exorcist Believer is coming out this weekend, and Ellen Bernstein is back. I know. She's back in great form and ready to exorcise those demons again. I know, she's incredible. And Leslie Odom Jr. is starring in it. So you're having these highbrow actors come in and star in these films. And then another one that I'm excited about, and this is another thing that's happening with the horror genre, is it's becoming a little bit more subversive, and to use a pun, it's bleeding over into other genres. So Five Nights at Freddy's is based on a video game franchise. It's going to be streaming on Peacock on October 22nd and coming out on theaters on the same day. This one stars Josh Hutcherson, and it stars also a bunch of animatronic animals that are demons and haunting, they're the ghosts of children. So you're seeing a lot in horror films, different sort of things happening, and a lot of auteur filmmakers coming in and changing up the genre.
Yeah, that's great. And also women. Let's talk about the role women are playing in these movies and how that's changed so much in recent years.
Yeah, so we remember about 20 years ago, it was a lot of these horror slasher films with a lot of gore, a lot of violence. There was always a woman running in the woods, and she was usually the first to be killed. Those days are over. Now you're having actresses like Jessica Chastain, who came in and did the movie It a couple years ago, as well as Octavia Spencer a couple of years ago, an Academy Award-winning actress starring in a film like that. And that's what we're seeing, more of, the more ownership in terms of female leads in these films. And they're not victims anymore. They're really the lead of these films. Jessica Chastain, like I said, and Elizabeth Moss a couple of years ago in The Invisible Man. So we're really seeing this trend. And what it's doing is it's bringing in a whole new audience. We're seeing female demos, sometimes over 50% going to these films. And the genre is really expanding. A lot more comedy in these, a lot of directors that have really original things to say. And I really think it was Jordan Peele's Get Out in 2017 that kicked that off. Now I think people are not copying, but they're really coming up with these.
You can win an Oscar for it.
Absolutely, for Best Original Screenplay. So
All right, Nikki Novak, this is so exciting that we're in spooky season. I love this.
Oh, good. Oh, I'm happy to hear it. How about you?
I'm not a his scary movie person, but
stick to Taylor
Taylor Swift
There you go.
on October 13th.
See? Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much.
Great to see you.
Let's get to it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, New York state of mind. A high-profile trip to the Big Apple for former President Trump today, announcing he'll appear in court in person as that civil trial over alleged business fraud kicks off. We've got a preview of the proceedings. Also this morning, crisis averted. There are new calls to oust House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in the wake of that too close to call government shutdown that was thankfully headed off over the weekend. How Congress was able to pull it off in the 11th hour. Plus, stinging reaction from the White House. And who is LaFonza Butler, the woman chosen to replace late California Senator Dianne Feinstein? Plus, coming attraction, a return to some sort of normalcy in Hollywood could be coming soon as SAG-AFTRA leaders prepare to return to the bargaining table with the big studios today. Could the writers' resolution spell future success for the actors? And move over Aaron Rodgers. There was a new headliner at yesterday's Jets game against the Chiefs, and her name is Taylor Swift. You know, I was gone for a week.
As you say, while you were gone, the NFL was taken over.
It was, and I love it. And I love how much the conversation is about Queen Taylor and not just the plays.
I think that's going to fade. After this weekend, people are going to start talking about football again, but we'll see.
I'm here, so
all right, good morning, good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm happy to be back. I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started here in New York this morning with former President Trump expected to appear in a Manhattan court for the start of his civil fraud trial.
The case is the result of a years-long investigation by New York's Attorney General Letitia James. She filed the $250 million civil lawsuit last year against Trump, his oldest sons, Don Jr. and Eric, their companies, and several executives. The lawsuit alleges that former President Trump and his sons exaggerated their business assets for years in order to secure favorable loan terms from lenders. The Trumps and their company deny any wrongdoing. NBC's Lindsay Reiser is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. NBC News legal analyst Annie Savalos is here to help us take a closer look at the case. So, Lindsay, let's start with you. This is a bench trial. That means no jury. The judge overseeing the case already ruled last week that Trump lied on his financial statements, that he overvalued his properties. So what's left to be determined in this trial?
Right. Good morning, Joe and Savannah. So the judge did rule those. And in addition, the judge ruled that he was able to get favorable loan terms and lower insurance premiums. So what's at stake now? Well, potential penalties and really the future of Trump's business empire. So Attorney General James is asking for $250 million in penalties and a 5-year ban on former President Trump and his adult sons being able to acquire any new commercial real estate in the next 5 years in the state. So what are a couple of examples that are cited in his case? Trump Tower, of course, the former president's triplex in that penthouse. Well, he valued it at 30,000 square feet, when in reality, it's only 11,000 square feet. So that was an overvaluation of between $114 and $207 million. And then Mar-a-Lago, another example, from 2011 to 2021, an appraiser valued Mar-a-Lago between $18 and $27 million. But Trump's financial statement said they were almost $427 to $612 million. The judge saying in his ruling last week that some of Trump's legal arguments and some of his statements do not exist. They're rather based in a fantasy world, not the real world. Joe and Savannah.
Let's bring in Danny, who's here on set with us. So, Danny, this case is years in the making, and of course, now at this particular moment, among many other cases that are going on. Tell us what you are going to be watching out for today.
One thing that's so interesting, you say it's years in the making. It's actually a year in the making. Letitia James, investigated this case for a long time. That part you're absolutely right about. But a year ago is when this case was filed. Just to give you some perspective, here in New York County, I have cases that I filed back in 2017 that are still waiting for trial. This case has moved with lightning speed to a bench trial. And that's part of it. This is a bench trial. And when you ask what I'm looking for today, this is a very rare creature in really any courthouse, which is a bench trial on a civil case like this with such interesting issues. And this is a bench trial in front of a judge that already gave us kind of a preview of what he thinks of the Trump defendants in this case in his, I think you could call it a scathing decision on a motion for summary judgment. So you're looking for a lot of evidence that to some degree we've already seen in this case, but the state, Letitia James, is going to be pushing to demonstrate to the judge that significant penalties are warranted because Judge Engoron already really sliced out much of the heart of this case by deciding the fraud issue before it ever went to trial.
So, Lindsay, we know Trump is in town, expected to be there for a couple days. Could he testify at any point?
All right, that's the question. He's expected to be here Monday and Tuesday, and I can just tell you out here, there is just a gaggle of press lining the courthouse. We've got barricades, more were just put up, police, more police just showing up as well. So security is high today. Now, as far as the witness list, we do have an idea of who we could see. The former president is on that witness list, as are his adult sons and his daughter, Ivanka Trump, Alan Weisselberg, former CEO who pleaded guilty as part of a wide tax fraud scheme involving the Trump organization, Michael Cohen, the former president's former fixer and attorney. So these are a few names we could hear from. The trial's supposed to last potentially as many as 3 months, but it is possible that that witness list will be shortened, so the trial won't go on for that long. We know the judge is going to hold trial 5 days a week. And we also know what we're hearing from the former president, which is he has called Letitia James a racist. He's called her deranged. He's called this judge overseeing the case a Trump hater beyond even A.G. James. But we also have heard throughout this process from Trump attorneys saying, as we will prove at trial, the attorney general's case is severely flawed and her calculations are entirely inaccurate. Joe and Savannah.
And Danny, before we let you go, just tell us implications here for Trump's businesses with this civil trial.
So many of these issues, in a sense, we already know what direction this is going, because when Judge Engoron granted summary judgment, he really decided some of the core issues in this case, which is fraud and also that these business certificates apparently will be canceled. So I think we can fairly predict high likelihood that some of these Trump organizations or entities are going to have some problems with their business certificates. Now, what that means in a system, the Trump system, ecosystem, that has so many interwoven companies, what that means in the long term remains to be seen. But much of this case is already over.
All right, Lindsay, Danny, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And also new this morning, California Governor Gavin Newsom has appointed LaFonza Butler to fill the seat and finish the term of longtime Senator Dianne Feinstein, who died last week at the age of 90.
Butler is the president of Emily's List, an organization that works to elect Democratic women to office. The 44-year-old is only the third black woman to serve in the Senate and the first openly LGBTQ person to represent California in the chamber. The appointment comes after Congress worked over the weekend to pass a short-term funding bill averting a government shutdown until at least mid-November. President Biden signed that bill Saturday night.
For more on all this, we are joined by NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali and Ali, good morning to you both. This will be a last name segment as well, so we make sure you know who we're talking to. Ali Vitale, I'll get started with you and ask you about this selection specifically of LaFonza Butler to the Senate. Explain to us the decision by Governor Gavin Newsom to appoint her to office. We just heard a little bit about her background. What can we expect from her over the next year?
Look, this is a really fascinating pick, not least of all because she's currently registered to vote in Maryland. Of course, she'll be able to change that voter registration and be appointed in California. Nevertheless, this is Gavin Newsom being able to make good on a promise that he made, that he would appoint a black woman to the seat and that it wouldn't be someone who's currently running in this sprawling field of candidates. We already knew that Feinstein was going to step down at the end of her term, so there was a raucous race on for the Democratic primary there. People like Congressman Adam Schiff, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Congresswoman Katie Porter, a lot of members of the California delegation already serving in the House, trying to make the jump over to the Senate right now. But what's interesting in this appointment is that Newsom is making clear, an advisor to him said that the person who he appoints, in this case Butler, is not preempted from running for this seat, which means that Butler could join that very crowded primary field if that's ultimately what she decides to do. But look, there's a lot of other interesting threads to this. This is someone who was a former advisor to then presidential candidate Kamala Harris back in 2020. Of course, now Butler leads Emily's List, which is one of the preemptive organizations that helps elect women to office, with the caveat that they are pro-abortion choice women, pro-choice women who want to be on the ballot in that capacity. So this is not just a nod to someone who elects women to office, but also someone who's protected reproductive freedom.
Let's bring in a Rafa here, talk about the bill that Congress passed to keep the government funded through November 17th. So what was included in that? And what are we hearing from the president after he signed off on it?
Yeah, Joe. Well, this funding bill included disaster relief funds, but notably it did not include any money to bolster security at the border. Remember, that's something that Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans had wanted included in this. And it also didn't include any additional aid for Ukraine. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell actually had to withdraw his own Senate bill that included that aid to Ukraine to be able to boost Speaker McCarthy's chances of getting this passed in the House. And we saw the president speak publicly about this for the first time yesterday. He delivered remarks at the White House, and he said essentially that it didn't even need to come to this in the first place. He talked about this, quote, terrible bargain that he says that Speaker McCarthy had to make with those in the far right of his party to be able to keep his job, but at the risk of taking domestic priorities off the table. And he stressed how important it is for Speaker McCarthy to honor this commitment, this handshake deal that these two made a couple of months ago during that debt ceiling crisis to, in part, include additional aid to Ukraine. Take a listen to some of his remarks yesterday.
My extremists once again have brought us to the brink, this time to a government shutdown, and going back on the deal they made months ago, not keeping their word. Enough is enough is enough. I hope this experience for the Speaker has been one of a personal revelation. I'm not being facetious.
And that aid to Ukraine is still expected to be a big sticking point, as this funding bill only lasts for about 6 weeks. It's still unclear whether that's going to be brought up as a standalone bill or whether some border security funds will be tacked onto it to be able to get Republicans on board. So we're still pretty much in a wait and see mode as to how that will be presented.
And Ali Vitale, as we saw this drama unfold over this near shutdown, we've also seen this growing rift among House Republicans, as we've been sort of alluding to. Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz threatening to remove Speaker Kevin McCarthy from his job. Where do things stand on that front?
And promising that he's going to do it as soon as this week. Gaetz is someone who has long said, quite literally, that if McCarthy looked to his left and passed a continuing resolution in bipartisan fashion, he would push on a motion to vacate. That's exactly what happened here, and now Gaetz seems to say that he's going to make good on his promise. This then begs a few questions here. McCarthy basically said, bring it on. Let's do this. You've been threatening this for the entire tenure of my speakership. I'm finally ready to go for it. He thinks that he's going to be fine, but I've spoken to other members who are close to Gaetz who feel like not only is he going to file this motion, but he could be able to potentially drag this out. Now, from the moment that Gaetz introduces this motion, leadership can push the vote for about 2 days. So you can add however many, whatever day he introduces this on, +2 for us to actually get to the vote. But a lot of questions here. Will Democrats save him? Will he get the Republicans he needs? It's going to be pretty chaotic.
Absolutely. Ali Vitale, Ali Rafa, thank you both very much. Good to see you.
So as we mentioned, at the heart of the back and forth over keeping the government open is the war in Ukraine. The deal struck over the weekend included no new money to help that country in its fight against Russia. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba explains.
Stop playing games. Get this done.
President Biden challenging conservative hardliners in Congress who are trying to block funding for Ukraine.
I can't believe those who voted for supporting Ukraine, overwhelming majority in the House and Senate, Democrat and Republican, will, for pure political reasons, let more people die needlessly in Ukraine.
The president pushing lawmakers to pass a supplemental bill to keep those funds flowing. The U.S. has already sent more than $113 billion in aid to Ukraine as it defends itself against a Russian invasion, much of it used for security and humanitarian assistance. Broad majorities in both parties on Capitol Hill back funding for Ukraine.
To the Republicans who say Ukraine doesn't matter to us, you're wrong. Respectfully, you're wrong. The war gets bigger, not smaller.
But voters are more divided, with 41% in a recent poll saying the U.S. is doing too much to help the country. Now it's up to Congress, and Speaker McCarthy today linked the money for Ukraine to additional border security as a way to get both sides on board.
There is a need for Ukraine. I support being able to provide the weapons to Ukraine, but America comes first.
Now, the White House can draw from an existing stockpile of weapons for at least the next several weeks to sustain Ukraine's battlefield needs. But a U.S. official tells me there's real concern about what happens after that if there isn't an agreement soon. Back to you.
Monica, thank you so much.
Well, police in upstate New York are desperately searching for a 9-year-old girl who went missing while camping with her family over the weekend. Authorities are now warning that they believe she is in imminent danger. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the details.
A desperate search in upstate New York for Charlotte Senna, the 9-year-old last seen late Saturday on a family camping trip, who authorities believe is in imminent danger.
They shared with me how joyful their little girl is. A 4th grader just recently elected to be a class officer for student council.
New York's governor says around 6:15 last night, about 200 miles north of New York City, Charlotte was riding her bike with friends in Moreau Lake State Park.
She just wanted to go around one more time by herself. Be that big girl, do it by herself. Literally 15 minutes later, she hadn't come back yet. And that's really when the nightmare begins. Her parents knew immediately something was up.
State police say the 4th grader's bike was found, but not Charlotte.
The scene was chaotic. People leaving their food, leaving their tables, just everyone in search, calling the name Charlotte. Charlotte.
State police activating an Amber Alert.
She was last seen wearing an orange tie-dye Pokemon shirt, dark blue pants, black Crocs, and a gray bike helmet.
Authorities already searching the park by air with sonar in the water and with canines.
Hopefully there'll be a family that has been traumatized but is reunited.
In a statement, Charlotte's family saying, "We just want her returned safely like any parent would. No tip is too small. Please for help to bring Charlotte home." Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
All right, for many, unseasonably warm weather is kicking off this October.
That's right. Michelle Grossman is with us this morning to tell us more about that and give us our forecast. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we're going to be really warm. We're looking at temperatures anywhere from 10 up to 25 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. So a really warm start to October. Take a look at some of these numbers. Even Minneapolis near 90 degrees. That's 24 degrees above average as I get to 88 degrees later on this afternoon. 90s in Kansas City and Memphis, 87 degrees in Chicago. Really warm into the Northeast as well. We're looking at Pittsburgh, 81 degrees. That's 13 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. But look at this temperature divide. We have a cold front that's straight from New Mexico all the way to North Dakota. Back behind this front, we're looking at cool conditions, wet in some spots. Salt Lake City, almost 20 degrees below average today at 55. In the mid-70s in Las Vegas. That sounds warm, but still 13 degrees below what they're used to for this time of year. Then tomorrow, we're looking at another set of 80s and 90s as we go throughout Tuesday. 90 degrees in St. Louis, 84 in Green Bay, 21 degrees above average, 91 in Little Rock. That heat extends down to Houston, also Dallas, and to Birmingham into the mid-80s, 81 degrees in Lynchburg. And we're looking at a really warm Boston tomorrow, too, 80 degrees, 14 degrees above average. Still cool back behind this cold front as well. We're looking at Cheyenne, 62, a little bit below average, and into the 50s in Salt Lake City, 15 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. This pattern is going to stay in place as we go throughout Wednesday as well. We're still really warm on Wednesday into the 80s in Chicago, but notice that trail off as we get towards Thursday, also Friday. That's that cold front that's making its way towards the east. It's going to eventually make it into the Northeast by this weekend. So fall-like weather does return, but we're still really warm in Cincinnati on Wednesday, on Thursday. Same story in New York City, still in the 80s as we head towards Wednesday. Here's that cold front that I was talking about. Back behind it, we're really cool. Ahead of it, we're summer-like. But along this front, we're looking at some heavy rain that will maybe 2 inches per hour at times. We're looking at heavy mountain snow, too, in portions of mountains in the Utah area. We're looking at 8 inches in some spots. And then on the tail end of this, we're looking at a severe weather risk, strong to severe storms as we head throughout the later part of today, especially once that daytime heating gets going. So parts of southern Colorado into western Texas, also New Mexico. That's the story today. That cold front's going to make its way towards the east tomorrow. So then we're talking about the central plains, looking at some really heavy rain. Could see some storms, too. Storms capable of strong winds, some large hail. Tornadoes are possible as well. This is Tuesday around 8 o'clock into the later evening hours and nighttime hours. Also looking at that heavy rain falling as well. In terms of that rainfall, we're looking at anywhere from 1 up to 2 inches. But some of that rainfall in some spots could be 2 inches per hour. So we could see some really heavy rain as we go throughout today, also tomorrow. The severe weather threat, mentioning portions of New Mexico, especially western Texas, we're looking at winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Some large hail. The tornado risk is low today, but not zero. And then tomorrow, that tornado risk gets a little bit higher as we look towards the central plains. But look at all that sunshine in most of the eastern part of the nation. So after that really long stretch of raw weather for us in the Northeast. We're looking at some nice conditions.
It's our reward week.
Yeah, we deserve it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I know. I was watching that from afar, like, wow, I can't believe what you guys dealt with last week.
We watched you from afar, too. We were jealous. Let's be honest.
See you in a little bit.
Sure.
Coming up on Morning News Now, the trending full-body MRI scan that's catching the eyes of some top celebrities. But is it right for you? We'll take a closer look later in the hour.
But first, devastation in Spain over the weekend after a deadly fire ripped through a popular nightclub there, killing more than a dozen people. We have the latest after this.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC. From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives.
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with a closer look at the devastating scene of this weekend's nightclub fire in Spain. It killed more than a dozen people as friends and family were celebrating birthdays. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez reports.
Fire crews battling their way through the remains of this popular Spanish nightclub. Half-finished drinks still on the table as firefighters take on the flames. The enormous blaze ripping through the roof, gutting neighboring buildings, and filling the street with terrified onlookers. At least 13 people, most of them young, were killed in the fire, according to the mayor. And emergency crews searching the wreckage for those still missing. We don't know anything. We're waiting for news to see whether some of our family members have come out alive, he says. The tragedy unfolding in the city of Murcia in southeastern Spain. The fire broke out at around 6 a.m. at the Teatro nightclub, where Spanish media says several birthday parties were taking place. The alarms went off and all the lights went out and people were screaming fire, this man says. I could get out, but 5 family members and 2 friends are missing. The cause of the blaze still unclear. the city has declared 3 days of mourning, lowering flags to half staff. And Spain's prime minister saying, "My love and solidarity with the victims and families of the tragic fire." Another night of celebration turning into a day of tragedy. Raf Sanchez, NBC News.
Let's stay on more international news now, and rescuers are on the hunt for survivors after a church roof collapsed during a mass in northern Mexico.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us with that and other news from around the world. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Authorities in Mexico say that at least 10 people have now died and 60 others were injured after a church roof collapsed on worshippers during Sunday Mass. Now, another 30 people were still believed to be trapped under the rubble, and rescuers worked throughout the night in a race against time to pull them out alive. A local bishop, Jose Armando Alvarez, said the church collapsed on worshippers while they were receiving communion. Let's go to Iraq now, where on Sunday authorities said that gross negligence and a lack of safety measures are to blame for the death of more than 100 people in a fire that swept through a crowded wedding hall last week. Iraq's interior minister said the owner of the wedding...
Good morning, I'm Hallie Jackson here in Washington, and we're coming on the air with breaking news. We are seeing former President Donald Trump making his way to court in New York City for the first trial he faces, the first of several for him. This one, a civil fraud case. No jury, just a judge. As you are taking a live look now from the air of the former president's motorcade, making its way down to downtown Manhattan. Mr. Trump's accused of lying for years about how much his business empire was actually worth, being sued now by New York Attorney General Letitia James in this civil trial. Let's listen into her.
You may have. No one is above the law. And it is my responsibility and my duty and my job to enforce it. The law is both powerful and fragile. And today in court, we will prove our case. I thank you all for being here. And again, justice will prevail. Thank you.
Attorney General there as she makes her way into that courtroom for day one of what is expected to be a trial that will last 4 months. Remember, the former president doesn't face any jail time here. This is not a criminal trial, but this trial could determine the fate of some of his most famous properties after a judge ruled that he did commit fraud by essentially exaggerating about how much his real estate portfolio was worth. The witness list here, it is a who's who of Trump family notables. It's not just the former president himself, but his adult sons, Eric and Donald Trump Jr. They're both, of course, top executives at the company. His daughter Ivanka is on that list. His former personal attorney, Michael Cohen, and Alan Weisselberg. He's the Trump Organization's former CFO who pleaded guilty to running a 15-year tax fraud scheme at the company. Now, Mr. Trump has denied wrongdoing in this instance. He has railed against the New York Attorney General, the woman that you just saw speaking. Both of them expected to, of course, be in court today, setting up a potential face-to-face between the two. Again, looking live here at the former president's motorcade from the air, making its way downtown. I want to get to Lindsay Reiser, who's outside court there. Lindsay, set the scene for us. What's it like?
Well, Hallie, good to be with you here. Right now, we are where a lot of the media is staged outside the courthouse right now, just a gaggle of media here. And we just saw the Attorney General walk up to the podium, make a brief statement, and then walk back up the steps. Now, we have a very small group of protesters here across the street. For the most part, it's just been media filing into the courtroom, some of us outside, some of us inside. And Hallie, exactly what you just set up is correct. There are such high stakes for this right now. The judge ruling last week that the former president is liable, in fact, inflating his assets to get favorable loan terms. So this trial, this civil trial, is specifically about potential damages. The Attorney General's office asking for $250 million worth of damages and a 5-year ban on the former president and his adult sons being able to acquire any new commercial real estate. And we have some of the most iconic properties up for discussion in this civil suit. Of course, his triplex at Trump Tower, saying that it was 30,000 feet when it's just under 11,000. and that obviously increasing its market value. And then also we have Mar-a-Lago, just another one of the iconic brands, part of this empire that's listed in this lawsuit as being overvalued. Now, the former president railing against all this. He has called Attorney General James racist and deranged just last night, posting on Truth Social, saying that both the judge should be disbarred, calling this politically motivated, and also saying that this is politically motivated on the part of the Attorney General's office. Now, we are expecting opening arguments in court today when court begins at 10 a.m. Eastern. So we should hear from the Attorney General's side first, and then we'll hear from the former president's attorneys. And as you mentioned, some familiar names on the witness list. We know the former president himself and his adult sons, Ivanka Trump, who was originally listed in the lawsuit but was dropped due to an appeals court decision saying that that case was too old. Former CFO Alan Weisselberg, who pleaded guilty as part of a tax fraud scheme involving the Trump organization. Former fixer and attorney Michael Cohen. So, Hallie, this is really the culmination here, even though the lawsuit itself is not that old, and the Attorney General recently in legal terms began investigating this. This is several years in the making when Cohen first testified to Congress saying that the former president had overvalued his assets. Hallie.
Lindsay Reiser live for us at court. Lindsay, stand by for a second. I want to bring in our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos. And Danny, while the proceedings have yet to kick off in court, Donald Trump is already delivering an opening argument of his own, if you will. He's just released a video on his social media platform casting this in terms that we've heard him talk about before. The idea that he believes that he is winning here, that he is a victim of political persecution just minutes before this civil trial against him is set to begin. We know that a judge has already ruled last week that Mr. Trump committed fraud. That is what allowed this whole trial to move forward in the first place. This specifically is, as we take a look at this live picture here on the left, this specifically is about the consequences, the penalties to his business that he could face.
Yes, this is a summary judgment motion that essentially Justice Engoron granted it as to the liability issues. It's a little more complex than that, but it really can be analogized to the situation where a judge looks at liability and says, liability is established. All that's left to do is determine damages in this case. It is not a good place for a defendant to be in. And the Attorney General clearly has the pole position here. Her team really now at this point, it's about demonstrating dollar amounts of damages and getting the maximum penalty against the Trump defendant. So Donald Trump may have opinions about whether the judge is, say, biased against him. But, you know, look, if you read that opinion by Justice Engoron, you could conclude that he has an opinion about the defendant's arguments. It's not a bias if the judge makes a determination or develops an opinion about the defense position throughout the course of the case based on the facts in the case. I don't envy the defense having to go to trial against a jury of one, a judge, a bench-only trial, when that judge has already signaled that he doesn't think much of the defense's defense in this case.
Danny, thank you. Let me bring in NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, who covers all things Donald Trump for us, as we are seeing the motorcade now get into downtown to Lower Manhattan there. Vaughn, talk us through the political dynamics here again with this video just released by the former president. He doesn't actually have to be here. There is no requirement, right, that he sets up in court today. He is choosing to do this for a reason.
Right. He's choosing to do this for a reason. Donald Trump, in defiance, has really marked his political campaign, and clearly he intends it to mark his, criminal and, in this case, civil case. For Donald Trump, it is about standing here in Lower Manhattan and going before the judge as well as the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, and allowing his attorneys to make the case, most likely for him. Of course, Donald Trump, when he sat for a deposition ahead of this lawsuit being filed by the Attorney General, he pleaded the Fifth more than 400 times. His own son, Eric Trump, also pleaded the Fifth more than 500 times. So while Donald Trump likes to talk the big game outside of the courtroom and attack the judge in this case and the Attorney General, when it comes to actually complying with the judge's orders, he has been very reticent. It was ultimately the court that compelled him to turn over real estate records and financial records. It was the court that compelled the bank to turn over bank records. And for Donald Trump, he has remained defiant that the inflation of the value of assets is nothing more than being, in his own words, a smart businessman. And for Donald Trump, a lot of this will come down to, loyalty. It was Michael Cohen who really helped propel this case in the New York Attorney General's office back in March of 2019 when he agreed to testify against Donald Trump that he, while working for Donald Trump in the Trump organization, made these false and misleading claims. And now Alan Weisselberg, the longtime chief financial officer dating back to 1973, he is expected to come and testify as well in this trial. For Donald Trump, a lot here is at stake. Of course, not only the political aspect, so much of his own persona and biography have been identified by the business that he has created here in New York City. But now that's going to be really put to the test, and we could expect to see his political rivals, either in this Republican primary or President Joe Biden, really use this trial and the findings by the Attorney General's office against him. Hallie?
Vaughn, we've been looking at the back of the courthouse, the front of the courthouse, the side of the courthouse, if you will. Former President Trump has walked in now with members of his team. The next time that we expect to see him is in the hallway. We have cameras set up there, and you can see it there on the left side of your screen. He's expected to walk by. Any sense, Vaughn, of whether he will make comments to members of the media as his first trial, the first of potentially several, this one's civil, not criminal, is set to begin in just a matter of minutes. Talk us through that and about the security apparatus in place. He is the former president. There is a Secret Service protective bubble that surrounds him wherever he travels. Court is no different.
Right. I'm looking around right now. Several of the streets around here, the courthouse in the heart of Lower Manhattan, are actively shut down as we speak. For Donald Trump, of course, the motorcade ride from Trump Tower, they did not formally announce that he was going to be making this trek because of the security precautions at stake. I was actually in Los Angeles on Friday with Donald Trump when he was making campaign stops, and I had the chance to briefly ask him a couple quick questions here.
Looking at Eric Trump walk by, looking at members of the former president's entourage, looked like Dan Scavino, one of his top advisors, walking past as well. Filing into court, Vaughn, here for this significant moment for the former president and for the business empire that he, in many ways, based his run on, his run for presidency when he was a candidate. Right back in 2015, back in 2016, framing his race, framing his campaign as one that a successful businessman could perform on, could run this country. That was the heart and soul of much of his campaign in those early days, Vaughn.
Right. Donald Trump, according to the New York Attorney General, inflated his own self-worth, in her words, by billions of dollars here. But Donald Trump, of course, and the Trump organization have been a staple here in New York City, dating back to when his father first founded it back in 1927. For Donald Trump and his reign as the head of The Apprentice here on TV really built up this persona that, Letitia James, the Attorney General here, when she first filed this lawsuit 1 year ago, said he'd like to herald himself as the master of the so-called art of the deal, when she said, really, in reality, this was the art of this deal. And, just as an example, there's more than 200 examples in which she lays out in her lawsuit in which he overvalued or made false statements or misleading statements about the value of his assets. One of those, in which I asked Donald Trump explicitly about on Friday, was his own Trump Tower apartment here in Midtown Manhattan, in which he estimated the size of it to be 30,000 square feet, when in reality it's 10,000 square feet. And he valued it at $327 million, which is more than 3 times the amount that any apartment has ever been sold in New York City. His own chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, has already previously testified in a deposition that they overvalued it by about $200 million. When I asked Donald Trump about this on Friday, when I was with him in Los Angeles, he deflected and said that this is nothing more than a witch hunt. So, Hallie, what his attorneys are going to have to do inside of this courtroom here is ultimately defend Donald Trump, because when it came time to him sitting for a deposition, he pleaded the fifth more than 400 times, and he frankly hasn't answered press questions either about the specific allegations laid out in this lawsuit against him by the New York Attorney General.
Vaughn, thank you so much. With many moving pieces down there in Manhattan, with former President Trump set to walk into court any second. Ken Delanian, our NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent, is joining us as well. And Ken, this trial is not like the others that Mr. Trump is facing. For the obvious reason, this is a civil trial, not a criminal trial. He does not face any penalties related to jail time here. As we're keeping an eye out, again, left side of your screen, we expect to see the former president there walking in. We'll see if he takes any questions, makes any remarks at this moment.
That's right, Hallie. For obvious reasons, most of the attention to Donald Trump's legal troubles has been on the 4 criminal cases against him that carry potential prison time. But this civil case has enormous implications for, as you were just saying, Donald Trump's identity as a real estate developer and his financial health and that of his family. There's a chance that some of his children could lose their homes as a result of the ruling that the judge already made dissolving certificates of ownership on certain properties. And just so folks understand what we're talking about here when we say fraud, this judge's ruling examined where is the line between normal puffery by a real estate developer who is exaggerating the worth of some of the properties he owns and out fraud. And what this judge said is that these exaggerations went beyond puffery and went to fraud. For example, in terms of his valuation of Mar-a-Lago, they valued it as high as $739 million based on the false premise, according to the lawsuit, that it could be developed and sold for residential use, even though Donald Trump had himself signed deeds donating his residential development rights and promising that this property would only be a social club, which it is. But here's what the Trump attorneys say in response. There are no victims here, is what they say. The banks all got paid back. Donald Trump made profits. Those are the damages that the Attorney General is seeking. She's saying that these were improper profits. But there was nobody was defrauded in the sense that they lost money. And it's also not lost on Donald Trump's supporters that this is a case being brought by an elected Democrat Attorney General in the state of New York. This is an enormous use of governmental power aimed right at the heart of a prominent real estate developer who's been doing this for 2 decades. And some people will wonder, well, if he's been doing it for 2 decades, why is this case only being brought now when he's running for president? And that's a question that Letitia James will have to answer. But what she has in her pocket is a judge's ruling that says, in fact, he did commit fraud, Hallie.
Ken Delanian, thank you. Some word from inside court that the prosecution team is there in full force with about a dozen attorneys. The former president's lead Secret Service agent is inside taking a look at the defense table where Mr. Trump is set to sit and be seated. Again, sources have told us he's expected to be there not just today, but likely tomorrow as well. He doesn't have to be. He's coming on his own accord here. Eugene Scott, which brings us to you, of course, a political reporter for the Washington Post here. There is a political component to this as well. For the former president, this is actually an optic that he can fundraise off of. He is already fundraising off of this trial today. He's put out that video just this morning. He sees this in many ways as a way to galvanize his supporters.
And he's right. I mean, this fundraising has been incredibly effective. Many of his supporters and Republicans who may not be as supportive of Trump do feel like he's being targeted, and perhaps there is some type of unfair, unjust system in place that is working against him. And whether that is true or not, he's leaning into that narrative and hopes that those on the Hill use this week to put that forward, considering that, you know, this past weekend was not perhaps the best news weekend for Republicans. If he can keep them focused on what's happening to him, he's hoping that will rally voters to come alongside him again in 2024.
Eugene, thanks. Vaughn Hilliard, let me go back to you as we are waiting now for the former president to appear in this hallway. You can see it is lined with reporters, dozens of them, who had to go through 2 sets of magnetometers to get inside the courtroom. We understand from our team inside that room that the former president's lead attorney here, lead defense attorney, has greeted the New York Attorney General. She is seated, it sounds like, in the front row with a direct line of sight to where Mr. Trump will be sitting himself. The 2 of them, at least from the former president's perspective, as we are looking here at who is walking in, looking at this monitor here, not the former president yet. He has attacked her repeatedly in his campaign rallies. He has gone after her repeatedly on his social media platform, Vaughn, making this a pretty remarkable moment in court.
Right. As Donald Trump has attacked not only the judge in this case, he has also attacked Letitia James just overnight, suggesting that she should resign. Of course, this follows a long line of Donald Trump's history of attacking anybody who has ever investigated him or attempted to prosecute him or any of the judges overseeing his cases before. This is just another example. Letitia James is somebody here who is not hid from the cameras or from taking on Donald Trump directly. And when she ran for New York Attorney General, she made the case to the New York electorate that she would work to investigate and hold Donald Trump electable if the findings suggested that she should file a lawsuit. And that's exactly what she did. She began this investigation, Hallie, back in March of 2019. She filed this lawsuit 1 year ago. So this is 3.5 years in the making. And just about a half hour ago, Letitia James, she stood here in front of this courthouse, on the steps of this courthouse, and addressed the press in which she said that this is the day in court in which Donald Trump and his attorneys have the right to defend himself, but that she, from her findings in that more than 3 years of investigations, led to this moment to file these charges in which he defrauded insurers and the banks by overstating the value of his own assets here. You know, this is, we should note, Hallie, also the second major trial for Donald Trump in the year of 2023 so far. Of course, a jury found him liable for sexual abuse and defamation in the E. Jean Carroll case here in New York. And this is now the second time in which attorneys are going to trial in his defense. Of course, there are 4 criminal proceedings that await him that could start as soon as in these mere months ahead here, related to the other 4 indictments on state and federal charges, criminal charges. This is, as Ken outlined, a civil case here, but one that could really cripple Donald Trump's companies here in New York, could force them to move business out of New York City, the place that has defined him and his family for the last century, Hallie.
And it is a collision in a significant way between his legal issues and the campaign trail, Vaughn, as well, as he is now gearing up for the start of the caucuses, as you see. It looks like that from the back, may be one of his senior advisors there, Vaughn. Tough to tell from that shot. He is needing to juggle here both his appearances on the campaign trail and what we are seeing in court.
Right. That is Alina Habba, the spokeswoman for Donald Trump's legal team. You'll see him accompanied by Stephen Chung, who is his campaign spokesman, as well as Jason Miller, who is a senior advisor for the campaign, who has been with him dating back to when you and I covered Donald Trump's campaign, Hallie, back in 2016. He has quite a small campaign team around him, and his legal team has been a complicated one. He has struggled to hold on to attorneys out of those who have chosen to no longer work with him and others who Donald Trump has pushed out the door. Of course, there are a lot of complicating factors here. And when you're looking at the number of trials he's faced, not only the sexual abuse and defamation case in E. Jean Carroll, there's a second one of those trials that is set to begin, but he's got lawsuits and criminal cases against him here in New York related to the hush money payment case. He has the classified documents case down in Florida. He has the election interference case in Washington, D.C. And he has the Georgia election interference case down in Atlanta, Georgia. So for Donald Trump, a great amount of the money from his PAC has gone, more than $100 million has gone towards paying his own legal expenses, but also those who are defendants, but also those who have been called in to testify on his behalf. And so for Donald Trump, you know, we are just 3.5 months away from the Iowa caucus, Hallie. So far, with each indictment in which each lawsuit, his polling numbers have only gone up in this Republican primary here, much to the frustration of his Republican rivals who thought that they could wait back and that the Republican electorate would want to go in a new, more fresh direction, steering clear of the criminal and civil turmoil that he faces. But instead, he looks like he is well on his way to the Republican primary. But over the next 3 months, you said it, Hallie, his obligations to show up not only in courtrooms, but also for other hearings could very well complicate his ability to go on the campaign trail, where his Republican rivals like Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy and even his own former Vice President Mike Pence can spend their time out on the campaign trail and spend all of their money and financial resources towards the campaign, where Donald Trump is in peril on the criminal front.
Vaughn, thank you. I want to bring in former Manhattan Assistant District Attorney Catherine Christian. She is also an NBC News legal analyst. Catherine, help us understand what we expect to see on the opening day of this civil fraud trial today.
Well, you'll have opening statements by both sides, the Attorney General and then Mr. Trump's attorneys, and then the direct case. So the Attorney General goes first. So all of her witnesses, and I'm saying her because it's she's not the one who's personally trying this case. She has assistant attorney generals. So she has put about 50 witnesses on her witness list. Half of them will be the direct case. The other half are rebuttal. That means they would come after the defense puts on a case, if any. And this is a financial case, so it's all going to be about the documents. So you'll have witness after witness discussing the proof that the Trump organization falsified business records, that they issued false financial statements, that they put false information in applications for insurance frauds. So those are the causes of actions that the Attorney General has brought. And she has to prove them by the preponderance of the evidence. And if she does, and if Mr. Trump loses, it's a very fatal blow to him because the judge could give a $250 million penalty. And what will be really devastating is if he bars Donald Trump and his two co-defendant sons from ever being a director or officer in a corporation in New York State. That's permanent. And also, she's seeking to, for 5 years, prevent Trump or the Trump organization in engaging in any commercial real estate transactions. That's his whole business. And if he loses, and of course he's going to appeal, if he finally loses on appeal, that will be the end of his business in the state of New York.
Catherine, you're making an important point on the timeline here because this trial is expected to last not a matter of weeks, but a matter of months, wrapping up perhaps sometime before the end of the year. And then even then, we know already that the Trump team has pledged to appeal, a process that could take months, if not years. Resolution could still be a ways away, right?
Exactly, exactly. And no competent attorney would not appeal a loss if that happens. They've already said they're going to appeal the judge's decision last week, which was to grant a motion for summary judgment.
Catherine, thank you. Let me get back to Lindsay Reiser, who is outside court for us today. And Lindsay, we have seen now some movement in the hallway. We understand from our team inside court that the room is essentially full. There have been seats added around the outside to make sure to be able to accommodate everybody. And the New York Attorney General is there quite literally front and center in the front row, we understand.
Right, with an eye shot of Donald Trump, you and Ron were talking about what a matchup today is. And shortly before she walked into that courtroom, when she addressed the cameras, she said, my message is simple. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how much money you think you may have, no one is above the law. And it is my responsibility and my duty and my job to enforce it. You and Catherine, Christian, were just talking about the damages, what the Attorney General's office is seeking, just to what would be incredible blows to the Trump empire and really all that he has stood for as he ran for president and throughout his tenure as presidency and being a successful businessman. And she is looking really to deal him some serious blows here. She does say that the judge had already found him liable for fraud. That was in a ruling that was last week. And really that judge's ruling was pretty excruciating for the former president. Essentially, that judge in Goron basically saying that some of Trump's legal defenses were not based in the real world, were fantasy. In fact, finding, based on the documents provided by the Attorney General's office, that he had overvalued his assets, including Trump Tower, Mar-a-Lago, an apartment on Park Avenue as well. And so as we await to see the president, we've already seen some members of his legal team walk in. We've seen his son walk in. And yeah, we do have Attorney General Letitia James there in the front row. Is not anticipated that she will deliver opening remarks. It is anticipated that an Assistant Attorney General will do so, as you and Catherine Christian were just talking about. But certainly as we await this arrival, we have already heard from the Trump team here on the steps, essentially saying that the former president will prevail, saying that this is voter interference. And as you've been talking about with some of your guests, Hallie, he's been fundraising off of this, not only sending a note out to fundraisers, to potential donors last night, but also in that video that you had mentioned as well. And so this is certainly something that he is turning into an opportunity for himself to fundraise and to continue to galvanize his supporters. It appears outside the courthouse that the group of protesters that are across the street from us has grown a bit. It is not the presence that we've seen in other appearances, Hallie, and we're not seeing any counter-protesters at the moment either, but a large police presence, many streets barricaded here as we await the former president's arrival into the courtroom.
Lindsay Reiser, thank you very much. I want to get to NBC News legal analyst Angela Sanandela, who is with us as well. Angela, one of the people we saw walk in, Eric Trump, of course, the former president's adult son, who has assumed many responsibilities related to day-to-day operations of the Trump organization, along with, of course, his brother, Donald Trump Jr. here. They are on the witness list. Ivanka Trump is on the witness list. Michael Cohen, who comes at this from a very different perspective, more, I think, fair to say, anti-Trump, is on the witness list as well. This could be some explosive testimony in the weeks to come.
Yes, absolutely. And I want to clarify something about defendants and testifying in civil trials. So it might appear that a civil trial is far less difficult for a defendant than a criminal trial because, as you mentioned many times, jail, prison time is not on the table. But look, in a criminal trial, when you walk into that room, you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. But due to the facts of this case and how a civil trial works, these defendants, including these co-defendants, Eric and Donald Jr., are walking in basically presumed guilty, presumed liable. Also, whatever they say on that stand, or if they choose not to take that stand, and even if they choose to take the fifth repeatedly, can actually be used against them. The judge can say, you know what, you just took the fifth. That probably means you are guilty and you are not talking for a reason. So these defendants, Donald, Eric, Donald Jr., are walking into this trying to mitigate, like they are not in a good position. It is almost harder in many ways. This is a civil trial than, frankly, if it were criminal.
In many instances, Angela, we often hear that it is a risk to put the defendant on the stand as it relates to, for example, a criminal trial. Does that same risk exist here for the defendants, including Mr. Trump?
Yes, it absolutely does. But the difference in a civil trial is that if they are called to testify, if they are subpoenaed, they have to. There's no way out like in a criminal trial where if you don't testify, you're just not presumed guilty and it's supposed to have no impact upon your case. In a civil trial, if you're subpoenaed, you have to go. If you're called to testify, you have to. If you take the fifth, that can be used against you. So in some ways, the stakes are a lot higher.
We are just 4 minutes away now from what is supposed to be the beginning of this civil trial for former President Trump, meaning we expect to see him walk through this hallway potentially any second now. As we keep an eye on it, again, this is the hall outside the entrance to the courtroom, which is, as our team inside tells us, packed with people. You have the former president's lead attorney leaving the courtroom currently to go and meet with his client, with former President Trump. Apparently, the two of them have been conversing in some sort of outside room. I want to bring in Eugene Scott here because, as we have seen with the other indictments against former President Trump, again, this is a civil case against him. He has gotten some backup from lawmakers, from some of his allies on Capitol Hill.
Absolutely. We know that the GOP base is faithfully behind Trump, and so we've seen many Republican lawmakers do the same as they look to retain their influence and their power and their seats in Washington. But I think one thing that's been really interesting is that many Democratic lawmakers have been relatively silent this morning. When these charges were initially announced, the talking point was primarily that no one is above the law. They don't want to look like they're trying to tip the scale or that this is politically motivated, something that Republicans have tried to argue. But the Democratic talking point, which we believe is coming from the White House, is that everyone must be held accountable, even former presidents, when they break the law. And I think we're going to see more of that no matter how long this case goes.
Lindsay Reiser is also with us here. And Lindsay, talk through a thread that we had pulled on with Angela here, the idea of this potentially dramatic witness testimony.
I mean, this would be the opportunity to hear from some people where we haven't been able to in the past. I mean, we've heard some testimony, for example, from former CFO Alan Weisselberg. We've heard from, of course, Michael Cohen, who testified to Congress years ago, and that's sort of what started this whole thing in the investigation and now the case. But, I mean, on this witness list, Hallie, we're talking about the former president, his adult sons. We're talking about Ivanka, Alan Weisselberg and Michael Cohen included in that as well. But it would be incredibly dramatic testimony, and we've heard how many times they pleaded the fifth. I mean, the former president almost 400 times pleading the fifth. And you and Angela were just talking about the uniqueness uniqueness of this case in which that could potentially be inferred in a negative way. Again, this is a bench trial. There's not a jury. It's just the judge who will be deciding these damages. And so as we await Trump going into the courtroom, Hallie, we do understand that Trump's attorney, Chris Kise, did leave the courtroom potentially to greet Trump outside. The doors to the courtroom have closed. There are just a swarm of Secret Service agents out here where I am. I see a lot of NYPD officers. But of course, the uniqueness of this case involving a former president is just the sheer security footprint. And the fact that, we've seen dogs coming up and down, sort of, sniffing through our
Lindsay,
equipment.
We are seeing the former
ahead
president walking in. Yep, let's listen and see if he makes any comments.
Thank you very much. Step to the right. You're looking forward to the indicator? Yes, I am. Your comments? Okay. Thank you very much. This is a continuation of the single greatest witch hunt of all time. We have a rogue judge who rules that properties are worth a tiny fraction, 1/100th, a tiny fraction of what they actually are. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show, who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. She used this to run for governor. She failed in her attempt to run for governor. She had virtually no polling. She came back and she said, well, now I'll go back to get Trump again. And this is what we have. It's a scam. It's a sham. Just so you know, my financial statements are phenomenal. They are actually less in terms of the numbers used than the actual net worth. The actual net worth is substantially more. No bank was affected. No bank was hurt. They don't even know why they have to be involved. And they've so testified. They can't believe that they're involved because they were paid back on time. There were no defaults. There were no problems. And it was like a perfect client. In the meantime, people are being murdered all over the sidewalks of New York. There was no victim here. The banks were represented by the best, biggest, most prestigious law firms in the state of New York, actually in the country. Some of the biggest and best law firms. In all cases, the biggest and best law firms. That's who represented them. The banks got back their money. Again, there was never a default. There was never a problem. Everything was perfect. There was no crime. The crime is against me because we have a corrupt district attorney, but we have a corrupt attorney general, and it all comes down from the DOJ. They're totally coordinated this in Washington because I'm the leading candidate. I'm leading Biden by 10 points, and I'm leading the Republicans by 50 and 60 points. That's pretty much, they say, over. I never accept that, but they say it's over. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election. Our country's gone to hell. We're a country that's in decline, serious decline. We have a man running our country who has no clue, doesn't know what he's doing, and you know it better than anybody because you have to cover him. What they've done with open borders, what they've done with interest rates and taxes, it's a disgrace. So what we have here is an attempt to hurt me in an election. It's an attempt to hurt me in an election. This never happened before, where President of the United States leaves office and gets indicted. And the reason I got indicted was that I ran. If I didn't run, I'd be sitting right now at a beach like Biden does every time, even though he's supposed to be working. So very simply put, It's a witch hunt. It's a disgrace. We have a corrupt attorney general in this state. You see how she does? This trial was railroaded and fast-tracked. This trial could have been brought years ago, but they waited till I was right in the middle of my campaign. The same with other trials and indictments. It's all run by DOJ, which is corrupt in Washington. Everything goes through them. They're all corrupt people. Frankly, our country is corrupt. And that's one of the reasons I'm running. We're going to straighten it out. They have one property that's worth anywhere from 50 to 100 times what this judge put down as a value. Put down a value $18 million, and the property's probably worth, could be anywhere from 50 to 100 times more than that. And a lot of those numbers could even be low. We have other properties, the same thing, so he devalued everything. I didn't even put in my best asset, which is the brand, in terms of value. Coca-Cola, take a look at their value. They have a value. The value of their brand is more than everything else put together. My brand is extremely valuable. I didn't even use it in my financials. If I wanted to build up a financial statement, I would have built it up by using brand in addition to everything else. We have the greatest properties. We have among the greatest properties in the world, and I have to go through this for political reasons. This judge is a politician. He comes out of the clubs. He's running unopposed. The reason he's unopposed is because he's getting Trump. They always run opposed. He's getting Trump. The bosses say, don't run against this guy. He's doing great. He's getting Trump. But he overplayed his hand, and he should be investigated for what he's done. What he did in undervaluing these properties is a disgrace to our nation. This shouldn't be a case. One other thing. We have a clause in the contract which tells, essentially, buyer beware. The contract is very, very, if you take a look and you speak to the banks, and you will, I hope you speak to the banks, because the banks got paid in full. I hope you speak to the banks. But we have a clause in the contract. It's like a buyer beware clause. It says when you take a look at the financial statement, don't believe anything you read. This is up front. Don't believe anything you read. Some people call it a worthless clause because it makes the statement and anything you read in the statement worthless. It says go out and do your own research. Go out and do your own due diligence. You have to study the statement carefully. Do not believe anything. In fact, it's so strong that people read it and they don't even accept it. They don't even want it. They don't even use it. It's called a disclaimer clause. It's very common. If you put it in, if you don't have time to do statements, or even if you do have time, people like to have it. This is what's called a full disclaimer. We disclaim the financial statements. But even with a full disclaimer, which immediately takes you out of any fraud situation and any litigation. And by the way, when the Attorney General found out about the disclaimer clause, she said, that's okay, let's go forward anyway. It's good publicity. These are corrupt people we're dealing with, the most corrupt people. We have a great company. I built a great company. It's got tremendous value. It's got some of the greatest real estate assets in the world. And now I have to go before a rogue judge as a continuation of Russia, 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 as a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time. And I don't think the people of this country are going to stand for it. If I weren't leading in all the polls, or if I weren't running, I wouldn't have any of these cases. I wouldn't be seeing you this morning. But I'll be seeing a lot of you, because this is a horrible thing that's happening to our country, and we've got to get it straightened away. So we'll go in and see our rogue judge, and we'll listen to this man. And I think most people get it. People are getting it. I can tell you the voters getting it, because every time they give me a fake indictment, I go up in the polls, and that's never happened before. But this is a disgrace, and you ought to go after this Attorney General, because she's turning off everybody from coming in. You know, I don't know if you take a look at the outflow of business. Businesses are fleeing New York because of horrible, horrible attorney generals and judges like we have. They go to other places where they can be treated fairly and with respect. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
That, of course, was former President Donald Trump walking into the first day of this civil trial in Manhattan. Fraud trial, $250 million brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James. And you heard there Mr. Trump furious, casting this as he has so many of his legal issues previously as a continuation of what he describes as a witch hunt against him. Keep in mind that this is an investigation that began while he was still in office in 2019 and 2020, not when he declared as a candidate for presidency, which obviously happened after that. We're going to get to the politics in a second, but let's start with some of the legal claims that the former president made with our legal analyst, Angela Senadella. Because, Angela, this was a bit of a preview of the argument that his attorneys may make in court. You heard the former president talk about what he described as a full disclaimer clause. Does that actually insulate him against claims of fraud?
So he's used this defense before, and he claimed that the worthless statement would just show that this trial shouldn't happen at all. But the judge actually said that his statement of worthlessness was also worthless, if that makes sense. The judge already said this is not an argument that can be made properly by the defense. And the judge is already extremely anti all of Trump's defenses because he sanctioned his lawyers $7,500 each based on repeating these arguments that the judge says are worthless. So this argument has already been struck down by the judge. Also, I just want to note that whether or not he does have legal arguments here to so violently and virulently go against the judge who has the exclusive power to determine all of the remedies and damages against him is just a strategy that I've never seen before. I mean, literally, there is no jury here. It is just the judge who will decide $250 million worth of damages and maybe not letting him ever be an officer in his own company again. And he is just shooting claims here left and right. This is a strategy that lawyers would strongly advise against. And so it is surprising, to say the least, Hallie.
Angela, is it possible that the judge in this instance, who, as you note, is the sole decider in this case, could put in place some kind of a gag order, perhaps, could instruct the former president not to make these kinds of comments outside court? We've seen that in at least one other criminal case against a former president. Is that even a possibility on the table here?
Well, it seems unlikely because usually that's in order to not influence the jury. So gag orders are usually to ensure impartiality in a case. But at this point, it's just the judge. So judges assume that they themselves can be impartial. So they're not really concerned here about a jury. So I don't expect a gag order, but this is not going to help his case.
Angela, stand by for a second. I want to bring in Ken Delanian, who is following this for us as well. Ken, one of the other things that we heard from the former president was this idea that no bank was hurt ultimately in the end. Does that make a difference as it relates to how this trial moves forward?
Before I answer that, Hallie, I just want to say, in addition to being an extraordinary legal strategy, the idea of a former president attacking in very personal terms a sitting judge inside the courthouse when he's about to go into court is an extraordinary moment in our democracy, which, after all, relies on the rule of law, relies on confidence in the court system. It's one thing to say you were treated unfairly, to disagree with a ruling, but to say, to exhort your followers to, quote, go after the Attorney General of New York is an extraordinary thing, and I don't think we should normalize it or let it pass without comment. But to your point, Mr. Trump has a point when he says that there were no victims in this case, in the sense that nobody lost money. And a great example of that is the old post office here in Washington, D.C. that Mr. Trump developed. He got a lease with the General Service Administration. He got a loan from Deutsche Bank under what the Attorney General says were overly favorable terms based on the fraud in the financial statements. And then he sold the building for $375 million, making a $100 million profit. Now, Deutsche Bank got paid. They made a profit on their transaction. But the Attorney General is saying she's seeking $100 million in damages. She wants to take those profits away from Donald Trump because she said he made those material misstatements, and a judge has agreed with her. So to your point, legally, it doesn't matter that the banks made their money and aren't complaining here, because the judge has ruled that the misstatements in the financial statements were so extraordinary that they weren't puffery. They were, in fact, fraud, and that's already been decided. So what this trial is about is, as Angela said, it's about the damages. It's about whether Letitia James can get $250 million and also ban Donald Trump from doing business in New York, which could have enormous financial implications for his real estate empire. Obviously, he's got properties all over the place. This won't mean the end of the Trump organization, but it could seriously hamper him financially at a time when he's facing tens of millions of dollars in legal bills and his other criminal trials. And you can't discount the psychological effect that all of this has. He's on trial in 4 criminal cases, and now he's got the state of New York coming after him, seeking to disgorge him of significant assets in his real estate empire, Hallie.
Ken, let me go back to something that you're talking about here, because I said we'd do sort of the legal bucket and then the political bucket next. But let's get into the politics of it, because it intersects, as he is, as you described, going after the judge in this case, calling him a rogue judge. Not clear what evidence he's basing that on, if any, here. It is, as you say, not just an extraordinary legal strategy, but a moment here that is of a piece with what we have seen the former president do before. This is not the first time that he's gone after either the entity investigating him or the person overseeing a case that he is a part of. This dates back years, not just in this most recent tranche of significant legal issues for him.
You are absolutely right, Hallie, and we're going to find out fairly soon, I think, whether these comments are going to ultimately have some legal repercussions for Mr. Trump, because Special Counsel Jack Smith just on Friday night weighed in with his latest filing seeking a partial gag order on Donald Trump in the criminal case in Washington, D.C., and he cited a series of new statements, including statements that Donald Trump made interviewing on Meet the Press with Kristen Welker, that Jack Smith said were inflammatory and prejudicial and improper and should be prohibited by the judge in that case. But you're right. I mean, this is his tendency. This is his habit. This is his track record. He's a fighter, but he's the former president, and what he's doing, we know from polls and from focus groups, is eroding confidence in the judicial system, in the FBI and the Justice Department, and it's also security sources tell me that it's raising the prospect of physical threats, and it's required that many of these judges and prosecutors in these cases have had to get security details because of the kind of rhetoric that Donald Trump and his supporters are using, Hallie.
He is seeking to use that to his political advantage, which brings us to Eugene. And Eugene, our team inside the courtroom, just to give people a sense of what's happening, the former president walked in, looking down as he walked past the Attorney General, Letitia James. As I'm looking at some of our reporting that is coming in, quite literally second by second here, the court is now coming to order, and Donald Trump has been standing in front of a judge. The judge has laid out some of the sort of preliminaries here as this case moves forward. There will be no camera in court. The judge has now denied that. The media organizations who are inside court had requested that on behalf of sort of the broader American public, if you will. Not surprising to see that development here. As we look at this, right, as we are seeing now former President Trump speaking in court, the court proceedings now officially underway in the last 5-6 minutes or so. The former president makes the point that political, legal issues against him have served him politically to a means that is advantageous to him. In other words, he is correct that when he is facing some of these legal problems, he does not see an erosion in polls from the Republican base. The question is, and the question that we don't have an answer to yet is, what does this mean more broadly for a population if, in fact, Donald Trump is the Republican nominee? In other words, does a swing voter in the suburbs of Atlanta see it the same way? That is a real political risk for the former president moving forward if, in fact, he does end up the nominee.
And that's what I'll be asking swing voters next week. I help oversee the Axios Swing Voters Project, and we're talking to Georgia voters next Tuesday to see how they are responding to this moment. Based on the swing voters we've spoken with in Michigan and Pennsylvania, they are tired of what comes with a Trump presidency. And they do not think that he is being targeted politically, because many of them realize that this investigation began when he was in the White House and when the DOJ was overseen, should I say, by people he put in leadership. Whether or not that is going to get them to vote against Joe Biden remains to be seen. As Trump has noted, his poll numbers are still what they are, at least when it comes to the GOP primary, and he's very popular with the base. But to your point, swing voters, independent voters, are going to be incredibly influential in determining who wins the 2024 election. And while this messaging that Trump is putting forward may be really popular and appealing to people who are already on the Trump train, will it get new people on board? That remains to be seen.
As far as the visuals that we may get from inside court, no televised opening statement or closing arguments, according to the judge, but there will be some still photographers, we understand, who will be allowed in, meaning we likely, based on what we understand at this moment, will be seeing images of the former president in court here, Eugene. You make the point that the question is what happens to independent swing voters who will likely determine in many states where this election goes come next November, if in fact the former president is the nominee. But right now, for the Republican base, they are solidly loyal. Our team's talking with people all around the country, people who are Donald Trump supporters, who believe him and back him when he suggests that he is being politically persecuted.
Absolutely. And to a point Vaughn made earlier, the reason why what swing voters care about and think really matters is because this is not the end of Trump's legal challenges. We could be in court for quite some time. And many of these individuals have said they are over these conversations. They want to hear lawmakers, should I say politicians, competing for the presidency in particular, speak more about foreign policy, the economy, women's rights, so many of the issues in which voters think about when they go to the polls, whether or not they're going to have to continue to wonder whether or not the highest politician in office is going to remain in office or find themselves in some type of situation where they cannot continue their term because of legal issues. It's a stressor that they really aren't looking to add to their plate right now. And so what the message Trump has for swing voters and independents will be, we haven't heard much of it yet, but he could pivot to it very soon. As of right now, he's really focused on his base.
Eugene, thank you. Lindsay, let me go to you because, again, as we wait now to see some kind of image from inside court, whether it's still or video, again, we know we're not going to get opening statements on TV. That was not an expectation, and that is what the judge has ruled against here. Talk through where this goes next.
Well, and really, what a significant development here that we will have still cameras in the courtroom, Hallie.
As we are seeing some of those first images.
Also. Yep,
Lindsay. And there's the judge, Judge Engoron, taking off his glasses to give a big smile for the camera as we flip around now to see. It looked like we had seen former President Trump right in the front row there as we were getting those images in. We're going to roll that tape playback back and bring it to you. But, Lindsay, please continue. I just wanted to lay out for folks what they're seeing there.
Right, and so, Hallie, I mean, this is really the first in a government-led justice proceeding here, court proceeding. We know that the president has previously, of course, been sued and found liable for sexual assault, but this is the first government-led court proceeding that we're seeing come to fruition. We know the litany of other criminal cases that he has, but really significant that we're going to see video from inside that courtroom as we watch that tape playback when we have it, and the still photos. I mean, in the federal cases, there will be no camera. There's never a camera in federal court. It appears that the Georgia case that Fani Willis is bringing against him could be televised, and that will be very significant as well. But for the public, just to be able to see, I mean, we have a producer inside, Hallie, and you and I have both been reading the notes, and Adam Reese actually wrote quite a sight to see Trump stand before the judge when all rise was given. And we know that the president is remaining defiant. You're watching right now some video of when he addressed the camera shortly before entering that courtroom, and he said this is the continuation of a single greatest witch hunt of all time. And as you and Ken were talking about, slammed the judge, calling him a rogue judge, calling this a scam and a sham, saying the Attorney General, Letitia James, is a racist and this is a horror show. And you mentioned also with Angela at the beginning when we were talking about this, that he's kind of repeating this defense that there's a clause in a contract that says buyer beware. So when you take a look at the financial statements, don't believe anything you read. Do your own research and due diligence. And we know that the judge already saying that many of the legal arguments cannot be repeated. Basically, fined them $7,500 each. We know we will also hear. We heard from Truth Social last night, and we heard from the former president today before he entered that courtroom. He did not include his brand and the value that asset brings to a valuation. He said he didn't even include that, and his actual net worth is substantially more. So we have this trial that's beginning today. We're going to hear opening arguments, 90 minutes for the Attorney General, 2 hours for the defense attorneys, and then we will hear witnesses being brought. Of course, familiar names on that witness list, including the former president himself and his adult sons. We originally, Hallie, were expecting this trial to last 3 months. It's possible that the witness list will be shortened and it won't last that long. But we could be in a situation where come December, we will be hearing from the judge. Again, this is a bench trial, so no jury. It will be the judge who will be deciding these damages. And then, Hallie, that brings us to 2024 when we have another civil trial from E. Jean Carroll, when we have the Alvin Bragg case in the Southern District of New York, when we have the federal cases involving election interference in D.C. and documents mishandling in Florida. So quite a busy docket, as this is really the beginning, Hallie, when we're seeing these cases against him being brought by governments.
Lindsay, thank you. I'm going to ask you to stand by as we are working to now turn around some of that video from inside court. Again, not of the official proceedings at this moment, but some images of the former president sitting there. We know that the New York Attorney General was in the front row. The former president's son, Eric Trump, I should say, is also in court in the front row with his father. Ken, we haven't seen, to my knowledge, Donald Trump Jr. or Ivanka Trump, former President Trump's other two adult children, or two of his other adult children, who are on the witness list here.
That's right. We have not seen them, but they are a really important part of this trial, and the implications bleed into their net worth as well, because they are integrally involved in this company. And again, you know, what's already happened in this case, Hallie, this partial summary judgment ruling by Judge Engoron is hugely significant. And in fact, lawyers don't even fully understand yet its full implications. And there was a hearing last week where the judge was asked several questions about it, and he didn't even seem to be sure yet of the full implications. One thing that's clear is it's going to be appealed.
We are seeing, I just wanted to flag to folks, this is that video from just moments ago inside court, a very quick shot. We're going to see if we can re-rack that and roll it back. The former president sitting there at the defense table along with his attorneys. And Ken, you're talking through sort of the significance of this moment. Talk to us about some of the key players we should know about.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're looking at right now Donald Trump, and next to him Jason Miller, one of his, and there's Letitia James, the Attorney General. And there's Donald Trump sitting in the front row, it looks like, in the defendant's table.
A rather dramatic moment there. We can't tell exactly what she is looking at, but it does appear, of course, that she is looking at the lead defendant in this case, former President Trump, after he has repeatedly, Ken, as we should note, gone after her, attacked her, not just at campaign rallies, not just even in the courtroom a few moments ago, but on his social media platform as well. We know that he is, again, even sending out fundraising emails based on this trial in just the last couple of minutes here.
That's right. And it's also fair to point out, I think, that as Donald Trump did in his remarks, that she, when she was campaigning in 2018, or actually on the night of her victory in 2018, promised to investigate Donald Trump's real estate dealings in a way that raised some eyebrows. She, you know, as the elected Attorney General, wielding the power of the state. And in fact, she has done that. And, you know, she's won a judge's ruling that, in fact, there was fraud here, which kind of negates or at least blunts some of the charges that this is all politically motivated and not on the level, because as a matter of law, the judge has ruled that, in fact, there was fraud here. But there are people who are going to question, well, if this was happening for two decades, as Donald Trump did, why now? Why this case now as he's running for president? But it's really dramatic to have these people who have been sort of political and legal opponents for so long sitting so close to one another in that courtroom, Hallie.
Of course, you are now seeing one of these still images, one of the pictures, the photographs of him inside court from one of the photographers who was allowed in based on the judge's ruling there. Again, we will not be seeing those opening statements live or on TV, but we know that the judge, based on our team in courtroom, is delivering it, talking about how it sounds like the judge is hoping to, after the opening statement, only say sustained, overruled, and let's take a 10-minute break. In other words, that he is not seeking to be, of course, the center of attention here in this case, talking about that summary judgment granted to the New York Attorney General, the plaintiff here, last week. Angela Senadella, with that, we'll go to you as to next steps, what you expect to hear from both the prosecution, from both the Attorney General's team and the defense's team here in the next couple of minutes.
So the prosecution, in their opening arguments, I expect that they are going to go over the extent of the damage, the extent of the fraud, because as we know, there's already been a ruling that fraud exists. So they're just trying to prove damages at this point. Now, in thinking back to Trump's speech, I almost wonder if his strategy at this point is just resigning himself to the fact that this trial is not going to be in his favor, and then just trying to set himself up for appeal. So he's almost going to be willing to take whatever this judge hands down, because his entire basis for his argument is just, this is all unfair. If you look at his actual arguments, though, I don't think they're terrible. So the legal arguments he brought up earlier about the disclaimer. So disclaimers have a limit. It's not that you can just disclaim anything. Also about the subjectivity. I mean, obviously, we know there is subjectivity to assessments in real estate, but what the prosecution is going to say is 3 billion plus subjectivity is not rational, is not normal. So the prosecution's just going to hammer down the extent. And lastly is the argument that he is really never allowed to use again in this courtroom due to the judge saying in the last hearing that there were going to be sanctions, and they just cannot repeat this argument, which is really about how, this was not a choice, that Trump doing this was his choice. And so I think, we're going to see a battle. But I think Trump at this point is just waiting for appeal.
Angela Senadella, our NBC News legal analyst, thank you so much for that, as we have now seen the beginning of Donald Trump's civil trial here in Manhattan. Civil $250 million fraud trial expected to last for weeks. I want to thank everybody who's been joining us here for our special coverage, including Lindsay Reiser, Vaughn Hilliard, Danny Savalos, Eugene Scott. We're going to have a lot more coverage ahead on NBC News Daily and, of course, tonight on NBC News Now. I'll see you later on for Hallie Jackson now at 5 p.m. Eastern. Have a good one.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're back with a possible solution to traffic gridlock, but it's one that a lot of Americans don't like. We're talking about roundabouts. More cities are looking to replace their stoplight intersections with traffic circles. But do they really make commutes faster and safer? NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra visits the roundabout capital of the South to find out.
Some call this a traffic circle. Maybe you know it as a rotary.
Oh my God, you really do love roundabouts.
I love a roundabout. No matter what you call them, in Oxford, Mississippi, you can't miss them.
You're never too far away
You're
from the
just
next
never
roundabout.
too far from the next roundabout. And that's just the way she likes it. Mayor Robin Tannehill took us driving in circles in what she calls the roundabout capital of the South.
I hear you have a nickname.
I do have a nickname, Roundabout Robin.
In Europe, roundabouts are everywhere. Here in the U.S., they're not that common, but they are on the rise. This college town in Mississippi has built 21 new traffic circles in 6 years.
This is one of 34 roundabouts in the area, but the city of Oxford is not the only city going all in on roundabouts.
Bend, Oregon has almost 50, Lincoln, Nebraska has more than 75, and Carmel, Indiana has around 140. Studies show roundabouts drive down serious injury and fatal crash rates by 90%. Drivers are forced to slow down. And there are fewer conflict points for vehicles, saving lives and maybe saving time. Marvin King has a front row seat.
How much of a difference has it made in your daily life?
Oh, right here, this would have taken forever because it would have been a slow stop. Bye, Franny. Have a great day.
Dropping off his kids at school, the Oxford father lives what studies also show. Those circles are cutting his commute.
Throughout the course of a week, I'm probably saving 30 or 40 minutes.
But with growth comes growing pains. A new roundabout near Orlando, Florida opened a second lane last summer and saw 131 crashes since. Officials there say as more drivers have gotten used to it, the numbers have gone down. And even in the so-called roundabout capital of the South,
usually I yell at them in my car thinking that they can hear me.
Not everyone is along for the ride.
Do not like them one bit. I hate them.
Like them or not, they're here to stay, with more on the way.
I have gotten calls from other mayors, saying, okay, we're thinking about a roundabout.
And this mayor hopes her corner of the South,
a roundabout is a great solution in Oxford, Mississippi,
can be a roadmap to the future. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Oxford, Mississippi.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah.
I don't mind them.
It depends. The ones that are well labeled,
yeah.
I like. The ones that aren't, I feel like are a little more dangerous.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
There you go. Well, Sunday Night Football is feeling the Taylor Swift effect. The star made her second appearance in a row at the Kansas City Chiefs games last night against the Jets, cheering on tight end Travis Kelce, and it seemed to work. The Chiefs beat the Jets 23-20.
That could have been bad, though. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa.
It was a nail biter.
Yeah, stunningly a nail biter. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Savannah, this was a night tailor made for us.
Yeah.
For Swifties and football fans alike, amid a fierce face-off between the New York Jets and the Kansas City Chiefs. Some fans were just Team Taylor, with the pop star making back-to-back appearances at Chiefs games and driving a whole new population to tune in to Sunday Night Football.
She's here. Taylor is in the house.
It wasn't just any Sunday night. After a week of hype that transformed an early season football game into a blockbuster TV event,
Hi, Swifties. We'll be with you all night.
the Taylor Swift NFL takeover was complete.
Touchdown!
Her many, many fans welcomed to the game by our own Carson Daly, with some help from the voice coaches.
We really hope something enchanting makes you feel like this tonight. Chiefs, Jets, welcome to New York, everybody.
The singer cheering on Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. The excitement started hours earlier, with some fans not tailgating, but rather Taylor-gating.
I'm super excited, much more excited to see her than I am to see any of the football players.
Inside the star-studded stadium, Swift spent time with Kelce's mom, Donna Kelce. The two arm in arm, with Donna wearing her son's number 87 jersey. Swift was flanked by famous friends, including Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively, Sophie Turner, and Hugh Jackman.
Is it surreal to be able to see Taylor Swift in the same stadium as you guys?
Yes.
We're bringing the same act.
Swift's rumored romance with the Chiefs star appearing to heat up after she stunned fans by showing up to Kansas City's Arrowhead Stadium the week before.
Shout out to Taylor for pulling up. That was pretty ballsy.
And once word got out that Swift would be attending, ticket sales for the Chiefs-Jets game quickly doubled, and prices jumped from $80 to more than $170 in the days that followed, according to online marketplace TickPick. And the football world has been leaning into Swift mania. The Chiefs even exchanging friendship bracelets ahead of the game.
I know what these are all about.
Which they won 23-20 with their famous fan in the stands. At MetLife, some couples bonding as their worlds collide.
He's a Swiftie and I like football now, so our two loves are merging.
And there are no signs of the Swift effect slowing down. The Eras Tour movie and 1989 Taylor's Version album are still to come later this month. And if you need further proof of her dominance, believe it or not, more Americans are aware of Taylor Swift than they are the NFL, according to a Morning Consult study. Yeah, that will make your head turn. I'll also point out, I was at the game last night. I was in the sea of like diehard Jets fans, and even they, who were obviously there to see the game, were talking about like I could overhear them. Oh, is that Taylor Swift? Like I think that's her in her long black sleeves, like the long blonde hair. Like these are Jets fans, like all these men like trying to find her in the crowd. So it was definitely she was the talk of the game.
I like the one fan said, and I like football now.
Yeah.
Oh, so many people. I'm calling it the Taylor Swift game.
Yes, or it's like I'm more excited to see Taylor than the players, for sure. Like that's a lot of the message I was getting. It was funny.
So funny. Oh my God, I love it. Emily, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up, writing for your mental well-being.
We're going to speak with actor Brittany Snow and entrepreneur Jasper Guest about their September Letters initiative. That's next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
I've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, September might just barely be over, but the mental health platform, the September Letters, is going from strength to strength, celebrating its 3-year anniversary as well as a new book. It's co-founded by actress Brittany Snow and entrepreneur Jasper Guest. The September Letters focuses on mental health and wellness through the platform of shared letters and therapeutic writing, and really sharing your story with others. For more, we are lucky enough to be joined by Brittany Snow and by Jasper Guest. Thank you so much for being here. I've got Jasper here on set with me, Brittany on Zoom, so we're going to kind of work this out because I know that I love your story, which is actually where I want to start with the two of you and how this kind of came to be. Jasper, I'll ask you just since you're right here on set. Tell me a little bit about you and Brittany beginning this together and how this came to be this actual book.
You know, we never meant to write a book. We meant to write a journal, and then all of a sudden it transformed into a book. Brittany and I have been friends for a really long time, and I knew of her story, and one day she was like, I really want to do this thing, and I was like, I help people do things. Let me help you. And so we started working on it in 2018, and then it launched in September 2020, and when we flipped our website live, we were just praying for like 1 or 2 letters, and we've gotten quite a few letters since then, and it's been, you know, kind of an incredible experience. And then on the website, you can read a letter, write a letter, or request a letter.
I love that feature, and I'm going to get to that in just a minute. Brittany, I want to bring you in here and talk through. I know some of this was inspired by you sharing your own story and what kind of the power of writing a letter or writing down or expressing your story is to other people. What has that meant for you, and what have you seen it mean to other people?
Yes, this all started because I read an article in a magazine when I was a kid, and I didn't understand what mental health even was. And I found my own story in someone else's words. I realized that I had something that didn't make me crazy. It made me actually quite normal. And so I ripped that article out of the magazine and carried around in my back pocket as a symbol to signify hope and that there was other people going through the same thing. And then I came out with my story when I was 21, and I went to, I shared it in a magazine article as well. I went to a coffee shop after the article had come out, and there was a girl in the coffee shop who was crying, and she turned around and she had my article that I had written in her back pocket. And it was this sort of full circle moment where I realized that as small or as big as our stories are, or how different we may seem, they really do connect us and could be that missing ticket to make us feel more united and connected.
Oh,
so that's where it sort of started.
I mean, how cool, the full circle of you having had that experience with somebody else and then somebody sharing that with you. Jasper, let's now talk about the website, because this book that I'm physically holding,
There's a back pocket in there.
There is a back, okay, so tell me the back pocket, because I love this.
I don't know, you know, Brittany's story is so like symbol around this back pocket. For us, we wanted to give people that opportunity to have a back pocket, and you know, it's all about sharing your story and feeling less alone, and that was something that's really important to us.
Yeah, I love it. It's where you can kind of keep your own.
You can store anything. You can store like notes. You can rip pages out.
Yeah.
You know, this book is supposed to. We really like to say it's a tool.
Yeah.
It's more of a guidebook. It's not a book. You can open it to any page. That's the letter of the day that's meant for you. You don't have to read it in a traditional sense. And so we want it. That's why there's doodles. She and I are big on doodling. Like we want you to kind of make it a livable, breathable tool in your everyday life.
Absolutely. And it really is true that you can open it up and anything's there. So there's this physical book, which is fabulous. And like you said, it's more kind of, it's a collection, I'd say, right? Not doesn't need to be experienced like a book. But then there's also the website. So talk through what this exactly means, what September Letters as a whole, what this does on the website, where you can request a letter, you can write a letter. What does that mean?
You know, there's a lot of science-backed data on letter writing initiatives, and for us, it was about the power of putting a pen or a keyboard or whatever to paper and telling your story. And like what Brittany has shared, her story about when she shared and someone saw their story in themselves. Very much when I read your Team Vogue op-ed, which was really remarkable and amazing, I'm sure a lot of people, and even myself, was like, oh my God, that is me. And you know, there's a part in life where you feel very isolated when you're going through these traumatic moments, and you feel like I could be the only person on the planet going through this, and you're not. And that's really what the September Letters, you know, website platform is all about, is someone seeing their story in someone else's. And also with you writing your story, and I'm sure you had this experience, it's very therapeutic. You know, you actually see how far you've come and where you're going. And so it kind of has not only the help for yourself, but help for others.
Absolutely, yeah. It actually was kind of incredible through that experience, and thank you for bringing that up. Hearing actually from parents, because I was writing about my experience when I was younger, being like, my child is experiencing these very specific things that they think, oh my God, there's shame around it, or who can I talk to? Do I tell a doctor? So it's so true. Brittany, I was really struck by just even going on the website where there's an area where you can be requesting letters, or people have even just kind of used like this comment feature to just start writing openly. I'm dealing with this, I'm this old, and this doesn't feel good at school. Tell me about some of the things that you've heard from people that have really stuck with you.
I think really that's the backbone and the seminal part of the website, to be honest, is the connection piece of the website, being able to just reach out and say, is there anyone out there that has this experience as well? And forming that community and creating that shared connection, I think, is the key to sometimes feeling and beginning your mental health journey and recovery. And so I think it's my favorite part of the website, to be honest, is sort of a pay it forward effect. You can ask someone to like, please write a letter for me. And the giving and the sharing that I've seen on the website really reignites hope in humanity, because people they take the time to write things for strangers just to share their experience.
Absolutely. Well, Brittany Snow, it looks early still and dark where you are, so I appreciate you being able to join us on this. Jasper Guest, thank you for being here. I love your friendship and what you're doing.
Miss you,
Brett. I know, we wish you were here with us. You'll have to do it next time. September letters, this is fantastic. Thank you both so much for joining and sharing, especially as we're headed towards Mental Health Awareness Day. We appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, today, negotiators for the Screen Actors Guild are set to meet with studios for the very first time since going on strike. Meanwhile, writers are back at work, and late-night talk shows are making their return tonight. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has the details.
Hey there. For the first time since May, late-night talk shows will be brand new as hosts like The Tonight Show's Jimmy Fallon make their return to TV. But with the actors still on strike, the spotlight is shifting to some of Hollywood's biggest stars.
For the first time since May, late night is making its return to TV. HBO becoming the first network to get talk shows up and running again.
We've been off air for the last 5 months due to the writer's strike, which I'm very happy to say is over and even happy to say was successful. So
Last Week Tonight with John Oliver premiering last night. And over the weekend, Real Time with Bill Maher making its on-air return for the first time since the 148-day writer's strike came to an end.
It's been a long time. Let's not ever be apart this long forever.
Tonight, 4 more hosts will bring their shows back.
I missed you guys so much. We are back.
Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Kimmel, and Stephen Colbert all back on set for their long-awaited return.
Live in the Ed Sullivan Theater for the first time in 5 months.
But the comeback comes as Hollywood is still missing some of its biggest stars. While writers are able to return to work, actors are in the midst of an 80-day strike of their own. Sources familiar with the talks say the Actors Union will meet with the AMPTP today for the first time since the strike began. The group represents studios, including NBC Universal's parent company Comcast. Several studio executives are also expected to attend. While WGA's latest contract will act as a framework outlining protections against AI and an increase in residuals from streaming, actors are also asking for other key issues, including changes to the audition process, which the union says has become unregulated and out of control.
It's not how much longer can we go without work, it's how much longer can we go to get what we need.
Without a deal, actors won't be able to film or even promote any new movies or TV shows, meaning it could still be months before new scripted content is released.
Great to be back. I missed you too.
Still, with the revival of late night, Tinseltown is one step closer to shining again.
With actors still on strike, it will certainly be interesting to watch. Late Night with Seth Meyers is making its return without guests, while others have actors on to promote their side projects. But of course, these are nightly shows, so we're going to see how they handle this in the coming days as they hold out for SAG-AFTRA to strike a deal. Back to you.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much. Let's get to some money news. Apple is coming out with some answers after complaints about the new iPhone 15 overheating.
CNBC's Silvana Henao is back with that and other financial news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Yep, so Apple says a bug in iOS 17 is what's causing the new iPhone 15 Pro to overheat while being used or charged. The company will issue a fix in an upcoming software update. After getting complaints, Apple says the devices may feel warmer after they're set up or restored because of increased background activity from third-party apps. Those include Instagram, Uber, and the video game Asphalt 9. Apple says the issue is not due to the design of the iPhone 15, and it's not a safety risk. The UAW striking a tentative contract deal with Mack Trucks, narrowly averting a strike at the company. The union has about 3,500 members working at 5 factories in Pennsylvania, Florida, and Maryland. The contract with Mack, which is owned by Sweden's Volvo Group, was set to expire just before midnight on Sunday, and the deal comes as the UAW continues its strike against Ford, GM, and Chrysler parent Stellantis. And India's elderly population is forecast to double in the next 25 years, overtaking the number of children in the country. A report by the UN Population Fund predicts there will be a decline in people aged 15 to 59. India is the world's most populous country and currently has the largest youth population, with 2/3 of citizens under 35. The rise in the aging population will bring a number of economic challenges, including income insecurity and lack of proper health care, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Savannah. Appreciate it. Coming up, Feel the Fear.
Get ready to jump as we take a closer look at what's hitting our screens this spooky season and find out how more women are getting involved in horror movies. That's next.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. Taylor Swift's Eras Tour is, of course, coming to movie theaters in a couple of weeks. And now we know Beyonce is not far behind. A movie based on the music icon's blockbuster Renaissance World Tour will hit U.S. theaters on December 1st. A trailer dropped last night showing the singer rehearsing with her oldest daughter, Blue Ivy. She can be heard saying, "When I am performing, I am nothing but free. My goal for this tour was to create a place where everyone is free and no one is judged." A great message there. Ticket pre-sales are open at theater chains, including AMC, Regal, and Cinemark. So plenty of music and movie theaters coming up in the next few
I months. love those where it just feels like you're there.
Exactly.
You know, very exciting.
It's cheaper,
and we
too.
needed it. Yeah, that's for sure. All right, finally this hour, we are also going to talk about other things in the theater. Spooky season, that's got many of us searching for this year's perfect scary movies.
And if you've been too frightened to watch in the past few years, well, you're in for a treat. Horror films have changed a lot recently, becoming more complex and actually getting good reviews.
Oh, there you go. Nikki Novak is a correspondent for Fandango. She joins us now on set with more. Hi, it's great to have you with us.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome to the show. Happy spooky season.
Yes, but excited for Beyonce and Taylor Swift's movie, too.
I know.
I mean, yes, can't wait for those.
Yeah. Maybe there's spooky elements. We don't know yet.
We'll find out.
Also, I did love how many commercials there were for the Taylor Swift one in the Chiefs game last night.
I wonder why.
The Chiefs-Jets game, I should say. Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, talk to us about what's been in theaters already that I think is doing pretty well in terms of spooky season and what we can expect coming up.
So Saw X just came out over the weekend, and here's the thing that's happening with horror movies in 2023 and in the last couple of years is that they're doing incredibly well at the box office. This one pulled in $18 million domestically, almost 30 worldwide. But the important thing to remember about these things is horror movies are fairly cheap to make by Hollywood standards. It was a $13 million budget, so they've already made their money back the first weekend.
Oh, wow, interesting.
And then as far as what's coming out, what we're seeing a lot is these legacy sequels. We saw a couple of years ago, the Halloween trilogy came back with Jamie Lee Curtis, and The Exorcist, 50 years after the original film was the first horror movie nominated for an Academy Award for Best Picture at the Academy Awards. Exorcist Believer is coming out this weekend, and Ellen Burstyn is back. I know. She's back in great form and ready to exorcise those demons again. I know, she's incredible. And Leslie Odom Jr. is starring in it. So you're having these highbrow actors come in and star in these films. And then another one that I'm excited about, and this is another thing that's happening with the horror genre, is it's becoming a little bit more subversive, and to use a pun, it's bleeding over into other genres. So Five Nights at Freddy's is based on a video game franchise. It's going to be streaming on Peacock on October 22nd and coming out on theaters on the same day. This one stars Josh Hutcherson, and it stars also a bunch of animatronic animals that are demons and haunting, they're the ghosts of children. So you're seeing a lot in horror films, different sort of things happening, and a lot of auteur filmmakers coming in and changing up the genre.
Yeah, that's great. And also women. Let's talk about the role women are playing in these movies and how that's changed so much in recent years.
So we remember about 20 years ago, it was a lot of these horror slasher films with a lot of gore, a lot of violence. There was always a woman running in the woods, and she was usually the first to be killed. Those days are over. Now you're having actresses like Jessica Chastain, who came in and did the movie It a couple years ago, as well as Octavia Spencer a couple of years ago, an Academy Award-winning actress starring in a film like that. And that's what we're seeing, more of, the more ownership in terms of female leads in these films. And they're not victims anymore. They're really the lead of these films. Jessica Chastain, like I said, and Elizabeth Moss a couple of years ago in The Invisible Man. So we're really seeing this trend. And what it's doing is it's bringing in a whole new audience. We're seeing female demos, sometimes over 50%, going to these films. And the genre is really expanding. A lot more comedy in these, a lot of directors that have really original things to say. And I really think it was Jordan Peele's Get Out in 2017 that kicked that off. Now I think people are not copying, but they're really coming up with these.
You can win an Oscar for it.
Absolutely, for Best Original Screenplay. So
All right, Nikki Novak, this is so exciting that we're in spooky season. I love this.
Oh, good. Oh, I'm happy to hear it. How about you?
I'm not a scary movie person, but
stick to Taylor Swift on October 13th.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Great to see you.
Let's get it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
This is a continuation of the single greatest witch hunt of all time. We have a rogue judge who rules that properties are worth a tiny fraction, 1/100th, a tiny fraction of what they actually are. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show, who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. She used this to run for governor. She failed in her attempt to run for governor. She had virtually no polling. She came back and she said, well, now I'll go back to get Trump again. And this is what we have. It's a scam. It's a sham. Just so you know, my financial statements are phenomenal. They are actually less in terms of the numbers used than the actual net worth. The actual net worth is substantially more. No bank was affected. No bank was hurt. They don't even know why they have to be involved. And they've so testified. They can't believe that they're involved because they were paid back on time. There were no defaults. There were no problems. And it was like a perfect client. In the meantime, people are being murdered all over the sidewalks of New York. There was no victim here. The banks were represented by the best biggest, most prestigious law firms in the state of New York, actually in the country. Some of the biggest and best law firms, in all cases, the biggest and best law firms. That's who represented them. The banks got back their money. Again, there was never a default. There was never a problem. Everything was perfect. There was no crime. The crime is against me because we have a corrupt district attorney, but we have a corrupt attorney general. And it all comes down from the DOJ. They're totally coordinated this in Washington because I'm the leading candidate. I'm leading Biden by 10 points. And I'm leading the Republicans by 50 and 60 points. That's pretty much, they say, over. I never accept that, but they say it's over. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election. Our country's gone to hell. A country that's in decline, serious decline. We have a man running our country who has no clue, doesn't know what he's doing, and you know it better than anybody because you have to cover him. What they've done with open borders, what they've done with interest rates and taxes, it's a disgrace. So what we have here is an attempt to hurt me in an election. It's an attempt to hurt me in an election. This never happened before, where President of the United States leaves office and gets indicted. And the reason I got indicted was that I ran. If I didn't run, I'd be sitting right now at a beach like Biden does every time, even though he's supposed to be working. So very simply put, it's a witch hunt. It's a disgrace. We have a corrupt attorney general in this state. You see how she does? This trial was railroaded and fast-tracked. This trial could have been brought years ago, but they waited till I was right in the middle of my campaign. The same with other trials and indictments. It's all run by DOJ, which is corrupt in Washington. Everything goes through them. They're all corrupt people. Frankly, our country is corrupt. And that's one of the reasons I'm running. We're going to straighten it out. They have one property that's worth anywhere from 50 to 100 times what this judge put down as a value. Put down a value $18 million, and the property's probably worth, could be anywhere from 50 to 100 times more than that. And a lot of those numbers could even be low. We have other properties, the same thing, so he devalued everything. I didn't even put in my best asset, which is the brand, in terms of value. Coca-Cola, take a look at their value. They have a value. The value of their brand is more than everything else put together. My brand is extremely valuable. I didn't even use it in my financials. If I wanted to build up a financial statement, I would have built it up by using brand in addition to everything else. We have the greatest properties. We have among the greatest properties in the world, and I have to go through this for political reasons. This judge is a politician. He comes out of the clubs. He's running unopposed. The reason he's unopposed is because he's getting Trump. They always run opposed. He's getting Trump. The bosses say, don't run against this guy. He's doing great. He's getting Trump. But he overplayed his hand, and he should be investigated for what he's done. What he did in undervaluing these properties is a disgrace to our nation. This shouldn't be a case. One other thing. We have a clause in the contract which tells, essentially, buyer beware. The contract is very, very, if you take a look and you speak to the banks, and you will, I hope you speak to the banks, because the banks got paid in full. I hope you speak to the banks. But we have a clause in the contract. It's like a buyer beware clause. It says when you take a look at the financial statement, don't believe anything you read. This is up front. Don't believe anything you read. Some people call it a worthless clause because it makes the statement and anything you read in the statement worthless. It says go out and do your own research. Go out and do your own due diligence. You have to study the statement carefully. Do not believe anything. In fact, it's so strong that people read it and they don't even accept it. They don't even want it. They don't even use it. It's called a disclaimer clause. It's very common. If you put it in, if you don't have time to do statements, or even if you do have time, people like to have it. This is what's called a full disclaimer. We disclaim the financial statements. But even with a full disclaimer, which immediately takes you out of any fraud situation and any litigation, And by the way, when the Attorney General found out about the disclaimer clause, she said, that's okay, let's go forward anyway. It's good publicity. These are corrupt people we're dealing with, the most corrupt people. We have a great company. I built a great company. It's got tremendous value. It's got some of the greatest real estate assets in the world. And now I have to go before a rogue judge as a continuation of Russia, 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 as a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time. And I don't think the people of this country are going to stand for it. If I weren't leading in all the polls, or if I weren't running, I wouldn't have any of these cases. I wouldn't be seeing you this morning. But I'll be seeing a lot of you, because this is a horrible thing that's happening to our country, and we've got to get it straightened away. So we'll go in and see our rogue judge, and we'll listen to this man. And I think most people get it. People are getting it. I can tell you the voters getting it, because every time they give me a fake indictment, I go up in the polls, and that's never happened before. But this is a disgrace, and you ought to go after this Attorney General, because she's turning off everybody from coming in. You know, I don't know if you take a look at the outflow of business. Businesses are fleeing New York because of horrible, horrible attorney generals and judges like we have. They go to other places where they can be treated fairly and with respect. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
That, of course, was former President Donald Trump walking into the first day of this civil trial in Manhattan. Fraud trial, $250 million brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James. And you heard there Mr. Trump furious, casting this, as he has so many of his legal issues previously, as a continuation of what he describes as a witch hunt against him. Keep in mind that this is an investigation that began while he was still in office in 2019 and 2020, not when he declared as a candidate for presidency, which obviously happened after that. We're going to get to the politics in a second, but let's start with some of the legal claims that the former president made with our legal analyst, Angela Senadella. Because, Angela, this was a bit of a preview of the argument that his attorneys may make in court. You heard the former president talk about what he described as a full disclaimer clause. Does that actually insulate him against claims of fraud?
So he's used this defense before, and he claimed that the worthless statement would just show that this trial shouldn't happen at all. But the judge actually said that his statement of worthlessness was also worthless, if that makes sense. The judge already said this is not an argument that can be made properly by the defense. And the judge is already extremely anti all of Trump's defenses, because he sanctioned his lawyers $7,500 each based on repeating these arguments that the judge says are worthless. So this argument has already been struck down by the judge. Also, I just want to note that whether or not he does have legal arguments here to so violently and virulently go against the judge who has the exclusive power to determine all of the remedies and damages against him is just a strategy that I've never seen before. I mean, literally, there is no jury here. It is just the judge who will decide $250 million worth of damages and maybe not letting him ever be an officer in his own company again. And he is just shooting claims here left and right. This is a strategy that lawyers would strongly advise against. And so it is surprising, to say the least, Hallie.
Angela, is it possible that the judge in this instance, who, as you note, is the sole decider in this case, could put in place some kind of a gag order, perhaps, could instruct the former president not to make these kinds of comments outside court? We've seen that in at least one other criminal case against the former president. Is that even a possibility on the table here?
Well, it seems unlikely, because usually that's in order to not influence the jury. So gag orders are usually to ensure impartiality in a case. But at this point, it's just the judge. So judges assume that they themselves can be impartial. So they're not really concerned here about a jury. So I don't expect a gag order, but this is not going to help his case.
Angela, stand by for a second. I want to bring in Ken Delanian, who is following this for us as well. Ken, one of the other things that we heard from the former president was this idea that no bank was hurt ultimately in the end. Does that make a difference as it relates to how this trial moves forward?
Before I answer that, Hallie, I just want to say, in addition to being an extraordinary legal strategy, the idea of a former president attacking in very personal terms a sitting judge inside the courthouse when he's about to go into court is an extraordinary moment in our democracy, which, after all, relies on the rule of law, relies on confidence in the court system. It's one thing to say you were treated unfairly, to disagree with a ruling, but to exhort your followers to, quote, go after the Attorney General of New York is an extraordinary thing, and I don't think we should normalize it or let it pass without comment. But to your point, Mr. Trump has a point when he says that there were no victims in this case, in the sense that nobody lost money. And a great example of that is the old post office here in Washington, D.C. that Mr. Trump developed. He got a lease with the General Service Administration. He got a loan from Deutsche Bank under what the Attorney General says were overly favorable terms based on the fraud in the financial statements. And then he sold the building for $375 million, making a $100 million profit. Now, Deutsche Bank got paid. They made a profit on their transaction. But the Attorney General is saying she's seeking $100 million in damages. She wants to take those profits away from Donald Trump because she said he made those material misstatements, and a judge has agreed with her. So to your point, legally, it doesn't matter that the banks made their money and aren't complaining here, because the judge has ruled that the misstatements in the financial statements were so extraordinary that they weren't puffery. They were, in fact, fraud, and that's already been decided. So what this trial is about is, as Angela said, it's about the damages. It's about whether Letitia James can get $250 million and also ban Donald Trump from doing business in New York, which could have enormous financial implications for his real estate empire. Obviously, he's got properties all over the place. This won't mean the end of the Trump organization, but it could seriously hamper him financially at a time when he's facing tens of millions of dollars in legal bills and his other criminal trials. And you also have to, you can't discount the psychological effect that all of this has. He's on trial in 4 criminal cases, and now he's got the state of New York coming after him, seeking to disgorge him of significant assets in his real estate empire, Hallie.
Ken, let me go back to something that you're talking about here, because I said we'd do sort of the legal bucket and then the political bucket next. But let's get into the politics of it, because it intersects, as he is, as you described, going after the judge in this case, calling him a rogue judge. Not clear what evidence he's basing that on, if any, here. It is, as you say, not just an extraordinary legal strategy, but a moment here that is of a piece with what we have seen the former president do before. This is not the first time that he's gone after either the entity investigating him or the person overseeing a case that he is a part of. This dates back years, not just in this most recent tranche of significant legal issues for him.
You are absolutely right, Hallie, and we're going to find out fairly soon, I think, whether these comments are going to ultimately have some legal repercussions for Mr. Trump, because Special Counsel Jack Smith just on Friday night weighed in with his latest filing seeking a partial gag order on Donald Trump in the criminal case in Washington, D.C., and he cited a series of new statements, including statements that Donald Trump made interviewing on Meet the Press with Kristen Welker, that Jack Smith said were inflammatory and prejudicial and improper and should be prohibited by the judge in that case. But you're right. I mean, this is his tendency. This is his habit. This is his track record. He's a fighter, but he's the former president, and what he's doing, we know from polls and from focus groups, is eroding confidence in the judicial system, in the FBI, and the Justice Department, and it's also security sources tell me that it's raising the prospect of physical threats, and it's required that many of these judges and prosecutors in these cases have had to get security details because of the kind of rhetoric that Donald Trump and his supporters are using, Hallie.
He is seeking to use that to his political advantage, which brings us to Eugene. And Eugene, our team inside the courtroom, just to give people a sense of what's happening, the former president walked in, looking down as he walked past the Attorney General, Letitia James. As I'm looking at some of our reporting that is coming in, quite literally second by second here, the court is now coming to order, and Donald Trump has been standing in front of a judge. The judge has laid out some of the sort of preliminaries here as this case moves forward. There will be no camera in court. The judge has now denied that. The media organizations who are inside court had requested that on behalf of sort of the broader American public, if you will. Not surprising to see that development here. As we look at this, right, as we are seeing now former President Trump speaking in court, the court proceedings now officially underway in the last 5-6 minutes or so. The former president makes the point that political, legal issues against him have served him politically to a means that is advantageous to him. In other words, he is correct that when he is facing some of these legal problems, he does not see an erosion in polls from the Republican base. The question is, and the question that we don't have an answer to yet is, what does this mean more broadly for a population if, in fact, Donald Trump is the Republican nominee? In other words, does a swing voter in the suburbs of Atlanta see it the same way? That is a real political risk for the former president moving forward if, in fact, he does end up the nominee.
And that's what I'll be asking swing voters next week. I help oversee the Axios Swing Voters Project, and we're talking to Georgia voters next Tuesday to see how they are responding to this moment. Based on the swing voters we've spoken with in Michigan and Pennsylvania, they are tired of what comes with a Trump presidency. And they do not think that he is being targeted politically, because many of them realize that this investigation began when he was in the White House and when the DOJ was overseen, should I say, by people he put in leadership. Whether or not that is going to get them to vote against Joe Biden remains to be seen. As Trump has noted, his poll numbers are still what they are, at least when it comes to the GOP primary, and he's very popular with the base. But to your point, swing voters, independent voters, are going to be incredibly influential in determining who wins the 2024 election. And while this messaging that Trump is putting forward may be really popular and appealing to people who are already on the Trump train, will it get new people on board? That remains to be seen.
As far as the visuals that we may get from inside court, no televised opening statement or closing arguments, according to the judge, but there will be some still photographers, we understand, who will be allowed in, meaning we likely, based on what we understand at this moment, will be seeing images of the former president in court here, Eugene. You make the point that the question is what happens to independent swing voters who will likely determine in many states where this election goes come next November, if in fact the former president is the nominee. But right now, for the Republican base, they are solidly loyal. Our team's talking with people all around the country, people who are Donald Trump supporters, who believe him and back him when he suggests that he is being politically persecuted.
Absolutely. And to a point Vaughn made earlier, the reason why what swing voters care about and I think really matters is because this is not the end of Trump's legal challenges. We could be in court for quite some time. And many of these individuals have said they are over these conversations. They want to hear lawmakers, should I say politicians, competing for the presidency in particular, speak more about foreign policy, the economy, women's rights, so many of the issues in which voters think about when they go to the polls, whether or not they're going to have to continue to wonder whether or not the highest politician in office is going to remain in office or find themselves in some type of situation where they cannot continue their term because of legal issues. It's a stressor that they really aren't looking to add to their plate right now. And so what the message Trump has for swing voters and independents will be, we haven't heard much of it yet, but he could pivot to it very soon. As of right now, he's really focused on his base.
Eugene, thank you. Lindsay, let me go to you, because, again, as we wait now to see some kind of image from inside court, whether it's still or video, again, we know we're not going to get opening statements on TV. That was not an expectation, and that is what the judge has ruled against here. Talk through where this goes next.
Well, and really, what a significant development here that we will have still cameras in the courtroom, Hallie.
As
and
we are seeing
NBC
some of those first images.
Also.
Yep, Lindsay. And there's the judge, Judge Engoron, taking off his glasses to give a big smile for the camera as we flip around now to see. It looked like we had seen former President Trump right in the front row there as we were getting those images in. We're going to roll that tape playback back and bring it to you. But, Lindsay, please continue. I just wanted to lay out for folks what they're seeing there.
Right. And so, Hallie, I mean, this is really the first in a government-led justice proceeding here, court proceeding. We know that the president has previously, of course, been sued and found liable for sexual assault, but this is the first government-led court proceeding that we're seeing come to fruition. We know the litany of other criminal cases that he has, but really significant that we're going to see video from inside that courtroom as we watch that tape playback when we have it, and the still photos. I mean, in the federal cases, there will be no camera. There's never a camera in federal court. It appears that the Georgia case that Fonnie Willis is bringing against him could be televised, and that will be very significant as well. But for the public, just to be able to see, I mean, we have a producer inside, Hallie, and you and I have both been reading the notes, and Adam Reese actually wrote quite a sight to see Trump stand before the judge when all rise was given. And we know that the president is remaining defiant. You're watching right now some video of when he addressed the camera shortly before entering that courtroom, and he said this is the continuation of a single greatest witch hunt of all time. And as you and Ken were talking about, slammed the judge, calling him a rogue judge, calling this a scam and a sham, saying the Attorney General, Letitia James, is a racist and this is a horror show. And you mentioned also with Angela at the beginning when we were talking about this, that he's kind of repeating this defense that there's a clause in a contract that says buyer beware. So when you take a look at the financial statements, don't believe anything you read. Do your own research and due diligence. And we know that the judge already saying that many of the legal arguments cannot be repeated. Basically, fine them $7,500 each. We know we will also hear. We heard from Truth Social last night, and we heard from the former president today before he entered that courtroom. He did not include his brand and the value that that asset brings to a valuation. He said he didn't even include that in his actual net worth is substantially more. So we have this trial that's beginning today. We're going to hear opening arguments, 90 minutes for the Attorney General, 2 hours for the defense attorneys, and then we will hear witnesses being brought. Of course, familiar names on that witness list, including the former president himself and his adult sons. We originally, Hallie, were expecting this trial to last 3 months. It's possible that the witness list will be shortened and it won't last that long. But we could be in a situation where come December, we will be hearing from the judge. Again, this is a bench trial, so no jury. It will be the judge who will be deciding these damages. And then, Hallie, that brings us to 2024 when we have another civil trial from E. Jean Carroll, when we have the Alvin Bragg case in the Southern District of New York, when we have the federal cases involving election interference in D.C. and documents mishandling in Florida. So quite a busy docket, as this is really the beginning, Hallie, when we're seeing these cases against him being brought by governments.
Lindsay, thank you. I'm going to ask you to stand by as we are working to now turn around some of that video from inside court. Again, not of the official proceedings at this moment, but some images of the former president sitting there. We know that the New York Attorney General was in the front row. The former president's son, Eric Trump, I should say, is also in court in the front row with his father. Ken, we haven't seen, to my knowledge, Donald Trump Jr. or Ivanka Trump, former President Trump's other 2 adult children, or 2 of his other adult children, who are on the witness list here.
That's right. We have not seen them, but they are a really important part of this trial, and the implications bleed into their net worth as well, because they are integrally involved in this company. And again, what's already happened in this case, Hallie, this partial summary judgment ruling by Judge Engoron is hugely significant. And in fact, lawyers don't even fully understand yet its full implications. And there was a hearing last week where the judge was asked several questions about it, and he didn't even seem to be sure yet of the full implications. One thing that's clear is it's going to be appealed.
We are seeing, I just wanted to flag to folks, this is that video from just moments ago inside court, a very quick shot. We're going to see if we can re-rack that and roll it back. The former president sitting there at the defense table along with his attorneys. And Ken, you're talking through sort of the significance of this moment. Talk to us about some of the key players we should know about.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're looking at right now Donald Trump, and next to him Jason Miller, one of his, and there's Letitia James, the Attorney General. And there's Donald Trump sitting in the front row, it looks like, in the defendant's table.
A rather dramatic moment there. We can't tell exactly what she is looking at, but it does appear, of course, that she is looking at the lead defendant in this case, former President Trump, after he has repeatedly, Ken, as we should note, gone after her, attacked her, not just at campaign rallies, not just even in the courtroom a few moments ago, but on his social media platform as well. We know that he is, again, even sending out fundraising emails based on this trial in just the last couple of minutes here.
That's right. And it's also fair to point out, I think, that as Donald Trump did in his remarks, that she, when she was campaigning in 2018, or actually on the night of her victory in 2018, promised to investigate Donald Trump's real estate dealings in a way that raised some eyebrows. She, as the elected Attorney General, wielding the power of the state. And in fact, she has done that. And she's won a judge's ruling that, in fact, there was fraud here, which kind of negates or at least blunts some of the charges that this is all politically motivated and not on the level, because as a matter of law, the judge has ruled that in fact there was fraud here. But there are people who are going to question, well, if this was happening for two decades, as Donald Trump did, why now? Why this case now as he's running for president? But it's really dramatic to have these people who have been sort of political and legal opponents for so long sitting so close to one another in that courtroom, Hallie.
Of course, you are now seeing one of these still images, one of the pictures, the photographs of him inside court from one of the photographers who was allowed in based on the judge's ruling there. Again, we will not be seeing those opening statements live or on TV, but we know that the judge, based on our team in courtroom, is delivering it, talking about how it sounds like the judge is hoping to, after the opening statement, only say sustained, overruled, and let's take a 10-minute break. In other words, that he is not seeking to be, of course, the center of attention here in this case, talking about that summary judgment granted to the New York Attorney General, the plaintiff here, last week. Angela Senadella, with that, we'll go to you as to next steps, what you expect to hear from both the prosecution, from both the Attorney General's team and the defense's team here in the next couple of minutes.
So the prosecution, in their opening arguments, I expect that they are going to go over the extent of the damage, the extent of the fraud, because as we know, there's already been a ruling that fraud exists. So they're just trying to prove damages at this point. Now, in thinking back to Trump's speech, I almost wonder if his strategy at this point is just resigning himself to the fact that this trial is not going to be in his favor, and then just trying to set himself up for appeal. So he's almost going to be willing to take whatever this judge hands down, because his entire basis for his argument is just, this is all unfair. If you look at his actual arguments, though, I don't think they're terrible. So the legal arguments he brought up earlier about this disclaimer. So disclaimers have a limit. It's not that you can just disclaim anything. Also about the subjectivity. I mean, obviously, we know there is subjectivity to assessments in real estate, but what the prosecution is going to say is 3 billion plus subjectivity is not rational, is not normal. So the prosecution's just going to hammer down the extent. And lastly is the argument that he is really never allowed to use again in this courtroom due to the judge saying in the last hearing that there were going to be sanctions, and they just cannot repeat this argument, which is really about how, you know, this was not a choice, that Trump doing this was his choice. And so I think, you know, we're going to see a battle, but I think Trump at this point is just waiting for appeal.
Angela Senadella, our NBC News legal analyst, thank you so much for that, as we have now seen the beginning of Donald Trump's civil trial here in Manhattan. Civil $250 million fraud trial expected to last for weeks. I want to thank everybody who's been joining us here for our special coverage, including Lindsay Reiser, Vaughn Hilliard, Danny Savalos, Eugene Scott. We're going to have a lot more coverage ahead on NBC News Daily and, of course, tonight on NBC News Now. I'll see you later on for Hallie Jackson now at 5 p.m. Eastern. Have a good one.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with a possible solution to traffic gridlock, but it's one that a lot of Americans don't like. We're talking about roundabouts. More cities are looking to replace their stoplight intersections with traffic circles. But do they really make commutes faster and safer? NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra visits the roundabout capital of the South to find out.
Some call this a traffic circle. Maybe you know it as a rotary.
Oh my God, you really do love roundabouts. I love a roundabout.
No matter what you call them, in Oxford, Mississippi, you can't miss them.
You're never too far away
You're
from the
just
next
never
roundabout.
too far from the next roundabout.
And that's just the way she likes it. Mayor Robin Tannehill took us driving in circles in what she calls the roundabout capital of the South.
I hear you have a nickname.
I do have a nickname, Roundabout Robin.
In Europe, roundabouts are everywhere. Here in the U.S., they're not that common, but they are on the rise. This college town in Mississippi has built 21 new traffic circles in 6 years.
This is one of 34 roundabouts in the area, but the city of Oxford is not the only city going all in on roundabouts.
Bend, Oregon has almost 50, Lincoln, Nebraska has more than 75, and Carmel, Indiana has around 140. Studies show roundabouts drive down serious injury and fatal crash rates by 90%. Drivers are forced to slow down. And there are fewer conflict points for vehicles, saving lives and maybe saving time. Marvin King has a front row seat.
How much of a difference has it made in your daily life?
Oh, right here, this would have taken forever because it would have been a slow stop. Bye, Franny. Have a great day.
Dropping off his kids at school, the Oxford father lives what studies also show. Those circles are cutting his commute.
Throughout the course of a week, I'm probably saving 30 or 40 minutes.
But with growth comes growing pains. A new roundabout near Orlando, Florida opened a second lane last summer and saw 131 crashes since. Officials there say as more drivers have gotten used to it, the numbers have gone down. And even in the so-called roundabout capital of the South,
usually I yell at them in my car thinking that they can hear me.
Not everyone is along for the ride.
Do not like them one bit. I hate them.
Like them or not, they're here to stay, with more on the way.
I have gotten calls from other mayors, saying, okay, we're thinking about a roundabout.
And this mayor hopes her corner of the South,
a roundabout is a great solution in Oxford, Mississippi,
can be a roadmap to the future. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Oxford, Mississippi.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah.
I don't mind them.
It depends. The ones that are well labeled,
Yeah.
I like. The ones that aren't, I feel
Yeah,
like are a little more dangerous.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
There you go. Well, Sunday Night Football is feeling the Taylor Swift effect. The star made her second appearance in a row at the Kansas City Chiefs games last night against the Jets, cheering on tight end Travis Kelce, and it seemed to work. The Chiefs beat the Jets 23-20.
That could have been bad, though. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa.
It was a nail biter.
Stunningly a nail biter, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Savannah, this was a night tailor-made for us. Yeah. For Swifties and football fans alike, amid a fierce face-off between the New York Jets and the Kansas City Chiefs. Some fans were just Team Taylor, with the pop star making back-to-back appearances at Chiefs games and driving a whole new population to tune in to Sunday Night Football.
She's here. Taylor is
in the house.
It wasn't just any Sunday night. After a week of hype that transformed an early season football game into a blockbuster TV event,
Hi, Swifties. We'll be with you all night.
the Taylor Swift NFL takeover was complete.
Touchdown!
Her many, many fans welcomed to the game by our own Carson Daly with some help from the voice coaches.
We really hope something enchanting makes you feel like this tonight.
Chiefs, Jets, welcome to New York, everybody.
The singer cheering on Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. The excitement started hours earlier with some fans not tailgating, but rather Taylor-gating.
I'm super excited, much more excited to see her than I am to see any of the football players.
Inside the star-studded stadium, Swift spent time with Kelce's mom, Donna Kelce, the two arm in arm, with Donna wearing her son's number 87 jersey. Swift was flanked by famous friends, including Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively, Sophie Turner, and Hugh Jackman.
Is it surreal to be able to see Taylor Swift in the same stadium as you guys?
Yes,
we're breathing the same air.
Swift's rumored romance with the Chiefs star appearing to heat up after she stunned fans by showing up to Kansas City's Arrowhead Stadium the week before.
Shout out to Taylor for pulling up. That was pretty ballsy.
And once word got out that Swift would be attending, ticket sales for the Chiefs-Jets game quickly doubled, and prices jumped from $80 to more than $170 in the days that followed, according to online marketplace TickPick. And the football world has been leaning into Swift mania. The Chiefs even exchanging friendship bracelets ahead of the game.
I know what these are all about.
Which they won 23-20 with their famous fan in the stands. At MetLife, some couples bonding as their worlds collide.
He's a Swiftie, and I like football now, so our two loves are merging.
And there are no signs of the Swift effect slowing down. The Eras Tour movie and 1989 Taylor's Version album are still to come later this month. And if you need further proof of her dominance, believe it or not, more Americans are aware of Taylor Swift than they are the NFL, according to a Morning Consult study. Yeah, that will make your head turn. I'll also point out, I was at the game last night. I was in the sea of, like, diehard Jets fans. And even they, who were obviously there to see the game, were talking about, like, I could overhear them, oh, is that Taylor Swift? Like, I think that's her in her long black sleeves, like the long blonde hair. Like, these are Jets fans, like, all these men, like, trying to find her in the crowd. So it was definitely, she was the talk of the game.
I like the one fan said, and I like football now.
Yeah.
Oh, so many people. I'm calling it the Taylor Swift game.
Yes, or it's like, I'm more excited to see Taylor than the players, for sure. Like, that's a lot of the message I was getting. It was funny.
So funny. Oh, my God, I love it. Emily, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Coming up, writing for your mental well-being.
We're going to speak with actor Brittany Snow and entrepreneur Jesper Guest about their September Letters initiative. That's next.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans.
There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that?
Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, September might just barely be over, but the mental health platform, the September Letters, is going from strength to strength, celebrating its 3-year anniversary as well as a new book. It's co-founded by actress Brittany Snow and entrepreneur Jasper Guest. The September Letters focuses on mental health and wellness through the platform of shared letters and therapeutic writing, and really sharing your story with others. For more, we are lucky enough to be joined by Brittany Snow and by Jasper Guest. Thank you so much for being here. I've got Jasper here on set with me, Brittany on Zoom, so we're going to kind of work this out because I know that I love your story, which is actually where I want to start with the two of you and how this kind of came to be. Jasper, I'll ask you just since you're right here on set. Tell me a little bit about you and Brittany beginning this together and how this came to be this actual book.
You know, we never meant to write a book. We meant to write a journal, and then all of a sudden it transformed into a book. Brittany and I have been friends for a really long time, and I knew of her story, and one day she was like, I really want to do this thing, and I was like, I help people do things. Let me help you. And so we started working on it in 2018, and then it launched in September 2020, and when we flipped our website live, we were just praying for like 1 or 2 letters, and we've gotten quite a few letters since then, and it's been, you know, kind of an incredible experience. And then on the website, you can read a letter, write a letter, or request a letter.
I love that feature, and I'm going to get to that in just a minute. Brittany, I want to bring you in here and talk through. I know some of this was inspired by you sharing your own story and what kind of the power of writing a letter or writing down or expressing your story is to other people. What has that meant for you, and what have you seen it mean to other people?
Yes, this all started because I read an article in a magazine when I was a kid, and I didn't understand what mental health even was. And I found my own story in someone else's words. I realized that I had something that didn't make me crazy. It made me actually quite normal. And so I ripped that article out of the magazine and carried around in my back pocket as a symbol to signify hope and that there was other people going through the same thing. And then I came out with my story when I was 21, and I went to, I shared it in a magazine article as well. I went to a coffee shop after the article had come out, and there was a girl in the coffee shop who was crying, and she turned around and she had my article that I had written in her back pocket. And it was this sort of full circle moment where I realized that as small or as big as our stories are, or how different we may seem, they really do connect us and could be that missing ticket to make us feel more united and connected.
Oh,
so that's where it sort of started.
I mean, how cool, the full circle of you having had that experience with somebody else and then somebody sharing that with you. Jasper, let's now talk about the website, because this book that I'm physically holding,
there's a back pocket in there.
There is a back, okay, so tell me the back pocket, because I love this.
I don't know, you know, Brittany's story is so like symbol around this back pocket. For us, we wanted to give people that opportunity to have a back pocket, and you know, it's all about sharing your story and feeling less alone, and that was something that's really important to us.
Yeah, I love it. It's where you can kind of keep your own.
You can store anything. You can store like notes. You can rip pages out. You know, this book is supposed to. We really like to say it's a tool.
Yeah.
It's more of a guidebook. It's not a book. You can open it to any page. That's the letter of the day that's meant for you. You don't have to read it in a traditional sense. And so we want it. That's why there's doodles. She and I are big on doodling. Like we want you to kind of make it a livable, breathable tool in your everyday life.
Absolutely. And it really is true that you can open it up and anything's there. So there's this physical book, which is fabulous. And like you said, it's more kind of, it's a collection, I'd say, right? Not doesn't need to be experienced like a book. But then there's also the website. So talk through what this exactly means, what September Letters as a whole, what this does on the website, where you can request a letter, you can write a letter. What does that mean?
You know, there's a lot of science-backed data on letter writing initiatives, and for us, it was about the power of putting a pen or a keyboard or whatever to paper and telling your story. And like what Brittany has shared, her story about when she shared and someone saw their story in themselves. Very much when I read your Team Vogue op-ed, which was really remarkable and amazing, I'm sure a lot of people, and even myself, was like, oh my God, that is me. And you know, there's a part in life where you feel very isolated when you're going through these traumatic moments, and you feel like I could be the only person on the planet going through this, and you're not. And that's really what the September Letters, you know, website platform is all about, is someone seeing their story in someone else's. And also with you writing your story, and I'm sure you had this experience, it's very therapeutic. You know, you actually see how far you've come and where you're going. And so it kind of has not only the help for yourself, but help for others.
Absolutely, yeah. It actually was kind of incredible through that experience, and thank you for bringing that up. Hearing actually from parents, because I was writing about my experience when I was younger, being like, my child is experiencing these very specific things that they think, oh my God, there's shame around it, or who can I talk to? Do I tell a doctor? So it's so true. Brittany, I was really struck by just even going on the website where there's an area where you can be requesting letters, or people have even just kind of used like this comment feature to just start writing openly. I'm dealing with this, I'm this old, and this doesn't feel good at school. Tell me about some of the things that you've heard from people that have really stuck with you.
I think really that's the backbone and the seminal part of the website, to be honest, is the connection piece of the website, being able to just reach out and say, is there anyone out there that has this experience as well? And forming that community and creating that shared connection, I think, is the key to sometimes feeling and beginning your mental health journey and recovery. And so I think it's my favorite part of the website, to be honest, is sort of a pay it forward effect. You can ask someone to, like, please write a letter for me. And the giving and the sharing that I've seen on the website really reignites hope in humanity, because people do. They take the time to write things for strangers just to share their experience.
Absolutely. Well, Brittany Snow, it looks early still and dark where you are, so I appreciate you being able to join us on this. Jasper Guest, thank you for being here. I love your friendship and what you're doing.
Miss you,
Brett. I know, we wish you were here with us. You'll have to do it next time. September Letters, this is fantastic. Thank you both so much for joining and sharing, especially as we're headed towards Mental Health Awareness Day. We appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, today, negotiators for the Screen Actors Guild are set to meet with studios for the very first time since going on strike. Meanwhile, writers are back at work, and late-night talk shows are making their return tonight. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has the details.
Hey there. For the first time since May, late-night talk shows will be brand new as hosts like The Tonight Show's Jimmy Fallon make their return to TV. But with the actors still on strike, the spotlight is shifting to some of Hollywood's biggest stars.
For the first time since May, late night is making its return to TV. HBO becoming the first network to get talk shows up and running again.
We've been off air for the last 5 months due to the writer's strike, which I'm very happy to say is over, and even happy to say was successful. So
Last Week Tonight with John Oliver premiering last night. And over the weekend, Real Time with Bill Maher making its on-air return for the first time since the 148-day writer's strike came to an end.
It's been a long time. Let's not ever be apart this long forever.
Tonight, 4 more hosts will bring their shows back.
I missed you guys so much. We are back.
Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Kimmel, and Stephen Colbert all back on set for their long-awaited return.
Live in the Ed Sullivan Theater for the first time in 5 months.
But the comeback comes as Hollywood is still missing some of its biggest stars. While writers are able to return to work, actors are in the midst of an 80-day strike of their own. Sources familiar with the talks say the Actors Union will meet with the AMPTP today for the first time since the strike began. The group represents studios, including NBC Universal's parent company Comcast. Several studio executives are also expected to attend. While WGA's latest contract will act as a framework outlining protections against AI and an increase in residuals from streaming, actors are also asking for other key issues, including changes to the audition process, which the union says has become unregulated and out of control.
It's not how much longer can we go without work, it's how much longer can we go to get what we need.
Without a deal, actors won't be able to film or even promote any new movies or TV shows, meaning it could still be months before new scripted content is released.
Great to be back. I missed you too.
Still, with the revival of late night, Tinseltown is one step closer to shining again.
With actors still on strike, it will certainly be interesting to watch. Late Night with Seth Meyers is making its return without guests, while others have actors on to promote their side projects. But of course, these are nightly shows, so we're going to see how they handle this in the coming days as they hold out for SAG-AFTRA to strike a deal. Back to you.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much. Let's get to some money news. Apple is coming out with some answers after complaints about the new iPhone 15 overheating.
CNBC's Silvana Henao is back with that and other financial news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Yep, so Apple says a bug in iOS 17 is what's causing the new iPhone 15 Pro to overheat while being used or charged. The company will issue a fix in an upcoming software update. After getting complaints, Apple says the devices may feel warmer after they're set up or restored because of increased background activity from third-party apps. Those include Instagram, Uber, and the video game Asphalt 9. Apple says the issue is not due to the design of the iPhone 15, and it's not a safety risk. The UAW striking a tentative contract deal with Mack Trucks, narrowly averting a strike at the company. The union has about 3,500 members working at 5 factories in Pennsylvania, Florida, and Maryland. The contract with Mack, which is owned by Sweden's Volvo Group, was set to expire just before midnight on Sunday. And the deal comes as the UAW continues its strike against Ford, GM, and Chrysler parent Stellantis. And India's elderly population is forecast to double in the next 25 years, overtaking the number of children in the country. A report by the UN Population Fund predicts there will be a decline in people aged 15 to 59. India is the world's most populous country and currently has the largest youth population, with 2/3 of citizens under 35. The rise in the aging population will bring a number of economic challenges, including income insecurity and lack of proper health care, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Savannah. Appreciate it. Coming up, feel the fear.
Get ready to jump as we take a closer look at what's hitting our screens this spooky season and find out how more women are getting involved in horror movies. That's next.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big. Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr.
President. Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. Taylor Swift's Eras Tour is, of course, coming to movie theaters in a couple of weeks. And now we know Beyonce is not far behind. A movie based on the music icon's blockbuster Renaissance World Tour will hit U.S. theaters on December 1st. A trailer dropped last night showing the singer rehearsing with her oldest daughter, Blue Ivy. She can be heard saying, "When I am performing, I am nothing but free. My goal for this tour was to create a place where everyone is free and no one is judged." A great message there. Ticket pre-sales are open at theater chains, including AMC, Regal, and Cinemark. So plenty of music and movie theaters coming up in the next few
I
months.
love those where it just feels like you're there.
Exactly.
You know, very exciting.
It's cheaper,
and we
too.
needed it. That's for sure. All right, finally this hour, we are also going to talk about other things in the theaters. Spooky season, that's got many of us searching for this year's perfect scary movies.
And if you've been too frightened to watch in the past few years, well, you're in for a treat. Horror films have changed a lot recently, becoming more complex and actually getting good reviews.
Wow, there you go. Nikki Novak is a correspondent for Fandango. She joins us now on set with more. Hi, it's great to have you with us.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome to the show.
Thank
Happy
you.
spooky season.
Yes, but excited for Beyonce and Taylor Swift's movie, too.
I know. I mean,
yes,
yeah,
can't
talk
wait
about
for those.
Maybe there's spooky elements. We don't know yet.
We'll find out.
Also, I did love how many commercials there were for the Taylor Swift one in the Chiefs game last night.
I wonder why.
The Chiefs-Jets game, I should say. Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, talk to us about what's been in theaters already that I think is doing pretty well in terms of spooky season and what we can expect coming up.
So Saw X just came out over the weekend, and here's the thing that's happening with horror movies in 2023 and in the last couple of years is that they're doing incredibly well at the box office. This one pulled in $18 million domestically, almost 30 worldwide. But the important thing to remember about these things is horror movies are fairly cheap to make by Hollywood standards. It was a $13 million budget, so they've already made their money back the first weekend.
Oh, wow, interesting.
And then as far as what's coming out, what we're seeing a lot is these legacy sequels. We saw a couple of years ago, the Halloween trilogy came back with Jamie Lee Curtis, and The Exorcist, 50 years after the original film was the first horror movie nominated for an Academy Award for Best Picture at the Academy Awards. Exorcist Believer is coming out this weekend, and Ellen Bernstein is back.
I know.
I know. She's back in great form and ready to exorcise those
90
demons
years old, by the
again.
way.
I know, she's incredible. And Leslie Odom Jr. is starring in it. So you're having these highbrow actors come in and star in these films. And then another one that I'm excited about, and this is another thing that's happening with the horror genre, is it's becoming a little bit more subversive. And to use a pun, it's bleeding over into other genres. So Five Nights at Freddy's is based on a video game franchise. It's going to be streaming on Peacock on October 22nd and coming out on theaters on the same day. This one stars Josh Hutcherson, and it stars also a bunch of animatronic animals that are demons and haunting, they're the ghosts of children. So you're seeing a lot in horror films, different sort of things happening, and a lot of auteur filmmakers coming in and changing up the genre.
Yeah, that's great. And also women. Let's talk about the role women are playing in these movies and how that's changed so much in recent years.
Yeah, so we remember about 20 years ago, it was a lot of these horror slasher films with a lot of gore, a lot of violence. There was always a woman running in the woods, and she was usually the first to be killed. Those days are over. Now you're having actresses like Jessica Chastain, who came in and did the movie It a couple of years ago, as well as Octavia Spencer a couple of years ago. An Academy Award-winning actress starring in a film like that. And that's what we're seeing, more of, the more ownership in terms of female leads in these films. And they're not victims anymore. They're really the lead of these films. Jessica Chastain, like I said, and Elizabeth Moss a couple of years ago in The Invisible Man. So we're really seeing this trend. And what it's doing is it's bringing in a whole new audience. We're seeing female demos, sometimes over 50% going to these films. And the genre's really expanding. A lot more comedy in these, a lot of directors that have really original things to say. And I really think it was Jordan Peele's Get Out in 2017 that kicked that off. Now I think people are not copying, but they're really coming up with these.
You can win an Oscar for it.
Absolutely, for Best Original Screenplay. So
All right, Nikki Novak, this is so exciting that we're in spooky season. I love this.
Oh, good. Oh, I'm happy to hear it. How about you?
I'm not a scary movie person, but
stick to Taylor Taylor Swift
There you go.
on October 13th.
See? Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Great to see you.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Happy Monday. So glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Kate Snow in for Morgan. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, October 2nd, fraud trial. Former President Donald Trump is in court in Manhattan today, facing accusations that he lied about his wealth, how the lawsuit could cost him control of Trump Tower and other prized properties.
On-air return, late-night talk shows are starting back up again after being stalled by the writers' strike. What you can expect from your favorite hosts.
Road trip traffic circles are gaining traction here in the U.S., with more cities installing them to reduce crash rates. We're going to take a deep dive into the rise of the roundabout.
Race for the cure. Hundreds of thousands of Americans are affected by breast cancer every year. When you should get screened and what you should know about treatment.
A very important conversation, why we're in pink today,
Yes.
to recognize Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Essential stuff.
Absolutely. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with the high-stakes civil fraud trial against former President Donald Trump. He arrived at the courthouse earlier this morning here in Manhattan, and a judge has already ruled that Mr. Trump and his company lied to banks and exaggerated his net worth by billions of dollars.
Now the judge is set to decide on several other claims in the case. Most notably, New York Attorney General Letitia James is pushing for $250 million in damages and a ban on Mr. Trump doing business in the state. The former president has called it all a corporate death penalty, denied any wrongdoing. Earlier today, he once again slammed the trial before walking into the court.
The scam is a sham. Just so you know, my financial statements are phenomenal. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election.
MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser is with us outside the courthouse in New York. Lindsay, to be clear, there's no jury in this trial, right? It's just the judge. So can you lay out what he may be or what he will be deciding on what's happening in the courtroom?
All right, Kate and Vicki, good to be with you. This is called a bench trial, so you're right, no jury, just that judge. And the judge has already ruled on liability for one of the causes that the AG is arguing against. Now, to remind folks, this is very high stakes for the former president because his entire business empire essentially is at stake here. I mean, you mentioned what the attorney general is seeking, $250 million in damages, a 5-year ban on the former president and his adult sons acquiring any new commercial property, and a ban on the former president and his adult sons from becoming officers of any corporation in New York State. Now, we heard from the former president before he walked into that courtroom today before opening arguments began. The former president saying this is a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time. A lot of familiar rhetoric that we've heard from him. He slammed the judge as rogue and the attorney general as racist. He also mounted a couple of defenses that we could hear in the courtroom, including that his lenders weren't harmed, banks got their money, and that there's a clause in the contract called buyer beware. So essentially, do your own research and due diligence. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about his defense attorney's opening arguments, but first, the attorney general went first. Someone in her office, a man named Kevin Wallace, senior enforcement counsel, and he just reiterated some of their arguments that his assets were overvalued between $812 million and $2.2 billion, also saying that Trump knew that these valuations were false but continued to push them to get benefits that he wasn't entitled to, like better interest rates. And then from the defense side, we heard that the evidence will show there's no intent to defraud, that there are numerous ways to value a property, and that also we should mention, both sides appear to have wrapped. We could even hear from the first witness after the break.
That's pretty quick. Lindsay, the judge says this trial could last until December. We know Mr. Trump is facing several legal challenges right now. What can we expect from this trial? What could it mean for Mr. Trump's businesses?
Right, and so we are expecting this potentially to last as many as 3 months. We could be all the way up until December 22nd here before we hear both sides resting and a ruling here from the bench. But things did pick up today. They're already moving quicker than expected. We are expecting that first witness to be called as soon as today, which will be accountant Donald Bender. But other people on the witness list include the former president himself, his 2 adult sons, his daughter Ivanka, who was dropped from the suit, former CFO Alan Weiss,
Weisselberg and former fixer Michael Cohen. So we could be learning more about this empire that the former president has run on, campaigned on, essentially saying he's a savvy businessman. And we'll hear arguments from the attorney general that it was maybe not as successful as he has put out there.
A lot of high-profile witnesses, no one with more star power perhaps than the former president. All right, MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, thank you so much.
Right now, authorities are desperately searching for a missing 9-year-old girl. Charlotte Sena, a fourth grader, disappeared in Moreau Lake State Park in New York State, about 50 miles away from Albany, New York, while she was camping with her family.
That park is in a massive wooded area, and police are warning that Charlotte could be in imminent danger. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk on why investigators now fear she may have been abducted.
Hey there, Charlotte Sena was last seen on her bike Saturday evening. She was with her family and close friends on a weekend camping trip in Saratoga County, not far from her home. Now teams are searching by ground, air, and water, looking for any trace of this little girl.
A desperate search is underway for 9-year-old Charlotte Sena, who police say may have been abducted while out biking in upstate New York. Over 100 law enforcement and volunteers searching for the little girl on the ground and from the air.
We are leaving no stone, no branch, no table, no cabin unturned.
Police issued an Amber Alert Sunday morning after her parents reported Charlotte missing during a family camping trip.
When we couldn't find her here, it was quite possible that an abduction had taken place.
Authorities say Charlotte was last seen around 6:15 Saturday evening in Moreau Lake State Park, riding her bike in the campground's Loop A with her close friends. That's when the fourth grader decided to go around one last time by herself before the sun went down. But 15 minutes later, she still had not returned to the campsite.
Her parents knew immediately something was up. They called her name. People started searching. People from other campgrounds joined.
Police say Charlotte's bike was recovered along Loop A at 6:45 p.m. Her mother called 911.
Our Bureau of Criminal Investigation has been conducting interviews with those in the park.
Her family telling NBC News, "We just want her returned safely, like any parent would. No tip is too small." They say their little girl always looked out for others with a kindness that attracted so many friends.
Hopefully there'll be a reunion. Hopefully there'll be a family that has been traumatized but is reunited.
Moreau Lake State Park posted on Facebook the park is closed until further notice, writing in part, "For everyone asking what they can do to help, please stay off the trails and away from Moreau. Leave all searching to the professionals." Back to you.
Stephanie, thank you. Well, today, the Actors Union will return to the negotiating table with Hollywood's top studio executives. News of the meeting is being welcomed after the Writers Guild of America union ended its strike last week after a deal was reached.
Yeah, shortly after that deal, late-night talk show hosts quickly announced that they would return with new episodes. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us now here on set. Okay, so Chloe, let's start with who the union, the Actors Union, right, is meeting with today, because that's a big deal. And are they motivated now to bring their strike to an end?
Of course. I mean, first of all, they have been on strike for, I believe, 80 days at this point. And now they are going to be getting to the table for the very first time since they went on strike in July. So if you can believe, all these months have passed. They've never had a meeting until today. You're going to see Bob Iger from Disney, Ted Sarandos from Netflix, David Zaslav, Donna Langley here from NBC, Comcast. What they're wanting: higher wages, increased residual payments in the streaming era, protections around the use of AI. But that is very similar to what we saw with the Writers Guild. There are some nuances and differences, especially when it comes to self-taped auditions, which basically they're saying is like the Wild West, that they want some uniformity. Also, like, there are a long laundry list of demands here. So these are just like the top level. We could see these negotiations take days. I mean, everyone's hoping for some sort of a resolution today, but that might be a bit too hopeful.
Okay. Well, the writers, I mean, it took them a few days as well. Yeah. So, Chloe, let's talk about the late night shows. We know they're coming back, some debuting tonight, some over the weekend. What can we expect there?
Well, first of all, I mean, Seth Meyers is coming back, no guests. And this is the problem. When you don't have the actors to come on and promote things that aren't their projects, I mean, you do have Fallon, Jimmy Fallon, who has Matthew McConaughey. He has a children's book out. So you have those workarounds to get celebrities on. But I want to play you a little bit of what John Oliver said last night on his show on HBO.
While I'm happy that they eventually got a fair deal and immensely proud of what our union accomplished, I'm also furious that it took the studios 148 days to achieve a deal that they could have offered on day one.
So he's furious that it's taken this long for a deal to come together. But I think here's the thing. I mean, these actors, these writers, this is their moment to come to the table and strike a new 3-year deal for themselves. So they are holding out because they believe it's worth it. And you saw how happy everyone seemed to be, at least on social media, when it came to the writers. As for what else you're going to be seeing, Arnold Schwarzenegger on Jimmy Kimmel Live. Like I said, Matthew McConaughey tonight on Jimmy Fallon.
About a children's book.
About a children's book. And then you have Neil deGrasse Tyson on with Stephen Colbert. So you're going to see some star power.
Yeah.
I'm just excited.
He's a great guest, by the way.
Exactly.
He's an astrophysicist.
So smart. I just want to hear conversations, fresh takes on what's going on in the news. And I think we're all just craving new content.
Yeah, the monologues will be great, no doubt. I know. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Molas. Thank you so much, Chloe.
It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. U.S. builders are holding off on building new apartments right now. The rate of construction fell 41% from the same time last year. That's according to the U.S. Census Bureau.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, why are developers and builders hitting pause after this recent boom in apartment construction?
Well, it's a combination of factors, including high rates, declining rents, and overbuilding. According to some forecasts, more rental buildings are expected to open in the next couple of years than any time since the 1980s. So excess supply will likely mean more vacancies and stagnant rent growth. Combine that with those high interest rates, there's bound to be a slowdown. Meanwhile, 8 unions representing 75,000 Kaiser Permanente employees said they have not reached an agreement with the healthcare company. Workers are asking for pay raises, pension plan improvements, and protections against outsourcing. If there is no agreement by Wednesday, it would be the largest healthcare strike in U.S. history. And finally, inflation may impact your sweet tooth, guys. Some Girl Scout cookie boxes will be sold for as much as $6 a box. That's up from last year's $5 per package. Some newer cookies have already been priced at $6 a box, like s'mores and toffee-tastic. But the Girl Scout says the broader increase stems from the higher cost of ingredients. If you're like me, it's mint chocolate chip all the way.
Definitely.
And I don't know if those
Thin
ingredients
mints.
have been rising.
Yeah.
So I don't need the toffee-tastic, whatever it is.
Those aren't bad either. I know all of them because I was a Girl Scout leader. And,
Yes.
and they were $4 a box forever.
For many years, right?
Now $6. That's a big bump.
They're not immune to inflation, Deirdre.
Yeah.
Nope, no one is.
But it's worth it.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
worth it for the Thin Mints. Thank you so
Agreed.
much.
All right, coming up, an apparent shark attack and a missing man in California. How multiple agencies are working to piece together what happened. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kelly. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
In California, multiple agencies are looking for a man who was reportedly attacked by a shark near San Francisco Sunday morning.
That attack comes after a string of shark bite incidents along the East Coast this summer. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more on the urgent search.
There's a text to 911 for a possible shark bite.
An urgent search for a missing swimmer after authorities believe he was attacked by a shark in the waters off the coast of California.
The subject was still in the water.
Emergency teams were dispatched to Wildcat Beach, a remote area in the Point Reyes National Seashore, 30 miles north of San Francisco, after the man's friend sent a text to 911 saying they were swimming in the Pacific Ocean and had been attacked by a shark.
2 of those persons made it back to shore safely. The victim did not.
We did not see a subject in the water, so we began a search, both from the air, water, and land. We searched for 2 hours and yielded no results.
The incident comes after a busy summer of shark encounters along the shores of the East Coast.
Shark attack at the lifeguard station isn't easy.
Attacks in New York leaving swimmers on alert for months, and dramatic sightings in Florida. In June, paddleboarders off the shore getting a surprise visit from a hammerhead lurking in the water, and a recent shock on a Pensacola beach. Rescuers helping a massive shark stranded in the water. Back in California, the search continues for a swimmer as his friends wait for answers. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
More than a dozen people are now dead after a fire broke out at a popular nightclub in Spain.
Yeah, this is the scene now from over the weekend in the city of Murcia. Several birthdays were being celebrated when that fire began and quickly spread to other neighboring businesses. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now. Raf, this is a really popular nightlife area there. Do we know yet how that fire started?
We don't, Vicky, but local authorities say they are absolutely determined to find out and that they will hold people accountable if it turns out that this tragedy was somehow the result of negligence or if regulations were not being followed. We do know the fire broke out at about 6 a.m. local time Sunday. The club was full. A lot of young people were there. As you said, birthdays were being celebrated. And this is sort of a nightclub complex, one club right next to another. So the fire started in one area. It quickly spread throughout, and you can see in this pretty extraordinary body cam footage released by Spanish firefighters that they are fighting very intense flames in an area where just minutes before people had been partying, people had been having a good time. You can see in some of this footage there are actually half-empty drinks still on the table where people left them before. These emergency crews are now searching through what remains of that enormous complex. They are trying to find any more bodies that may be under the rubble, and they have the grim task now of trying to identify those bodies that they've already recovered. Guys.
Oh, wow. And Raf, the city, I know, announced 3 days of mourning for the victims. You know, this was supposed to be birthday celebrations, and now it's just so tragic. What are people saying?
Yeah, Kate, people are heartbroken, as you can imagine. This is a college town. It's not a big city. It's about 400,000 people. So almost everyone seems to have known someone or known someone who knows someone who was lost in this. And, you know, the only people who have a harder time right now than those who know that they've lost a family member is those who have someone who is still missing. There was one man who appeared on Spanish TV. He said 5 family members, 2 friends were still unaccounted for in that fire. So people like him are hoping for the best right now. The Prime Minister of Spain said, "My love and solidarity with the victims and families of the tragic fire." Kate, unfortunately, Spain has some history in this. Back in 1990, 43 people were killed in a nightclub fire in Zaragoza, and 7 years before that in Madrid, 81 people killed. So as you said, just another night of celebration turning into a day of tragedy.
And those flames spread so quickly. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez, thank you so much, Raf.
Later this hour, a Michigan auto parts manufacturer set to lay off nearly 300 workers because of the ongoing UAW strike. We'll talk about how that strike is impacting car dealerships and buyers. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Would she or wouldn't she? That was the big question from millions of Swifties ahead of last night's Kansas City Chiefs game. Well, it turns out she did. Taylor Swift made her second appearance cheering on Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce in his game against the New York Jets. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa takes us inside MetLife Stadium for Sunday Night Football, Taylor's version.
She's here. Taylor is in the house.
It wasn't just any Sunday night. After a week of hype that transformed an early season football game into a blockbuster TV event.
Hi, Swifties. We'll be with you all night.
The Taylor Swift NFL takeover was complete.
Touchdown!
Her many, many fans welcomed to the game by our own Carson Daly with some help from the voice coaches.
We really hope something enchanting makes you feel like this tonight.
Chiefs, Jets, welcome to New York, everybody. The singer cheering on Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. The excitement started hours earlier with some fans not tailgating, but rather Taylor-gating.
I'm super excited, much more excited to see her than I am to see any of the football players.
Inside the star-studded stadium, Swift spent time with Kelce's mom, Donna Kelce. The two arm in arm, with Donna wearing her son's number 87 jersey. Swift was flanked by famous friends, including Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively, Sophie Turner, and Hugh Jackman.
Is it surreal to be able to see Taylor Swift in the same stadium as you guys? Yes, we're breathing the same air.
Swift's rumored romance with the Chiefs star appearing to heat up after she stunned fans by showing up to Kansas City's Arrowhead Stadium the week before.
Shout out to Taylor for pulling up. That was pretty ballsy.
And once word got out that Swift would be attending, ticket sales for the Chiefs-Jets game quickly doubled, and prices jumped from $80 to more than $170 in the days that followed, according to online marketplace TickPick. And the football world has been leaning into Swift mania. The Chiefs even exchanging friendship bracelets ahead of the game.
I know what these are all about.
Which they won 23-20 with their famous fan in the stands. At MetLife, some couples bonding as their worlds collide.
He's a Swiftie and I like football now, so our two loves are merging.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
What everyone was talking about this morning. Well, in Northern California, women are reclaiming the lowrider car. NBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart shows us how these women are not only embracing their history, but giving back to their community.
In Northern California, a group of women is leading a new generation, cruising together in style. Fueled by a passion for their beloved lowriders and their Latino culture.
It's a fun culture. We enjoy it.
Classic cars with candy-colored paint, tricked out to defy gravity.
That's what I'm talking about. We working out here.
But this car club culture also carries a much deeper meaning. It was born out west more than 70 years ago as a way for Mexican Americans to connect with their community. And now, a major shift in this mostly male tradition. Latinas like Debbie Martin and Ana Abad from the Lady Lowriders United are part of a growing group of women using their own cars to drive change.
Something that was all guys is now totally different.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Now it's grandmothers, grandkids, nieces, nephews, cousins.
It's really nice to see because you can see it's generational. It's a family thing.
Now behind the wheel, the group is uniting to empower other women, showing off their rides and raising tens of thousands of dollars for various causes close to their hearts.
How do you give back to the community?
I think that's the most important thing that we do. I think most of us have come from families that needed help when we were young and we were on the receiving end. So now it's our time to give back.
Rosie Navarro brings daughter Lisette to each event in her 61 Impala.
I believe that the culture behind it comes with a passion, with unity, with family, with bringing people together.
Setting a new example for a new era of lady lowriders.
We're very proud to be Mexican American.
Because I'm proud of who I am, what we represent. I'm proud of our culture.
A great story from Jose. Thank you.
Love to see it. Yeah, let's go, ladies. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina
here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now at 12:30. So glad you could be with us this Monday. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Kate Snow. Making news right now, 2 scientists have won the Nobel Prize in Medicine for discoveries that led to the creation of the COVID-19 vaccines. The Nobel Assembly awarded Catalin Carrico and Drew Weissman the prestigious prize more than 15 years after they originally published their groundbreaking work on mRNA vaccines. Since the pandemic, the vaccine has been administered over 13 billion times with a B, credited for saving millions of lives.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has appointed LaFonza Butler to the U.S. Senate after the death of Senator Dianne Feinstein on Friday. Butler, who currently serves as the president of a Democratic PAC, will become the only black female senator in Congress right now, as well as the first openly LGBTQ person to represent the state in the Senate. She will hold the position until the next election cycle in November of 2024.
And the Powerball jackpot just got a lot bigger. The prize now worth more than $1 billion. There's billion with a B again. Tonight's drawing will be the 4th largest jackpot in Powerball history. The odds of winning, Vicky, are only 1 in 292 million.
This is around the time that someone in my family will decide, you know what, we need to go buy a ticket after it surpasses the 1 billion.
Exactly. Well, let's talk about auto workers now. They are still holding the line as they enter week 3 of the UAW strike. We've seen some progress in talks, but no major breakthroughs with Ford, GM, or Stellantis, the big 3.
That's true, but UAW leaders are not backing down on their demands for better pay, better benefits, and a shorter work week. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us from outside a Stellantis facility in Streetsboro, Ohio, which is about 35 miles south of Cleveland. Jesse, good to see you this afternoon. So what is the very latest on the negotiations? Where do things stand with the big 3?
Yeah, Vicki, good to be with you. So the stalemate continues. That's the headline right now. What we saw over the weekend was the UAW expanded its strike specifically at Ford and General Motors. Stellantis, where this group is picketing right now, was spared from this latest round of expansions from the UAW, the union, saying that there was progress made at the last minute. Stellantis, for its part, saying that even with progress, there are still gaps that need to be worked through. GM questioned the motives of the union once again, and Ford's CEO says he believes that at this point the union is holding up a deal largely over EV battery plants. So just keep in mind, for people who haven't been following this too closely, EVs have been an issue that have been underpinning a lot of these negotiations and the broader issues here, because as the nation and the economy potentially moves more and more toward an EV future, that's a situation that may require fewer jobs to make those kinds of vehicles. So the union obviously is trying to protect jobs as much as it can.
And Jesse, can we talk about the impact that all of this is having on consumers, on car dealerships? What's the latest there?
Yeah, so we're starting to hear some reports about dealerships, auto body shops having issues getting parts. And that's something that specifically when the parts distribution centers were starting to be struck against a couple weeks back, that became a real concern, because if the parts aren't getting out from the distribution centers to the dealerships, then depending on what you have stocked up on, you may or may not be able to do repairs as quickly. And I've spoken with a dealership group that had stocked up on things like brake pads. But if you need something more specific, like an engine or transmission job, that could be harder to get done as long as this strike drags on. So we're still in the early days of this. So we're looking to see how long it takes for the dominoes, to really fall. But we're definitely seeing those concerns circulating in this industry and, in the auto body shop and in the dealership community, Kate.
All right. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch staying on that one for us. Thanks, Jesse.
Well, Congress narrowly averted a government shutdown over the weekend as lawmakers passed a temporary stopgap bill.
Yeah, but not everyone is happy with the deal that Speaker Kevin McCarthy made. He pushed it through with the help of Democrats at the 11th hour.
I do intend to file a motion to vacate against Speaker McCarthy this week. I think we need to rip off the Band-Aid. I think we need to move on with new leadership that can be trustworthy. The only way Kevin McCarthy is Speaker of the House at the end of this coming week is if Democrats bail him out. Now, they probably will.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is following all of it from her post right outside the Capitol. Ali, we just saw Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz say that he intends to file a motion to try to remove Speaker McCarthy from his post this week. He's been threatening that for a while. What would that look like?
What it would look like, according to the conversation that I and a few other reporters here just had with the congressman, is that he would put up this motion to vacate as many times as he wants. It sounds like just because he would likely fail in ousting the speaker with whatever he does this week, and he wasn't specific about when he would do a motion to vacate, simply saying that today is a fly-in day when most of his colleagues aren't in town, and so instead he would wait to another day, TBD this week, and to actually put up the motion to vacate. He doesn't think that he has the votes to oust McCarthy right now. We pressed him on the idea that McCarthy said he thinks that he'll survive this and he'll be fine. But when we asked Gaetz if this was just something that he would do in perpetuity, he said that McCarthy himself went through 15 rounds of balloting to get the speaker. And so Gaetz thinks that he could do this maybe 15 times before he feels that he's being irresponsible with throwing the House that he serves in and is part of the majority in into chaos. The other thing that I pressed him on was the idea that to McCarthy, this feels personal. Gaetz was able to lay out several policy pieces that to him make motioning to vacate warranted, including the fact that McCarthy promised them earlier this year that they would have 72 hours to read bills. Of course, they did not have 72 hours to read the bill that was passed to avoid a shutdown on Saturday. There were several other policy disagreements that he made. Nevertheless, if you thought that this might not just be for television, Gaetz at one point thought to chastise me because I was getting in the way of a soundbite. So he is very concerned, it's clear, with the media coverage. And I'll bring you into that scrum right now because we just got footage of him in. Check out just part of that conversation. What do you say when he says that this is personal for you?
For some people, policy failures are recast as personal because their own failures are personally embarrassing to them. This isn't personal. I can cite to you the specific elements of House rules that have been violated.
And again, Gaetz did cite some of those rules that were violated as part of the deal that McCarthy made with his hardliners to get the speakership in the first place. But the other key piece of this is a question I asked him later, which was, if not McCarthy, then who do you want for speaker? Gaetz said he didn't want to name names at this point. He pointed, for example, to the #2 Republican, Steve Scalise. The fact that Scalise is going through cancer treatment right now, which thankfully is going very well. But Gaetz said he didn't want to speak out of turn if Scalise could be someone that's up for the job. Nevertheless, you can't replace McCarthy with nobody, and right now, Gaetz isn't proffering a name for that.
You know, Ali, here's the thing. I think a lot of people at home are watching and thinking, what are they doing long term? Because all they did Saturday was kick the can down the road. We're going to be in this situation again in 45 days. Is anybody working on a long-term plan to fund the government?
Wouldn't that be great? And truthfully, they are, in this instance, taking these 45 days to try to get the time that they need to put an appropriations package together. There's been a lot of conversation about the 12 appropriations bills and how Congress only got through a few of them. That's true. The goal would be to get through all 12, but there's disagreement on what that spending total even should be. So that's why this is still an active crisis.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale getting all of that breaking news in for us. Ali, thank you so much. All right, we turn now to Army General Mark Milley. He has officially stepped down after 4 years as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. During his retirement ceremony on Friday, Milley appeared to take a swipe at former President Donald Trump.
In an exclusive one-on-one interview, nightly news anchor Lester Holt asked Milley why he felt the need to warn foreign governments ahead of the 2020 election.
A few days before the election, you were making it known that the Army, the military, would play no role in determining the outcome of the election. Why did you feel the need to say that? Was that a specific concern that you had?
There was a lot of discussion in the open media about the U.S. military and what role we would play and so on. So I wanted to make sure it was clear to the American people, to our adversaries, to our friends and allies overseas, but also to our own force, to us wearing the uniform, that we have zero, and I mean zero, role in U.S. electoral politics.
You assured the Chinese at one point, your Chinese counterpart, that essentially the U.S. was okay, the U.S. was stable. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, that's right. And Secretary Esper asked me to make a call, and we did that. They were nervous about potential political instability in this country. Secretary Esper asked me to make sure that they didn't make any military moves, and to let them know that we're a stable country and we're going to be just fine.
All right, you can catch more of Lester's exclusive interview with retired General Mark Milley tonight on NBC Nightly News at 6:30 Eastern.
When you're cruising the roads nowadays, have you noticed the rise in the number of roundabouts? You know, those circles that more cities are using to help them control the flow of traffic?
Truth be told, they're sort of intimidating. Some people love the roundabout. They say they cut down on the commute. But NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra explains why some people are still not on board.
Some call this a traffic circle. Maybe you know it as a rotary.
Oh my God, you really do love roundabouts. I love a roundabout.
No matter what you call them, in Oxford, Mississippi, you can't miss them.
You're never too far away
You're
from
just
the next
never
roundabout.
too far from the next roundabout.
And that's just the way she likes it. Mayor Robin Tannehill took us driving in circles in what she calls the roundabout capital of the South.
I hear you have a nickname.
I do have a nickname, Roundabout Robin.
In Europe, roundabouts are everywhere. Here in the U.S., they're not that common, but they are on the rise. This college town in Mississippi has built 21 new traffic circles in 6 years.
This is one of 34 roundabouts in the area, but the city of Oxford is not the only city going all in on roundabouts.
Bend, Oregon has almost 50, Lincoln, Nebraska has more than 75, and Carmel, Indiana has around 140. Studies show roundabouts drive down serious injury and fatal crash rates by 90%. Drivers are forced to slow down, and there are fewer conflict points for vehicles, saving lives and maybe saving time. Marvin King has a front row seat.
How much of a difference has it made in your daily life?
Oh, right here, this would have taken forever because it would have been a slow stop. Bye, Franny. Have a great day.
Dropping off his kids at school, the Oxford father lives what studies also show. Those circles are cutting his commute.
Throughout the course of a week, I'm probably saving 30 or 40 minutes.
But with growth comes growing pains. A new roundabout near Orlando, Florida opened a second lane last summer and saw 131 crashes since. Officials there say as more drivers have gotten used to it, the numbers have gone down. And even in the so-called roundabout capital of the South,
Usually I yell at them in my car thinking that they can hear me.
not everyone is along for the ride.
Do not like them one bit. I hate them.
Like them or not, they're here to stay, with more on the way.
I have gotten calls from other mayors, saying, okay, we're thinking about a roundabout.
And this mayor hopes her corner of the South,
A roundabout is a great solution in Oxford, Mississippi.
can be a roadmap to the future. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Oxford, Mississippi.
Up next, it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, how treatment has changed in the last decade, and what you can do to protect yourself. More NBC News Daily right after this.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
October is here, and that means Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The disease affects about 1 in every 8 women in the U.S. during her lifetime.
Yeah, it is the most commonly diagnosed cancer among American women. About 30% of all newly diagnosed cancers in women each year are breast cancer. Well, we're here to help us understand all of this. Dr. Marisa Weiss, she is the Chief Medical Officer and founder of breastcancer.org. Dr. Weiss, we're so glad to have you here. Let's start with the very basics. How often should women be screened for breast cancer? The guidelines have changed so much over the past few years. When should women start?
Right, it's so confusing when they change them all up. I say breastcancer.org says start getting your mammograms yearly at age 40. But if you're at higher than average risk, let's say you've inherited a breast cancer gene or you've got a strong family history, you need to start earlier, get maybe an ultrasound, an MRI, get extra tests more often. Also, if you have dense breasts, you may need extra imaging besides just a mammogram, like an ultrasound or an MRI, depending on your situation.
You mentioned the gene, BRCA, it's known as. Talk about that. What is it? How do you know? How do you find out if you have that?
Right. So about up to 10% of breast cancers are related to either BRCA1 or BRCA2. These are inherited cancer genes. And if they're abnormal, the risk of breast cancer can be as high as 80% in your lifetime. The risk of ovarian cancer can be as high as 60%. Wow. You can get tested, work with your doctor or a genetic counselor to get medical quality testing to see if you have a gene, because that can help you assess your risk, make a plan to lower your risk, and if you're diagnosed with breast cancer, it can give you the most precise treatments possible.
That's a blood test? Sorry.
It can be a blood test or a swish and spit. Either one. It's very easy.
Interesting. And so they'll know what kind of mutation you have to better target your treatment. Speaking of treatment, and you mentioned dense breasts. A lot of women have dense breasts. They have to not just get the mammogram, but an additional ultrasound. You said sometimes an MRI. We're hearing about this new technology, 3D mammography. How does it work? How do you get it?
Right. Well, basically, when you go get your mammogram, you can take digital pictures just like on a digital camera, but the tomosynthesis, or the 3D, takes pictures throughout each breast so you can see more of each breast. You know, when you're doing a mammogram, you're trying to find a polar bear sometimes in a blizzard. Like if you have dense breasts, it's sort of that hard. So this allows you to look through the woods to find that polar bear so that you can get the best benefit of early detection, which means find it earlier, treat it more effectively, and with a better chance of cure.
So how do you get that, though? Do you have to advocate for yourself and say, I want 3D?
Right. So when you make your appointment for your mammogram, say, I'd like to get a 3D digital mammogram, especially if you have dense breasts, have a strong family history, or have a known inherited high-risk breast cancer gene.
And you said often it is covered by insurance?
Often it is covered, but you can lean on your doctors to say, can you really help me make a case for having it covered? Because as a physician, taking care of women with breast cancer for over 20 years, like I'm often, putting the right language into the request to make sure it is covered and be able to argue for that person.
So helpful.
We're talking about mammograms, but are there other early signs that a woman might recognize? I mean, I know, we used to always talk about checking in the shower. Is that still what we do?
Exactly. Well, you want to examine yourself on a regular basis and have your doctor examine you. And you're looking for anything in there that's a little bit different, and know that breasts are naturally lumpy, bumpy, and most breast lumps are not cancer. But you want to check out, see if there's anything that's new and different that persists. See if there's any redness or a bulge or bloody nipple discharge or a lump under the armpit. If you see anything like that, bring it to the attention of your doctor, have it checked out. And by the way, if you do have dense breasts or you have a family history, get your own risk assessed. Get the benefit of early detection. Get the benefit of genetic testing if that is appropriate in your situation. These steps can save your life.
Absolutely.
Wow, so good to have you with us. Really appreciate all of those tips. I think that it's very practical for a lot of women. They need to know how to go about getting checked. Chief Medical Officer, founder of breastcancer.org, Dr. Marisa Weiss. Thank you so much.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it just
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right. Yeah.
A small North Dakota gas station is operating on a long-standing tradition of trust. It's open all night, doesn't accept credit cards, and from time to time even feeds the community for free. Jody Kurzman from our NBC affiliate KFYR has more on this community hotspot.
A visit to Olson's service is a trip back in time.
Glad you made it. Nothing's changed over the years here.
Owner Rick Olson
I got 79 in there on you.
happily pumps gas for customers.
And I'll always help them pump their gas and stuff.
Stuff includes
That tough bug.
cleaning windshields
Did you hit all these bugs just for me?
and a little teasing.
I'm an instigator.
The jokes,
Jim, you stud you.
the smiles, and the people.
It's all right, don't stop now.
All are Rick's favorite part of his job.
Well, it's the people. It's fun.
Olson's service has been in the family since 1996. Rick's dad, Albert, known around here as Buzz, ran the station on the honor system.
The door was unlocked and people would come in and get gas on their own off the interstate. There'd be notes, there'd be money, there'd be checks. And you don't think during that time he was even cheated once.
Rick still operates under the honor system. He doesn't accept credit cards. He's been known to help travelers top off their tanks for free.
Don't worry, guys. We're covered. You're covered. We got you.
Rick's generosity doesn't end there. Every Friday, he fires up the grill to feed his community. On this day, his Uncle Jim is the grill master.
Now we got pork chops, hamburger, and some broth.
1 day a week, 52 weeks a year.
Every single Friday, unless it's a main holiday.
Locals gather here for lunch. Everyone who comes brings something to share.
A lot of people I know here. It's nice to see them. Fridays, a lot of times, is the only time you get to see a lot of them.
It's definitely about the camaraderie.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Jody Kurzman.
We are 84 days away from Christmas. Is it too soon to start counting? I feel like it's a little too soon, but it does mean this year's Christmas trees, they're nearing harvest time. Heather Bricka from our NBC affiliate WPBN stopped by a Christmas tree farm in Michigan to see the impact climate change is having.
Michigan ranks third in the United States for Christmas tree production with more than 36,000 acres of tree farms. And Robinson Family Christmas Tree Farm in Grand Traverse County is one of those.
And on our little operation where we have about 14,000 trees. But it's a year-round project.
And that year-round project has to deal with year-round issues like the prolonged drought conditions this summer.
The drought that we had early on in the summer affected the seedlings that we planted in the spring, of course. We don't irrigate here, so we rely on Mother Nature quite a bit. We do carry a little bit of water out to some of the trees to help them, but we did lose several seedlings. It didn't really affect the larger trees. It did a little bit on the length of the new growth.
On top of the lack of rainfall, the animals like to destroy the Christmas trees.
We've had a problem with the bucks this year, and the last couple of years. We've probably lost about 30 trees this year already. I don't have fenced-in property here, and that's part of the problem.
This is what the trees look like when the bucks have torn through the farm.
They seem to like the smaller trees, in the 3 to 4 foot range. Just when they start get going, and they come in and they'll ruin a side on them. The tall trees, they don't seem to bother.
Robinson says they will let these damaged trees grow to be turned into wreaths or table decorations. The good news is there won't be a huge price increase this year when picking your perfect tree.
Not huge price increases this year, but we're seeing a little bit of a increase probably in the wholesale cost.
From a consumer perspective, I wouldn't expect a huge increase in the price of trees. There was a study done, I believe, by the Real Christmas Tree Association board that looked at that there might be a slight increase from the previous year, but it'll be fairly minuscule in the grand scheme of things.
Robinson said last year they sold out of Christmas trees, making for a record-breaking year.
Our thanks to Heather Bricka from WPVN for that story. I'm kind of in the mood for Christmas.
Are you?
I really am.
Too early for me. Not even Halloween
Too soon.
yet.
I know. I don't mind. I get into the spirit.
I know. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily, and watch us free 24/7 on NBC News Now. The news continues right after this.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, October 2nd, on trial, former President Donald Trump appearing in a New York City courtroom today for his civil fraud case. The sweeping accusations about his business dealings and what it could mean for his real estate empire.
Desperate search police in upstate New York are looking for a 9-year-old girl who they say vanished from a campground over the weekend. Why investigators say her life could be in danger.
Time to pay up. Student loan payments have officially resumed after being paused since the early days of the COVID pandemic. We'll break down how it's impacting millions of borrowers across the U.S.
Breaking free, many people experience trauma in their lives, and it can affect them in a lot of different ways. We'll hear from a best-selling author about overcoming his personal challenges and how you can learn to manage your own.
Welcome, everybody, to NBC News Daily. Great to be with you today. In for Morgan. We start in Manhattan, where the fate of Donald Trump's business empire hangs in the balance. You can see the former president in court earlier today. He's appearing for day one of the civil fraud trial. A judge has ruled already that Mr. Trump and his company lied to banks and at times exaggerated his net worth by billions of dollars.
Now, New York Attorney General Letitia James wants to hold Mr. Trump accountable. She's pushing for $250 million in damages and a ban on Mr. Trump doing business in the state of New York. He has called it a corporate death penalty, and he has denied any wrongdoing. We have MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser live outside the courthouse in New York for us this afternoon. Lindsay, good to see you. So the former president is remaining defiant. Earlier today, he called this trial a sham. Bring us up to speed on what's happening inside the courtroom right now.
Good afternoon and good to be with you. The court has broken for lunch, and I just want to read you some of what our producer inside, Adam Reese, is saying about when everybody filed out of that courtroom. He said that on his way out of the courtroom, the former president stared at Attorney General Letitia James, looked down at her as he walked by, and glares angrily. That's his characterization. Remember, when he walked into the courtroom, we've reported that he just looked down and walked straight to the defendant's table. This really is kind of the first time that these two are face-to-face here in this courtroom with the Attorney General in that front row. And we did hear opening arguments from both sides. The Attorney General, Kevin Wallace is his name, arguing on behalf of the Attorney General's office, saying that the former president overvalued his assets by billions of dollars, saying that he knew they were false and he used those overvaluations to obtain favorable loan conditions that he wasn't entitled to, like lower interest rates. The Attorney General's office argues that every value was determined by Donald Trump, and Wallace closed by saying that maybe one thing to exaggerate for Forbes magazine and a television audience, you cannot do it while conducting business in the state of New York. However, the former president's defense, saying that evidence will show there was no intent to defraud, that there are numerous ways to value a property. And also former president's attorney Alina Habba saying this may set a dangerous precedent for all business owners in the state of New York, saying this wasn't a conspiracy, they were just doing business. Kate and Vicki.
Well, and can we go big picture for a second, Lindsay? Lay out what is at stake here. Depending on how the judge rules, what could happen to Mr. Trump's properties, his brand?
Essentially, the entire future of his business empire is in jeopardy here. You mentioned the Attorney General is asking for $250 million in damages. She's also asking that the former president and his adult sons, who are named in this civil suit, will be banned for 5 years from acquiring new commercial property in the state, and also banned from holding officer positions for corporations in the state. Not just a 5-year ban, just a permanent ban. So this is a high-stakes trial here. You can tell it's high stakes by the fact that the former president is here in person. We expect him to be here today and tomorrow. Now, will he testify? He's on the witness list for the Attorney General's office. Also, his adult sons, his daughter Ivanka, who's no longer listed in the suit, former CFO Alan Weisselberg, and Michael Cohen. It's unclear, though, whether the former president will, in fact, testify, but we will be here and we will let you know.
All right, Lindsay Reiser for us. Lindsay, thanks so much.
Well, right now, authorities are desperately searching for a missing 9-year-old girl. Charlotte Senna, a 4th grader, disappeared in Moreau Lake State Park in New York, about 50 miles away from Albany, while camping with her family.
The park is a massive wooded area. Police are warning that Charlotte could be in imminent danger. Here's NBC correspondent Stephanie Gosk on why investigators are now fearing she may have been abducted.
Hey there, Charlotte Senna was last seen on her bike Saturday evening. She was with her family and close friends on a weekend camping trip in Saratoga County, not far from her home. Now teams are searching by ground, air, and water, looking for any trace of this little girl.
A desperate search is underway for 9-year-old Charlotte Senna, who police say may have been abducted while out biking in upstate New York. Over 100 law enforcement and volunteers searching for the little girl on the ground and from the air.
We are leaving no stone, no branch, no table, no cabin unturned.
Police issued an Amber Alert Sunday morning after her parents reported Charlotte missing during a family camping trip.
When we couldn't find her here, it was quite possible that an abduction had taken place.
Authorities say Charlotte was last seen around 6:15 Saturday evening in Moreau Lake State Park, riding her bike in the campground's Loop A with her close friends. That's when the fourth grader decided to go around one last time by herself before the sun went down. But 15 minutes later, she still had not returned to the campsite.
Her parents knew immediately something was up. They called her name. People started searching. People from other campgrounds joined.
Police say Charlotte's bike was recovered along Loop A at 6:45 p.m. Her mother called 911.
Our Bureau of Criminal Investigation has been conducting interviews with those in the park.
Her family telling NBC News, "We just want her returned safely, like any parent would. No tip is too small." They say their little girl always looked out for others with a kindness that attracted so many friends.
Hopefully there'll be a reunion. Hopefully there'll be a family that has been traumatized but is reunited.
Moreau Lake State Park posted on Facebook the park is closed until further notice, writing in part, "For everyone asking what they can do to help, please stay off the trails and away from Moreau. Leave all searching to the professionals." Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Well, today, the Actors Union will return to the negotiating table with Hollywood's top studio executives. The news of the meeting is welcomed after the Writers Guild of America ended their strike last week after a 5-month hiatus.
Yeah, long 5 months. Well, shortly after the writers reached their deal with the big studios, late-night talk shows quickly announced the return of new episodes. For more, we're going to bring in NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas. Chloe, good to see you. So today's meeting now, we're talking about the actors and the bigwigs. How long do we expect this to last? Do we think that what happened with the writers, that was only a few days, and they came to a deal that they were all happy with?
Well, I mean, it was a long couple of days, right? And they had negotiations, and then they stalled, and then they took several months and picked back up again. Look, the Writers Guild of America just released a statement saying that they stand in solidarity with SAG, that their deal, although done, and that they just have to get it ratified by their members, really actually shouldn't serve as a framework. That SAG, they have their own issues. And we've talked about that they higher wages all around, protections with the use of artificial intelligence, residuals in the streaming era. But then there is, this issue with self-taped auditions. We saw a rise of those during COVID, where actors, instead of going in person to do these auditions, they would do it from home. But a lot of actors feel as though it's unfair. Some people are using special effects and graphics and lighting and makeup, and
like
others
making
are,
these dramatic videos
and
as
others
an
are
audition.
saying, I don't have the time or the money to do something like this. And so rules like that to make an even playing field, obviously a lot more there. And so negotiations, I don't have a watch on, but negotiations are taking place this afternoon, and we should have some details in the next couple hours.
Can we talk about late night for a second? Because I know some of the shows returned over the weekend, but tonight both Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers are coming back. What do we expect to see?
Well, we have a little bit from Seth Meyers, who actually doesn't have any guests for right now until the SAG part is resumed. Take a look.
We have been aware that one day we'd come back, and so we were keeping notes as to what we'd like to talk about.
I have to tell you, a lot of us, we were talking about it earlier this morning, we can't wait just to hear what you guys have to say. No pressure.
It'll be, I think for all of us, we're very excited to hear that people are anticipating our returns, and, hopefully by the second commercial break, they're still with us.
I'm sure they will be. I'm so excited for the opening monologues, but you also have Jimmy Fallon, who's going to have Matthew McConaughey. The workaround here is that Matthew McConaughey has a children's book, It's called Just Because. Arnold Schwarzenegger, he has a parenting book out. Look at all these actors.
So they talk about those things instead of acting.
Exactly. And, we're waiting for SNL to make an announcement. We're waiting for daytime talk shows to come back in full force, like the Drew Barrymore show and others. So anyway, this is like one step closer to getting Tinseltown back in action, but we're still a little bit of a ways off.
Yeah, still need the actors. All right, NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas, thanks again.
Thank
so
you,
much.
Chloe.
We're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute as consumers focus their spending more on services and less on luxury goods. Prices for rough, uncut diamonds, they're dropping. They are now actually the lowest they've been in a year.
Maybe a good time to get engaged. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu is with us now. Hey, Dom, so tell us how consumer spending habits are impacting the prices for raw, uncut stones. Like, why the decrease in price?
Kate, Vicky, I wonder if diamonds really are still a girl's best friend. Who knows? But anyway, consumers do seem to be spending their money, what there is anyway, discretionary-wise, on things like luxuries, like travel, dining out rather than physical goods like those diamonds, uncut or otherwise. Now, that's evidenced by those diamond prices reaching an all-time high in 2021 and 2022, when it was harder to get out of the house because of COVID-19. But retailers aren't adjusting prices based on the rough diamond market. Instead, they're using the price drop to try to capture some more profit margins. So keeping those retail prices high, but the costs go down. We'll see what happens. Also, Apple is already issuing a software update for its brand new iPhone 15 models. It comes after customers complained the devices were overheating. An Apple representative said the phones are running warmer after being set up because so much activity is happening in the background, but the company also detected a software issue causing heating issues that will be fixed with this latest update. And fast food drive-through lanes are actually speeding up. The average total wait time dropped by about 30 seconds last year, according to a study of 1,500 restaurants from June to July. Taco Bell, KFC, and Carl's Jr. boasted the lowest wait times overall. Ladies, I'm not sure how much fast food you consume, but I've got a couple small kids. We do often use some of those quick service restaurants, but I don't do the drive-through because I thought the lines were always too long. I would order ahead and then literally take the kids inside the store to get it and then go back out to the car.
See, that's a pro tip.
Yeah. Dom always has a great workaround. All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Thank you, Dom.
Up next, we switch gears. Nightclub tragedy, how a night out in Spain turned deadly for more than a dozen people as investigators look for answers as to what caused this terrible, fatal fire. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In Spain, more than a dozen people were killed after a massive fire. It happened at a nightclub where there were multiple birthday celebrations happening. That fire grew quickly, engulfing the club and burning down 2 others right next to it. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now. So, Raf, the city of Murcia announced 3 days of mourning for these victims. What are you learning right now about this fire?
Well, Vicky, we still don't know what caused it. Authorities are saying, though, that they are absolutely determined to get to the bottom of it. We do know the fire began at about 6 a.m. local time on Sunday. The club was full, largely young people. This is a college town. As you said, a number of birthdays were being celebrated. This is kind of a nightclub complex. So you have one club next to the other. The fire started in one area. It quickly spread. And you can see in some of this pretty extraordinary body cam footage that firefighters were operating in an area where really just a short time earlier, people had been dancing, people had been having a good time. You can see that there are half-empty drinks still on some of the tables. Authorities spent most of Sunday searching for missing people. They do say at this point they're no longer looking for anyone who's unaccounted for.
That video shows the flames so intensely burning, Raf. We're also hearing from local authorities right now that 2 of those nightclubs were ordered to be shut down last year for operating without a valid permit. Do we know why they were still in operation then?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Local authorities are saying they ordered these clubs to shut down a year ago, and yet obviously the clubs remained open. Club management are saying it's not the case that they were given a shutdown order, but the question a lot of people in the region are asking right now is if these places were ordered to close, how come they were still open? How come people were still going there? The temperatures on the scene right now are still too high for police investigators to get in, but they say that if there's any sign of negligence, they will prosecute. Vicky.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez. Raf, thank you.
Here in New York, police just made a major drug bust. More than 40 pounds of fentanyl was seized. Detectives say the suspect in the case was moving those drugs in a suitcase on and off a New York City subway. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis has the details on the fight against fentanyl.
This is what DEA investigators say the fentanyl epidemic looks like in a New York City apartment. Bricks on top of a dresser, 40 pounds in all. A street value estimated at $1.5 million, all seized by federal, state, and local law enforcement. A glass table set up for packaging, complete with scales, bright light, and a powdery residue. A video surveillance system to keep watch, and stamps and labels to put on the packaging. While these suspected drugs never made it to the street, police say a majority of it was transferred on the subway. Narcotics prosecutors allege defendant Herrera Vargas rolled this suitcase on the subway filled with 30 pounds of fentanyl, endangering thousands of subway riders. Vargas has pleaded not guilty. This case just the latest in the growing nationwide fentanyl epidemic. Just 6 blocks from the daycare where a child died from fentanyl exposure.
We know that fentanyl is a nearly invisible poison and that many people who take it have no idea that they are taking it.
The CDC estimates synthetic opioids like fentanyl are responsible for over 60,000 drug overdose deaths in 2022. Attorney General Merrick Garland addressing families of those who lost loved ones to the drug earlier this week.
We will never give up our efforts to pursue justice for them and for you, and we will never relent in our efforts to hold accountable those who are responsible for their deaths.
Garland also announcing an additional $345 million in Justice Department funding to combat this epidemic. For places like Quincy, Massachusetts, that help can't come soon enough.
We've seen an uptick in fatal overdoses, and we believe that fentanyl and xylazine contribute to that.
Quincy police say the city saw 19 overdose deaths last year and already reached 19 deaths in 2023 as of last week.
The problem is getting worse because there's so many pills out there.
An epidemic raging further out of control. Every brick evidence of the deadliest overdose crisis in U.S. history. Rahema Ellis, NBC News.
Really powerful reporting. Thank you, Rahema. Well, student loan payments, they're back. What it means for millions of Americans as the payments restart while inflation continues to take its toll. That's coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
In Ukraine, students are heading back to school, but a lot of them are not going to the buildings that they're used to. On the front lines, many children are finding education and safety underground as classrooms have moved down to the subways. Here's NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel on the unlikely place students are finding a taste of normalcy.
For children in Ukraine, back to school means heading back into the subways as air raid sirens wail.
Russian forces still bomb Kharkiv almost every day, so teaching classes in the subways is safer. But there's also a practical reason. Nearly half of the city's regular schools have been destroyed.
The subway station is open, but in the lit rooms above the tracks, there's an elementary school. The kids seem to be doing great, but that's what worries the teachers who don't want war to seem normal.
How do you think the war has changed these children? Do you think it's changing how they think?
Yes, it impacts everything. There will be after effects for many, many years, says Anna Nezhlova.
Give me 10. All right? Too slow. What's it like when you hear the air raid sirens go off?
Here, I don't hear the sirens at all. At home, they scare me so much, she says.
What do your parents tell you about the war?
I know they want our territory because we are quite a rich country and they want to take it away, says Sofia, who's 6 years old. At school in the subway, lunch is a highlight. Teachers here are working to make sure this generation of war gets at least a taste of childhood. Richard Engel, NBC News.
Well, when you're cruising the roads nowadays, you may have noticed a rise in the number of roundabouts. More cities are using them to help with the flow of traffic. Some people love them because they say it cuts down the timing of their commute. But as NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra explains, not everybody is quite on board yet.
Some call this a traffic circle. Maybe you know it as a rotary.
Oh my God, you really do love roundabouts. I love a roundabout.
No matter what you call them, in Oxford, Mississippi, you can't miss them.
You're never too far away
You're
from the
just
next
never
roundabout.
too far from the next roundabout.
And that's just the way she likes it. Mayor Robin Tannehill took us driving in circles in what she calls the roundabout capital of the South.
I hear you have a nickname.
I do have a nickname, Roundabout Robin.
In Europe, roundabouts are everywhere. Here in the U.S., they're not that common, but they are on the rise. This college town in Mississippi has built 21 new traffic circles in 6 years. This is one of 34 roundabouts in the area, but the city of Oxford is not the only city going all in on roundabouts. Bend, Oregon has almost 50, Lincoln, Nebraska has more than 75, and Carmel, Indiana has around 140. Studies show roundabouts drive down serious injury and fatal crash rates by 90%. Drivers are forced to slow down. And there are fewer conflict points for vehicles, saving lives and maybe saving time. Marvin King has a front row seat.
How much of a difference has it made in your daily life?
Oh, right here, this would have taken forever because it would have been a slow stop. Bye, Franny. Have a great day.
Dropping off his kids at school, the Oxford father lives what studies also show. Those circles are cutting his commute.
Throughout the course of a week, you know, I'm probably saving 30 or 40 minutes.
But with growth comes growing pains. A new roundabout near Orlando, Florida opened a second lane last summer and saw 131 crashes since. Officials there say as more drivers have gotten used to it, the numbers have gone down. And even in the so-called roundabout capital of the South,
usually I yell at them in my car thinking that they can hear me.
Not everyone is along for the ride.
Do not like them one bit. I hate them.
Like them or not, they're here to stay, with more on the way.
I have gotten calls from other mayors, you know, saying, okay, we're thinking about a roundabout.
And this mayor hopes her corner of the South,
a roundabout is a great solution in Oxford, Mississippi,
can be a roadmap to the future. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Oxford, Mississippi.
18-time Grand Slam winner Martina Navratilova is opening up about remaining resilient through navigating two cancers at the same time. The NBC News exclusive. Up next, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We have some breaking news now. Former President Donald Trump just spoke about the court proceedings during day one of his civil fraud trial in New York City.
A judge has ruled that Mr. Trump and his company lied to banks and at times exaggerated his net worth by billions of dollars. Take a listen to what Mr. Trump had to say.
Okay, thank you, everybody. This is a disgraceful situation. As I say, murders are going on as you stand here, and they're wasting everybody's time for many months on this case where banks got paid a fortune, loan money got paid money back, didn't even need their money. It's built a great company. We have to go through this. So this just broke, but before I discuss that, why are we trying a case that the Appellate Division of New York State has just ruled recently that we won 80% of our case. And this judge refuses to acknowledge the ruling, which is very plain for all to see. We won, as you know, it had to do with Ivanka, and it had to do with other things. It had to do with the statute of limitations, where they wanted to go back to 200 years ago, 500 years ago. It was limited, very much limited, and it amounted to about 80% of the case was won by us in the appellate division. And this rogue judge, a Trump hater, the only one that hates Trump more is his associate up there, his person that works with him. She's screaming into his ear on almost every time we ask a question. It's a disgrace. One other truth, it's a disgrace. So this rogue judge refuses to acknowledge the fact that we won 80% of this case in the appellate division, including statute of limitations. You know, in the statute of limitations, you have a period of time. He wants to go back so far, but nobody's ever even heard of such a ridiculous thing. So we won the case in the appellate division, and this judge refuses to acknowledge the appellate division, meaning he's got contempt for his own court system. Nobody's ever seen that before, where he refuses to even talk about it or acknowledge it. And the Attorney General is a total corrupt, she's a corrupt person, a terrible person, driving people out of New York, number one. That's number one. Number two, it just came out a few minutes ago where Palm Beach County, the people that do this, agree with us 100%, and they say the judge is wrong. The judge is wrong in his ruling. He valued Mar-a-Lago at $18 million, and it's worth $1 billion, maybe $1.5 billion. And you saw where various properties that we have that are valued in the financial statements, which is totally subject to the clause that you've all been hearing about doing buyer beware, as they call it. But this just came out. Error in New York civil fraud case against Trump is flagged by industry insiders who say valuation of Mar-a-Lago cited by judge is based on a misunderstanding of basic real estate practice. So they're saying the judge has misunderstood basic real estate practice. I say they're wrong about that. He didn't misunderstand it. This is a rigged court. He's put there to do a job on Trump. Now, this comes from highly respected officials in Palm Beach County. Also, apparent mistake by Judge Angoran surfaces in the use of a Palm Beach County appraisal of Mar-a-Lago that, an expert says, is detached from the true value of the property. Now, I don't know the people that we're talking about in Palm Beach County, but they saw this egregious trial, this horrible, horrible trial going on, while at the same time people are being murdered right outside of the streets, and nothing happens to those people that do the murdering. They go after Trump. So this was just released by Palm Beach County, that the judge in this case is wrong. And by the way, he's talking about them. So they're explaining to him that he's wrong. Here's another one, just came out. New York v. Trump could set precedent for the use of New York's overweening executive law. One doesn't have to be a lawyer to see the danger to anyone doing business in the Empire State. Anybody that does business in New York State is crazy. When you have a radical left attorney general like Letitia James, who's a disgrace to our country, who got elected on the fact that she's going to take down President Trump. We're going to take him down. She knew nothing about me. But she got elected on that basis. And we have others likewise. Take a look at what's going on in Georgia. Take a look at Jack Smith. Take a look at these people. This is called election interference, and worse than that, really much worse than that. And you don't get much worse than election interference, especially we're talking presidential election of 2024. So this judge should change his ruling because Palm Beach County said he was totally wrong, and he was ruling based on them. He ruled we didn't even have a chance to testify. I got a call last week, sir, we lost part of the case. I said, the trial didn't even start. You know, the trial starts, I guess, today. He ruled that we lost a big part of the case because he's a Democrat club politician. He's a Democrat operative, and he's a disgrace to people that call themselves judges. And I hope my lawyers go in, and I hope they fight him very hard, because this guy's getting away with murder. And his clerk should not be allowed to be in his ear on every single question. You take a look at what's happening with her. She hates Trump more than he does. So that's where it is. We have 80% of this trial has been won. In June, they came down, the end of June, with a decision, a very powerful decision. And it said, on statute of limitations and just about everything else, did you say approximately 80% of the trial? Attorneys, is that right? Approximately 80% of the trial is won. He refuses to acknowledge his own appellate division. And I think it's a disgrace to our country. And somebody has to fight, because if you don't fight, our country is just going to go down the tube. This is election interference. This guy's a highly partisan person, and we can't let this stuff happen. So you should ask yourselves as professionals, I have a lot of respect for you, not all of you, but a lot of you. Why is it that he didn't honor the decision of the appellate? And by the way, I believe it was a unanimous decision, right? It's a 5-0 decision, unanimous decision. And he said, I'm not going to honor it. Let's go to trial. This is a judge that should be disbarred. This is a judge that should be out of office. This is a judge that some people say could be charged criminally for what he's doing. He's interfering with an election, and it's a disgrace. Thank you very much.
Mr. Trump, why do you want to be here in person?
All right. A lot to unpack there. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser live outside the courthouse in New York for us. So, Lindsay, the former president obviously taking a very defiant tone there. Earlier today, he called his trial a sham. He says this is not fraud. He calls it real estate. He also talked about how nothing happens to murderers in New York as the prosecutors go after him. And just now we heard him saying he wants the judge to be disbarred and charged criminally for election interference. Lindsay, put those 5 minutes of comments into context for us with regard to this civil trial and what a judge really has to determine here. It's very narrow in scope.
Right, and so the former president renewing his attacks against Letitia James and this judge here, pretty remarkable there. He's called the judge rogue. He's called Letitia James deranged and racist. And also, he talked about Mar-a-Lago. And look, the valuation and the overvaluation of his assets is what is really at stake here, what is being argued against. So let's take Mar-a-Lago, for example. Mar-a-Lago was appraised, according to the Attorney General's office, from 2011 to 2021. At $18 million to $27.6 million. Well, his financial statements had listed it for $427 million to $612 million, but in that press conference, he said $500 million to $1.5 billion. So the president remaining defiant and saying that he didn't account for his brand in the valuation. His defense attorneys in their opening statement saying that the government is trying to tell this court that there's just one way to value a property, and there are many ways to value a property. But he also lifted up an article from the New York Sun, which is a publication whose editorial board leans conservative, essentially calling out an error, they say, in this case, flagged by industry insiders. And he began reading that article here. This is an opportunity here for both sides to present their facts inside this courtroom here. And the president can plead the Fifth if he wants to, and so can any other witnesses who are on this list. Still unclear if he's going to testify. But really, I think what this press conference here, He did one on the front end. He's doing one here after the courtroom broke for lunch. I mean, it's very tense. And inside the courtroom, we have producers inside and reporters inside as well who echo just how tense the atmosphere was. That the president, on his way out when court broke for lunch, glared down at the attorney general. And so the president here obviously trying to engage in the court of public opinion. We should know the judge has already found the former president liable for fraud. This is largely the damages portion here. There are about 6 other counts that the judge is also going to consider. And of course, his adult sons and former CFO Alan Weisselberg are also named in the lawsuit. But his entire business empire is at stake here. And that is perhaps why he's here today, why he's addressing the camera numerous times today.
Lindsay, can I ask for one fact check? Because you heard the former president saying something like 80% of my case has already been decided. What is he talking about there?
You know, it's not clear to me right now. Up until this point, really, the Attorney General's office has been the one who's been heralding victory here because that judge did make that ruling last week, that partial summary judgment here. So it's unclear what he's alluding to about the 80%. He's already... Again, correct, in favor of the Attorney General's arguments here. And so, by and large, this is the damages portion. But we should also expect, Kate, an appeal. And that is definitely one thing that while they are, of course, trying to talk to this judge as well, it's just a bench trial. There's not a jury, so they're just trying to talk to this judge. But we can also expect an appeal out of this process as well, Kate.
Lindsay, quickly before you go, they're at lunch right now. Do we expect the president to return or anyone else to be taking the stand today? Any witnesses we're going to hear from today?
We're working on trying to confirm reporting on the exact whereabouts of the former president, but it appears that things are moving quicker than expected in these opening arguments, and we could see the first witness expected to be one of the former president's accountants called potentially as soon as today.
All right, Lindsay Reiser for us outside the courthouse. Lindsay, thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Coming up next, walking through the steps of healing after facing major trauma. Viral pastor Mike Todd joins us to share his tips when we come back. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Breaking free from trauma is the topic of a new book from the lead pastor of Transformation Church in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Pastor Mike Todd has reached millions of people with his sermons thanks to social media.
Yeah, and he recently took a deep dive into his own personal struggles and created what he calls a blueprint to help other people bounce back when they feel defeated in life. New York Times best-selling author Pastor Mike Todd joins us to discuss the new book. Thank you so much for being with us. The book is
amazing.
Damaged. We're showing it. So damaged but not destroyed, from trauma to triumph. Talk about your vulnerable moments that are in this book and why you wanted this message out there.
I believe that right now a lot of people are a shell of themselves. After the pandemic, after a lot of loss, financial crisis that's been happening, people are walking around with feeling like they're missing something. And I want them to know that they still have value. And so I wanted to do a journey of healing for myself and my family. And when I went on it, I thought it was going to be only for me. But I know that there are so many other people that need this. And so I've learned some tools that can help people really be able to make a difference and go from damage to destiny. And I want to give that away to people.
We know that being isolated, being lonely, it's really a public health crisis right now in our country. You mentioned the pandemic. What are some of the steps? What do you recommend to people who are sitting at home feeling like a shell of themselves? How do you get started? I feel like that's the hardest part.
Yeah, so a lot of times people run away from the things that hurt them, obviously, because we don't want to feel them. But what I've found is that if you actually acknowledge the damage, it begins to change the way that you can address the damage. And if you acknowledge the damage, I tell people as a pastor, I believe in theology and therapy. I think that we need to pray about it and we need to go to a practice. I think that we need community around us, and I think that we need counseling. So as we make steps and aware of what we are going through, then we can actually start to address it. So don't run from it, run to it.
Do you run into people in the church who think they don't need therapy because they have God, they have
every day? And
what do you say?
I say God can't heal what you won't reveal. And a lot of people will not talk about what happened to them as a young child. A lot of them won't talk about the college they didn't get into. Instagram, social media, everything we post what's good, but a lot of times that is fueled by something that was bad and insecurity. And so what I tell people is it is so good to actually do the worship and the work. And I think that many times prayer is a catalyst for us to really get transformed.
And you sort of walk the talk, too. You had a sermon for Easter. It was really controversial. You got a lot of heat for it, some backlash. Talk to us about how you responded to that. What did you learn from that experience?
I'm so grateful for the experience because it allowed me to put the things that I've practiced into practice, and really understanding that when people begin to say things and go through things, because we're all going to have it, no matter if it's on a public stage or behind closed doors, you need to have some things that you do. I had great community. I had great counseling. I had encouragement from the community that understood what was going on, and we were able to help a lot of people find faith and hope.
You confronted it, though.
Oh, went straight for it. Because at the end of the day, I'm teachable. I'm learning. And I told somebody, said, do you wish it wouldn't have happened? I said, no, because the man I am on the other side of it is so much better than the man that I was before.
I feel like people at home are going,
tell us what it was.
People at home are going, what happened? What happened?
So at Easter, we had an amazing, amazing production, and we were trying to show the real life story of what we believe humanity has gone through and what Christ has done for us. And so we had a scene about hell and all the different things that were going on, and it was just depicting the things that were happening in life. I don't know if it was Easter, I don't know if it was that it was happening on Sunday morning, but people were really shocked by it. But we saw, because of that, we went for the lost person, the person that didn't have faith and didn't want to believe in anything. And we saw almost 1,000 people come closer in their faith. And so it was a beautiful learning experience for us to be able to know how to reach more people.
Just a final word. If you could put it in a word or a sentence, what do you tell members of your congregation when they're struggling?
You may be damaged, but you're not destroyed. It is time for us to deal with the issues in our life so that we can live on the other side of those issues, because what's not transformed is transferred. So if you can't do it for yourself, please do it for the people you say you love.
Wise words. All right, Pastor Mike Todd, thank you so much. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
news lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Martina Navratilova isn't just known for being a tennis legend, right? She is also a breast cancer survivor.
In honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Today Show host Savannah Guthrie highlighted this different kind of battle that Martina is facing off the court.
Tennis legend Martina Navratilova stunned fans when she announced earlier this year she had been diagnosed with throat cancer and a recurrence of breast cancer at age 66.
Couldn't believe that was happening to me. Then I said, okay, what do we do?
Navratilova is one of the greatest tennis champions of our time with 59 Grand Slam titles. That's the most by any player, man or woman.
It's just nice to be a part of the history.
You are the Empress of Wimbledon once again. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled that I proved myself again.
She wins it! Navratilova dominated the women's singles in the 70s after defecting from her native communist Czechoslovakia in 1975.
Why specifically did you choose to leave?
There's a lot more freedom here.
She was a new challenger for America's sweetheart at the time.
She's going to win it just like that.
Martina Navratilova has dethroned Chris Everett Lloyd.
They had one of the greatest rivalries in sports, going head-to-head 80 times.
Navratilova defeats a legend and becomes one.
In 2006, a month shy of her 50th birthday, Navratilova won the U.S. Open Doubles Championship, the oldest player in history to win a major title. 4 years later, she faced a diagnosis of a non-invasive form of breast cancer and had a lumpectomy.
Initially, when I found out, I cried maybe for 10 or 15 seconds, feeling sorry for myself.
You get the notice that you need your mammogram. Oh, I'll do it next month. For me, I was 4 years between breast exams. Thankfully, I caught it early.
But then last year, she was diagnosed with stage 1 throat and breast cancer. Now, speaking out and sharing her story to help other women and facing the diagnosis with the same intensity she brought to her legendary career.
So I went public with my diagnosis to help other women.
Savannah Guthrie, NBC News.
Thanks to Savannah for that. Now to Iowa, where a neighborhood opened its first new grocery store in 50 years.
NBC News correspondent Harry Smith gives us a look at how the store is bringing hope to this community.
Waterloo, Iowa is on a top 10 list, has been for several years, rated among the worst places for Black Americans to live, a community that's long felt underserved. Developer Rodney Anderson believes that is soon to change.
This is a real grocery store.
This is a real grocery store. You know, real grocery store, real jobs, real people, and real hope.
A 28,000 square foot, $10 million plus project that includes literacy programs, after school activities, jobs and training for the formerly incarcerated. It's called All In.
It's a community center that just so happened to sell groceries.
All In stands in sharp contrast to the trend of stores closing in cities because of crime. Anderson vows that will not be a problem here.
If they see blight, they're going to do blighted things. If they see development, they see success, this is a community store, so the community shall protect it.
Self-protect.
Yes, self-protect.
That faith, that hope, drew the attention of Naira Jordan, who works for the social impact arm of American Family Insurance.
It's really important that we connect ourselves to the individuals in community. People in community that are closest to the issue are also the ones that are the innovators, the change makers that have the solutions.
As best as anyone can remember, it's more than 50 years since a new grocery was built near here.
What do you say to the naysayers?
Come shop. I say come shop.
Harry Smith, NBC News, Waterloo, Iowa.
Our thanks to Harry. All right, get ready for this
idea.
one. This kid is 13 years old. His name is Davian Kimbrough, and he is making history. He's the youngest person now to play professional soccer in the United States. His record-breaking debut for the Sacramento Republic game in the 87th minute of yesterday's match against the Las Vegas Lights.
He is 13 years old. The record was previously held by Axel Kay, who was about 2 months older than Kimbrough is right now, when that person debuted for the Real Monarchs back in 2021. But wow.
Let's go, Kimbrough.
I can't imagine, like, my kid's at 13.
I know.
Playing pro soccer?
Right?
What?
He looks like a great athlete. We wish him well. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can also stream us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. The news continues.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zing Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, October 2nd, 2023, on trial, former President Trump is in a New York courtroom in a case that could impact the future of his business empire. What Trump is accused of in this civil case and the likelihood he could take the stand.
Desperate search. Police are looking for a 9-year-old girl who they believe was kidnapped from a park in upstate New York. We are near the park where she was last seen with the very latest on the efforts to bring her home.
More walkouts. The summer of strikes could be extending into the fall. Hospitals from coast to coast are bracing for what could be the largest health care strike in U.S. history. What this strike could mean for everything from routine doctor appointments to picking up a prescription.
And Think Pink, October marks Breast Cancer Awareness Month. What doctors want you to know about the importance of getting checked.
Important conversation there. Vicki, great to have you with us.
Yes, good to be with you, Kate.
We're going to begin this hour in New York City, where former President Donald Trump is facing a judge in a $250 million lawsuit.
Yeah, the Trump Organization and its top executives are accused of manipulating the value of the company's real estate for financial gain. And New York's Attorney General claims the differences were staggering.
Just a few examples here. The state says Trump Tower is valued at $484 million. But back in 2019, Mr. Mr. Trump allegedly valued it at $807 million.
Almost twice as much. Then there was his three-story apartment in that building. The state says it is worth $120 million. Trump valued it at $327 million.
But here's the example that's getting a lot of attention. Mar-a-Lago in Florida. The state says the former president's estate is worth $28 million. Mr. Trump valued it at $600 million.
No matter how powerful you are, no matter how much money you think you may have, no one is above the law.
Former President Trump denies the allegations and accused both the judge and the attorney general of playing politics.
It's a scam, it's a sham. This trial was railroaded and fast-tracked. This trial could have been brought years ago, but they waited till I was right in the middle of my campaign.
Our Lindsay Reiser is live outside the courthouse in New York City. Also with us, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Lindsay, let's start with you. We were able to see parts of today's hearing. What else happened in that courtroom today?
Yeah, just minutes ago, we heard from the former president right here at NBC News Now, and the former president renewed his attacks against the judge and the attorney general, and he also mentioned that about 80% of his case had already been won. Kate, you asked me about that in the last hour. It appears that the former president is talking about this summer ruling from the appellate court that actually dismissed Ivanka Trump from the case due to a statute of limitations. The former president arguing that the entire case should be dismissed, but the appellate court essentially keeping with the lower court ruling and not dismissing the case. That is why we are here today. So we heard opening arguments from both sides. The Attorney General's office arguing that the former president overvalued his properties and assets by billions of dollars, saying that he got favorable loan terms, loan conditions as a result. And then the defense side essentially saying there was no intent to defraud, and they're going to show that through their evidence, and also arguing that this could set a bad precedent here in the state. Now, what is at stake? Essentially the entire business empire of the former president. He made his mark here in New York, and some of his most famous properties are up for argument right now. From Mar-a-Lago to Trump Tower. In fact, there are some LLCs that could be dissolved as a result of this. The Attorney General's office asking for $250 million in damages, also asking that the former president and his adult sons not be able to either serve as officers for corporations in the state or even acquire commercial real estate for the next 5 years. So what else we're expecting today? Potentially the first witness could even be called as soon as today, guys.
Lindsay, thank you. Danny, let me turn to you. Can I follow up on something Lindsay just said? It's because the president, former President Trump, was making claims outside the courthouse and saying, I've won a lot in this case. Can you explain, has he won a lot in this particular case?
Well, when he says something like this, as you know, we have to diagnose it. We have to figure out what exactly he's basing that on. And supposedly now it's based on his appellate division. So in New York, you have the trial court, and then it goes up to the appellate division. This case has already gone up to the appellate division on some of the issues, but the appellate division returned it back to the trial court, and it did, for example, dismiss Ivanka Trump, but the case remains. In fact, the best evidence that Trump did not win at the appellate division is the fact that we're at the trial. Had he won at the appellate division, there might not be a case. So it's really not accurate at all to say that he won at the appellate division in this case, because it's still ongoing. And the appellate division even cautioned his attorneys against frivolous conduct, which is something that allowed the Justice Engoron to enter sanctions against the defense.
Danny, walk us through how this civil case is different from the other federal criminal indictments and charges that he's facing.
The most notable difference is that it is a civil case. There is no criminal consequence. But I say that with an asterisk and a footnote because things that could happen in this case are going to be closely watched by virtually every prosecutor with a case against Trump, and that's 4 different jurisdictions. Maybe most notably in the county of New York, where he has a pending criminal case also coming on. And that case arguably is the most that's related to his business, although it has to do with false entries in business records. Does this have anything to do with Mar-a-Lago documents? Not likely, but a good prosecutor's office is going to watch this case closely for anything that they could possibly mine as evidence against the criminal defendant Trump, even though this is only a civil case.
Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here.
And our thanks to Lindsay Reiser as well.
Right now, police are desperately searching for a 9-year-old girl. They say she may have been abducted while she was camping with her family. Charlotte Senna was seen biking the last time she was seen at the campground Saturday evening in upstate New York. Well, now teams are searching by ground and air, looking for any trace of her. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren is following this story for us. Kristen, walk us through what happened and where the search is now.
Right, Kate. So state police have updated their Amber Alert to this being now they consider an abduction case. We were just out with authorities as they were standing, forming these lines and combing through the brush and the dense forest around here. We're just outside Murrow Lake State Park. This is where Charlotte and her family were camping over the weekend. And according to authorities, she and her family took a bike ride. She wanted to do one more loop. She took off by herself. It's, you know, this is a place that they camp very often. She was doing that last loop and she never came back. They did a short time later find her bike, and then just massive search efforts have been going on, as you said, you know, by air, by ground. There's a lake here. There's a lot of streams and ponds in the area that they are searching as well. So an all-out effort to find this girl. She's one of 3 daughters in that family, the middle child, and her family really just desperate to get her home at this point, guys.
Yeah, this is such a sad story. Every parent can relate. What should someone do, Kristen, if they do spot a little girl who looks like Charlotte?
Right. So we do have a statement from her family, and they're saying we just want her returned safely, like any parent would. No tip is too small. Please call if you know anything at all. The state police saying that those calls should go to them. If anyone sees anything, saw anything over the weekend, they say be respectful of our current situation. Don't come to the park. Leave all of the searching to the professionals. They really have this grid pattern going on. They don't want anyone else. They've actually closed down the park so they can do a comprehensive and complete search through all of the woods and waterways around here.
Kate. Kristen Dahlgren, thank you so much.
Well, roughly 25,000 United Auto Workers union members, they're back on the picket line today. They're now in the 3rd week of their strike against the big 3 American automakers. This all comes as the union narrowly avoided going on strike against a new company. Members reached a last-minute tentative deal with a major truck manufacturer. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Streetsboro, Ohio, where workers are now striking outside of a Stellantis plant. Jesse, what is the latest on these ongoing negotiations with GM, Ford, and Stellantis?
Yeah, so Vicki, even though, as you can see behind us here, we've got workers picketing here in the Cleveland area, Stellantis actually got a pass in the latest round of strike expansions. The UAW told more workers at both Ford and General Motors to begin striking on Friday, but it did not do so with Stellantis, saying that that company, the maker of Jeeps, had made last-minute progress. Stellantis, for its part, says even with progress, there are gaps that need to be worked through. What's notable about what happened on Friday is, you might remember, Ford a week prior had been exempt from the latest round of striking, but not this time. The UAW's president told me that he believes that Ford has gone backwards in negotiating, but Ford's CEO contends that he believes that the union is holding up a deal now largely because of EV battery plants. And reminder for people, electric vehicles and concerns around that have been an underpinning for much of these negotiations. EVs are expected to not take broadly as many jobs to make those vehicles, and so that is concerning for this union trying to preserve jobs into the future. So all of that is in conflict as we still see this stalemate playing out. Again, GM and Ford having more workers walking off the job starting this past Friday. Stellantis, for the time being, did not have an expansion, Vicki.
All right, Jesse Kirsch live for us. We appreciate it. Thanks, Jesse.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. New data is giving us a fresh look at the housing market.
And college students can now hire a mom? Julia Borston joins us now. Hey, Julia, what's this all about?
Hi, Kate and Vicki. Well, as low housing inventory causes issues for prospective buyers, construction spending in the U.S. rose for the 8th straight month. The stock of multifamily housing under construction is near record highs. But still, buyers will have to contend with soaring mortgage rates. According to Freddie Mac, the rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage averaged about 7.31% last week. That's the highest in 23 years. Mistaken emails sent some Amazon customers into a panic this weekend. They said they received communication about gift card purchases they didn't make. A company representative says all accounts are safe and customers can ignore the messages while they figure out what caused those faulty emails. And a Boston company is hoping to make the adjustment to college life easier for some students by giving them a backup mom. The 24/7 concierge services for students is available for rent to help for things like doing laundry, making dinner reservations, and hunting for apartments. Students can get the help of these stand-in moms for $10,000 a year. But how could you really...
Wow.
How can you really put a dollar value on the value of a mom?
And what's the hourly rate on that? Because that could be a really good deal, or, you know,
right.
I don't know.
But can't they just do their own laundry? I'm just saying.
Kids have got to grow up. They got to learn how to do their own laundry.
They have to learn at some point. Julia, thank you so much.
And coming up, late night shows, they're back. Hosts like Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers, they're returning to our screens with new episodes tonight. Why the shows will still look different than what you are used to. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
How are you? Nice to see you tonight.
Well, it is a big night for fans of late-night television.
After a near 5-month hiatus due to the writers' strike, Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel are all returning to the airwaves tonight. And as Seth Meyers said on Today this morning, there's a lot to catch up on.
I'm so excited to be back, but I didn't pay attention to the news at all the last 5 months, so I've just been watching old Today shows this morning, trying to catch up.
How's that going?
It's good.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't miss like 3 indictments.
While the writers are back at work, members of the Actors Guild, they are still on strike for the first time in months, though. Negotiators from SAG-AFTRA and the movie studios are back to the negotiating table today to see if they can reach a deal on a new contract.
Let's bring in NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas. So, Chloe, we saw the writers make a deal last week.
Yep.
Now we're talking about the actors. What do we think? Is there a chance?
You know, I'm checking both my phones, and I have no update yet. I was just texting with some of my sources who are in the room right now, and some of the big studio heads are there, like Bob Iger from Disney, Ted Sarandos from Netflix. everyone is hopeful that a deal comes very quickly. We saw the WGA release a statement today saying that they are standing in solidarity with those over 100,000 actors in the union. But it would probably be unlikely that there is a resolve to this because it's the first meeting that they've had since they went on strike this summer. So they have a lot to get to. And although some similar issues that the Writers Guild had, protections around the use of artificial intelligence, higher wages all around, everybody wants to be paid more. Sure. And then obviously increased residuals from streaming. These actors also want changes to the audition process. They want some issues with their health care addressed. A lot of nuances here, and there's a lot to work through.
So even though we have the late night shows returning tonight, some actors really can't go on. They can't go on to talk about movies. How are the shows navigating that?
So we're going to see some stars. And so tonight, Seth Meyers, he's coming back without any celebrities, right? And so he's doing this in-depth look, and we're all wondering what he's going to get in-depth about. He was kind of teasing this morning on the Today Show that he wasn't really watching. Neil deGrasse Tyson is on with Stephen Colbert. You're going to have Arnold Schwarzenegger on with Jimmy Kimmel. He has a parenting book. Yes. He has a couple of kids. He knows what he's talking about. Right. I saw that documentary he did. Yeah. And then Matthew McConaughey, the workaround for him, he has a children's book called Just Because. So he'll be on with Fallon.
So they come on and they don't talk about acting at all.
No, they just talk about other projects, which, I mean,
all their other projects, right? And we saw Mindy Kaling this morning on the Today Show.
That's right.
And she has her books and her imprint. So look, we're going to see star power, but I think they're going to have a lot to say in the monologues, and they're really going to be leaning in to the hot topics and politics and the news of the day.
Great. Chloe Molas, as always, thank you, Chloe.
Thank you.
Let's switch to Ukraine now. Students are heading back to school there, too, but many of them aren't going to the buildings that they're used to. NBC's Richard Engel took a look at the unlikely place students are finding a taste of normalcy.
For children in Ukraine, back to school means heading back into the subways as air raid sirens wail.
Russian forces still bomb Kharkiv almost every day, so teaching classes in the subways is safer. But there's also a practical reason. Nearly half of the city's regular schools have been destroyed.
The subway station is open, but in the lit rooms above the tracks, there's an elementary school. The kids seem to be doing great, but that's what worries the teachers, who don't want war to seem normal.
How do you think the war has changed these children? Do you think it's changing how they think?
Yes, it impacts everything. There will be after effects for many, many years, says Anna Nezhlova.
Give me 10. All right? Too slow. What's it like when you hear the air raid sirens go off?
Here, I don't hear the sirens at all. At home, they scare me so much, she says.
What do your parents tell you about the war?
I know they want our territory because we are quite a rich country and they want to take it away, says Sophia, who's 6 years old. At school in the subway, lunch is a highlight. Teachers here are working to make sure this generation of war gets at least a taste of childhood. Richard Engel, NBC News.
Coming up, thousands of healthcare workers across the country could go on strike this week. The changes they're calling for and how you could be impacted by a walkout. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Thousands of men and women rushing toward the ocean to start the 2023 Ironman competition in Barcelona, Spain. Yesterday's race, look at that, began with a 2-mile swim in the Mediterranean Sea. I wonder how warm that is. And then they grabbed their bikes for a 112-mile race along the coast and then a 26.2-mile run.
Wow.
Back to the beach. That is Ironman. Wow. And quite a picture. You're watching Daily.
coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
2 American scientists have won the Nobel Prize for Medicine for discoveries that led to the development of the COVID-19 vaccines.
Doctors Drew Weissman and Catalin Carrico found a way to tweak messenger RNA, mRNA, so it would fight illnesses. Well, it is now the basis for the Pfizer and Moderna COVID vaccines. But get this, they published their results in a paper back in 2005. At first, many people doubted that it would work, but those doctors, they never gave up. And today, they said they never thought about winning the Nobel Prize.
And I was like, I didn't know whether it is real, We suspected maybe some, prank, Maybe, I don't know.
I never expected in my entire life to get the Nobel Prize, and it's an incredible honor. Since COVID and all the attention, we've been able to tell the world about what we're doing.
Wow. Today, the Nobel Committee said the 2 have saved millions of lives.
Absolutely amazing. Congratulations to those 2.
Well, Texas is seeing some of the worst effects of the nation's fentanyl crisis. On average, the drug killed 5 people in the state every day in 2022.
5 people. This, according to the Dallas Morning News. It is such a big problem in North Texas. The newspaper dedicated the entire month of September to covering this growing crisis. Reporters spoke with grieving families, as well as hospital staff, law enforcement officials, and more. Joining us now, executive editor of the Dallas Morning News, Catrice Hardy. Catrice, it is so great to have you. Thanks for joining. So tell us first what inspired this project, what surprised you the most as well about your team's reporting.
So first of all, just thank you so much for helping us draw even more attention to this really important coverage. I would say the biggest issue for us was writing about a school that had lost 3 middle school students. So they're barely teenagers in one school year, and a number of other children actually overdosing, some multiple times. And then we learned that most of these children had purchased those drugs from a house on the same street as the school. And so we stopped and thought to ourselves, what is going on in our community?
Yeah. And I know you made a big commitment here to publish something every day for a month, essentially. I want to read an excerpt from one of your articles. It's about a family who lost their 16-year-old daughter to fentanyl poisoning. The mother of that teen said, quote, "You can't hide behind your house in an A-plus suburban neighborhood. That won't save you." She goes on to say, quote, "Anyone who thinks their kid isn't susceptible has blinders on." Catrice, tell us a little bit more about this story and what it tells us about this crisis.
Absolutely. And so this family, I mean, the courage that they have, the strength, the hope, even in the midst of such tragedy, they kicked off the series for us. And what I'll say is so interesting is this is a family who were actively involved in their kids' lives. They'd had multiple conversations about drugs, multiple conversations about talk to us if you need help. They were there. I mean, in fact, the day this young woman died, her father came home at the same time she did. And you can see from their home video camera, the 2 of them laughing that afternoon. And so, this story to us was a perfect way to kick off this series. This family lives in Plano. They're actively involved, and not just at the school, but in their community. And so for them to open up and share their story with us, to us was really important. And I'll tell you, this series has so many courageous families who've said, we don't care about the stereotypes here. We don't care about any stigmas. Enough is enough, and we want to save other lives.
We're so glad to hear from those families sharing those stories from all walks of life. What did your team learn about how fentanyl is getting into the community there? How accessible is this drug, and what are some of the challenges law enforcement is facing?
Absolutely. So what's fascinating about fentanyl, and you have to stop and think this, it is the most potent drug ever created. So it is more potent than morphine, than all these drugs that we have been taught are powerful. And what's interesting is it is easily disguisable. So a lot of times kids are getting a Percocet from a friend or online, thinking they're getting a pill to actually help them sleep or to stay up to study, and it's got fentanyl in it. And so that is one of the reasons why this drug has really seen a surge, not just in our community, but across the country. And so those are some of the fascinating statistics that we learned. We learned that, you know, obviously fentanyl is something that the medical profession uses all the time. So there's a safe way to use this drug. The problem is that this drug is getting to us from China and then through Mexico. It's coming here. And then a lot of people don't even know, frankly, that they're selling it. Some do, some don't.
Patrice, we're out of time, but thank you so much. Dallas Morning News, Google that and fentanyl. You'll find all those articles. Much more ahead.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines right here on NBC News Daily.
City leaders in the south of Spain say 2 people are still missing after a fire tore through 3 nightclubs in one city. At least 13 people are dead. The fire began early yesterday morning. The city's Emergency Coordination Center said on X, formerly called Twitter, the cause of the fire is still under investigation.
An Illinois coroner says 5 people killed in a multi-vehicle crash Friday died from exposure to a type of ammonia used in fertilizer. This happened after a tanker truck carrying about 7,500 gallons of the toxic chemical jackknifed and collided with a parked utility trailer. Experts say the ammonia is transported as liquid, but when exposed to air, it turns into a gas that can burn skin and lungs and paralyze the respiratory system. A father and his 2 children were among those killed. 7 others were taken to the hospital.
And Howard University has been presented with a replacement Oscar for Hattie McDaniel's 1940 Best Supporting Actress Award. It was the first Oscar ever presented to a black actor, and it was for McDaniel's performance as Mammy in Gone with the Wind. McDaniel left her Oscar to the university before her death, but it mysteriously vanished years later. Now the replacement will be displayed in the College of Fine Arts.
Hopefully under lock and key.
Yeah. In what could be the biggest healthcare strike in U.S. history, more than 75,000 Kaiser Permanente workers are preparing to walk off the job this week.
Wow, this all comes as labor negotiations remain stalled over what union members call a staffing crisis. A spokesperson for Kaiser is urging workers to reject calls for a strike. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now. Liz, good to see you this afternoon. So talk to us about a strike from Kaiser Permanente workers. What does that potentially look like? Where would people see the biggest impact if these workers hit the picket lines?
Hey, Vicki and Kate. Yeah, so this could have a big impact. Just for perspective, here in California, Kaiser has 9.4 million patients. It is also the largest private employer in the state. So even this limited 3-day strike could have massive implications. What we know is that 75,000 healthcare workers are poised to strike from Wednesday to Friday. This includes some nurses, lab technicians, pharmacists, and therapists. They're going to be striking at locations across the country. The first nationwide strike for Kaiser in California, Colorado, Oregon, Washington, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. Now, Kaiser has said that if these strikes happen, we talk about the impact on patients. They say that some of their appointments and some non-essential surgeries will likely have to be canceled, and that patients should also expect higher wait times, guys.
And Liz, we've been talking about so many strikes lately. Yeah. Talk about these negotiations. Where are they right now? What are the healthcare workers asking for? What are they at odds with Kaiser Permanente?
Yeah, Kate, so what the healthcare workers are fighting over is what they say is Kaiser's bad faith effort to deal with the healthcare network's short staffing crisis. I was at a union event over the weekend talking with nurses as they're preparing for this strike, and some of them were describing to me how at their clinics, one person is doing the work of 2 to 3 people. And they say especially after the COVID pandemic, this has led to incredible burnout for these workers, and also they feel that it is not creating a good environment for patients. That individual care that they want to give, they're not able to give. Now, they're also asking for higher wages. They say that their pay has not kept up with inflation or their workload. Kaiser, for its part, they say they are dealing with this staffing crisis. They say despite a labor shortage, they've been able to hire 50,000 frontline workers over the past 2 years, and they continue to hire. They've hired 22,000 this year, and they have a pledge of hiring 10,000 of these union workers this year. So they say they're doing the best they can, but that is the heart of these negotiations, and it does seem like a strike is likely on Wednesday, guys.
Yeah. Burnout in healthcare, among other professions, a very real problem. Liz Kreutz, thank you so much.
Right now, Capitol Hill lurching from one major showdown to a potential other major showdown. Over the weekend, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy struck a last-minute deal with Democrats to avert a shutdown and fund the government through mid-November. But in doing that, he drew the ire of hardline Republicans who are now threatening to remove McCarthy from his position as Speaker. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is following all of it from his perch inside the Capitol. Ryan, how did Speaker McCarthy get this through over the weekend, in case people missed it? And what kind of a fight are we looking for 45 days from now? Because they basically just kicked the can down the road.
Yeah, you're right, Kate. We went from one showdown to another one over a speakership, and then another showdown that's on the horizon in just 45 days. And essentially what Kevin McCarthy did in this situation was he just ignored these conservative hardliners that have been pushing him for a bill that would have a budget that would have steep budget cuts and a number of other things, and instead went with the overwhelming bipartisan belief that a short-term spending plan needed to be put in place so that the negotiations could continue. And this is what that 45-day budget plan looks like. It will fund the government through November 17th. It does include $16 billion for disaster relief. That was in addition to the spending plan that was originally talked about. It also extended the federal flood insurance program. It also did the FAA reauthorization. So that was also an important aspect of it. But it doesn't include any money for Ukraine, of which there is a real desire on Capitol Hill to see that approved. And it also doesn't include any money for border security. So you're right. This is just a stopgap measure. It opens the door to more negotiations, but there is a real possibility that in just 45 days' time, Kate, we could find ourselves in a very similar situation to what we saw here over the weekend.
Yeah, and Ryan, so Kevin McCarthy, we mentioned, faces a potential test to his speakership. Is it likely that he's going to be challenged and that there will be this effort to remove him as Speaker? And how does that happen?
Well, if you believe Matt Gaetz, who is the Florida congressman, the firebrand conservative, who's been the leader of this call to try and remove McCarthy from his position, he has the ability, any one member of Congress can do it, to put on the floor what's called a motion to vacate. And from the motion to vacate, there basically begins or starts the clock all over on Kevin McCarthy's speakership, and he would once again need 218 votes in order to hold on to his speakership. Now, Matt Gaetz went to the floor today and warned that it was coming, but didn't actually file it, didn't put it on the floor yet. Meanwhile, Kevin McCarthy is defiant. He's in many ways telling Matt Gaetz to bring it. Take a listen to what he said.
Do you expect that Democrats will be needed to help you in the motion to vacate vote? And if you don't win that vote, will you put yourself up for the speakership again in this new speaker's race?
You'd have to ask them. I don't know. I'm just going to focus on doing the work I'm supposed to do. I think this is a question to the institution itself. I know in the past the other leaders together always believed that this should never be in play, but I'm not worried about it.
Ryan, I got to ask you about one other thing because it's getting a lot of attention. Over the weekend, a Democratic congressman pulled a fire alarm at the Capitol, right? And later apologized, said he didn't mean to, but Republicans are jumping all over it. What happened?
Yeah, that was Congressman Jamal Bowman of New York, and there's actually security camera footage that shows him pulling that fire alarm. He said at the time that he was just trying to get to the floor to vote as quickly as possible, didn't realize he was going through an emergency exit. I should tell you, Kate, just in the last few minutes, the Capitol Police have put out a statement regarding this incident. They say that they're continuing to investigate the facts and circumstances surrounding the incident. They didn't specifically name Jamal Bowman as the person responsible, but Bowman did admit to it and said that it was an accident, didn't intend for the fire alarm to go off. Republicans believe the Ethics Committee should look into this. Okay?
Right, because they believe that it was like a stunt to delay the vote or something. All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much.
Well, student loan repayments have started again for the first time since the pandemic began. It's a move that affects more than 40 million Americans. Between that, inflation, and the ongoing union strikes, there are several economic issues facing the country right now. No one better to help us understand them than NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. So, Brian, let's start with these student loans. People haven't had to worry about this for 3 years. So what kind of impact is this going to have on borrowers who have to start those payments again?
Yeah, Vicki, this is a question that has an answer that some economists are saying would be substantial enough to impact economic growth in this country entirely. Certainly nothing to scoff at. What you're looking at here are rates of growth. It's GDP. It's another way of measuring how quickly this economy is growing. These are the estimates for the third and fourth quarter this year. And Goldman Sachs says that the impact of the student loan payments beginning again could be 0.5 percentage point of economic growth dinged from the U.S. growth in the fourth quarter. We'll have to see if that comes through. It really depends on how many people pay their student loans. And we actually got a bit of a measurement from the Treasury in terms of how much money was remitted from the Education Department to the Treasury. A lot of these remissions include payments that have been made on student loans. You can see, look, nothing until around here towards the beginning and end of summer when the announcement came out that the payments will be due October 1st. You saw that spike. It went down again. But again, people are paying their loans even ahead of the October 1st date, which suggests people might be on top of those student loans, which could be a blunt to the potential impact on the economy.
Brian, big picture, what's the overall state of the economy right now?
Yeah, well, right now, if you take a look at the two major measurements of how we're doing, unemployment is low at 3.8%. Inflation is high, 3.7%. But we have to remember, we were at 9% in the summer of last year. But economists say we really want this number to be somewhere closer to 2%. So we want to see both these numbers going down. We get unemployment figures later on Friday, and we'll get updated inflation figures next Wednesday. And you know where to find me. I'll be right here with those updates.
All right, Brian Chung, we do know where to find you. Thank you.
A major drug bust in New York City. Police seized more than 40 pounds of fentanyl. Investigators say the suspect transported the drug in a suitcase on the city's subway system, putting thousands of riders potentially at risk. Here's NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis.
This is what DEA investigators say the fentanyl epidemic looks like in a New York City apartment. Bricks on top of a dresser, 40 pounds in all, a street value estimated at $1.5 million, all seized by federal, state, and local law enforcement. A glass table set up for packaging, complete with scales, bright light, and a powdery residue. A video surveillance system to keep watch, and stamps and labels to put on the packaging. While these suspected drugs never made it to the street, police say a majority of it was transferred on the subway. Narcotics prosecutors allege defendant Herrera Vargas rolled this suitcase on the subway filled with 30 pounds of fentanyl, endangering thousands of subway riders. Vargas has pleaded not guilty. This case just the latest in the growing nationwide fentanyl epidemic. Just 6 blocks from the daycare where a child died from fentanyl exposure in a separate case earlier this month.
We know that fentanyl is a nearly invisible poison and that many people who take it have no idea that they are taking it.
The CDC estimates synthetic opioids like fentanyl are responsible for over 60,000 drug overdose deaths in 2022. Attorney General Merrick Garland addressing families of those who lost loved ones to the drug earlier this week.
We will never give up our efforts to pursue justice for them and for you, and we will never relent in our efforts to hold accountable those who are responsible for their deaths.
Garland also announcing an additional $345 million in Justice Department funding to combat this epidemic. For places like Quincy, Massachusetts, that help can't come soon enough.
We've seen an uptick in fatal overdoses, and we believe that fentanyl and xylazine contribute to that.
Quincy police say the city saw 19 overdose deaths last year and already reached 19 deaths in 2023 as of last week.
The problem is getting worse because there's so many pills out there.
An epidemic raging further out of control. Every brick evidence of the deadliest overdose crisis in U.S. history. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
Coming up, breast cancer, the most commonly diagnosed cancer among American women. How a new technology could be a game changer for finding the disease for certain women. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, part of the reason we are wearing pink today. It is the most commonly diagnosed cancer among women in America, except for skin cancers.
Yeah, according to the American Cancer Society, breast cancer accounts for about 30% of all new female cancers every year. Joining us now is Dr. Jackie Walters. She's an OBGYN and a breast cancer survivor herself. She also appears on the show Married to Medicine on Bravo. Dr. Walters, thanks for being with us. Can we start with basics? When should women start getting screened for breast cancer? How often, especially if they have a family history?
Oh, absolutely. The American College of OBGYN recommends that a woman's first mammogram should occur around the age of 40, or maybe even 5 to 10 years earlier than the diagnosis of a first-degree relative. So if your mother was diagnosed at 40, you should probably have your first mammogram around 30.
Dr. Walters, there's something called a BRCA gene, and mutations in this gene, they're linked to certain breast cancers. What is it, and how do you know if you have it?
So BRCA is a gene mutation, and it's inherited. And believe it or not, it can be inherited from the mother or the father. If you've inherited this gene, then you have a 50 to 70% chance of developing breast cancer and about a 40% chance of developing ovarian cancer. So if you are a candidate, which we give out a survey in the office on every annual visit, you are genetically tested through blood to see if you carry that gene mutation.
And you want to do that, obviously. Let's talk about dense breasts if we can. A lot of women have dense tissue in their breasts. I do. Oftentimes you have to go for an MRI and a mammogram. I know a lot of doctors recommend that, but we've also heard that there's new 3D technology that can help better detect cancer in dense breasts. Can you tell us more about that and the advancements that have been made? Is that something that we should be asking for?
So well, you certainly can ask for it. Sometimes it's about coverage, but it is a better technique to see the entire breast. You know, before we had the little squeeze and the push and pull, but this 3D allows the radiologist to have a better access of a total view of the breast. So yes, certainly ask for it. I think if your insurance company will allow it or you're paying for it, get a 3D.
That's really good information for women to have. Now, Dr. Walters, according to the American Cancer Society, we know white women are more likely to get breast cancer, but black women are more likely to die from it. Talk to us about the reasons behind that.
Absolutely. There is about a 40% chance, as you stated, that if a black woman is diagnosed with breast cancer, she's 40% more likely to die of breast cancer. And we have looked at so many different reasons as to why. We know access to care. We believe that we need more culturally competent services, financially. There are multiple reasons that Black women are dying more. But because we are dying more, I like to say we should be doing more. And that is exposing women to more culturally competent services, people who understand their culture, financial assistance, genetic counseling, offering genetic counseling at a lower rate, and making sure that women are aware. So that's why I love what you guys are doing, and that October is that Breast Cancer Awareness Month, that we can get everybody involved, especially the Black community.
Yeah. Can I ask quickly about your foundation, 50 Shades of Pink Foundation? I know you're celebrating your 10th anniversary, and it came out of your own situation. Tell us a little bit. We only have about 30 seconds, but tell us about it.
Okay. So having been diagnosed twice with breast cancer, I would dress up to go to chemo because I looked good. And when you look good, you feel good. And when you feel good, look good.
I think we lost your feed a little bit. Oh, but you know what? You can check it out yourselves. It's right there on the screen. Dr. Jackie Walters, thank you so much.
There is more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now. From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
In case you missed it, there was a football game during Taylor Swift's appearance this weekend.
I like how you put that. The pop star showing up to her second Kansas City game, cheering on tight end Travis Kelce. This time, she brought some friends. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Akeda.
She's here. Taylor is in the house.
It wasn't just any Sunday night. After a week of hype that transformed an early season football game into a blockbuster TV event,
Hi, Swifties. We'll be with you all night.
the Taylor Swift NFL takeover was complete.
Touchdown!
Her many fans welcomed to the game by our own Carson Daly with some help from the voice coaches.
We really hope something enchanting makes you feel like this tonight.
Chiefs, Jets, welcome to New York, everybody. The singer cheering on Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. The excitement started hours earlier with some fans not tailgating, but rather Taylor-gating.
I'm super excited, much more excited to see her than I am to see any of the football players.
Inside the star-studded stadium, Swift spent time with Kelce's mom, Donna Kelce. The two arm in arm, with Donna wearing her son's number 87 jersey. Swift was flanked by famous friends, including Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively, Sophie Turner, and Hugh Jackman.
Is it surreal to be able to see Taylor Swift in the same stadium as you guys?
Yes.
Breathing the same air.
Swift's rumored romance with the Chiefs star appearing to heat up after she stunned fans by showing up to Kansas City's Arrowhead Stadium the week before.
Shout out to Taylor for pulling up. That was pretty ballsy.
And once word got out that Swift would be attending, ticket sales for the Chiefs-Jets game quickly doubled, and prices jumped from $80 to more than $170 in the days that followed, according to online marketplace TickPick. And the football world has been leaning into Swift mania. The Chiefs even exchanging friendship bracelets ahead of the game.
I know what these are all about.
Which they won 23-20 with their famous fan in the stands. At MetLife, some couples bonding as their worlds collide.
He's a Swiftie, and I like football now, so our two loves are merging.
And there are no signs of the Swift effect slowing down. The Eras Tour movie and 1989 Taylor's Version album are still to come later this month. And if you need further proof of her dominance, believe it or not, more Americans are aware of Taylor Swift than the NFL, according to a Morning Consult study. Back to you.
I mean, think about that. More Americans aware of Taylor Swift. Ooh, okay.
That is crazy. Let's talk about a story that started out as a nightmare, has a happy ending.
Thankfully, Palash Pandy says he lost his cat Tux when a Lyft driver reportedly drove off with the cat carrier still in the car. Oh. Now that the two are reunited, he is left with more questions than answers.
Stephen Romo is here with more on this. Stephen, how did they get separated in the first place?
Yeah, I first saw this on Twitter, and it's so bizarre. I didn't think it was true. This all started on Saturday, though, and it was true. Pandy says he took Tux in a Lyft heading to the vet's office, actually says, before he actually made it out of the car and went to the other side to let Tux and get his carrier out. That Lyft driver drove away, and that's despite Pandy chasing the car and yelling at him to let him know that Tux was still there. A scary event, especially for any pet owner, but it all blew up when it was posted online. There was a massive outcry on Reddit and on Twitter, people outraged that the driver would just leave like that. Well, Pandy says he messaged the driver and was finally able to speak with him. Our affiliate KXAN reporting the driver told Pandy he didn't know where Tux was and that he had even picked up other passengers after Pandy, and no one mentioned a cat. That, of course, deepened the mystery. Here's what Pandy said at the time.
Saying that he doesn't know where my cat is. He said that he's allergic to cats. If he knew that I had a cat in my bag, he wouldn't even have had the ride. He would have canceled it.
Now, Pandy was keeping people updated in real time as this happened. He said investigators hired by Lyft ended up finding and returning Tux today. And he was found without that carrier about a mile from where Pandy had been dropped off. A terrifying ordeal, but thankfully Tux is finally back home and headed back to the vet later today.
Well, that's the good news. This thing went viral, didn't it, all over social media?
Yeah, it took off very fast. Many people reaching out to Lyft on Pandy's behalf. He, of course, had been in contact with them as well. That's why they hired those investigators. The company did release a statement today saying, we are focused on making sure Tux has everything she needs right now, and we are actively working with all involved to fully understand the situation. We must do better in how we support our community, and we will. Thankfully, this had a happy ending, a bizarre journey for Tux, guys.
Yeah.
Found without her carrier and a mile away. Thank God they got them back together. That's, you know, somebody's family member.
Kind of like the 9 Lives thing, though, right?
Very much.
Stephen Romo, thank you so much.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
It's Monday, October 2nd. Trump on trial. The former president inside a New York City courtroom. His real estate empire on the line in a $250 million lawsuit. What he's accused of lying about and how his team is fighting back.
Historic choice. California's governor announces his pick to fill late Senator Dianne Feinstein's seat. What makes her unique and how soon she'll start.
Better late than never. Your favorite late night talk shows coming back after the 5-month writers' strike. What one top host is saying about his return.
And a roundabout way. More cities are adding traffic circles to help fight gridlock. But are they really saving time, or are they just spinning drivers into circles?
That's the one you're going to be talking about today.
A lot of mixed feelings about those things.
Yeah, but we begin in New York City, where former President Donald Trump is facing a judge on a $250 million lawsuit.
The Trump Organization and its top executives are accused of manipulating the value of the company's real estate for financial benefit. And New York's Attorney General claims the differences were staggering.
A few examples here. Back in 2019, Trump allegedly valued at $807 million Trump Tower. But the state says Trump Tower is really worth $484 million.
Then there was his 3-story apartment in that building. Trump valued it at $327 million. The state, however, says it's worth $120 million.
And here's the one getting a lot of attention. Mar-a-Lago. The former president says his Florida estate is worth more than $600 million. The state of of New York says it's valued at $28 million.
No matter how powerful you are, no matter how much money you think you may have, no one is above the law.
Former President Trump denies the allegations and accused both the judge and the attorney general of playing politics.
It's a scam. It's a sham. This trial was railroaded and fast-tracked. This trial could have been brought years ago, but they waited till I was right in the middle of my campaign.
Our Lindsay Reiser is live outside the courthouse in New York City. Also with us, senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Lindsay, let's start with you. We got a quick look inside the courtroom earlier. They're back in session after lunch. What's happening now?
Trump walked by.
Right, we did get a look inside the courtroom before the official proceedings began. Some still photos and some video. Really just some remarkable images coming out. We unfortunately don't have an image of really one pivotal moment that happened in the courtroom when they broke for lunch, and that is, according to our reporter and producer inside, the former president walking out of the courtroom, glaring down at Attorney General Letitia James, with James staring straight ahead. Just a tense moment in what has really been a tense day of proceedings. So what is the crux of the case? The Attorney General's office arguing that the former president overvalued his assets to the tune of billions of dollars to get favorable loan terms. And his defense team is arguing that this is just doing business and that there was no intent to defraud. They also will point out some errors, in their opinion, to some of the valuations that are listed in the lawsuit. So we heard from opening statements, and the first witness was already called to the stand, an accountant. We can expect this trial to go on potentially for as long as 3 months, even through December we're talking about. But some notable names on the witness list, including the former president himself. Unclear at this point if he'll testify, but his adult sons, his daughter Ivanka, who was dismissed from the suit as well, Michael Cohen, his former fixer, and CFO Alan Weisselberg. So some names that we all recognize. That also what's at stake here is really the reputation of him as a successful businessman, his business empire. $250 million in penalties is what James's office is asking for. He would have to liquidate assets in order to pay that. His LLCs could go into receivership. He could be prevented from running a business in the state or buying commercial real estate for a period of time. So a lot is at stake here, which could explain his presence in the courtroom today.
Danny, let me bring you into the conversation. So this is a civil trial. He has other criminal investigations underway. You know, we were all aware of that. How is this different?
He has no potential criminal consequences. He will not be convicted. He won't be found guilty. He may be found liable, but in a sense, he's already been found liable because so many of the issues were already decided by Justice Engoron in his summary judgment decision. And that's a motion unique to civil cases. Basically, what the Attorney General argued is that, hey, some of these, there's no issue of fact for trial. There's no reason to even have a trial on them. So set in stone, so firmly established are they. And that's exactly what Justice Engoron decided, is that many of the legal issues in this case are already done. They're decided. They're out of this case. What's interesting is whether or not the defense will try to crowbar them in and re-raise issues that arguably are no longer at play in this case.
Hallie, let's bring you in here. We understand, and Danny has said, that former President Trump did not actually need to be in that New York City courtroom for today for this trial. So he was there. He got a lot of coverage. How does it help him?
In a couple of ways. You know, he was asked about this specifically at the lunch break, and he said something along the lines of, I wanted to be here myself to witness this, what he describes often as a witch hunt, firsthand. He says he wanted to see it for himself. But there may be something more to this here, Vicky and Kate, because we know that when former President Trump tries to take advantage politically of some of these moments legally that could be problematic for him, his supporters respond in a significant way. We saw that, for example, when that mugshot came out, the first one, as it related to that Georgia indictment. Obviously separate case, obviously criminal case, very different, but still an optic that conventional wisdom might hold might not be flattering for the former president, but one that he and his team leaned into because it boosted fundraising. It boosted support from inside the Republican Party and his supporters there. Very similar, the thinking holds that could happen this time here, that if the former president shows up and makes a fulsome, forceful, muscular case that he is being politically persecuted, it could actually help him in the Republican primary. Here's where it gets tricky. He's got a grip. He's got a hold on the Republican primary electorate, at least based on the polling now. He is stomping his next closest competitor, Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, by something like 40-plus points. That is a monster lead. Just call it what it is. The question is, what happens if Donald Trump does end up getting the Republican nomination and then is up against President Biden in the general election? When you're looking at not just Republican voters, but when you're looking specifically at some of those independent and swing voters who might end up swayed by, for example, some of the legal issues that the former president faces. That is where the rubber meets the road, like 6 months from now, 5 months into the new year, if you will, and it's still a question mark at this point.
Yeah, Hallie, you wonder, though, he's here in New York. It keeps him off the trail, which right now he hasn't been on as much as some of the other candidates. But what happens moving forward as he juggles all these cases?
It is a scheduler's, I don't want to call it a nightmare, but it is certainly the scheduler's Olympics. How about that?
Yeah.
Because it is a marathon of having to juggle not just this civil trial, but the potential for at least a couple of these other criminal trials to come, court appearances, et cetera, while maintaining, of course, the campaign trail, rallies, appearances, fundraisers, all of the typical things that a candidate may do. Now, he, for example, doesn't have to worry about, let's say, debate nights, because the former president's team has said he's not going to be participating in Republican primary debates, at least not for the foreseeable future. There is a sense, a thinking among those inside the former president's orbit that he doesn't have to do these debates because he's leading the field by so much. But it is something that his team has to consider as they're trying to figure out what his schedule looks like moving forward. That said, the legal lane and the political lane, very intertwined here.
All right, Lindsay Rezer, Danny Savalas, and of course, Hallie Jackson, thank you all so much. And Hallie will have more on Trump's day in court on Hallie Jackson Now. That's coming up tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. All right, moving on. It is a big night for fans of late night television.
After a near 5-month hiatus due to the writers' strike, Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, they are all returning to the airwaves tonight.
While the writers are back at work, members of the Actors Guild, well, they're still on strike. For the first time in months, negotiators from SAG-AFTRA and the movie studios are back to the negotiating table today to see if they can reach a deal on a new contract.
NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now from Los Angeles. So, Liz, we just saw the writers make that deal last week to end their strike. What does that mean for the actors? Anything at all? Like, could the actors be moving toward an agreement?
Hey, Kay and Vicky. I mean, it's certainly the hope that the WGA's deal is going to provide a framework for SAG-AFTRA. That's what we've been talking about here. And the two unions are asking for similar things. SAG-AFTRA, like the writers, are asking for higher wages. They're asking for increased residuals from streaming. They want protections around the use of artificial intelligence. Different for the actors is that they also want changes to the audition process. But just because WGA got their deal does not mean it's all of a sudden going to be a walk in the park for SAG. These are very complicated negotiations. SAG-AFTRA has 160,000 members compared to the 11,000 in WGA. And the chief negotiator for SAG-AFTRA, the Actors Union, told the New York Times that they specifically want a revenue-sharing deal with the studios. The studios have said no way, but the union's saying, well, we're not going to agree to anything that doesn't include that. So that is a major sticking point there. But of course, it is a promising sign that the studio executives themselves are in the room. It shows that they mean business, guys.
Liz, even with these late night shows returning tonight, we know they can't really have actors on to talk about movies or TV shows, but they do still have ways to bring celebrity guests on.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get creative here. They can have celebrities on or movie stars on. They just can't come on to talk about their TV shows or movies. They can come on in other capacities. So, for instance, on The Tonight Show, NBC's Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon tonight, Matthew McConaughey is going to be on. He'll be on talking about a children's book that he's written. The Late Show with Stephen Colbert is going to have astrophysicist and author Neil deGrasse Tyson. And Jimmy Kimmel Live is going to have Arnold Schwarzenegger. So they're just going to get creative and really lean into different types of guests and probably focus a lot on their monologue and news of day and hot topics, guys.
Tonight will be a good night to watch. Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. All right, time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Healthcare workers are preparing to go on strike.
And demand for diamonds is down. Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hi, Bertha.
Hey, Kate. Hi, Vicky. Yeah, 8 unions representing 75,000 Kaiser Permanente employees say they're ready to strike after failing to reach an agreement with the healthcare company. Workers are asking for pay raises, pension plan improvements, and protections against subcontracting and outsourcing. If there's no agreement by Wednesday morning, 6 a.m. local time, it would be the largest healthcare strike in U.S. history. Meantime, Germany's iconic footwear brand Birkenstock is targeting a $9.2 billion valuation in its New York IPO, initial public offering. The company, which dates back to 1774. I did not know that. I always thought of them as sort of, Vermont crunchy granola folks, will sell an estimated 32 million shares, priced between $44 and $49 to raise nearly $1.6 billion. And diamond prices are dropping as consumers focus their spending more on experiences and turn away from luxury goods. At least according to one rough diamond index, prices are the lowest they've been in a year. That follows 2 record-breaking years in rough diamond sales during the pandemic. So if you're thinking about proposing, you could get that big rock at rock bottom prices.
Nice. All right, Bertha Coombs, thank you so much, Bertha.
Coming up, full speed ahead, the auto workers' strike enters its 3rd week with no signs of a deal there. Who's threatening to hit the picket lines next?
Plus, General Mark Milley ends his decades of public service. Lester Holt sits down with him for an exclusive interview and joins us live with a preview. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible. Take back the day, make it all right.
California is about to get a new senator. Governor Gavin Newsom is appointing LaFonza Butler to fill the late Dianne Feinstein's seat. The vice president will swear in Butler tomorrow. She will be the only black woman serving in the Senate and the first LGBTQ plus person to represent the state in the Senate. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill. So Sahil, tell us more about LaFonza Butler and how Governor Newsom decided to appoint her.
That's right. Well, she is currently the president of Emily's List, which is a Democratic group that works to elect women who support abortion rights. She would be the 3rd black woman ever to serve in the United States Senate, the first openly LGBTQ senator from California, where she has worked in the past as the leader of the SEIU, which is the largest union in the state. Now, this comes after California Governor Gavin Newsom had said he didn't want to meddle in what is already a crowded and competitive Democratic primary for that seat in November 2024. Remember, Feinstein had already announced that she was going to retire before her passing. And that primary is between Katie Porter, Adam Schiff, and Barbara Lee, 3 California Democrats currently in the House. LaFonza Butler is not running at this moment, but she was chosen by Newsom to fill out the remainder of this term.
And Sahil, I know it's early. Do we have any indication whether or not Butler may eventually run to serve a full term?
You know, that's still kind of an open question. Newsom said he didn't want to get involved in the primary, so he picked someone from the outside who wasn't currently running, but the filing deadline for that seat is December 8th. LaFonza Butler has not definitively ruled out running for that seat. She's not said she would either. She only said in a statement that she's honored, she's humbled, she will do her best to honor the legacy of Dianne Feinstein. Newsom himself said that LaFonza Butler will carry the baton left by Senator Dianne Feinstein. Neither of them said for how long.
All right, Sahil Kapoor. Thank you, Sahil.
A desperate search is underway in upstate New York today. Investigators say a 9-year-old girl may have been abducted while she was camping with her family. Charlotte Senna was last seen biking at a campground Saturday evening. Now teams are searching on the ground and looking in the air, looking for any trace of the young girl. NBC's Kathy Park is following the story for us. Hi, Kathy. Walk us through what happened and where the search is now.
Hey, Kate, good to be with you. It certainly is a family's worst nightmare. So Charlotte Senna was out here this weekend with family and friends. It was a camping weekend, and she decided to go on a bike ride with family friends, but obviously things took a very different turn. She decided to go at it solo for a few minutes, a little after 6 o'clock Saturday night, but she never returned. And family members realized something was wrong, and that's why they called authorities right away, and this initiated a massive search on the ground, as you mentioned, also in the air as well. And authorities are calling this a possible abduction at this time because they were able to find her bike near the campsite, but obviously still no sign of Charlotte at this time, Kate.
And I know they're asking everyone to look for this young girl. If someone sees a kid that looks like her, what should they do?
Yeah, so they are told to contact authorities, 911 right away. And it's probably a good time to give a brief description of Charlotte. She's 9 years old. She stands about 4'6" tall. She was last seen wearing dark blue pants and a Pokemon shirt, a tie-dye orange Pokemon shirt. And we're told that she's very friendly. But, you know, authorities and parents of Charlotte, they're saying, look, there is no tip that is too small. So if there is any information that you have, please contact authorities right away. We should also note, Kate, that this park is closed to the public right now until further notice. They want the professionals to keep going with the ongoing search efforts at this time. So this park, once again, is closed until further notice.
Yeah,
Kate?
I know they don't want anyone to interfere with that. Kathy Park, thanks for being there. Appreciate it. We hope for the best.
Coming up, hospitals under strain, why some doctors say the migrant crisis is even harder to manage than the peak of the pandemic. You are watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including all the places you see there on your screen. The news continues after this.
stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
2 American scientists have won the Nobel Prize for Medicine for discoveries that led to the development of the COVID-19 vaccines.
Doctors Drew Weissman and Catalin Carrico found a way to tweak messenger RNA, mRNA, so it would fight illnesses. Well, it is now the basis for the Pfizer and Moderna COVID vaccines. But get this, they published their results in a paper back in 2005. At first, many people doubted that it would work, but those doctors, they never gave up. And today, they said they never thought about winning the Nobel Prize.
And I was like, I didn't know whether it is real, we suspected maybe some, right? Yeah. Maybe, I don't know.
I never expected my entire life to get the Nobel Prize, and it's an incredible honor. Since COVID and all the attention, we've been able to tell the world about what we're doing.
Wow. Today, the Nobel Committee said the 2 have saved millions of lives.
Absolutely amazing. Congratulations to those 2.
Well, Texas is seeing some of the worst effects of the nation's fentanyl crisis. On average, the drug killed 5 people in the state every day in 2022.
5 people. This, according to the Dallas Morning News. It is such a big problem in North Texas. The newspaper dedicated the entire month of September to covering this growing crisis. Reporters spoke with grieving families, as well as hospital staff, law enforcement officials, and more. Joining us now, executive editor of the Dallas Morning News, Catrice Hardy. Catrice, it is so great to have you. Thanks for joining. So tell us first what inspired this project, what surprised you the most as well about your team's reporting.
So first of all, just thank you so much for helping us draw even more attention to this really important coverage. I would say the biggest issue for us was writing about a school that had lost 3 middle school students. So they're barely teenagers in one school year, and a number of other children actually overdosing, some multiple times. And then we learned that most of these children had purchased those drugs from a house on the same street as the school. And so we stopped and thought to ourselves, what is going on in our community?
Yeah. And I know you made a big commitment here to publish something every day for a month, essentially. I want to read an excerpt from one of your articles. It's about a family who lost their 16-year-old daughter to fentanyl poisoning. The mother of that teen said, quote, "You can't hide behind your house in an A-plus suburban neighborhood. That won't save you." She goes on to say, quote, "Anyone who thinks their kid isn't susceptible has blinders on." Catrice, tell us a little bit more about this story and what it tells us about this crisis.
Absolutely. And so this family, I mean, the courage that they have, the strength, the hope, even in the midst of such tragedy, they kicked off the series for us. And what I'll say is so interesting is this is a family who were actively involved in their kids' lives. They'd had multiple conversations about drugs, multiple conversations about talk to us if you need help. They were there. I mean, in fact, the day this young woman died, her father came home at the same time she did. And you can see from their home video camera, the 2 of them laughing that afternoon. And so, this story to us was a perfect way to kick off this series. This family lives in Plano. They're actively involved, and not just at the school, but in their community. And so for them to open up and share their story with us, to us was really important. And I'll tell you, this series has so many courageous families who've said, we don't care about the stereotypes here. We don't care about any stigmas. Enough is enough, and we want to save other lives.
We're so glad to hear from those families sharing those stories from all walks of life. What did your team learn about how fentanyl is getting into the community there? How accessible is this drug, and what are some of the challenges law enforcement is facing?
Absolutely. So what's fascinating about fentanyl, and you have to stop and think this, it is the most potent drug ever created. So it is more potent than morphine, than all these drugs that we have been taught are powerful. And what's interesting is it is easily disguisable. So a lot of times kids are getting a Percocet from a friend or online, thinking they're getting a a pill to actually help them sleep or to stay up to study, and it's got fentanyl in it. And so that is one of the reasons why this drug has really seen a surge, not just in our community, but across the country. And so those are some of the fascinating statistics that we learned. We learned that, obviously fentanyl is something that the medical profession uses all the time. So there's a safe way to use this drug. The problem is that this drug is getting to us from China and then through Mexico.
Yeah.
It's coming here. And then a lot of people don't even know, frankly, that they're selling it. Some do, some don't.
Catrice, we're out of time, but thank you so much. Dallas Morning News, Google that and fentanyl. You'll find all those articles. Much more ahead.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinglea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Rescue crews in Mexico are searching for anyone who might be trapped under the rubble after a church roof collapsed. This happened yesterday during Mass. At least 9 people were killed, 50 more were hurt. Mexican State Police said about 100 people were in the church at the time of this incident. The state security spokesman's office says the collapse was most likely caused by a structural failure.
The Charlotte Hornets basketball team has announced a new partnership with YouTube influencer Mr. Beast. The logo for his candy bar company, Feastables, is now going to be emblazoned on the top right part of the Hornets jersey for this season. This is the first time ever that an NBA franchise and an influencer have signed a deal like this. If you don't know who Mr. Beast is, don't worry. He's a popular YouTube creator with 188 million subscribers.
Wow. Well, star gymnast Simone Biles made history this weekend. She became the first woman ever to land the Yurchenko double pike vault at a world competition. That is currently the most difficult jump in the women's scoring code. It will now be renamed to the Biles 2. Biles now has 5 different moves named after her. She and Team USA will go for gold in the women's team final on Wednesday, where they are the favorites to win.
Let's turn now to an NBC News exclusive. After 4 years on the job, General Mark Milley retired Friday as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
He recently sat down with NBC's Lester Holt and discussed a range of topics, including the rising military threat of China, the war in Ukraine, plus tension before the 2020 election and concerns about any possible action the military might have taken. Lester joins us now live on set. Lester, it's great to see you. So tell us a little bit more about your conversation.
Great to see the both of you. As you said, there was a lot to talk about. He's been on the watch for 4 years as America's top general, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, but he is resigned to the fact that every conversation comes back to Donald Trump. And I asked him, I said, you know, your legacies will intertwine. He says, I know it. But for him, it's because, you know, they shared 4 years of history on military matters. He downplays that notion that there was tension between the two of them, but we all see, even in his retirement speech the other day, he talked about wannabe dictators that many took as a swipe toward Mr. Trump. He also talked about the criticism he received from Trump recently regarding a phone call he had with his Chinese counterpart before the election, warning about that the U.S. is in good shape, that we're not a stable country. And I asked him about that because he had made that point to the American people and the media as well, going in the countdown to the election, this idea that we're going to be okay and the military is not going to take a role in this election. Here's what he said about that. A few days before the election, you were making it known that the Army, the military, would play no role in determining the outcome of the election. Why did you feel the need to say that? Was that a specific concern that you had?
There was a lot of discussion in the open media about the U.S. military and what role we would play and so on. So I wanted to make sure it was clear to the American people, to our adversaries, to our friends and allies overseas, but also to our own force, to us wearing the uniform, that we have zero, and I mean zero, role in U.S. electoral politics.
You assured the Chinese at one point, your Chinese counterpart, that essentially the U.S. was okay, the U.S. was stable. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, that's right. And Secretary Esper asked me to make a call, and we did that. They were nervous about potential political instability in this country. Secretary Esper asked me to make sure that they didn't make any military moves and let them know that we're a stable country and we're going to be just fine.
Lester, did anything he said, I mean, you covered so much ground, anything surprise you?
No, you know, I've met him before, and he is very defensive about what they do as chairman of the Joint Chiefs. The idea, he says, look, I'm the president, I'm in the president's ear, of course, with this president, previous president, I'm in the president's ear to give advice, truth to power, that, you know, we don't have to be on the same page except on these issues. And he wants to make sure that people understand that. I said, you're operating in the most political environment there is, Washington, D.C. How can it not be political? But he says you have to be. You have to be non-political for that job to work and be able to look a president in the face and say this is the way it is.
Well, Lester, thank you so much for bringing us a preview of that.
Sure.
Appreciate it. You can catch the whole thing, Lester's exclusive interview, tonight on NBC Nightly News on your local station.
Lester, thank you. Also on Nightly tonight, New York City's growing migrant crisis. It is now overwhelming hospitals. The mayor's office says more than 110,000 migrants have arrived in the city since April of 2022. Hospitals and legal clinics say the influx of migrant patients is impacting resources for American citizens. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now. So, Julia, you actually talked with a doctor at Bellevue Hospital. For our viewers' reference, that hospital was hit really hard by the coronavirus early in the pandemic. What did that doctor say about these conditions now compared to then?
Yeah, that's right. Bellevue is America's oldest and the city's busiest hospital. You might have heard about it during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I got to speak to migrants, social workers, legal aid workers, as well as Dr. Ted Long, who was a big part of that COVID relief effort and is now a big part of how the city is responding to migrants from a healthcare standpoint. He wants to make sure that those who come in are able to get vaccinated for a number of different ailments and get in front of a primary care doctor. But he also realizes that with these very high numbers, the job is pretty tough. Here's what he had to say.
Immediately when COVID started in New York City, Bellevue stepped up. We increased our capacity across the board. We helped tens of thousands of people. That enabled us, when the asylum seeker crisis began here, to already have those sort of muscles to know how to build capacity quickly to provide all of the care that people need.
So he's basically saying that because of COVID, they're better able to be equipped for this new kind of crisis. But I will say, we've just been looking at the numbers from this hospital. Now, a quarter of the care that they do give goes to migrants. That means they've actually seen almost 30,000 migrant patients just this year, 300 new migrant babies born to moms, new babies born to migrant moms there. It's really a lot this hospital has undertaken, but it was really amazing to see it all in action.
All right, Julia Ainsley, a fascinating conversation. More tonight on Nightly News. Thank you so much.
Right now, Capitol Hill is lurching from one major showdown to another. Over the weekend, you probably heard House Speaker Kevin McCarthy struck a last-minute deal with Democrats supporting it to avert a shutdown and fund the government through mid-November. But he drew the ire of hardline Republicans in the process, some of whom are now threatening to remove McCarthy from the speakership. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is following all of this for us. Ryan, so I guess back up a step. How did he get this through, Speaker McCarthy? And what kind of fight are we looking at 45 days from now?
Kate, basically what he did was he abandoned those far-right members of his conference and went with the bipartisan agreement that he knew he could get over the finish line. And it was something McCarthy appeared to be resistant to do almost during the entire negotiations around this spending package. But ultimately, early Saturday morning, he put a bill on the floor that funds the government through November 17th. That provides $16 billion in disaster relief. It extends the federal flood insurance program, reauthorizes the FAA. It doesn't include money for Ukraine, which I think made it easier to pass, particularly on the House side, and no money for border security. But all it does is set up another shutdown for further down the road, where we're going to have this conversation all over again, and it's going to require a lot more work. 12 different appropriations bills that both the House and Senate are going to have to agree upon that will fund the government through next fall. Kate?
One of my kids said over the weekend, Ryan, why does this keep happening over and over? Which would probably take us an hour to explain. But how about on this leadership issue? Kevin McCarthy now facing this potential motion to remove him from his position. How easy is that to do?
Well, that's what hangs over all of this, Kate, and it's relatively easy to begin the process. It's another thing to finish the process. And Matt Gaetz, a Florida congressman, an antagonist of Kevin McCarthy, has repeatedly dared McCarthy and warned him that he would put this motion to vacate. Any one member of the Congress can put that motion on the floor, and it would essentially start the process of electing a speaker all over again. Now, Gaetz promised on Sunday that he would put it on the floor this week. He said it could even come today. He went to the floor today and then said, well, maybe it'll come later this week. Now, McCarthy seems up for the challenge. He's almost daring Gaetz to follow through on it. There's no guarantees what would happen should McCarthy find himself in a situation where there is a motion to vacate, and whether or not Democrats would help him keep his job or if he's booted out. Kate?
Yeah, it requires a majority, right? Just a simple majority could kick him out.
Yeah,
Ryan
218
Nobles.
votes. Yep.
Ryan, thank you so much for watching all of it. Appreciate it.
Well, student loan repayments, they've started again for the first time since the pandemic began. This is a move that affects more than 40 million Americans. Between that, inflation, and the ongoing union strikes, there are several economic issues facing the country right now. We have NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung with us to help break it all down. So, Brian, let's start with these student loans. People haven't had to worry about them for 3 years. Now they will. What kind of impact is this going to have on our economy?
Well, substantial enough that some economists are saying it could actually slow the economy as a whole, but not enough to tilt us into a recession. Let me explain. This is a chart that shows economic growth. They call it GDP growth in the United States. You can see we've been doing pretty well over the course of 2023, the end part of 2022. You can see right here, Goldman Sachs estimating that in the fourth quarter of this year, we're going to take a step down. In fact, they say 0.5 percentage points. That could be the impact of student loan payments because, again, people will have to take money out of their monthly budgeting to cover the average of $203 per month to cover those student loans. But it might not be as bad as some economists are projecting because take a look at this. These are deposits from the Education Department into the Treasury. Basically, these are remissions of money that in many cases were coming from people paying their student loans to the Department of Education. You can see the spike happening in the later part of August, even prior to the October 1st date, where we did see the deadline for those student loan payments to begin for the first time in over 3 years. So this tells you some people were being pretty diligent and getting ahead of the curve and trying to pay their student debt. So maybe it won't be that bad as far as the overall economic picture would be.
Brian, we've avoided the government shutdown, at least for the next 45 days. What is the overall state of the economy right now?
Yeah, well, when you talk about the economy, we really want to look at jobs and then also prices. So unemployment at 3.8%, that's essentially near over 50-year lows, but inflation is not in a good place. 3.7%, that's above what economists would like to see of 2%. But you have to keep in mind, we came pretty far from the 9% peak inflation rate that we saw last year, but not yet mission accomplished. Federal Reserve likely to continue to keep interest rates quite high, although maybe they could stop the further interest rate hikes. We'll have to see in the months to come.
All right, Brian Chung, thank you so much, Brian.
Coming up, going round in circles, why more cities are adding roundabouts and how drivers feel about them.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Well, roughly 25,000 United Auto Workers union members, they're back on the picket line today. They're now in the third week of their strike against the big three American automakers. This all comes as the union narrowly avoided going on strike against a new company. Members reached a last-minute tentative deal with a major truck manufacturer. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Streetsboro, Ohio, where workers are now striking outside of a Stellantis plant. Jesse, what is the latest on these ongoing negotiations with GM, Ford, and Stellantis?
Yeah, so Vicki, even though, as you can see behind us here, we've got workers picketing here in the Cleveland area, Stellantis actually got a pass in the latest round of strike expansions. The UAW told more workers at both Ford and General Motors to begin striking on Friday, but it did not do so with Stellantis, saying that that company, the maker of Jeeps, had made last-minute progress. Stellantis, for its part, says even with progress, there are gaps that need to be worked through. What's notable about what happened on Friday is, you might remember, Ford a week prior had been exempt from the latest round of striking, but not this time. The UAW's president told me that he believes that Ford has gone backwards in negotiating, but Ford's CEO contends that he believes that the union is holding up a deal now largely because of EV battery plants. And reminder for people, electric vehicles and concerns around that have been an underpinning for much of these negotiations. EVs are expected to not take broadly as many jobs to make those vehicles. And so that is concerning for this union trying to preserve jobs into the future. So all of that is in conflict as we still see this stalemate playing out. Again, GM and Ford having more workers walking off the job starting this past Friday. Stellantis, for the time being, did not have an expansion, Vicki.
All right, Jesse Kirsch live for us. We appreciate it. Thanks, Jesse.
How do you feel about driving through roundabouts? Unlike Europe, where you see traffic circles everywhere, they are not as common here in the U.S. But recently, more and more American cities are coming around, and people have mixed feelings. NBC's Marissa Parra explains.
Some call this a traffic circle. Maybe you know it as a rotary.
Oh my God, you really do love roundabouts. I love a roundabout.
No matter what you call them, in Oxford, Mississippi, you can't miss them.
You're never too far away
You're
from
just
the next
never
roundabout.
too far from the next roundabout.
And that's just the way she likes it. Mayor Robin Tannehill took us driving in circles in what she calls the roundabout capital of the South.
I hear you have a nickname.
I do have a nickname, Roundabout Robin.
In Europe, roundabouts are everywhere. Here in the U.S., they're not that common, but they are on the rise. This college town in Mississippi has built 21 new traffic circles in 6 years.
This is one of 34 roundabouts in the area, but the city of Oxford is not the only city going all in on roundabouts.
Bend, Oregon has almost 50, Lincoln, Nebraska has more than 75, and Carmel, Indiana has around 140. Studies show roundabouts drive down serious injury and fatal crash rates by 90%. Drivers are forced to slow down. And there are fewer conflict points for vehicles, saving lives and maybe saving time. Marvin King has a front row seat.
How much of a difference has it made in your daily life?
Oh, right here, this would have taken forever because it would have been a slow stop. Bye, Franny. Have a great day.
Dropping off his kids at school, the Oxford father lives what studies also show. Those circles are cutting his commute.
Throughout the course of a week, I'm probably saving 30 or 40 minutes.
But with growth comes growing pains. A new roundabout near Orlando, Florida opened a second lane last summer and saw 131 crashes since. Officials there say as more drivers have gotten used to it, the numbers have gone down. And even in the so-called roundabout capital of the South,
Usually I yell at them in my car thinking that they can hear me.
not everyone is along for the ride.
Do not like them one bit. I hate them.
Like them or not, they're here to stay, with more on the way.
I have gotten calls from other mayors, saying, okay, we're thinking about a roundabout.
And this mayor hopes her corner of the South,
A roundabout is a great solution in Oxford, Mississippi.
can be a roadmap to the future. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Oxford, Mississippi.
Kate, I know you have a lot of thoughts about these.
But I have mixed feelings about the roundabout. I don't love it when I'm driving. Especially if they're like 2 lanes and you're trying to get in and you got to get out and you got to figure out which, like first, second, third, which one are you getting off?
I really like the stats. That makes me feel better about the roundabout because until now I thought they were just there to aggravate all of us.
Just
they slow
wasted
you down,
space.
but okay, if we're crashing less, all
Full
right.
disclosure, there's one in my neighborhood. So this is something I deal with on a daily basis.
Right. Ooh, all right.
How do you feel? Let us know. There's more news ahead.
You're watching Daily.
on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It was an emotional return to the football field on Maui on Saturday. Lahaina Luna High School playing its first game since the deadly wildfires last month. Many players' families lost their homes in those fires. The team's season was delayed for weeks because of the ongoing recovery, but the wait was worth it. The Lunas dominated in a 42-0 win. The team's co-head coach says the game was about bringing the community back together. Their next game is this Saturday. Kate?
Vicki, thanks. Tennis legend Martina Navratilova has faced some of the toughest competition on the tennis court, but she has also battled off the court, too, fighting cancer head-on. Today, co-host Savannah Guthrie reports.
Tennis legend Martina Navratilova stunned fans when she announced earlier this year she had been diagnosed with throat cancer and a recurrence of breast cancer at age 66.
Couldn't believe that was happening to me. Then I said, okay, what do we do?
Navratilova is one of the greatest tennis champions of our time, with 59 Grand Slam titles. That's the most by any player, man or woman.
It's just nice to be a part of the history.
You are the Empress of Wimbledon once again. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled that I proved myself again.
She wins it! Navratilova dominated the women's singles in the 70s after defecting from her native communist Czechoslovakia in 1975.
Why specifically did you choose to leave?
There's a lot more freedom here.
She was a new challenger for America's sweetheart at the time.
She's going to win it just like that. Martina Navratilova has dethroned Chris Evert Lloyd.
They had one of the greatest rivalries in sports, going head-to-head 80 times.
Navratilova defeats a legend and becomes one.
In 2006, a month shy of her 50th birthday, Navratilova won the U.S. Open Doubles Championship, the oldest player in history to win a major title. 4 years later, she faced a diagnosis of a non-invasive form of breast cancer and had a lumpectomy.
Initially, when I found out, I cried maybe for 10 or 15 seconds, feeling sorry for myself. You get the notice that you need your mammogram. Oh, I'll do it next month. For me, I was 4 years between breast exams. Thankfully, I caught it early.
But then last year, she was diagnosed with stage 1 throat and breast cancer. Now, speaking out and sharing her story to help other women and facing the diagnosis with the same intensity she brought to her legendary career.
So I went public with my diagnosis to help other women.
Savannah Guthrie, NBC News.
So inspiring.
Yeah, let's take a look at some other stories trending today.
A big win for Bills safety Damar Hamlin. Not only did Buffalo beat the Miami Dolphins Sunday, but it marked the official return for 25-year-old Hamlin. He suited up for his first regular season game since he suffered that cardiac arrest during a game back in January. Hamlin took to the field on the opening kickoff in a moment he said meant everything to him. He announced his plans to keep playing back in April. He has been candid about his long road to recovery.
Yeah, he sure has. All right, this sea lion was probably the only one who enjoyed the severe flooding in New York City on Friday after a heavy rain, look at him, caused the pool in Central Park Zoo to flood.
Oh my gosh.
The sea lion named Sally just, went for a swim, escaped the enclosure. She was seen swimming out in that flooded pool, roaming the area. Zoo officials say that they had eyes on her the whole time, and eventually they returned her home.
Sally living her best life
Go,
on
Sally.
Friday. Okay. Well, if you couldn't get your hands on Beyonce tickets this summer, don't let it break your soul. Renaissance, a film by Beyonce. He's coming to theaters on December 1st. The singer took to Instagram to release the trailer just hours after her final tour stop in Kansas City. The concert film will give viewers a front row seat to the tour and a behind-the-scenes look at how it all came together. Tickets are on sale right now. This may be a new trend, right? If you don't get the concert, you get the movie.
Exactly. Taylor's kind of doing the same thing, right? I have to go see that, I think, because I totally missed it this summer.
Yeah.
All right, you have got to see the videos from the opening night of The Sphere. This is that brand new concert venue in Las Vegas that cost more than $2 billion to build. The walls of the Sphere are made up of thousands of hockey puck-sized LEDs to create incredible visuals. Look at that. Inside and outside the building, it seats more than 18,000 people, and U2 helped kick off opening weekend. Big names in attendance: LeBron James, Jeff Bezos, Snoop Dogg, Oprah.
Want to see that in person.
Paul McCartney, they were all there.
And hopefully Kate Snow and Vicky win at some point.
One day.
You're watching NBC.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez reporting in Washington, where we're following two major stories, one in Manhattan and the other here on Capitol Hill, affecting the two most powerful Republicans in the country. In the House, Republican Speaker Kevin McCarthy is now facing a potential vote to oust him as Speaker after this weekend's successful scramble to temporarily avert a government shutdown. We'll have much more on those developments in a moment, but we begin with breaking news out of New York, where the first day of the former president's biggest trial yet as a presidential candidate is about to wrap up. Today, a Manhattan judge heard opening statements in the New York Attorney General's $250 million fraud lawsuit against Donald Trump, his company, and two of his sons. It is a case unlike any other facing the former president, as it threatens to undermine the very core of his business brand and public persona. The former president, as well as the New York AG, were in the courtroom for today's proceedings, and Mr. Trump spoke to reporters as he arrived at court and again during recess, lashing out at the case and calling it part of a vast government conspiracy to undermine his presidential candidacy.
This is a continuation of the single greatest witch hunt of all time. A well-judged who knows that properties are worth a tiny fraction, a tiny fraction of what they actually are. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show, who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me.
Those comments were a familiar page from Donald Trump's playbook to personally attack judges or prosecutors in cases where he faces significant legal peril. The Attorney General responded to Mr. Trump's comments as she arrived at court this morning.
My message is simple. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how much money you think you may have, no one is above the law. And it is my responsibility and my duty and my job to enforce it.
The lawsuit accuses Donald Trump of lying about his net worth by billions of dollars to get bank loans. The judge presiding over the case has already ruled on some aspects of the case, last week declaring that Mr. Trump had committed fraud and lied about his net worth for years. The judge also ordered some of his business licenses be rescinded, threatening Mr. Trump's ability to do business in New York. And this trial is the first of at least 6 civil and criminal trials facing Mr. Trump as he seeks the Republican Party's nomination in 2024. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is live for us outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And with me will be Jeremy Salad, former assistant district attorney in the trial division of the Manhattan DA's office. Vaughn, I want to start with you. What actually happened in the courtroom today?
This was about hour 8 now in which the courtroom has been convened here. There were multiple breaks as well as a lunch break. But for Donald Trump, the former president, despite not having to be in the courtroom today, he is there. And there were questions of whether he would remain through the afternoon, and he's still in there. For Donald Trump, this is an opportunity to hear his own attorneys, Chris Keiss, as well as Alina Habba, speak and defend him in front of this judge who will ultimately determine the extent to which he is liable for the financial fraud claims that New York Attorney General Letitia James has brought in this lawsuit against him. Currently on the stand is the first witness, the former accountant for Donald Trump, the personal accountant who worked on his tax returns for about a decade, and he is being questioned right now by the New York Attorney General's prosecutors about exactly the machinations of Alan Weisselberg, the chief financial officer, and Michael Cohen, the 2 sons who are also defendants, Don Jr. and Eric Trump, the extent to which Donald Trump was aware of the valuations of his assets and properties that amounted to, as the Attorney General in her lawsuit claims, either undervaluation or overvaluation that led to Donald Trump increasing his self-worth by potentially upwards of $2 billion.
And, you know, Vaughn, we saw that video a little earlier today of Letitia James and Donald Trump in that courtroom. How much can we expect their presence throughout this trial?
We should not expect Donald Trump to be in the courtroom for that many days. Again, he does not have to be there. Letitia James is not the one who is actually presenting this case in front of the judge either, yet she was in the gallery sitting a few rows behind Donald Trump. She did speak here from the steps of the courthouse in Lower Manhattan before the trial officially began this morning. But for the 2 of these individuals, this is a storied history in which Letitia James, when she ran for New York Attorney General, said that she would investigate and if the investigation warranted it, bring Donald Trump to justice. And Donald Trump, upon leaving for lunch break, according to our producer Adam Reese inside of the room, glared at her as he walked by and left the courtroom. You know, for Donald Trump, there is so much on the line, not only a $250 million potential financial penalty, but also the elimination of his business certificates and his ability to operate here in New York City. Well, Donald Trump, so much is politically on the line for him in this 2024 presidential run. It's the future, not only for him, but also his family business that is on the line in this courtroom in the months ahead.
And Vaughn, you just said months ahead. This trial is expected to last quite a while, right, as we look at live pictures there outside the courtroom.
Right. The judge suggested that this could go all the way through December 22nd here. This is going to be a trial that takes place 5 days a week. There are no video cameras allowed, so there is not going to be a live feed. The video that you watched just a few moments ago was our photographer being allowed on behalf of all of the major TV networks to go and shoot about 2 minutes of what the courtroom looked like with Donald Trump, Letitia James, and the judge inside of that courtroom. But for Donald Trump, if he wants to know how his attorneys are representing him. Of course, Donald Trump has a long history of being very fickle about his legal representation, including firing multiple of them over the last year related to other cases. For Donald Trump, the one way to hear how his defense is presenting the case for him is by being inside of that courtroom, and that's exactly where he is today. We'll wait to see whether he is back here tomorrow. Gabe.
Vaughn Hilliard in Lower Manhattan. Vaughn, thanks. I want to bring in Jeremy. Jeremy, explain for us the merits of this New York lawsuit.
Well, it actually has merits. I mean, keep in mind that the court has already ruled, as we all have heard, on the summary judgment motion, saying that the evidence existed there at that point for enough facts, if you will, that there didn't need to be a ruling later on or a trial where a jury, or in this case, a judge, had that separate proceeding. So it seems to be a strong case on its face, though there seems to be real issues. But at the same time, keep in mind, this is not a criminal proceeding. It's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's preponderance of the evidence. It's very distinct and separate from what we've been hearing out of D.C., for example, and Georgia.
And Jeremy, you just mentioned that this is not a criminal proceeding, but Donald Trump does have a lot at stake in this trial.
Absolutely. Jail is not an issue here, but really his livelihood, his ability to conduct his business, and basically tearing down, that wall behind who he really is, if in fact Letitia James and the Attorney General's office also not just already established the one issue that has already been presented to the judge, but the issues in terms of insurance fraud and conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, the other outstanding matters. We're talking real dollars here, $250 million potentially. We're talking about severing his ability to deal with banks in New York for the foreseeable future. And not just him, keep in mind, this is his children as well.
And Jeremy, I want to play part of what Donald Trump told reporters during a recess today. Let's take a listen.
This rogue judge, a Trump hater, the only one that hates Trump more is his associate up there, his person that works with him. She's screaming into his ear on almost every time we ask a question. A disgrace.
Jeremy, have you ever seen a scenario in which a defendant in a case, civil or criminal, attacks the judge as the trial is beginning from right outside the courtroom?
The short answer is really no. And this is a desperate, desperate man. It's almost like he's a cornered raccoon and or some other animal that got into your garden, and he's got no other choice but to lash out as you get closer and closer. That's his defensive mechanism. It's not going to help him. As we've noted many times, this is a bench trial, not a jury trial. So the judge is going to hear some of this, although the judge should be ignoring all of it. But this is going to be his own demise. And remember as well that the Attorney General can call him as a witness, unlike in a criminal case, they can't force you. But he may be testifying in this trial, and we, meaning the American public, are going to hear whether he's going to implode or be on that stand in a calm, reasoned manner.
Look, and Jeremy, look, supporters of the former president might make the argument that this isn't that big of a deal. Could you make the argument that exaggerating or underreporting assets is widespread, and you could bring similar allegations against many developers, especially in New York?
Yeah, I mean, that's not a defense that has merit. And also, to the extent or magnitude that is alleged here is quite different. I am sure there's fraud that exists everywhere. I think we'd be naive and ignorant to assert otherwise. But to this magnitude, to this amount, and these dollars, that's not fair. It probably isn't that much. We know the Attorney General's office does these type of white-collar investigations. But merely saying, someone else did it, so therefore I can do it, that's not a defense. That's not a defense. You just happen to get caught. And, it makes you wonder whether or not, the former president rused the day he ran for president and subjected himself to this kind of, oversight and review. But that's not a defense. That's not going to fly, especially before a judge.
And Jeremy, put this into context here. Of the civil trials that he's facing, is this one perhaps the most existential threat to the former president?
It's not even existential. It's real. It's immediate and very legitimate, for lack of a better term. The president is not, the risk at losing a few $1 million in a defamation case. If this ultimately plays out, and no doubt there'll be appeals throughout the process when this case closes, this can be or spell ruin for him. Trump Tower and that gold shimmering fakeness may be exposed if the Attorney General is successful. This can really be debilitating. And I'm saying that kindly. It could be much worse. Whether it is, we'll find out.
And Jeremy, finally, do you see any scenario in which Donald Trump actually testifies at this trial?
Testifies in his own defense. Normally I would say never would I put a man like him with his inability to stay focused on the stand. But as I noted before, in a civil proceeding, he may be called. So the question remains, do you want to take the wind out of the prosecution's sails and put yourself out there and get your evidence out in the best, cleanest way possible, not being on their case, but on your own? Is a real question to be asked. But generally speaking, no. In the criminal trials, I can't imagine he's testifying.
Jeremy Salan, thank you so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now. Thank you. And coming up, shutdown averted, at least for now. We'll have the latest on what happens next, plus a one-on-one interview with one of the House Republicans who voted no on the 11th hour deal to keep the government open. Plus, President Biden is set to convene a cabinet meeting minutes from now as the White House faces the fallout from that stopgap funding bill that does not have any additional aid for Ukraine. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Now is raw. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
And welcome back. On Capitol Hill right now, the House is back in session after surprising much of Washington by barely avoiding a government shutdown this weekend. But what it took to get across the finish line leaves House Speaker Kevin McCarthy now facing a renewed effort to oust him as Speaker. Today, Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz, arguably McCarthy's fiercest critic, vowed to hold a vote to topple the Speaker after McCarthy was forced to rely on House Democrats to pass a short-term spending deal to keep the government open for another 45 days.
Kevin McCarthy's true coalition partner on all things of substance has been the Democrats this Congress. He worked with Democrats on the debt limit bill, and only Democrats are really campaigning on that bill. Republicans aren't campaigning on the debt limit bill. That was a Democrat bill, passed with mostly Democrat votes. Then we get to the appropriations process, and Speaker McCarthy purposefully delayed us. He tried to back us up against shutdown politics. He tried to not pass single-subject spending bills. And at the end of the day, he had to utilize Democrats to pass a continuing resolution.
Explain the timing of this.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing it this week.
If this does fail, will you bring this up again?
Yeah.
Speaker McCarthy, for his part, has all but dared Congressman Gates to bring up that vote. He spoke to reporters today, defending his actions over the weekend while rebuking hardliners in his caucus.
Well, I've heard a lot of criticism frustrated inside the conference about having the most conservative stopgap measure that would secure the border and cut spending, and we couldn't pass it. So then we sat there, we talked, and we were all frustrated because there wasn't very many options as a majority if you can't control your own destiny. We watched the frustration for the weeks past where people would hijack the floor and not let us pass anything, or not let us bring up the appropriation bills time and again. So there were very few options to do. And in listening to everybody, they elected me to be speaker, so I made a decision. I thought it was best to keep the government open.
The whole saga puts McCarthy in a box and potentially looking to Democrats as the firewall to save his speakership. That's if Gates can get hardliners inside his caucus to actually go through with the extremely rare maneuver to try to oust their own speaker. House Democratic leadership, meanwhile, remain coy about what they do or what their demands would be if McCarthy needs them. And joining me now for the latest is Ryan Nobles from Capitol Hill on his cell phone in the halls of Congress. So, Ryan, for those who last tuned in, you know, it sure looked like we were heading to government shutdown over the weekends. For those that may have been looking at this on Friday, bring us up to speed. How did we get here? Tell us about this dramatic weekend, and where does the funding fight go from here, Ryan?
Yeah, first of all, Gabe, I will stop at nothing to get on Meet the Press. You know that. I'm committed to the cause, no doubt. But yeah, basically we found ourselves in this position because a group of Republican hardliners from the conservative wing of the party insisted when in their negotiations with Kevin McCarthy that they had an all or nothing strategy. They either wanted 12 appropriations bills passed with laden with conservative policies, or they wanted nothing. And Kevin McCarthy woke up on Saturday morning and realized that that just wasn't practical and that the government was going to shut down. So at the 11th hour, he decided to put a clean short-term spending bill on the floor, just threw in a little bit of disaster relief. It extended things like the federal flood insurance program and the FAA authorization, and that at least bought him some time to continue the negotiations. The issue here now is whether or not that's going to make him endangered, because these conservative Republicans have insisted that they are not going to support any kind of short-term spending bill. And it required Democrats in order to get it over the finish line. That's an important point, Gabe, when we talk about this, that there were more Democrats that voted for this bill than there were Republicans. And so now Kevin McCarthy's in a situation here where he's trying to navigate two things: protecting his speakership while at the same time trying to come up with a long-term spending package that needs to be done now by the middle of November. And talking about that spending package, Ryan, are Ukraine and the border, are they going to remain the sticking points that they have been? Gabe, I actually think that those may be opportunities for both Republicans and Democrats. There's no question that they're both controversial on some level. There are many House Republicans, conservative House Republicans, that aren't in favor of continuing to just fund Ukraine without any kind of preconditions or special accommodation and oversight of the Biden administration handling out that money. But at the same time, the issues related to the border are becoming a problem for both Republicans and Democrats. You're seeing, governors and mayors in states that are far away from the southern border expressing concern with the Biden administration that something needs to be done at the border. So I do think that this offers both sides an opportunity to come to the table and say, let's offer up a Ukraine package that has that oversight that Republicans want, while at the same time coming up with some sort of strategy to deal with the situation at the border. And perhaps that's the bipartisan agreement that everybody can be happy with. There's certainly members on the progressive wing of the Democratic Party that are uncomfortable with any kind of limitations on migrants, particularly those seeking asylum from coming over the border. But there's also widespread realization that something needs to change, and this may be the vehicle to provide that change, Gabe. So, Ryan, it's no secret that Matt Gaetz typically likes attention, but how much support does he actually have with his threats to oust the speaker? Well, Gabe, if I'm to guess, if I thought that Matt Gaetz had those 5 Republican votes that it would need to truly put Kevin McCarthy's speakership in jeopardy. He wouldn't have forecasted that this vote would be coming later in the week. I think he would have pulled the trigger as quickly as possible. So reading between the tea leaves, my sense of this, and, he continues to play coy as to exactly what kind of support he has. That reads to me that he's still trying to convince a few of his Republican colleagues to come on board. Now, he may be close to doing that, and he may at least have some assurances from them that they're keeping their options open, that they're not definitively a no. But my sense is if he had 5 Republican votes, he would have moved already. And at this point, he's still whip counting to try and get to that point where he can truly embarrass Kevin McCarthy. Because if he puts that vote on the floor and Kevin McCarthy survives, even if he has to survive with the support of Democrats, that really isolates Matt Gaetz. And it really just will, force him to continue to be what most people already accuse him of. And that's just somebody who goes on TV and cries about stuff, doesn't necessarily get anything done.
Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. Ryan, thanks so much. And joining me now here on set is Colorado Republican Congressman Ken Buck. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now. So I want to begin on the funding bill. You voted against both continuing resolutions. In light of the deal with Democrats, do you regret voting down the first one?
No, not at all. We have soon coming up $36 trillion of debt. That is too much. Kevin McCarthy promised that we would have a vote on every single of the 12 appropriations bills. That should have started in June. It should have started in July. We would have been where we needed to at this point, that is having passed those bills, giving Kevin the opportunity to negotiate with the Senate on each of those bills. The fact that he didn't do it was just more of this crisis management. We had the same thing with the debt limit. It was last minute. The world was looking to see what we would do, and he forced a vote on that and promised President Biden much more, $200 billion more of spending than he promised Republicans when he ran for Speaker. So the message is very clear to Kevin McCarthy. You've got to stick to your promises and make sure we get these bills done.
Would it have been worth it, though, to shut the government down?
No, it wouldn't have been worth it at all. But that is on Kevin McCarthy. It's not worth it in June when you don't start putting appropriations bills on the floor. And this has been going on now for 27 years. We haven't passed our appropriations bills because the Speaker and the leader of the Senate decide at the last minute what the deal is going to be. That isn't inclusive of members of Congress, and it shouldn't happen.
So, Congressman, you mentioned that it's on Kevin McCarthy. Regarding Matt Gaetz's potential motion to vacate, would you support that? Would you want to oust the Speaker?
I want to hear what Kevin McCarthy has to say about why $36 trillion of debt is okay. I want to hear what he has to say about why we haven't had 12 appropriations bills. I want to know what the side deals were with Hakeem Jeffries, a leader of the Democrat Party in the House, regarding Ukraine, regarding other things.
Now, the Speaker says he didn't talk to the Biden administration about Ukraine funding. I know on the floor today, Matt Gaetz said that there was an alleged secret deal, but McCarthy says that's not what happened.
Well, the president says that's what happened. The president said, I'm going to hold Kevin to his commitment to bring up Ukraine funding. When the president of the United States says that, he doesn't have a dog in this fight, and he made it very clear that Kevin McCarthy made that commitment.
So just to be clear, though, at this point, you're a maybe when it comes to ousting Speaker McCarthy.
I am. Let's put everything on the table and see who is going to be the best person to lead us into a fiscally responsible spending pattern.
At this point, who else could lead the Republicans at this point?
I think there are a number of really good candidates. They're not going to put their heads up. Well, I'm not going to go through their names because they don't want to identify themselves while Kevin is Speaker. There is something about loyalty to the boss at this point. But if Kevin is no longer the Speaker, he loses the motion to vacate, I think you're going to see a lot of good people step forward.
Is one of those named Ken Buck?
No.
You sure?
Worst job in America, and I guarantee you Ken Buck and Matt Gaetz is not one of those people. I might get 3 votes, Matt would get 1.
Do you think Matt Gaetz is just out for attention here?
No, I don't. I think there's a real issue in D.C., and the insiders in D.C. have played this game around appropriations for years. I credit Matt with making sure that we're going to move down this path. I think it could have been done a little more delicately at times, but certainly give Matt credit.
So if it fails on the first try, if he puts forward this motion to vacate, but he keeps doing it over and over again, and the House grinds to a halt, what then?
Well, that doesn't happen. I don't think Matt is that tone deaf. Kevin McCarthy is that tone deaf in what he's done with spending, but I don't think Matt is that tone deaf.
You don't think that Matt Gaetz would grind the House to a halt?
No, I don't.
Really don't think that?
No.
He did several months ago. During the speakership process, when more than a dozen times there was votes for Speaker, the House grounded to a halt back then.
Well, so first of all, I thought that was really healthy. I think when you're talking about a deliberative body that goes through a process like that, it's not unhealthy. But there were, I think the first vote for Kevin McCarthy, there were 22 people that objected to him being Speaker. And then that came down and down as Kevin was negotiating with different people. But it wasn't just Matt Gaetz that ground anything to a halt. People didn't swear allegiance to Matt Gaetz. There were a lot of people that had concerns with Kevin.
Do you trust Kevin McCarthy right now?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
That says a lot that you would say that about your Speaker of the House at this point.
Well, it's based on making promises that he can't keep to so many different people.
What happens if Democrats sign on to oust Speaker McCarthy? What do you make of that?
Well, Kevin is then forming a coalition government, and the Democrats have then bought somebody that frankly, a lot of them have come up to me and said they don't trust. So there is going to be an interesting coalition that's formed, but I don't think it's going to be based on trust with Kevin.
Now, amidst this government shutdown standoff, the House had its first impeachment inquiry hearing last week. You've been critical of that effort, saying that you've seen no smoking gun connecting the president and his son's business dealings. Did you see any new evidence at that first hearing that would change your mind?
No, just the opposite. Professor Jonathan Turley said there isn't enough evidence for an impeachment at this point because there isn't that link between Hunter Biden's activities, which, by the way, are sleazy, and Joe Biden's status as vice president and his actions as vice president.
So do you think that there could be a smoking gun here?
Oh, there could be.
But this is the first hearing. Wouldn't they have brought their best evidence in that first hearing?
Sure. And when I met with the investigators at the Oversight Committee, they told me this is an ongoing investigation. And so I think they're looking for that. But the problem with calling it an impeachment inquiry is you raise expectations. They were doing a great job, Judiciary, Oversight, Ways and Means, of investigating what happened. It should have stayed at that level.
But to be clear, you don't think they have a smoking gun at this point?
They do not have a smoking gun. I'm sure of that.
Representative Ken Buck of Colorado, thank you so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time. And up next, what's next for California Democrats after losing a legend? Governor Gavin Newsom names his choice to fill the Senate seat held by the late Dianne Feinstein, as plans are made to honor the trailblazing lawmaker. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
And welcome back. California Governor Gavin Newsom announced he is picking LaFonza Butler to fill the late Dianne Feinstein Senate seat. Butler, the current president of Emily's List, a prominent advocacy organization dedicated to electing female Democrats, will be the Senate's first black openly LGBT member when she's sworn in later this week. Butler will also be the third black woman to serve in the Senate. Newsom had long promised that if the time came, he would fill Feinstein's seat with a black woman. And while Butler is eligible to seek a full term in November 2024, there is already a robust and well-funded group of candidates running for the seat. Well-known representatives Barbara Lee, Katie Porter, and Adam Schiff are already campaigning. Perhaps as a message to other candidates and potential candidates, Schiff announced yesterday he raised more than $6 million for his campaign in the third quarter, giving him a massive war chest of $32 million. Feinstein, who died Thursday at the age of 90, will lie in state at San Francisco City Hall on Wednesday ahead of a private funeral on Thursday. That City Hall building is where then Board of Supervisors President Dianne Feinstein announced to the world the assassinations of Harvey Milk and Mayor George Moscone, and where she later served as mayor for a decade. And we'll get to that story in just a moment, but we want to turn now to some breaking news where former President Trump is speaking now in Lower Manhattan. Let's take a listen.
So based on the judge's comments at the end of the trial today, it would appear that he is agreeing that all of the transactions that closed prior to 2014 are now out of the case.
Which is about 80% of the case. And it's also something that we won on appeal, but was not accepted by this court, but now seems to be accepted by this court. As far as the jury is concerned, it's much different now, I must tell you, than it was 20 minutes ago. We were going to come out and complain that, in this country you're entitled to a jury. But we very much appreciate the judge's decision today, or his statement today, on statute of limitations, which is a very big thing. There's a limited time period. And we did nothing wrong. And if you look at the statements, they showed that even in 2011, I guess the number was $258 million in cash, a very strong company. I don't believe we really, maybe I wouldn't do a couple of deals or something, but I wouldn't have even needed to go to banks. Banks loved our business, they loved our deals, they weren't defrauded, they lost no money, they made money, they had the finest attorneys that there are. Frankly, their attorneys were better than my attorneys. And they made a lot of money, and they considered me a very good client. I paid them back on time, on schedule. There was no default. They never even sent me a default letter. Not one. For years, never got a default letter. And there's no case here. There's no victim. The banks aren't a victim. The insurance companies are a victim. Everybody got paid. It's a terrible, terrible thing. This was for politics. Now, it has been very successful for them because they took me off the campaign trail. Because I've been sitting in a courthouse all day long instead of being in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, or a lot of other places I could be at. This is a horrible situation for our country. It's never happened before. It's election interference. They're interfering with the presidential election of 2024, and the people of our country see it. But this was a big, I say surprise, but it was a great credit to the court that the judge was willing to do this. He sort of overruled himself, and I greatly respect that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Are you coming back tomorrow?
We may. I'd love not to. I'd love to be campaigning instead of doing this. Because I built a great company. That's one thing people are seeing. All the way back to 2011. And today, it's much bigger and much better and even much more liquid. That was $258 million for a real estate developer. That's a lot of money. It was in 2011. Today, it's much more than that, much, much more. I built a great company. It did great things for New York, and they should respect that. I've employed thousands and thousands of people in New York, and they should respect that. The Attorney General of this state is a disgrace. Letitia James is a disgrace. She's a disgrace to our country and to the state of New York. She should focus on all of the violent crime and the murders going on in New York, not on somebody that paid back the banks in full without a default, and in many cases paid them back early. Thank you very much, everybody.
And that is former President Donald Trump speaking in Lower Manhattan after the first full day of his civil trial wraps up here in New York. I'm joined now by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. And Danny, Donald Trump saying several things there that we've heard time and time again, calling this election interference, saying he did nothing wrong, saying that everybody got paid. But what I want to come to you is what he just talked about, the ruling, he said, from the judge in the last 20 minutes or so, limiting the amount of transactions in this case. Since we don't have cameras in the courtroom, we're just getting this information right now and just exactly what transpired in that courtroom. But I wonder if you might be able to shed some light on that. What was Donald Trump talking about?
It could be, and of course, no cameras, relying only on reporting that is squeaking out of that courtroom at the very end of the day. But there reportedly may be some indication that Justice Engoron is warming to the idea of the statute of limitations argument. That would be a little unusual because it seems as though he already decided that. He may also be limiting the scope of evidence that is admissible. That could arguably be a minor victory for the Trump team in that some of the evidence coming in, for example, maybe the judge concluded that it's time barred or it's too old, too stale to be of probative value. But again, this is somewhat speculation, given that I don't know the grounds for limiting that evidence. But for Donald Trump, any limitation of the Attorney General's evidence is arguably a win. To the extent he may be referring to the appellate division, the prior decision by the appellate court in New York, you have the trial court, which is very confusingly called the Supreme Court. That's actually the lowest court in New York. Then you go to the appellate division. Trump's team had appealed to the appellate division, but the appellate division, you could say, on the whole, ruled against Trump because if they had ruled for him, he wouldn't be at trial. So, again, we're going to have to wait until we get a little more clarification. But if it's a matter of narrowing the evidence that's admissible, that could be a net positive for the defense team.
And I want to turn now, thank you, Danny. I want to turn now to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, who was outside the courthouse. Vaughn, can you shed any more light on what just happened in the last 20 minutes or so that the former president referenced? I don't know if you've been able to get a chance on any of the reporting, to see any of the reporting coming out of there?
Right, we're trying to communicate with some of our producers who are in the courtroom right now. There are no cameras inside of there, but to what Danny is speaking of is the outstanding question, and this was something that Donald Trump belabored earlier in the day, frustration that this court proceeding was taking place at all today and that the lawsuit continues to stand against him. When he talks about the statute of limitations, we're talking about a period pre-2014. There was an appellate court that back in June had determined that when it applied to Ivanka Trump, who was initially a defendant in this case, that she would no longer be a defendant, no longer be a part of this trial because her involvement was outside of the statute of limitations, pre-2014. And so Donald Trump and his attorneys argued that, therefore, the claims being laid out by New York Attorney General Letitia James should be from a more condensed time frame. And yet what happened last week was part of their argument, Donald Trump's attorney's argument, was that this civil trial should not go forward until the appellate court determines whether the statute of limitations also applies to Donald Trump and the other defendants. Well, the appellate court said, sorry, the stay is lifted. The trial will begin on Monday, but seemingly leaving it a live ball type situation where the appellate court could potentially at some point rule in Donald Trump's favor that this is a more condensed period of time in which the lawsuit would have to be applied to. And so what we're now hearing from Donald Trump, at least, is that the judge seemed potentially open to that argument, consolidating the timeline of the claims laid out by the AG against Trump to after 2014. There's a lot of in the weeds there. We realize, Gabe, but obviously Donald Trump is arguing that that potentially the liability that he faces would be much smaller if, in fact, that is reality, because the Attorney General lays out claims that extend way beyond 2014 that could very well have major repercussions into the future.
And Vaughn, I know you covered the Trump campaign, and we just saw the former president once again trying to cast himself as a political victim here, saying that he was sitting in the courthouse all day. But Vaughn, he went in front of the cameras several times today, and as I understand it, he was fundraising quite a bit, or at least his team was, throughout the day, right?
Exactly. This is part of the idea of why is Donald Trump here? You know, Donald Trump said that he was taken off of the campaign trail in order to be here today, but the reality is that he didn't actually have to show up for the trial. He chose to. He's getting his motorcade right now, departing. He stayed overnight at Trump Tower. It's not clear whether he is going to be coming back here for day 2 of trial. But for Donald Trump, yes, they sent out earlier today a fundraising email to supporters. Not only is that money going towards his own political campaign, but there's also a percentage of the money that goes to his leadership PAC, which is an outside organization that has paid more than $100 million worth of legal bills for him and others related to his numerous cases here. And so for Donald Trump, having some financial intake coming and stemming from these multiple trials is important for him. The other part, though, I want to note, Gabe, by Donald Trump being in the courtroom today, he was able to watch firsthand his 2-3 attorneys stand up there and defend him and watch that in real time. Because if Donald Trump isn't here in person, he's just like you and me. He's going to be outside of the courthouse wait for secondhand notes to come from those who were inside the courthouse, Gabe.
Vaughn, Hillier, Danny Savalas, thank you so much. I want to get right to our panel here, and join me now on set is Eugene Scott, senior politics reporter at Axios, Juanita Tolliver, Democratic strategist and an NBC News political analyst, and Sarah Chamberlain, president and CEO of the Republican Main Street Partnership. Thank you all so much for joining us here. And I want to start with you. How much does this help Donald Trump?
Well, we know that it helps him with his base, people who are already on the Trump train. And, you know, looking at the polls, he doesn't really need to do a whole lot more work to improve his standing against his competitors. But he does need to get these people to turn out, because this race in many states is going to be largely determined by independents and swing voters. Now, does this help him with those? It doesn't seem like it, quite frankly, based on focus groups we've done at Axios. These are individuals who are tired of the Trump show. But he needs those people that really like him and do believe that the Biden administration is targeting him to continue to believe that. And these press releases help further that narrative.
Eugene, how incredible is it to just look at the spectacle that's going on here, where a defendant is attacking the judge, insulting the judge just feet away. You know, he's doing that in the hallway, and you just saw in those live remarks that we just carried, thanking the judge, he says, for one ruling, and then going back and attacking him. Eugene, have you ever seen something like this?
We use unprecedented a lot. But it's true. It's so true. And I was on set during that first press conference and watching the pivot from this personal attack to we want to thank this judge is quite the shift. And one thing we know about Donald Trump is he makes quite a few shifts on issues, on policies, and how he even feels about people.
Well, before I walked in here, I got 4 fundraising requests.
Oh, really?
Just in the past hour.
Sarah, I want to bring you in on that.
Sure.
What are Republicans across the country thinking right now?
So the Republican Main Street Partnership polling shows exactly what you said, that the base loves him, but the swing voters and the Reagan-type Republicans would like to find a different candidate. There's no doubt about that. Will they succeed? It doesn't look like that. I mean, he has a commanding lead in the primaries.
And Juanita, with all these legal cases mounting against him, yes, most candidates would not want to be in this position, but he's sucking up all the oxygen. Right. He's raising a ton of money. Democrats looking at this, what's going through their heads as they look through another series of legal challenges facing Donald Trump? This is going to continue well into the election season.
I think Democrats see this and recognize that this is yet another campaign stop for Trump. He says he's not on the trail. This is very much him on the trail. He's in front of those cameras. He's feeding the lies to his base. He's rallying them up in the same way he would if he was in Iowa or New Hampshire or any other state he visits. I do think Democrats look at this and think, okay, he's still sucking up the oxygen, but when you have him in front of these cameras outside of trial doors, juxtaposed with President Biden actually delivering things for the people, actually speaking substantively about real issues impacting everyday lives, that's going to be the big difference.
We have several other things to get to on this panel regarding the shutdown averted, the future of Speaker McCarthy, but also the story that we were talking about right before we went to those live pictures. And Gavin Newsom's pick to replace Dianne Feinstein. Difficult situation for Governor Newsom right here. Is this just a no-win situation for him?
I think he was able to walk away from this and say he checked the box of delivering a black woman to the Senate. As you noted earlier, this is only the third black woman that will serve in the Senate in its 200-plus year history. But the reality is there's still some friction there about his previous statements about this being a limited role, this being a short-term position.
And it wasn't Barbara Lee.
And it wasn't Barbara Lee.
So what do Democrats think now? You know, are Democrats happy here? Is anyone happy here?
I think the overwhelming response is support LaFonza Butler. She is stepping into a big moment and a big role. She's pro-union, pro-women and pregnant people, pro-choice, a lot of positives coming with her that she could work on in the Senate. But there's a reality that everybody's kind of looking at Newsom, giving him a little bit of side-eye for how he handled this situation.
And what if she runs now in 2024?
I don't know if she will, right? And we'll be able to determine that pretty quickly if there is a staffing, process that accompanies this. But it will be an uphill battle, just as it has been for Barbara Lee in terms of fundraising and making your mark.
And Eugene, I want to switch now to another topic since there's so much going on now in the last few minutes. But regarding this, government shutdown and the future of Kevin McCarthy, what do you make of what happens next? Matt Gaetz, potentially bringing this motion to vacate in the next few days. Is the damage already done? Can Republicans govern here?
I mean, the damage has been done regarding whether or not they can stay unified under Kevin McCarthy's leadership since, day one. I mean, this is what the next chapter of that initial story we saw looks like. I think what I'm paying attention to right now is, for the most part, we really only hear Matt Gaetz coming out. There are not a lot of other names that have come out in terms of wanting to see McCarthy leave, and I haven't heard any names from any sources about who would replace him.
AOC?
Well, I mean...
If she had her way.
I can give you a lot of Democrats who would like to see Kevin McCarthy leave.
Well, you bring up a good point, though. I mean, yes, that you haven't heard a lot of Republicans. Now, Sarah, I wanted to turn to you. You work with a lot of moderates in frontline districts. How complicated are their lives now, thanks to Matt Gaetz?
Extremely complicated, but I am convinced that Matt Gaetz is going to go nowhere with us, and Kevin McCarthy will stay the Speaker.
Really?
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah. And so, but what happens with this motion to vacate? You think it fails?
I think it fails.
Over and over again?
I think if he had the votes, he would bring it to the floor immediately. Yes. As you said, there's nobody else who's backing him. Even his good friend from Colorado, she's not even out there yet. So it doesn't look like he probably has the votes. And all of the Main Street members are behind Kevin McCarthy at this point. So I think Kevin survives this, and I think he should survive it.
Switching back, though, to politics now in California, there was one point that I wanted to make with you, Juanita, that I didn't. With Democrats now spending potentially heavily in this 2024 race among themselves, does that prevent them from spending elsewhere in other contested races across the country, Sarah?
So I think it does. So I'm actually really pleased to see the California situation, Sarah, because I think it changes the dynamic. I mean, West Virginia, Montana, it might be sucking up all the money to go to California, and I'd love to pick up those seats in the Senate and get the Senate majority.
Yeah, Juanita, is there a danger here if Democrats, have this infighting, and Adam Schiff, he timed that announcement saying he's raised so much money and has this massive war chest to try to fend off any challengers, I guess. What happens next among the Democrats, and is the money better spent elsewhere?
Well, first, I wouldn't describe this as infighting. I'd just say this is a normal primary process compared to what we see on the Republican presidential cycle right now. So I would say this is just going to play out. California has an early primary, March 2nd or 5th, I believe. So this will be over relatively soon. And then those dollars and resources can be spent elsewhere. But I do believe that Democrats across the country are still raising, still running, and still spending elsewhere.
All right, well, really quickly as we wrap up the panel, where do we see the presidential race right now with some of these Republican challengers? You know, we have some reporting here that major Republican donors are summoning Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis later on this month to make their case. Are we getting to the point right now where this Republican primary is close to being over? Is it over already?
Well, I don't know that it's over already, but I think it's worth noting that when you add up everyone who was on that stage last week, they're still less than what Donald Trump has in terms of support. Right. And so the motivation for them to keep going, this is something donors are having a hard time trying to figure out if this is where they want to invest their time and money. And I think that's what's going to be at the heart of the conversation later this week.
And Sarah, isn't this the same thing that happened in 2016? Aren't these candidates just, knocking each other off, and Donald Trump emerges victorious like he has before so many times?
Unfortunately, potentially, but I really do think that they're playing for number two, and their hopes that if something happens to Trump and his, 91, 92 convictions now, or charges, that they're playing for number two. And they're hoping to be a strong number two so they can come out. If he steps away, they're ready to go against President Biden. And I actually think there's a number of them that can defeat President Biden.
Sarah, Juanita, and Eugene, thank you so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now. And still to come, leveling the playing field. We're digging into the future of sports and gender equality and how trans athletes found themselves at the center of one of the most divisive issues in U.S. politics. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
And welcome back. A new law aimed at restricting gender-affirming care for transgender youth went into effect in Nebraska this weekend, keeping transgender kids from receiving some gender-affirming care until they're 19 years old. The law is in effect, but parents and doctors say care guidelines have yet to be released. Nebraska is not the only state where the fight over gender-affirming care has played out in recent days. Late last week, federal courts upheld bans on care in Kentucky and Tennessee. In Montana, a judge temporarily halted a similar law that would have also gone into effect yesterday. According to trackers, in 2023 alone, more than 83 anti-trans bills have passed in state legislatures across the U.S. And while health care has now become a major policy focus, legislation around trans kids came into the mainstream with a fight over trans kids in sports. And that is the subject of the new book, Fair Play, How Sports Shape the Gender Debates. And author Katie Barnes joins me now. They also cover the intersection of sports and gender as a features writer for ESPN. Katie, thanks so much for joining us here. Now, your book tracks the emergence of regulations and legislation around transgender kid in sports. And Why has sports become such a flashpoint here? What is it about sports that really has thrust this issue into the mainstream discussion?
Well, Americans love sports.
Right.
I think that's a big part of it. We have our own experiences, our own emotional ties to sports. And also, when it comes to the arguments being made in favor of restriction, they can be very simple arguments, such as the one that's most commonly parroted, which is boys shouldn't play girls' sports. Most people agree with that statement. But as we know, the issue that's being discussed, both legislatively and in communities across the country, is much more complex than that.
Why do you think this has become such a wedge issue?
I think really because it preys on a lot of our assumptions about both sports and gender, which is that from a sports perspective, many of us culturally are taught that anyone assigned male at birth is a better athlete than anyone assigned female at birth, and that is true in most circumstances. And when you have folks who blur the boundaries in terms of how we think about sex traditionally, biologically, or how we think about gender, and that then is overlaid with sports, it becomes very complicated very quickly.
And, you know, in terms of politics, over the last couple of months, I was on the Republican campaign trail. I spoke with a lot of voters, and I was also covering the candidacy of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. And when I was in places like Iowa especially, I would speak with voters, and this wasn't the top issue that they would mention. They would talk about the economy. However, when Governor DeSantis and other GOP candidates, when they would bring it up in their speeches, it did seem to get a lot of a response. Why do you think Republican candidates specifically are using this issue of, you know, trans rights or lack thereof, or this issue of sports and trans youth? Why are they latching onto this issue among their base?
I can't speak to the motivations of individual politicians, but what we do know from the ways that these bills have passed in state houses across the country is that they have done so on largely partisan lines, and that this issue is very animating for a particular segment of American society, and that it is covered really rigorously and consistently, and also it comes up in the politics of some of the more rightward-leaning areas of our country. That said, those aren't the only people who care about this topic. It's been my experience as a reporter that a lot of folks from all walks of life have a number of questions and simply don't know where to turn to get those questions answered.
And I want to read from a portion of your book. One of the big ideas driving the discussion of, you know, trans people, particularly trans girls and women, is that they are winning in sports all the time. And you wrote that the media and public often respond to transgender girls or women winning in their respective sports, which creates the perception that transgender girls and women win all the time. That narrative, however, is incomplete, you write. So what did you find when you investigated this?
That transgender girls and transgender athletes broadly both win and lose and are mediocre, like the rest of us. There's a wide range.
You mean they're not all winning on top of their sport?
They're not all elite athletes. They're not all championship caliber athletes.
Why do you think, though, then those cases get the most attention?
Well, because there's a certain level of emotional response. There's, I think, a lot of outcry from certain folks that anytime a transgender girl wins, that is an unfair result. But I will say that we've started to see this narrative shift toward any participation of a transgender girl in girls' sports at all is seen as a failure of policy. And we're seeing that even in states that don't have restrictive policy, that there's a public response to the knowledge of a transgender girl competing in the girls' category. There's been a dust-up in California. There have been dust-ups in Vermont, where these have been publicly discussed, even though they don't have restrictive policy.
And Katie, I know we're running low on time, but I want to get to this. At the end of the book, you have a chapter where you explain where you currently come down on the policies. You landed on no restrictions in childhood regulation and intramural sports and gradual regulations competing in elite levels. Really briefly, why did you feel it was important for you to actually come out on the side?
I think if I'm asking people to read 300 pages of reported thoughts from other folks, that if readers are investing that time, the natural question that they're going to have is, okay, well, what does this person think who's been writing this book? And I felt that they were entitled to a real answer from me, and that's why I gave it.
Katie Barnes, thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it. And the book is Fair Play, How Sports Shape the Gender Debates. I'm back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. Our coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air with a stare and a glare, and former President Trump inside a New York City courtroom. Day one of his civil fraud trial, even as he goes after the judge who could decide the fate of his business empire. Why he decided to show up even though he didn't have to, and the new details we're learning from inside court. Plus, right now, a desperate race to find a little girl in New York, gone missing after camping with her family. The new update just moments ago from police. Plus, what her family is telling our team tonight. We're live from the search headquarters. Plus, yet another potentially historic strike in yet another major industry. What it could mean for patients right away if 75,000 healthcare workers walk off the job. Then the new warning from Tom Hanks about dental plan ads and what AI has to do with it. And could Beyonce save movie theaters? That's later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are hearing for the third time today from former President Trump in New York after tense moments in court in a civil fraud case that could decide the fate of the business empire he's accused of lying about. And this extraordinary moment, look at this, the New York Attorney General, that's Letitia James in the front row, staring at the former president at the defense table there. Our team in the room says he glared right back while walking out of court for lunch in day one of the first of several government trials against Mr. Trump. The former president at times got pretty animated talking to all of his attorneys. Our team telling us at points his face turned beet red as he was wagging his finger. The accusation against him here, that he exaggerated how much his company was worth to the tune of billions. With that, AG, Letitia James, making clear what the stakes are as she sees it.
My message is simple. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how much money you think you may have, no one is above the law.
So remember, this is a civil trial. It's not a criminal one, so no jail time's at issue here, but money definitely could be at issue. Mr. Trump could maybe end up paying hundreds of millions of dollars in penalties with the fate of some of his most famous New York properties on the line and the potential for him to get banned from doing business in New York again. Mr. Trump insists he didn't do anything wrong. He's reiterating that outside court, showing up today, although he didn't have to. So why is he here? Listen.
Mr. Trump, why do you want to be here in person today? Because I want to watch this witch hunt myself. I've been going through a witch hunt for years. This is really now getting dirty.
Our NBC News team is covering this from every angle. Legal analyst Danny Savalos is with us, but I want to start with Rahima Ellis, who is outside that courthouse in New York. So day one of a trial that will probably last for a couple of months here. And you've seen this dynamic where the former president has, in that very courthouse, gone after the judge who is going to act as a jury here, right? It's a bench trial, meaning there's not a jury. The judge is going to make the decision. Donald Trump attacked him and then just in the last few minutes thanked him. If our heads are spinning, help us understand it.
Yeah, your head should be spinning. There was a lot of confusion about what was Donald Trump talking about, because he was saying he wanted to congratulate the judge. He was pleased with the judge for what the judge had to say from the bench this afternoon, just moments ago when this the court ended for the day. Donald Trump said that he appreciated the judge, indicating that he was willing to at least consider limiting the scope of the evidence that would be presented in this trial, limiting, not bringing in as much evidence from 2011, where so much of the evidence seems to come from, and maybe limiting it to starting at 2014. And I'll let our legal eagle explain all of the particulars of why that's so important. But former President Trump did say he thought that was a great thing, and he was pleased with the judge. Now, this is a flip-flop from when he came out at lunchtime, and he said simply, this is a judge who should be disbarred. This is a judge who should be out of office. This is a judge that some people say can be charged criminally for what he's doing. He's interfering with an election, and it's a disgrace. Donald Trump went on to say this afternoon as he was leaving that this is interfering with his ability to be on the campaign trail, and he would rather be there than here. But this is where he was today. Hallie?
Well, and you heard him explain, Rahima, why he wanted to be there, right? He said that he wanted to witness what he described as a witch hunt firsthand, because he could have just stayed at his home. He could have been on the campaign trail, as you note. He said, I'd love to be campaigning instead of doing this. There is a political component to this, as there are for, frankly, all of the legal issues that the former president faces. Part of this is that he has seen in the past, and he alluded to this, fundraising spikes. When he talks to supporters, when he tells his supporters, hey, they're coming after me.
Yeah, and his supporters are standing steadfast with him. Every single time Donald Trump says something about how he is being persecuted, if you will, that he is being unfairly targeted in a way that no one else would, it resonates with his supporters. He was campaigning just recently, and listen what some people who are staunch Trump supporters had to say.
I mean, if he's guilty of that kind of thing, it's not good, but I mean, I would probably still support him.
They're going to do whatever they can to try to get to him. I'm still voting for him.
They'll do anything to make him look bad because they are afraid he's going to win.
The judge didn't have a clear grasp on the distinctions in market value and assessed value. So they were just, what the Democrats are doing now is that they're breaking any law.
And following what happened here today, you can expect that Donald Trump supporters will continue to reiterate comments like that, standing steadfast with Donald Trump as they always have. Hallie?
Rahima, you are at the courthouse. Donald Trump left there just a few minutes ago. He is now, we understand, just arriving back at Trump Tower, where he'll remain overnight. We expect him, based on some of our sourcing, to be back in court, back in that courtroom again tomorrow. And I'm struck by so many of the optics that we've seen, beyond simply the facts of the matter here. The idea that the former president's accused of wildly exaggerating how much some of his properties were worth, how much his business was worth. You had Letitia James very clearly looking at the former president. You have that reporting that the former president stared at her as he was walking out. And then he had this moment where, for a few seconds, cameras were allowed to take some sort of establishing shots of court, and the judge did a little sort of cheesing, if you will. Let me show it to people.
Sir.
Hallie, were you able to show that moment?
We just were. So the judge takes off his glasses, kind of smiles. You see him shrugging there. You know, this is part and parcel of what you might see at a moment like this. The optics here, and every single bit of it dissected.
Yeah, absolutely. For those who are in Donald Trump's camp, they will look at this and say something negative about the judge being unfair and taking light of this situation. For others who have a different opinion, they might see it differently. So the judge said earlier today, when he first got on the bench, that he intended to not say much at all, that he wanted to keep the words that were spoken today in the courtroom, that would be from the prosecution and from the defense, making their arguments in this case. What he meant by what he was doing and taking his glasses off, it is up to interpretation. And we'll have to leave it to the judge. Maybe one day he will explain it. Perhaps he will not. What you noticed in that shot was he took his glasses off and he just shrugged. He didn't say much of anything at all, Hallie.
Rahima Ellis, thank you very much. Let me bring in our legal analyst, Danny Savalos, here. Okay, so let's get to the legal piece of this. Rahima has laid out the political backdrop. We are hearing the former president and his team essentially argue that nobody was hurt here with the allegations, again, in this civil, not criminal trial against him. Let me play for you a little bit of what we heard from Mr. Trump in this vein. Watch.
The banks got back their money. Again, there was never a default. There was never a problem. Everything was perfect. There was no crime.
So he's arguing that because no banks were hurt, he says, there was no crime, that this whole point is moot, essentially. He's also getting on his Truth Social platform, essentially trying to poke holes in the validity of the prosecution. He's also going after the judge. Give us the reality check. How should we be thinking about this? Is what Donald Trump's saying at all helpful to his defense from a legal strategic perspective?
Yeah, the fact that no one's actually harmed doesn't make conduct less fraudulent. And these are not criminal charges. And the other thing to point out, too, is to argue that a bank wasn't actually hurt because you paid back all your loans on time. That's not really a good argument, because what happens when you lie to banks about how much money you have, how much capital you have, how much your property is worth, what you do is you're subjecting the bank to risk that it may not even be aware of, but risk nonetheless. So the argument is that by submitting false statements of financial condition, these these banks took on risk that they never would have or never should have had they been fully apprised of the situation. And so it's one of those risks, one of those harms that can exist without even the victim knowing about it, in this case the bank, not being aware that it might have been giving out loans or relying on these statements of financial condition. So irrespective of whether or not Trump paid back the loans on time, there's still a harm, there's still a risk, there's still a victim.
We expect this trial to last for weeks, if not months, probably more on the month's end. We're looking at maybe December. That's the estimation right now. Former President Trump is on the witness list to perhaps give testimony of his own. So is Ivanka Trump, his daughter, Eric Trump and Don Jr., who, of course, have been top executives at the Trump Organization. What does this look like? How significant are those moments going to be?
They're going to be very significant if and when they take the stand, but be assured that if they come into any area that might arguably expose them to some kind of criminal consequences, they're likely either going to avoid taking the stand or plead the Fifth Amendment and avoid testifying about that issue. Now, in civil court, there are consequences for pleading the Fifth Amendment. It can include deeming the issue established in a way that would never, ever happen in criminal court. In other words, it's not a violation of the Constitution for there to be consequences for not testifying, for asserting your Fifth Amendment in civil court. Big difference from criminal court.
Danny Savalos, thank you very much. More coverage later tonight here on NBC News Now of all of the day's developments. Appreciate it. Tonight, police are expanding their search for a 9-year-old girl who went missing from a New York campground over the weekend, as her family is asking for help to get her home safely.
If you think you saw anything weird, call the state police. Just be vigilant and keep your eyes peeled, for anything weird and suspicious that may be helpful to the investigation.
Charlotte Senna had been biking with family and friends near their campsite at Moreau Lake State Park in Saratoga County. This is Saturday night. She then said that she wanted to bike around a loop there one more time by herself, according to officials. When she didn't come back, about 15 minutes later, her parents went to look for her. They found the bike, but not her. Kathy Park is joining us now. And Kathy, we are getting an update in from police in just the last few minutes. Tell us more about what we're learning tonight in this search for this little girl.
Yeah, Hallie, obviously this is a family's worst nightmare. And within the past hour or so, New York State Police provided an update, and they said this is an expanded search for Charlotte Senna. They said there are more than 400 personnel on the ground right now. This is a 24-hour operation, so they have reinforcement at the local level. They have local fire departments pitching in, also private search and rescue groups as well. We should also point out that state police have also requested help at the federal level at this point. And earlier today, our colleague Kristen Dahlgren had a chance to speak with a family spokesperson, Charlotte Senna's aunt. And Kristen asked her, is there a possibility that this 9-year-old could have run away? Here was the response. Take a listen.
She disappeared almost into thin air. I mean, it was minutes between when she was last seen and when she wasn't there anymore.
And Hallie, family members are urging the public that no tip is too small. So if you have any information, if you were here at this park on Saturday into the weekend, please contact authorities right away. You're looking at a photo of Charlotte Senna right now. She's 9 years old, 4'6" tall. She was last seen wearing dark blue pants, an orange Pokemon shirt, a tie-dye shirt, as well as black Crocs. So those are some of the distinguishing factors that police are releasing at this time. Hallie?
Can you give us a sense, Kathy, of what it's been like on the ground for people in the community who are watching this search happen in their backyards?
Yeah, I mean, we were out here for a couple hours, and Hallie, there have been crews out here just kind of combing this massive park. It's more than 6,000 acres, so they certainly have a lot of ground to cover. But New York State Police are saying that they've expanded the search to more than 46 linear miles. So once again, this is a 24-hour operation, but it's important to note that this park is closed to the public until further notice. They want the search efforts to basically move forward with authorities at this time. They don't want any sort of interference with the public. So once again, the park is closed until further notice. Hallie?
Kathy Park, live for us there in upstate New York. Kathy, thank you. New questions tonight in the mysterious death of a freelance journalist and community advocate killed inside his home early today in Philadelphia. Josh Kruger was shot 7 times in the chest and stomach. The shooter apparently ran away. Kruger ran into the street for help. He was rushed to the hospital where he died. No arrests have been made. Police say they don't have a motive, and there weren't any signs that somebody forced their way into the house. Kruger was somebody who was known in Philly as somebody who was a social justice advocate, who was a longtime journalist. He wrote for several news outlets like the Philadelphia Inquirer, the Philadelphia Citizen. He also worked for the administration of Mayor Jim Kenney, who said he was shocked and saddened by Kruger's death. George Solis is joining us now live from Philly. What else do we know about what happened here and how people are responding?
Yeah, Hallie, as you know, any death is obviously tragic, but when it hits home in the journalism community, it is just particularly harder. And a lot of journalists, a lot of members of this community reacting to Josh Kruger's death, saying they cannot believe it. They can't believe that someone would go into his home and fire at him, let alone 7 times. And as you mentioned, police saying this appears to have been a case where there was no forced entry. So they are looking into that. We also have just learned from police within the last hour that there is some surveillance video, a doorbell camera there that they're going to be using to try and find the person or people responsible for his death. And this all happened in the overnight hours. He came out of his home looking for help, we're told, after being shot 7 times, collapsed there in the neighborhood. Of course, residents in that area calling 911. He was rushed to the hospital. Unfortunately, he did not make it. And all day today, we've really just been hearing from members of the community, people that knew him, other journalists who've just saying this is such a loss for the journalism community. On his own website, Josh noted that his experience with homelessness, HIV, Philadelphia's street economy, trauma, poverty, all informed his writing. And at this point, like you mentioned, there is no motive, but there are many, many questions about what could have led to his death. One friend telling me that he made a lot of friends in this community, but he also made a lot of enemies. They are careful to speculate, though, on what may have led to this shooting, because at this point, they just don't know. They are just trying to pick up the pieces and deal with this loss right now, Hallie.
Is there any sense or any indication, George, that what happened to him has anything to do with the work that he'd been doing journalistically, with like a story he'd been working on or something of that nature?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the questions that friends have, and certainly one that police have as well. Josh noted several instances on his social media, on Twitter and on Facebook, about just harassment and things that just kind of seemed offbeat. One incident involving a glass egg being thrown through his window. Another about an individual that came to his door that was threatening him. And so, of course, police now looking into this as any possible indication of whether or not this may have led to his death. So a lot of digging left to be done in the early hours of this investigation, Hallie.
George Solis, live for us there in Philadelphia. Thank you. Yet another historic strike may be just 48 hours away, with about 75,000 healthcare workers set to walk off the job in what would be the biggest strike that industry's ever seen. Patients with Kaiser Insurance bracing for what's next, as we're hearing from the head of that union in just the last couple minutes.
It's huge. It's never happened before in U.S. history, but, you know, the circumstances we find ourselves in are really a crisis point.
The workers are upset over negotiations with Kaiser Permanente on pay, staffing, outsourcing. They say they'll strike for 3 days in 5 states, you see them here, and D.C., starting on Wednesday. It's all part of a key moment for labor unions in this country, with auto workers still off the job, Hollywood actors still off the job. The Writers Guild is just getting back to work after that long strike finally ended. NBC's Liz Kreutz is following this for us. So, Liz, this is different, though, right? Like, this healthcare workers strike would be different from the Hollywood strikes or the auto workers strikes, and that the impact could end up being felt immediately, right away, by patients. Talk to us about the impact there.
Yeah, Hallie, patients for Kaiser with any kind of appointments this week will certainly notice this. And just for perspective, here in California, Kaiser has 9.4 million patients. It's also the largest private employer in the state. So this could have massive implications, even just a limited 3-day strike. Now, as far as what patients should know, Kaiser has put out a statement. They're preparing for this. They say we have contingency plan in place to ensure our members continue to receive safe, high quality care for the duration of the strike. Our hospitals and emergency departments will remain open. That said, they also have said that it's likely they will have to postpone some appointments and some non-essential surgeries, and that patients should prepare for longer wait times, Hallie.
It is limited, too, right? I mean, we showed the map there. It's just certain states for a limited period of time, just 3 days here. Talk us through where things are at the bargaining table for both of these sides.
Yeah, so the biggest issue here is higher wages and the short staffing crisis. I talked to some nurses who say in their clinics, some people are doing the job of 2 to 3 people. I just finished speaking to the executive director of the Coalition of Kaiser Unions. She is in the negotiating room today. Here's what she said about why they feel they have to strike.
In our case, a lot of our members 10, 20, 30 hours a week of overtime, not just because of short staffing, but also just to make ends meet. Frontline healthcare workers are working so much overtime that the stress and mental and physical toll it takes on their bodies is causing them to reconsider if they can keep going on.
And she also said that these healthcare workers feel like it has an impact on patients, that they're not able to give patients the individual care that they feel patients deserve. Now, Kaiser, for its part, says that they have hired 50,000 frontline workers over the past 2 years despite labor shortages. They say they continue to hire. But the union, they say that does not take into account the large number of healthcare workers who have also left the industry and left Kaiser over the past 2 years. So that really is the issue at the heart of this debate. And Hallie, as we know, 75,000 healthcare workers are poised to walk off the job for 3 days, largest U.S. healthcare strike in U.S. history.
Clock ticking down to Wednesday now. Liz Kreutz, thank you. A lot of people tonight around the country are sweating their way through the start of October that clearly did not get the autumn memo. In some spots in the Midwest and Northeast, it is feeling hotter today than on an average day in July or August. Look at this. We're talking 25 degrees above where it normally is. Sioux Falls in South Dakota, Green Bay hit new record highs. The Twin Cities has already broken a record, 92 degrees Sunday, the hottest day it's ever seen in October. They actually had to cancel a marathon there because it wasn't safe to run those distances in that kind of heat. I want to bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns now. It's supposed to be pumpkin spice season, Bill. Sure doesn't feel like it.
Hey, are we ever going to talk record lows? You know, like, when's the last time I was on the show with you and we were like, hey, it's really cold somewhere? You know, we just got done with, on the planet, the warmest July ever, the warmest August ever, and it's almost guaranteed it's going to be the warmest September ever when all the climatologists, when they finish adding up all the numbers. So, yeah, it's not a shock, and it shouldn't really surprise any of us, but it's still, I mean, 92 degrees in Sioux Falls at this hour. These are all locations, by the way, that broke record highs today. We were 87 earlier in Milwaukee. Now they got a little breeze coming off the lake. And the temperature we didn't break records everywhere, but they're close. Like in Houston, it's 94. The record's 97. You know, St. Louis is a little shy of yours. Chicago is only about 5 degrees away from your record high. So it's the exceptional warmth is in the Great Lakes and the Northern Plains, but everywhere else is still very, very warm. So as we go through tomorrow, we'll be about 16 degrees warmer than it should be in St. Louis. And as we head towards Wednesday, upstate New York, where the leaves are like peaking, it's apple picking season, Syracuse is going to be in the mid-80s. And it's not really going to cool off quickly. It's just a gradual towards the weekend cooling off. Nashville, 83 to 66. D.C., 78. Saturday, you'll feel refreshing at 68 degrees. So it's going to take a little while, Hallie.
Bill Cairns, thank you very much. Appreciate it. To Washington now, where the House Speaker is learning more about the price he may have to pay for negotiating a deal to keep the government from shutting down his job. In fact, it's looking more and more likely that there will be a vote from inside Speaker Kevin McCarthy's own party to take away his gavel, the whole charge being led by one guy. Listen.
For all the crocodile tears about what may happen later this week about a motion to vacate, working with the Democrats is a yellow brick road that has been paved by Speaker McCarthy.
So that is Congressman Matt Gaetz from Florida, now hinting he's going to file this so-called motion to vacate. In normal person speak, that means he'll ask everybody to make Kevin McCarthy not be the speaker anymore. It is very unclear if he will be successful or not. McCarthy thinks he has plenty of support. But there is a big question here. Is he going to need that support from Democrats to keep him in the leadership position he covets? NBC's Sahil Kapoor is following this one for us. Okay, so for those of us like outside the Beltway, right, or those of us even inside the Beltway who are trying not to live amongst the weeds, what are the chances, in very simple terms, that Matt Gaetz and whoever allies with Gaetz is going to be able to successfully kick Kevin McCarthy out of the speakership? Is that going to happen maybe by the end of the week for real?
It's far from clear, Hallie, even to those of us inside the Beltway, even to Republican lawmakers and aides that we are talking to who are the closest to this. Nobody really knows where the votes are at this moment. It's not clear Matt Gaetz has 5 Republican votes on his side, which is the bare minimum that he needs to oust Speaker McCarthy. If he has fewer than 5, then McCarthy can hang on simply on the strength of Republican votes. And there's no question, even for Democrats, it doesn't matter how they vote, McCarthy would be able to hold on to his job. If Matt Gaetz were to have the votes, the most likely suspects would be among those 21 Republicans, and let's show the list, who voted against that Republican continuing resolution several days ago. That would be, these are some of the most conservative members of the House. Many of them have been critical of McCarthy. Many of them didn't want him to become Speaker in the first place. Gaetz's likeliest allies would come from that list. But so far, at this moment, there are not 5 members who have openly said they would vote with him to vacate the Speaker's chair. In fact, one of them, Marjorie Taylor Greene, has said she does not believe it would be a good idea. Let's show her tweet. She said, quote, "I don't agree that a motion to vacate will effectively create the changes needed to solve the intentional systemic failure that creates the annual never-ending CRs and Christmas omnibus mega spending packages." She also worries that it would give the upper hand to Democrats. Now, she kind of does have a point, Hallie, that Democrats could be in a position of deciding whether to step in and rescue Kevin McCarthy if, in fact, there aren't enough Republican votes to save him. They're far from settled. They're undecided on how to handle that. Democrats are divided, I should say, based on the conversations we're having with lawmakers and aides as to whether they should go down that route. Some of them say it would be a bad idea to step in and try to save or bail out a Speaker of the House who's impeaching President Joe Biden on, a lack of evidence. They wonder whether it would even be tenable, but nevertheless, they're open to that conversation.
So then, basically, if you're looking at it in, I'm going to call it buckets of drama, right? There is the drama bucket involving Kevin McCarthy remaining Speaker. They took care of the whole drama bucket that was a government shutdown. The government's going to stay open. We'll address that again in 45 days or 43 days from now when the shutdown clock starts ticking all over again or gets close. But you've also got inside the sort of drama piece of Speaker McCarthy this other essentially important policy bucket, and that is what happens with Ukraine. Matt Gaetz is upset about promises that McCarthy allegedly made to President Biden and Democrats that he'd bring up this issue of more money to Ukraine in the days to come. McCarthy is saying there was no secret deal, basically. Is there a world in which McCarthy both keeps his job and keeps money flowing to Ukraine? Because that is what the president has cast in terms of essentially life or death here, that we've got to continue to support our ally against Russia's invasion.
That would be a real challenge for Speaker McCarthy, Hallie, and it's not, I don't want to say definitively that he can't provide Ukraine aid and also keep his job. It's a little bit unclear how this pans out. What is clear is that McCarthy's hardliners are vociferously opposed to providing additional aid to Ukraine, and it becomes a question of straws on the camel's back. Eventually it breaks, and the more McCarthy defies his hardliners, the more allies Matt Gaetz ultimately finds to overthrow McCarthy, which is one of the reasons the Speaker has been so skittish about aid to Ukraine, despite the clear bipartisan majorities in both the House and the Senate to go forward. But yes, you're right. He has emphatically denied that there is some sort of side deal with President Biden on this issue. Let's roll the tape.
There is no side deal going forward. When we were doing the continuing resolution, Democrats are trying to hold up longer. The one thing I told them that in there, I believe it gave transferability. I said, if there's a problem anywhere there, we'll correct that, but we're moving forward there.
So that issue remains unsettled. It's a live ball, as are many issues in the next 6.5 weeks when Congress is going to have to vote on an appropriations deal to prevent a government shutdown that was narrowly avoided this time around. Remember, that was the easy part. All they did was continue funding at the status quo level. The hard part is reaching a deal between this Republican-led House and the Democratic Senate and President Biden. Hallie?
Sahil Kapoor live for us on the Hill. Thank you. Coming up, former FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried headed to trial tomorrow in what prosecutors are calling one of the biggest frauds in American history. The details about what he was thinking about spending his fortune on when he had it coming up in the breakdown. Plus, more than 70 people facing charges tonight after that looting spree in Philadelphia. Why even more arrests could be coming up.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Officials say 2 people are dead after a bear attack in Canada. More in our 5 things. But first, the New York governor today trying to get a handle on what she calls a migrant crisis in that state. Kathy Hochul saying they will offer thousands of jobs to migrants to try to help get them out of shelters, but she acknowledges there's only so much her office can do.
We don't have enough capacity to house people. We just don't. So our hearts are big, but sometimes you have to realize our resources are limited.
Officials say more than 116,000 people seeking asylum have come to the city since last spring. And hospitals and legal aid clinics say it's starting to stop them from giving American citizens the help that they need. One doctor telling Julia Ainsley this crisis is some of the hardest work they've ever done, and that the COVID pandemic helped prep them for what they have to deal with now.
Immediately when COVID started in New York City, Bellevue stepped up. We increased our capacity across the board. We helped tens of thousands of people. That enabled us, when the asylum seeker crisis began here, to already have those sort of muscles to know how to build capacity quickly to provide all of the care that people need.
Julia is joining us now. She is here with us back from New York. So one of the hospitals that you talked with said that about a quarter of its patients now are actually migrants. Talk us through the impacts of that.
Yeah, that is now across the New York public hospital system. They've seen nearly 30,000 migrant patients in the last year. That's now a quarter of their population. Over 300 babies have been born to migrant moms since this began. You know, they say it's overwhelming. It strains their resources. Sometimes people are waiting in line if they have less critical needs, even if they are taxpayers who are paying into this system. But that they have to prioritize people who need life-saving care, regardless of their immigration status.
It's the triage system that they have to go by, right?
Yeah, and it's the same thing they got used to during COVID. They're used to dealing with really large-scale crises. But Dr. Long, who I met with there, even though he was a big part of the city's response to COVID, he says this is really the hardest work he's ever done.
What about migrants? What are you hearing from them? I know you had a chance to catch up with somebody who I think was from Venezuela.
Yeah, that's right. And the majority of them are from Venezuela. This was this man named Orlando who's getting life-saving cancer treatment. He had esophageal cancer. He said a month ago he wasn't even able to swallow.
Wow.
Now he's able to talk with me, and here's what he had to say.
How is that for you, given your medical condition, to be sleeping on the street?
One asks God for strength, and then you forget about everything else. You just have to imagine it's a good bed, a king size, and you lie down wherever, and that's it.
So he's sleeping on the street at night. This is something that a lot of advocates can try to rally around someone, make sure they get care on one side, but being able to get care across the whole spectrum is hard. And his brother had recently come from Venezuela a few months after he did. They weren't able to find a shelter for both of them. So this is someone who's getting the care during the day, sleeping on the streets at night. And when you're there in the middle of it, I spent almost a whole day inside this hospital. You realize that, yes, people are doing this great work. It's pulling on resources, but that there's also a reason why they're doing it. You're really left with feeling a lot of emotions after a day like that.
Julia Ainsley, reporting as you have been doing now for months and years on that migrant crisis. Thank you so much. We can watch the full report tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. That's 6:30 Eastern, wherever you watch your local NBC station. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, 2 people are still unaccounted for after a deadly nightclub fire in southern Spain. At least 13 people were killed early yesterday. The flames jumped to a couple of clubs nearby. Everybody inside of those places survived. Officials say the nightclub where the fire started had been operating without a permit. It was actually ordered to shut down last year. No word yet on the cause. Number 2, more than 70 people are now charged in that string of smash and grabs, the burglaries, the thefts, the looting, whatever you call it. Remember we talked about this last week? The city's district attorney in Philadelphia says they expect that number to get even higher. A PC Richard & Son, Lululemon, and Apple Store were some of the targeted businesses. Most of the charges are felony burglary and conspiracy. Number 3, a grizzly bear killed 2 people and their dog in Canada's Banff National Park. It took the rescue team more than a day to get to those victims because of bad weather. The bear was found and then euthanized because of its aggressive behavior. Number 4, scientists whose research led to the creation of the mRNA vaccines against COVID are now Nobel Prize winners. Dr. Drew Weissman and Dr. Katalin Karikó developed the technology back in the 90s, but it wasn't really used widely until the pandemic. Now it's being studied to fight cancer and other diseases. The prize also comes with a $1 million award. Number 5, the Swift effect clearly in full effect during the matchup between the Kansas City Chiefs and the New York Jets, with the singer in the stands. You know, she was watching Kelsey. Turns out the game, we're just learning, was the most streamed game of any regular season game ever. More women watched, 2 million of them added in just this one game. Chiefs pulled out a late victory, but the real winners may be Swifties and, frankly, the NFL's bottom line. We're going to have a lot more coming up right after the break.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
New details tonight about the disgraced founder of the FTX crypto exchange and what he reportedly wanted to spend some of his fortune on as Sam Bankman-Fried preps for his fraud trial starting tomorrow. Like, for example, he was reportedly thinking about paying Donald Trump $5 billion not to run for president, or that he was reportedly planning to give Mitch McConnell millions to beat so-called Trumpier candidates in Senate races. That's all according to a new book from author Michael Lewis, with Mr. Trump casting Sam Bankman-Fried in a statement to NBC News late tonight from a spokesperson as a liar. Still at issue in court tomorrow, not the money Bankman-Fried was thinking of paying out, but the hundreds of millions of dollars he allegedly took from customers. Mackenzie Sigalos has our breakdown.
Sam Bankman-Fried was on top of the world. He had the millions to book Tom Brady as a spokesman.
I'm getting into crypto with FTX. You in?
3 years after founding crypto company FTX, it was valued at $32 billion, with SBF, as he's called, worth more than half that. It bought the naming rights to the Miami Heat Stadium and got a boost from some superstar power.
It's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
I don't think so. And new reporting this week, Michael Lewis, who was working on a book about Bankman-Fried, telling 60 Minutes he even considered paying Donald Trump to not run for president again, to the tune of $5 billion.
The question Sam had was not just is $5 billion enough to pay Trump not to run, but was it legal?
A Trump campaign spokesperson telling NBC News Bankman-Fried is a, quote, liar, and saying he is trying to deceive people. In August 2022, Sam Bankman-Fried's face was splashed over the cover of Fortune magazine, comparing him to Warren Buffett.
What about your own legacy, Sam? What impact would you want to leave
on the world long term.
I don't give a about my legacy. Like, I care about the impact that I have.
And then it all came crashing down.
Holy hot dogs, the spectacular collapse of one of the world's largest crypto exchanges is being called bigger than Enron.
There's so much we don't know.
Well, here's what we know. He's broke.
And he's in big trouble.
In November 2022, after reports that FTX's affiliated hedge fund Alameda wasn't doing well, investors quickly snatched their money out of the company and the whole operation went down. Within days, FTX filed for bankruptcy, and customers went down with it.
I think it's fair to say that by anyone's lights, this is one of the biggest financial frauds in American history.
In December, Bankman-Fried was arrested in the Bahamas, where FTX was based. U.S. federal prosecutors charged him with fraud, saying more than $8 billion of customer money went missing, and accusing Bankman-Fried of using their money to prop up Alameda. He pleaded not guilty. Now his trial starts in New York and could last several weeks. It'll consider whether Bankman-Fried spent customers' money on Alameda, real estate, and illegal campaign contributions. Prosecutors alleging he made more than $100 million in campaign donations in the 2022 midterms alone. From court documents filed so far, it appears that lawyers for Bankman-Fried could present an advice of counsel defense. That's where they would say that he was following the advice of the company's lawyers and didn't realize that what he was doing was illegal. After spending months on house arrest in his parents' California home, Bankman-Fried spent the last few weeks in a Brooklyn jail. A judge revoked his multi-million-dollar bail after he was accused of witness tampering for sharing the personal writings of Caroline Ellison. She was previously his romantic partner and Alameda's CEO. Now she's expected to testify against him.
Mackenzie Sigalos is joining us now. Mackenzie, we're glad to have you because there's a lot of anticipation around this trial tomorrow, which, as you note, has been cast as one of the biggest fraud trials in this country's history. Do we think Sam Bankman-Fried will take the stand? Any other celebrities or star witnesses we should be looking out for?
So we're looking at a 6-week trial, and tomorrow kicks off with jury selection. Then prosecutors will present their case. At this point, it's unclear whether Bankman-Fried will testify. His counsel declined to comment, and we haven't yet seen a witness list. That being said, FTX's C-suite, including Bankman-Fried's former girlfriend and best friend, are both expected to testify for the prosecution. There could also be some surprise testimony coming. The government mentioned 2 more witnesses are finalizing immunity agreements, so we'll be keeping an eye out to see who else might have turned on the former FTX CEO, Hallie.
What about some of the celebrities that backed FTX? Some of them are getting sued now?
Right. So celebrities who were paid to promote FTX, including comedian Larry David and former star quarterback Tom Brady, are indeed being sued by a collective of investors seeking damages. That class action lawsuit makes the case that the FTX accounts offered were unlawfully being sold in the U.S. Now, David and Brady, among other A-listers, are actually pushing to dismiss the suit, saying that they never pitched those accounts and did not cause the investors' losses.
Mackenzie Sigalos, lots to watch for. I know tomorrow you'll be all over it. Thank you so much. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Washington bureau, a jury in Virginia has found a man not guilty of the most serious charge in the shooting of a YouTube prankster. Alan Coley was caught on video shooting Tanner Cook at a mall back in April. Coley asked Cook to stop following him several times before opening fire. The 31-year-old delivery driver claimed he was acting in self-defense. He was found not guilty of aggravated malicious wounding, again, the most serious charge. The jury was split on 2 lesser charges. Out of our Western Bureau, the Coast Guard's looking for a man reportedly bitten by a shark in Northern California, but that search has been suspended. Officials from Point Reyes National Seashore say the unidentified person, this individual they were looking for, they didn't say who it was, had been seen with a group, last seen yesterday morning. So they paused at this point operations on land as well as in the water and the air. It's not clear why the search was suspended. Out of our Midwest Bureau, this Chicago woman proves you're never too old to try to hit new heights. She's 104, and she's the oldest person now to ever skydive. Go, Dorothy Hoffner, go. She jumps out of a plane 10,000 feet. She's with her instructor there. What a baddie. She lands. I don't know if you're about to see it here, but they cheer her on. She first went skydiving at the age of 100, but she had to do it again to officially break the Guinness World Record. Good for her. Can't catch me doing that at 104, but good for her. Coming up, there's a new ad out with Tom Hanks, except it's not actually the real Tom Hanks, which has the real Tom Hanks really upset. We'll explain.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tom Hanks now warning people to essentially not believe your eyes in the ad for a dental plan you're about to see. Check this out here. You're going to see on the left side of your screen. So that's a screenshot of the ad that Hanks posted on Instagram. She says he had nothing to do with. He's not selling dental plans. He says it's fake. It's AI. On the right, that's the real Tom Hanks. I'm sure you recognize him. That's what he actually looks like. With this moment here, speaking to a bigger, broader AI issue, the fear from some corners that this could end up essentially replacing actors, whether they want it or not. And it goes beyond Tom Hanks. You have Robin Williams' daughter now out saying AI being used to recreate her late father's voice is disturbing. She says she's seen for years now how people want to use this tech to create and recreate actors who cannot consent to it, like her dad. And we know that the way Hollywood uses AI has been a key concern for actors and writers in their talks with the big studios. Jake Ward is joining us now. Jake, let's start with this Tom Hanks thing, because he's brought this up before a couple months ago on the Adam Buxton podcast. Let me play a little bit of it.
I could be hit by a bus tomorrow, and that's it. But my performances can go on and on and on and on and on. And outside of the understanding that it's been done with AI or deep fake, there'll be nothing to tell you that it's not me and me alone.
He's a super famous face, but this concern trickles down to people even sort of below him on the Hollywood food chain, if you will. What protections are there for people like Hanks or others in this instance?
Well, Hallie, you know, at this point, it varies from state to state, and it's a very new and fast-moving part of the law. Fundamentally, you cannot take the likeness of somebody and, here in California, use it in something like an ad, something that has commercial purpose without their consent. You can grab someone's likeness, however, and use it in art or use it as, you know, a piece of fair use, sort of public expression. All of that is perfectly plausible, but you cannot use it to sell things. So in theory, he'd be within his rights to sue whoever it was that put this together. But I have to tell you, right, ever since this came out, all of us have been looking for what company is this? Who is doing it? It's not clear. It isn't clear exactly where on social media this has appeared, what company might be behind it, or who he would sue if he were going to. And that's the new landscape we're in. You don't need the, you know, the resources of an enormous corporation that you can call up and sue to do something like this. You can be any kind of fly-by-night person with their laptop and bang this out in a matter of moments. That's the new moment that we are in here, Hallie.
That is part of why AI was one of the central points for the Writers Guild, which was negotiating during its strike. They're obviously back to work now, but for actors, it's almost in some ways thornier because it is their face, right? It is their image. It is their picture that is out there representing their work. We've seen some of this stuff come up already. I think of Carrie Fisher, for example, Paul Walker, their likenesses being recreated here. But as this technology evolves, so will the possibilities.
Well, you know, as you say, right, as it evolves, the possibilities change. So let me show you a little clip here of Tom Hanks in Polar Express, the 2004 animated film that terrified children because that technology was not ready at that time. As kids watched this fake sort of, you know, computer-generated version of Tom Hanks speak, they would freak out. This became a warning among people in the CGI world not to go too far with trying to make real actors in an animated form through this technology. But today, when you look right at images of, like you say, Paul Walker or the de-aging stuff that went on with Harrison Ford in the new Indiana Jones movie, or, you know, all of these different pieces, right? We just brought Christopher Reeve back from the dead in the latest Flash movie. This is, of course, what the SAG-AFTRA actors are still fighting with Hollywood about, is the opportunity. You know, at one point, the background actors, extras, were essentially being offered a single day's rate to be scanned in and used for all time. It is, as Tom Hanks, a world in which you could be, you know, have your likeness disappear from your control and go out into the world. But, you know, already we're finding, and he's finding firsthand, that when it comes to fly-by-night, folks, it's happening already, Hallie.
It's a remarkable moment. Jake Ward, thank you. Still to come here on the show, Beyonce headed to the big screen. So that's a huge deal. It's Beyonce, but this move may do more than merely entertain us. We're getting into the business aspect for theaters next.